Oh, heck yes.
What's up, Jana Mountain View? What's up, Joe Shasky, Sam Lubin, Carter? Got smiles on all of our faces this morning. It's a hump day. We're feeling good. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Those of you waking up. Those of you who've been awake.
Wait.
What?
You smell that?
Well, I have a big nose, so I smell anything. What is it?
Smells like summer.
Oh, not Teen Spirit?
Smells like summer.
It's coming up.
I can almost touch Memorial Day weekend.
You love Memorial. Is that your favorite holiday, quote unquote? Is this it for you?
I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna say some very serious things right now. I want you to hear me and listen to me loud and clear.
Okay.
Schools, organizations,
sure,
families, people expecting to get married. Stop being selfish. Hear me out on this. Memorial Day, Monday, almost everybody has that off. Now, there are some professions where you have to work. My dad worked every holiday. You know, he was a city worker. Mm-hmm. For him to pay for orthodontistry and all the different things that we had growing up, like my dad had to work on a lot of these holidays.
Yeah.
But stop, all of you, scheduling graduations and weddings for Memorial Day weekend. Stop taking my vacation time with my family for me to go see you do something. Stop it. I don't want anything done during 4th of July. I don't want anything done during Labor Day weekend. Stop it.
He's aura.
Stop it. If you are having a wedding on Memorial Day weekend, you're selfish. If you are having a big graduation as a school and you are looking at the calendar and you're like, yeah, we're going to have it on Memorial Day weekend, you're selfish. If you are doing some travel tournament for your youth team and it's during 4th of July, Labor Day or Memorial Day, you are selfish.
People getting married are selfish.
Stop taking my one day off where I can get a 3-day weekend. We only have so many of them. And jamming your thing into it. It drives me absolutely nutty. Change my mind.
Well, I don't know where to go from that, I'm going to be honest. I did not have that on my bingo card this morning.
Carter, if you
Memorial Day take.
Sam, Joe, if you get a card in the middle of, let's just say, March, and it says, save the date, Labor Day Saturday, huge wedding. You know what I say?
I'm out.
It's great. Just
right,
ruined one of my big weekends.
I guess I know when my wedding's going to be.
Yeah, well, you don't have to go. One thing, you don't have to go to the wedding. You can just say, "Oh, I can't make it that weekend. I have plans."
Too busy having fun.
Yeah, you say exactly. You just say, "I'm just hanging out. I'm with LJ. We're at the cabin. I'll send a nice little gift card."
Think about this. You pay X amount of dollars for your child to go to, let's see, whatever college it is or whatever high school it might be if you're able to afford it. And then all of a sudden, Saturday, Memorial Day weekend, we're going to have a 3-hour graduation. And by the way, I know that the traveling to and from this particular campus is going to be through the roof. Why? Because it's Memorial Day weekend. It drives me bonkers every year.
You don't have to go.
Oh, believe me, I let people know. Those weekends are blocked off.
Okay.
Blocked off.
So then why are you so upset if you tell them that?
Because I see people throwing things on my calendar and I go, nope, not going to be there.
I'm so upset.
Thank you.
Do you
because they're going to guilt trip him. Oh, you can't make it. That's so unfortunate. You can't be there. They're going to try and break Shasky. And honestly, if I'm Shasky, I don't want to deal with that.
Maybe because I have 9 brothers and sisters and get invited to a million things that I just ignore constantly. I'm just out of this conversation altogether. And I'm the only one that lives up in the Bay Area. So I can just feel like I'm in my own bubble that I don't have to go either down to Monterey. My brother lives in Oregon. I got another one in Virginia, one in North Carolina that's moving back to Monterey. I'm out of it all. I'm in my own bubble. You know what I was locked into last night?
Giants baseball?
Wasn't weddings. No.
Willie Adames?
No, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder just smacked the Minnesota Timberwolves 114-88.
How long did you watch that game?
Through the fourth quarter. And then it was...
So the whole thing?
Yeah. I was going to see if Minnesota had a run left in them, and they didn't.
I had it on the iPad. I had the Giants on the big TV. And I was just kind of casually glancing at it.
I wonder how Warriors fans, or if they are consuming these Western Conference Finals at all, considering Minnesota, beat them in 5 and how they're feeling about it. Hey, if our guy Steph Curry is healthy, maybe we're the ones playing Oklahoma City instead. How do they match up? How do they look? Well, it was reminiscent of that game 1 in the Western Conference semis where Minnesota it looked like lackadaisical. They couldn't shoot. And this time, Oklahoma City Thunder, they couldn't shoot either in the first half. So it led to a 4-point Minnesota lead at the half. And Julius Randle, who's continuing just to play incredible basketball. He still looks like the best player on the court sometimes. Although he does do these things where it's lackadaisical at times, and those turnovers still haven't changed for Minnesota, 17 in total for them. But 28 points for Julius Randle. But I was watching the game, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's going to win the MVP. I think it should be Jokic personally. I think he just meant more to his team, and overall, I think he's the best. Average a triple-double this season, as we talked about.
He was spectacular.
Not meaning as much anymore, but for him, for that team, he's incredible.
Spectacular.
The foul hunting yesterday was really tough to watch.
He's been doing it all year.
He has, but I feel like in that series prior against the Nuggets, it wasn't being rewarded as much. And yesterday, 10 of 27 overall, 11 of 14 at the line, 31 points for him. It just wasn't a good product to watch for me. Now, things could change. Anthony Edwards not really showing up. He's tweaking his ankle again, 5 of 13 overall, 18 points. That was baked into it. Not a good Ant-Man game, and I'm an Anthony Edwards fan, and I'll say this, I am rooting for him to win a title. That's my rooting interest.
He was the reason I tuned in.
Exactly.
So for me, I'm just, And
I wonder now how Warriors fans are consuming, and if they are consuming at all, the rest of these playoffs. 888-957-9570. As I say, good morning to all of you watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First Norcal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, by the way. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Shout out our boy Sam Gadiri and all those boys and girls at Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale, San Francisco. A lot of locations to love and enjoy because it's beautiful. It's been so damn gorgeous out here in the Bay Area. So I've been actually not wanting to watch anything on my screens. I've been out and about with the kids at the park. We were at the park for hours yesterday. It was great. The parks have been kind of empty for some weird reason. I don't know what they're doing. School's out. Maybe they're going early summer vacations. That's great. I love an empty park. Gives us the entire thing to just run around and have fun. But I was watching the game yesterday, and, we were talking in the chat and talking about parity in the league, right? All the teams left, only the Knicks have won a title in the last 50 so years. I know technically Oklahoma City as a franchise, going back to the Supersonics days, have won, but Oklahoma City itself has not won an NBA championship. Indiana Pacers have not won an NBA championship. The Minnesota Timberwolves have not won an NBA championship. They haven't even been to an NBA Finals before. So that is cool. But part of me wonders if parity is actually good right now for the NBA.
Is it different for each sport when you say parity? Or are you just specifically zoning in on the NBA?
I think we like to think there's parity when it comes to Major League Baseball at times, but it does feel like for the most part, I'm going to see the same couple teams being represented. Whether it's the Yankees, whether it's the Red Sox, whether it's the Cardinals, held the Giants for a while. They had their run. I felt like I was seeing the same blue blood organizations, the Braves as of late, right? Mm-hmm. Phillies going there. So we like to say there's parity in Major League Baseball, but I don't really feel it per se. That being said, the NFL, it's always the best quarterback, it feels like, and best head coach tandem that's going to be there. It's been the Chiefs, it's been the Patriots, and there's been a couple NFC runs. The Eagles, the Niners have been there a couple times, right? You had a Saints run for a little bit. But specifically for the NBA, there's been like no parity in my entire life. There hasn't been. Well, it's been Lakers, Heat, Spurs. Who am I missing? There's Celtics, Detroit, and then the Warriors.
You were too young, probably.
Yeah, but then the Warriors,
Rockets,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was it.
I mean, it's been basically in my life. To your point about it, like all I've ever known is dynasties in the NBA. Right. So like Celtics, Lakers, everyone's going to reference those. Rockets has always been like a factor because they had the Twin Towers, and then early 90s Bulls, Detroit Pistons, Lakers again, obviously, San Antonio Spurs, and obviously the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors, and that's kind of been what it's been. And then seeing what's happened the last few years. So, Warriors lose to the Raptors in 2019. I'm just going to read you off the champions in a row. Raptors, not a dynasty, not a super team.
No.
Okay. Lakers, not a dynasty. I don't consider them a super team with Anthony Davis.
They're a super tandem, not a super team.
I agree with you. All right. Bucks, not a super team, not a dynasty.
No.
Warriors, again, I consider that a different version, but most would say that's still the same core. So that kind of falls into the dynasty. Nuggets, who called themselves a dynasty and clearly were not.
By the way, you see Michael Malone on the ESPN coverage yesterday saying that Shea is the MVP, and he proved why yesterday. Former head coach of Nikola Jokic. It seems to be some bad blood there, Joe.
Sure.
Continue.
And then the Boston Celtics. And now you're going to have a new champion. So this
7 straight seasons.
This is really the first time in my life and your life where there hasn't been the same couple of teams, involved right now. And I think there's a couple of things that's involved with this. Number one, like we say we hate dynasties. I know a lot of people do. Mm-hmm. We love big brands and big stars.
Love them.
That's America.
I love them.
Right?
Yes.
We love a come-up story like a Brock Purdy, but we much actually more prefer the LeBron, Steph, Kevin Durant, especially in this league where the face is not covered by a helmet. It's not covered by a hat. This is the only league where you, outside of soccer, where you can see the entire face of an individual. Even in golf, you wear a hat.
Yeah.
Most people do. Tennis, a lot of people wear a hat.
Yep.
Like you have facial recognition. When they sell you a ticket package, they're selling you on, come see the Lakers and LeBron.
Exactly.
Lakers and Luka.
They sell you on narratives.
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah.
And I think that this sport, more so than any other sport, is front forward, star leaning. And it was odd to me last night as we're talking about dynasties. I thought SGA was going to be one of the next anointed ones in the league. And to see everyone come to the conclusion right now, like, oh, he's a foul grifter. You just figured that out?
I had multiple texts telling me, is Shea just James Harden? Like James Harden of when he got, the foul baiting James Harden, when the beard kept getting, flick back, just his head keep going back. Like, it's not the same level. And I do think Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, in being an Oklahoma City Thunder now, the plucky team, plucky's not, they're the best team in the NBA, but he wasn't James Harden. He wasn't in Houston. He wasn't Fear the Beard. He's kind of like this guy that everyone can, he has this big smile on his face. He's Canadian, right? Like I have zero gravitas connection with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander as a basketball player and as a person. So I really am watching these games saying okay. That's why I was rooting for Anthony Edwards, because I like the personality of the player. Edwards. And I do think, not that, Adam Silver will never say that he's rooting for someone, but he would like to see, I'm sure in his heart of hearts, if he had the truth serum, give me Minnesota because of Anthony Edwards and give me the Knicks because of that franchise and Jalen Brunson and everything that's baked into it. That would be great for the league. Do not give me Oklahoma City, Indiana, which is a very strong possibility. If we're just reacting to game one, we'll see. Minnesota, again, as I mentioned, got popped by the Warriors in game one of the last, round, and they ended up winning 4 straight. Not to say that this Oklahoma City Thunder team is the same as the Warriors. They have their star player healthy, so it could be different. But we'll see. They just need to split. But I'm watching it and saying, and I keep seeing the parody thing. I was like, gotta be great right now if I had a team to either really love or really hate, and I really don't have that. If I'm an average fan.
But this is the CBA that everyone cried about, that they wanted. They don't want super teams. They don't want to have a bunch of guys assembled together like this. Like a lot of the financial rules in the new CBA were put in place to crush teams like the Warriors, the Lakers, the current Boston Celtics, which are going to have to, disassemble themselves. Mm-hmm. Like, isn't this what everyone wanted? Mm-hmm. They wanted everyone to feel like they have a chance. Did you want that? There
is something to be said about that'd be awesome. Indiana Pacers won a title this year. That's amazing. Great fan base, right? Shout out to my guy, Hans Perez out in New York City. Diehard Pacers fan. Class of America. Great firefighter. Great individual. I'm rooting for him first and foremost.
But Indiana winning, it would probably be less of an impact to the culture and the society and the league as a whole than Toronto winning. Like Toronto beating the Warriors was big. For Kawhi, for Canada, all that. But looking back on it, how many people are like, that was the moment I became a basketball fan?
Well, you know why? Because right after he won it, what did Kawhi do? He said deuces to
bounce out.
He said deuces to Canada, and he's like, I'm going home to LA.
And no one cares about the Raptors.
No one. Nick Nurse got fired. They did have a little bit of a run after it with Fred VanVleet, with Pascal Siakam. Like they were solid, and they had a little playoff run after, but no one really took them seriously without Kawhi Leonard. And so they kind of went back into ineptitude. The Lakers, they won in the bubble. It was different. I will say the Lakers that year were the number 1 seed in the West. Like they were a really good team. Yeah. And there is a strong likelihood that they might have gone all the way to the finals and won it. I know the Celtics blew that 3-1, or the Clippers blew that 3-1 lead in the bubble against the Denver Nuggets. Lakers beat the Nuggets. They advanced.
Anthony Davis shooting out of his mind.
Right. Rajon Rondo turned into like a reliable 3-point shooter. It was the bubble, so it is what it is. And then you got the Milwaukee Bucks in the COVID year where you had some people in the stands still.
But the Bucks have been knocking on the door.
They were. And Giannis truly came of age that season. He was incredible. Chris Middleton, both drafted by
everyone loves Giannis, but it did feel like that particular finals was very yawny.
But
yawn.
That was not bad. I'll give you a 4 for that on a Wednesday on a hump day.
Was it not?
It was good. I like that.
And so like I think about it like as the average fan, like my mother-in-law, like is she tuning in? She loves the NBA. She's like watching WNBA with LJ just the other day. She loves the Giants.
Really?
She loves whatever's popular. She's in on. Like if your team is boring, she's not going to watch. If it's popular, I'm thinking, is she getting drawn in by Minnesota and OKC?
Probably not. Although if she's a Warriors fan, she's like, oh, was this the team that just beat us? Maybe. Or
I don't know.
like again, that's why I'm asking the question of whether or not parity is good, because we like to say and sit back and say, this is awesome. This is what we want. We don't want the same guys. I was like, yes, it's awesome, but also I would like someone to either really love or really hate at this point. And I don't think there's any hateable teams right now.
I agree with that.
Like, there's no hateable team. Like, your heart of hearts, even maybe Warriors fans, like, do you really hate the Minnesota Timberwolves? You hate them? Not really. Like, it sucked that Steph got hurt, but they didn't really do anything that made you hate them. Like,
well, Gobert, there's a lot of history.
But Gobert wasn't really like a huge X factor for me in that series. He wasn't.
No.
It was just Julius Randle, who you have no like ill will towards if you're a Warriors fan, balling out. Anthony Edwards, like he's a happy-go-lucky guy. He's smiling. He's shooting the breeze with Steph, with GP2, with Draymond. They were all fine. And then you got the Knicks. Like, do you really hate the Knicks? Knicks fans, like obviously you don't really hate them.
Really.
They've been bad for most of my life. They've been like 50 plus years knocking on the door now. And then you got the Indiana Pacers, who again, Middle America, like Tyrese Halliburton. Is he overrated? Is he underrated? It's great. Rick Carlisle, do you hate him? Like, he's just as a nondescript coach to me. I know he won with Dallas. Like come on. So there's no hateable teams right now, which is that good or bad? I don't know. People tuned into the Super Bowl to watch the Chiefs lose.
Did you watch?
You tuned in to watch the Eagles lose because you hate
it's
them.
also football. I watched Broncos, Carolina Panthers 10 years ago at Levi's.
Okay, that's not a fair comparison then.
No, I know, but football is in its own bucket. Let me ask you this. Did you watch Diamondbacks versus Rangers a couple years ago?
Did not care at all about that series.
Right?
I cared honestly about Bruce Bochy. That's kind of cool because he's been local guy, obviously winning.
But did you watch Yankees versus Dodgers last year?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Right?
That was awesome. I mean, you got Shohei and Aaron Judge, and you got the two biggest teams in the sport.
But this is where
everyone hated. Everyone wanted, like, you guys were all saying, I'm rooting for the Meteor. Like, you don't like either team, but
I watched.
In and of itself, if you hate both of them, that's good.
I agree.
You need the worst thing you could have in anything. We'll pick this up on the other side. Is apathy
or indifference,
right? Like, you could hate me, and I get a lot of hate texts. I was like, okay, well, that's good. Because I'm garnering some sort of reaction, whether you love me. You have to love or hate. I don't want indifference. And it feels like, and we'll see with the ratings, maybe I could be wrong here. I feel like with a lot of these matchups, there might be some indifference. Now, the Knicks being a massive brand helps.
Oh, I think it helps big time.
It helps, and that's why I think
this is where it's going, Joe.
Where?
If it's OKC, Indiana, cue yourself up for Rangers, Diamondbacks in terms of the buzz. Oof. And look, you could say, well, you're not a diehard. Well, the majority of people that are tuning in aren't diehards. Yep. They're actually casuals. And to get the casuals in, you need to have big brands and big stars. I
want to hear from both the casuals and the diehards if this NBA playoffs is hitting you at all. 888-957-9570, especially the Warriors fans right now don't have a rooting interest, or maybe you do. You guys are the guests, along with Dave Fleming at 8:30, voice of the San Francisco Giants, R95.7 The Game Giants Insider. We'll talk to Dave about the Giants taking 2 from the Royals, looking to go 3 in a row. Can they complete the sweep over Bobby Hoyt and Salvador Perez? Oh, also, it's really been 11 years since them winning the World Series. There, Madison Bumgarner doing Game 7 stuff. It's pretty wild. That's what's coming up the game, brought to you by Ceremony Ford. and Sophia Jones will have the call. Valkyries with a tough L to start the season, but I was so damn impressed with how many people are packing that place up. Now, obviously, it's the new sexy thing. If you're losing a lot, they're an expansion team. I don't expect them to be losing all the time, but it might be a tough first year. And how's it going to look in a month or two at Chase Center? I actually have this feeling, even if they're going to go through their struggles early on, people are going to be showing up. You know why? Because no Warriors, no Niners. Go to Chase Center. Have a good intrigue. It's awesome over there. It's fun. It's a good vibe. Like, I'm going to be taking the kids to a couple games this year. I'm sure you're going to go to a couple games this year. Carter, Sam, like, I'm going to be going to a lot of Valkyries games this summer.
Do you think Giannis will? Did you see what happened yesterday?
Enlighten us. What happened? I saw it.
There were lots of reports online that were unsubstantiated saying Giannis is in San Francisco with his family. And then a video circulated. What tech conference was he at?
There was a Google I.O. 2025 coverage. I.O. conference, is that what it's called?
Great excuse for him to come and like, a double agent, if you will, have a secret meeting with Joe Lacob and Steph Curry while pretending to be at a tech conference. I go air quotes here. Giannis was in town. And if you don't think the Warriors are doing a full court press on Giannis, I think you're completely naive.
You know, like when Steve Jobs used to do those like conferences for Apple, like this is what's coming up. This is like that's the Google version, I think, of what just is taking place or has taken place. I don't even know. I'm not into all the tech stuff.
How much money do you think it took for Giannis to show up for that particular event?
Well, the Google, I'm assuming, is a sponsor of whatever he does. So they shipped him out here. Yeah, they gave him the private plane.
It starts in the M's, right?
Dude, guy's balling. Are you kidding me? The Greek Freak?
God, I'd love to have that life.
Well,
I'm a little short on some funds. Let me just go show up to a tech conference and just wave. Literally just show up and wave.
Well, maybe this Dr. Ball thing's going to work out for you so you can start doing that. Maybe we'll invite you next year to the conference. How about that? Hey, Joe, can you tell us about AI and how it translates to youth coaching?
Joe, I'm convinced the Warriors are full court pressing Giannis right now.
There's not just a coincidence that he's here for Google and not for the Warriors?
Well, no, I mean,
I don't even think they could talk to him. Isn't that like tampering?
As a busy man, give me a break. As a busy man,
I'm just saying.
I mean, give me a break. If you don't think these things are happening in like back channels, like you're tripping, dude.
He's here with his family.
If you don't think him and Steph are friends off the floor and are texting, like I don't know what else to tell you.
What are they texting?
You sound naive.
What are they texting?
Well, I just know that during the All-Star break, Sam Amick reported it, and I know people that won't report it publicly have told me privately that Lacob and the Warriors and Giannis have been all over each other for a long time.
They've gone to some parties together. That's hardly saying they're all over each other and golfing on the weekends all the time. Going to some parties together because the All-Star break happened to be here in San Francisco. Oh, owner, best player in the market. Let's go hang out with them. That just makes sense.
The Warriors are going to try to go after Giannis. That doesn't mean that they're actually going to get him. That doesn't mean that Milwaukee's going to absolutely do what they want. But I'm telling you right now, Giannis into the Warriors, we're going to find out in a couple weeks if this is real or if this is not as it progresses. Because I think this was the initial, some sort of a meeting, some sort of a walkthrough, whatever, through back channels. I'm not saying that they're breaking any rules. But I don't think Lacob is, as a group, I don't think they're not trying to explore this to the fullest to see how much the interest is real.
Do you want Giannis?
Absolutely.
For what?
Whatever it takes, as long as I can keep Steph.
That's it.
That's it.
Do you believe that tandem vaults you into championship
Watching
contention?
last night, all I thought was Steph and Giannis and anyone else. I don't care what the combinations are. I'm fine. I'll figure it out.
I mean, Giannis had some help. He's had some players around him.
He's never had help like Steph. Come on.
I mean, sure.
Chris Middleton's a very good player. Dame Lillard is a very good player. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time.
Great. Steph is also a grade 1 hamstring strain away from it's going to be all on Giannis' shoulders. And as we've seen, it's not enough. So if you're going to get rid of all of your depth and then you have an injured Stephen Curry around him, like I'm so out on Giannis coming to the Bay. I do not want anything to do with Giannis Antetokounmpo coming here if it's going to gut my entire roster. As we're sitting here talking about depth of a team and the Warriors' depth being tested against the Minnesota Timberwolves when Steph went down and you couldn't win a game. So we're going to gut everything just to bring in Giannis. And then what? Who are we going to be relying on?
We'll figure it out.
Braxton Key?
We'll figure it out.
Oh, God, you're going to figure it out. Okay.
It won't be Braxton Key, but we'll figure
It'll be Kevin Knox. There you go. Yeah, School of Hard Knocks is coming to the Bay. Come on. Seriously?
Yes,
you don't believe this, that Giannis is the cure-all for everything.
Obviously, there's always a cost analysis, and you got to have something else on the roster. There's no doubt about it. But, Joe, if I just told every Warrior fan, Giannis and Steph, and we'll figure out the rest, everyone would be like, sign me up. Would you not? Like, Giannis and Steph, and figure out the rest. How would you not sign up for that?
I'm not signing up for that. I don't think Giannis and Steph automatically makes you a championship contender.
That's okay. Line them up.
Actually, I will give you
agree with me or Joe.
I'll give you the tandems I take over them on the other side too, because I think it's actually there's a lot more tandems that are better than those two. If you were to bring them to the Bay, yeah, that doesn't make you a championship contender. It's the Western Conference, Joe. The Western Conference.
Who's guarding Giannis in this entire Western Conference?
The free throw line, because he can't hit anything from there. He takes 10 seconds every single time.
I think he solves so many issues for them. He's not a perfect player, but he's freaking amazing. And he's only 30.
So amazing that they got bounced in the first round the last 3 years. Pacers, Heat, night.
Well, LeBron got bounced in the first round. That doesn't mean he sucks. Luka got bounced in the first round. Doesn't mean he sucks.
No, that means they're in the West. And I expect the same thing here. I'm just telling you, Giannis is not the cure-all that everyone thinks he is. And gutting your roster when all you need right now is depth and to shore that up.
No, we're saying it's the best first start. If you're asking me what gives them the best chance to win a championship one of the next 2 years, yeah, it starts with Giannis, and I'll figure out the rest.
I'd rather have the trio of Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph over just the tandem of Steph and Giannis. And I wonder how many people agree with me there. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Safeway.
Go.
I love that one. He turns my name into Japanese. Shout out P-Lo. Put me on something. By the way, he was performing one of the Roots games recently. Got to know your roots. P-Lo knows his roots. I don't know if Shasky knows his roots right now because he's saying some crazy stuff. He's saying he's doing whatever it takes to bring Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Golden State Warriors. Is there a trade you wouldn't do, Warriors fans? I'm taking Steph off the board. Everyone else is available. All the picks, all the machinations. Is there a trade you would not do to land Giannis Antetokounmpo? 888-957-9570. As we are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Why are we talking about this? Well, Giannis is the biggest name that's going to be on the trade block, potentially.
Windhorse has linked the Warriors to Giannis.
There's a lot of people linking a lot of different teams, different situations, and the Warriors.
Shout out Cuban link.
There you go. Absolutely, the Warriors should be involved in those talks, and that's what Mike Dunleavy is going to be doing. Joe Lacob.
He was in San Francisco yesterday.
Doing what? At a Google conference.
Yeah, and probably having dinner.
You're saying that was a front. It was actually all along. It was just hang out.
No. Look. Let me I want to make this very clear.
Please.
As a man who's very busy, I can relate to another man scheduling multiple things that are convenient for you to accomplish simultaneously.
That's the only comparison you'll ever have to Giannis Antetokounmpo. You can leave it right there. First and foremost.
Well, we're both charming.
Really quick, I just want to throw a quick point of interest about Giannis being at this Google event. Apparently, Jimmy Butler was also at a Google event last year, and then where did he end up later on? There is precedent here.
He didn't even want to come here. Jimmy Butler wanted to go to the Suns, everyone.
So what? He's here.
But where did he end up, though?
Exactly.
See? Connect the dots, Spadoni.
Results over process.
Answer is in front of you right now.
No, this really ticks me off. Why
do you get so triggered
because
by
it's freaking Giannis. If I told a bunch of 12, 13, and 14-year-old boys and girls who are diehard Warrior fans, hey, you want to go watch Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph, or you want to go watch Giannis and Steph?
Do you want to win a championship or not?
I think he's a better basketball player currently than both those other
guys. You'd sacrifice all of your depth to go get him. Everything would be gone.
You could find other role players. This team before Jimmy got here was 25 and 26. The role players got you to 11th in the West. This team is not made or broken by role players. It's made or broken by Steph Curry and whoever his co-star is going to be. And if you bring in Giannis Antetokounmpo, you now have one of the biggest ticket items in sports. Giannis and Steph, that is the fountain of youth for the last couple of years for Steph Curry. Who are you double teaming?
Games played for Giannis in the regular season. The last, let's just go 5, 60. Let's go 67, 73, 63, 67.
You're dying to 61. Not get rid of. I'm the more I think about it, I think you're insane.
Why? Yeah, Pods. That's another one. Young players, Kuminga, Moody. Come on.
As I saw a movie thing yesterday, it said, what's your favorite line regarding a sports movie? In the words of, and this is metaphorically, and please don't, Pods, if he must die, he must die. I mean, geez Louise, I'm sorry. You got to get Giannis.
You're going Ivan Drago on his ass?
I mean, you got to go get Giannis. I mean, come on. It's Giannis.
It sounds like you don't even care if they win a title. You just want to be entertained.
I know they can win a title if they get Steph and Giannis.
No, they can't. No, they can't. There could be a first-round exit more likely than winning a championship.
Or a second-round exit that could have lost in Game 7 of the first round this year.
Why were they a second-round exit? Why?
Because they're too old.
No, just tell me what happened.
He's too old.
What happened?
Well, Steph got hurt. Because there's too much on his plate.
Correct. So you get rid of all the depth and all of a sudden there's going to be less on his plate because Giannis is there? And I just told you he doesn't even play the full season. He doesn't play full seasons. He gets hurt all the time.
I think you're tripping. People who do you side with here? To me, it's, hey, look, I'm not saying you got to trade every pick, every single player, because obviously you have to make the salaries match. But whatever it costs, I'm probably okay with. There's not a draft pick, and there's really not a player that I would have to hesitate to go get. It's Giannis. In the NBA, you always take the better player. I don't care what the deal is or what the package is. You almost always take the better player. I don't worry about the depth. These role players, there's a lot of interchangeable parts. I'll figure it out.
I think we're realizing, though, the depth of all these squads that are remaining, that's the main reason why they're here. The Denver Nuggets couldn't advance because they didn't have the depth. They didn't have the youth. They didn't have the legs. Aaron Gordon was trying to play through a grade 2 hamstring strain because no one else could take his spot. No one else could step up in that situation. You're seeing that. Indiana, like, it's Tyrese Halliburton, but it's also Miles Turner. It's Pascal Siakam. It's all these other guys.
You're acting like they
matters.
Wouldn't make other moves after getting Giannis. Like, of
they're
course
going to be very hamstrung and limited to the moves that they can make because they're going to be paying.
Currently super hamstrung.
Exactly. So you're going to go through the fringes here. You're going to try to flip and sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga to get someone else back. And that's where you got to go. You got to plant your flag somewhere. I'm tired of the Warriors just shifting. Stay with what you got. You got to the Western Conference semis after being a laughingstock for the first few months of the season. Like, I understand. It's a couple weeks ago, or we were all so damn excited about this team winning a title, and then the Steph injury happened, and it all went out the window, and it sucks. And we're all, we're reeling as fans, and we want to shift. So, okay, that didn't work. No, the season was a success still. The season was a success. That doesn't
mean you don't try to improve. And to me, improving would be like, hey, look, Jimmy is a very, very, very good player.
You don't think this could be a better team next year, though? They only had a couple months together. You don't think they could be a better version?
I think Giannis and
Steph maxed out?
Is one of the best nucleuses in the game. And I could figure out, and I trust Dunleavy to figure out how to build around those two players and find complementary pieces. I do. I absolutely do. And I actually think the spacing will be better with someone like Giannis because of his paint presence and his ability to catch the ball at that elbow and to be able to pass out of there. And the rebounding aspect, the defensive aspect, being a rim blocker that they've been desperately needing. Like, I really love the fit. Don't like it. Love the fit.
Yeah, I'm out. I just don't think.
And I understand what it was sacrificed.
Yeah, no, I just don't think it vaults you into automatic champion. It's fun. It's sexy. It's great. As we've learned, tandems don't mean as much as they used to. Like,
it's a hell of a start.
Great.
Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards was a hell of a tandem in the last particular
It could
round.
also blow up in your face. And again, you use the example, LeBron and Luka. They're great individually together. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work with Steph and Giannis immediately.
But if you're a Laker fan, just hear me out though. If you're a Laker fan, you're sitting there, you're probably sitting into this offseason saying, yeah, got a pretty good nucleus to start with.
Sure, because you got Luka Doncic at the end of the day.
If I'm he's also the Warriors, 26. That's how I'm thinking.
He's also 26.
Okay.
Giannis is 30, going on 31. Injury concerns with that.
Well, there's always going to be injury concerns. All these guys who are out there, whether it's a Zion, a Giannis, like pick who.
Zion's different though. He's 23, 24. So again,
and Giannis is infinitely better than Zion.
He is at this stage of his career
and more reliable.
Absolutely, but at this stage, like again, there's no two timeline. There's the right now, all in on Stephen Curry, and I think they've already put the expiration date on this whole thing. In a couple years, it's all over. All these guys' contracts are going to be up. Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, it's all done. So I think this is what we're going to be watching the next couple years.
If they could land, if they landed Giannis Antetokounmpo, this owner would have brought you Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, and Giannis. One of the greatest owners in sports ever. Like, think about that.
Well, are we going to give Dunleavy credit?
Well, no, but I'm just talking about the ownership and how incredible that is. And then you retained a core three for over a decade. Like, I'm not putting anything past him. And I'm just thinking about how they swing massive and big. I don't think that they are like, nothing's off the table. No, everything's on the table. And Giannis is on that table.
Let's talk about it. 888-957-9570. Is the Giannis trade worth it for the Warriors, considering what they would have to give up, which is your entire depth, it would seem, matching the salaries with standing, because you're going to have to get rid of Jimmy Butler, maybe Draymond Green, and then a bunch of the young pieces, you would assume, and a lot of first-round picks. Is that enough for you to say, yeah, we do that, then we get Giannis, we can win a title? I'm very skeptical on it. Joe Shasky's all in. What say you? Jason in Concord wants to join the conversation. Jason, good morning. Are you all in on a Giannis trade, whatever it takes outside of Stephen Curry?
No. Good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call. Giannis is great, guys, but you know what? This team needs a lot. You can't just have Giannis and Steph Curry and whatever else around him. This team needs quality players. You need shooters. You need an inside man. There's a lot of need in this team, and this T-Wolves series told us a lot. Steph Curry went down, and we got nothing. We don't look like we even belong there. Last night, I was watching the T-Wolves game in OKC. Gobert will catch the ball on the top of the free throw line, and he will drive like nobody there, and there goes Holmgren right in front of him. This guy's caught up, not know what to do, kick out to the passer, stolen, turnover, kick it out of bounds, turnover. These things, when you have a size in the inside, matter. We don't have that. Every time we play anybody.
Have you ever read off? 1 second, I'll let you finish. This is an NBA champion. This is a finals MVP. This is a 2-time MVP. This is a defensive player of the year type of a player. Okay? He has been 4 times all defensive first team. He is one of the greatest players of all time. Now, I'm not saying he's top 10 of all time, but we're acting like Giannis isn't one of the greatest players ever. Literally, and he's in his prime. Now, we could argue about how great is he, and just last year he averaged 30 and 12. I'm looking at it, 30.4 and 12 rebounds a game. 30 and 12 in the history of the game. How many players have done that?
It's pretty good.
What would he do with the gravity of Steph Curry? What would Steph Curry do?
Pretty wild. He did that. Wasn't even in the MVP conversation. Yeah.
Joe, I'm just looking. The last couple of years, these are in a row. Going backwards, 30.4. This is his punch total. 30.4.
Thanks, Jason.
31.1, 29.9, 28.1, 29.5. He's one of the greatest players of this generation.
No one's disputing that. You can still have one of the greatest players ever and pair him up with Steph Curry, just like we saw. I'm not comparing these two players. One is infinitely better as a top 10 player of all time. Giannis was just paired with a top 75 player of all time and Damian Lillard. One injury, done. Cooked. It was over.
We can do the injury fear-mongering till we're blue in the face with every team in the league. I'm
saying it's baked into the equation now with age, and that is why depth is important.
So getting 6 years younger, because whether it's Dre, Jimmy, whatever the combination is, both those guys are 35, 36. Giannis is 30. So getting 5 years younger isn't better for your team?
No, it is. It's great. Not to sacrifice my depth, though.
What depth?
What depth? Who? If Milwaukee is doing this deal, they're taking Pods, a Milwaukee native.
Okay.
They're taking JK
backup point guard.
Or someone taking JK.
So a guy who got DMP'd throughout an entire series. Keep going.
As you were saying, was their best offensive player for the last 4 games.
Both are true. Yes.
Okay. Draymond, Jimmy probably.
Draymond got bodied by Julius Randle and was unplayable for large stretches.
Okay, that's fine. So you don't believe in much of this team then as currently constructed. This is what you're telling me. You don't believe in this team as currently constructed.
No. I think that highly of Giannis.
Doesn't he fill that big man void, too, that guy was talking about? I don't really understand that.
And then if you put him alongside Quentin Post and Buddy Hield, how many shooters in the league are dying to play with the tandem of Steph and Giannis? The gravity. I mean, Joe, we are talking about, we would rename the team the Golden State Astronauts. There'd be so much gravity.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. In the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Chasky. You got Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30. Voice of the San Francisco Giants and our Giants answer. Hell, we can ask Dave about Giannis watch if you want to. Guys tapped in on everything. Giannis was at a Google conference yesterday. He's the talk of the summer. Let's just talk about it. Everyone wants to bring it up and say it's pie in the sky stuff. Well, let's bring it to the airways.
People are all over the place. I'm getting texts that I'm crazy. I'm getting texts that you're crazy. It's Giannis.
I understand it would be so damn fun, but fun doesn't equal titles. Fun does not equal championships.
Well, this currently doesn't equal a title as of right now. Because maybe it will.
Because Steph got hurt. And again, another guy you're bringing in, injury history.
We talk about getting younger and more athletic. There might not be another player who's impossible to guard in terms of younger and athletic in the league than Giannis.
That's absolutely a fact. He is
right? Like
he's incredible.
Would he be able to play against Houston? Think so.
Yeah, he'd be able to play against anyone.
Would he be able to guard Julius Randle?
It's a generational talent.
I think so.
He's a generational talent. But it's not two players. Two players don't win you everything. That's just not how it's not. If that was the case, Anthony Davis and LeBron James, who again couldn't stay healthy.
How many guys did you trust come Minnesota Timberwolves playoff series for the Warriors on the team?
Oh, we did this Spadoni circle of trust.
Okay.
How many were there?
So let's talk about the depth that we're afraid to surrender. Moses Moody, I love the guy. I root for him. He was unplayable.
He was.
Okay. Pajemski, love the guy. I love him as a backup point guard, but he wasn't great. JK literally was unplayed by the coach for weeks on end.
Yeah.
All right. Buddy Hield. We know what the Buddy Hield experience is. And I would assume Buddy would stay in one of these kinds of deals.
Probably.
All right. Who else? Draymond Green? Look yourself in the mirror and you tell me if Draymond Green had a nice playoffs or not. No. He had a couple of moments.
He'll tell you it wasn't good enough.
I agree. All right. Jimmy. I love Jimmy. Jimmy's a good warrior. But if I have to give up Jimmy to get Giannis, I'm sorry. Like, I got to give to get. Who else on that team? Kevon Looney, he's going to be a free agent. GP2, he's going to be a free agent. All right, Quentin Post, he didn't look that playable. What depth are we really talking about?
We're talking about the team as a cohesive unit playing together and becoming one. That we got a couple months of that. Can I get another year of that? Can I get another year of them developing together to actually see what this team could be at their greatest? I don't think we've seen this team at its peak yet. It seems to me that you feel like this is their peak.
No,
the second round team.
There's only a handful of guys to me that would be an upgrade over Jimmy, and this is one of them.
I'm not trying to do another reset and see like this experiment of another season, and then maybe they get to the second round again, and then they lose, and it's just like, okay, the experiment, okay, that didn't work. And now Steph all of a sudden is 38 going on 39. It's just like, oh, God.
Yeah, but in this scenario, instead of having 35, 36, 37-year-old Jimmy Butler, I've got 30-year-old Giannis.
That's great.
As a team to move forward
going on 31 when my conference is only getting younger and more dynamic. When Anthony Edwards is there, he's going to be there for the next decade plus. Now we got this young phenom, Cooper Flagg. Didn't even mention Victor Wembanyama, who the San Antonio Spurs have all the assets in the world. That's the place I think that Giannis is probably going to end up going, by the way, is San Antonio, him with Wemby. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, I hear you. It would be fun. I would, content-wise, at 95.7 the game, I am not against it at all. If you want to win a title, I'm very skeptical. By the way, was there anyone there that was at the Google conference? Can we 888-957-9570?
Like this
Giannis made his appearance.
Every move
there.
I make has to be, can I win the title or not with this move? Like that. You're just trying to improve your roster.
I want to win a title now. That's what it's come.
Well, that is a part of the process of every move that I make, right? Is how do I assemble this team to make a championship squad, right? He's an upgrade over every single player on the team not named Steph.
Okay.
So I'm going to move heaven and earth to be able to get that individual.
888-957-9570.
And if it keeps Steph happy, boom.
So you lose Draymond potentially. You lose Jimmy. You bring him over here alongside Steph. Okay. Fill out the rest of the roster. What's going on? So you said Buddy is going to stay. Mm-hmm. All right. Is Buddy starting now?
Well, he started a lot this year.
I know. Okay. There you go.
Uh-huh.
Now what?
We'll figure it out. I mean, am I able to have my mid-level exception? That's one particular thing. Like Miles Turner's still out there as a free agent. If I can be able to
paid.
We'll see.
To get paid.
Well, we'll see. But again, a lot of these guys that are ring chasing will want to play alongside someone like Giannis and Steph.
I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think like ring chasing, like you can't guarantee rings anymore in this league. As we just said, 7 straight teams now that are going to be different since the Golden State Warriors went back to back. Like parity is at an all-time high. There's no such thing as just ring chasing anymore. That doesn't happen. There's no super teams anymore. It's over. It's dead.
I'm blown away. I'm blown away at this conversation.
It's not the recipe anymore. It's not the recipe. The original recipe of spicy. It's not there anymore in the league.
We're acting like we're trading 7 players for 1. It's probably going to be some variation of a lot of picks, a couple players, and boom, you can still round out your team. And some of their best picks have been second-round picks.
I look at the depth of the Western Conference, and I'm not seeing it. And I don't want to rely on 2 players that I feel like, and Steph, I don't want to label him as this, but going forward, there's going to be injury concerns. And there's already so many damn injury concerns with Giannis. I'd be skeptical. I'd be very skeptical. I'm going to look at his
game logs. I think he plays more than we think.
I just told you, 67, 73, 63, 67, 61, 63.
He plays more than Draymond. What?
That's not something you want to be proud of. Congratulations. You play more than Draymond Green, who gets indefinitely suspended. Like, come on. You can't. If
you're looking to upgrade.
Are you seriously like, I just read that all to you. That doesn't give you concern about his status?
No, not at all.
So we're going to put it all. So Giannis is going to bake into the equation. He's going to miss maybe 15 to 20 games a season. Steph, here you go. Rely on a 38-year-old.
I don't understand. What are we pro clutching here? Like Draymond?
No, I'm pearl clutching the fact that Stephen Curry at this age, I need more help for him overall, not just one other player that's going to get hurt.
Well, was the team around him this year enough?
Enough to get you to the second round?
Okay. Well, I think Giannis gets you at minimum to the second round. Steph and Giannis gets you to the second round.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. As I just mentioned, just because you have a great tandem does not make you automatic. You're going to get out of the first round, especially in the West. We just saw Kawhi Leonard and James Harden for the Los Angeles Clippers have an insane season together. And they were first-round exits. No. Because Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. It takes more than two,
I told
Joe.
the Denver Nuggets,
it takes more than two.
The Warriors just got Giannis. Every Nugget fan's like, damn it. If I told Laker fans the Warriors just got Giannis, they'd be like, damn it.
I don't think so. Not anymore. I don't think the Minnesota Timberwolves are saying, damn it. I don't think they are.
I think the entire
Julius
league
Randle
is
was the
saying,
best player in that series, and then you had Anthony Edwards, who's a young phenom. I don't think they're saying that.
I don't think teams fear Draymond the way we in the Bay Area think they do.
I don't think people, no, I absolutely agree with that. I don't think there is a fear factor anymore with Draymond Green. I don't think there's a fear factor there. Maybe after this playoff run with Jimmy Butler. I think playoff Jimmy took a definite hit. There is a fear factor with Giannis, but also kind of not really, because the East stinks and he couldn't get out of the first round the last 3 years. The East stinks.
I think that's more a
stinks.
To me, it's more of a byproduct of they lost Middleton. It's the truth.
He got whatever he wanted. He wanted everything.
He got rid of 500-year-old Brooke Lopez, and literally Bobby Portis was one of their most reliable players.
They got rid of Drew Holiday because he didn't want him anymore.
Steph would be the best teammate he's ever played with. Hands down. Hands down.
Great.
Hands down.
At this age?
Yeah.
At this age?
I think he'd be an absolute load. Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm very, again.
Who's with Spadoni and is like, nope, don't want any part of Giannis, and who's with me, all in, doesn't matter what it costs.
In the Eastern Conference, since winning that title back in 2020, 2021 against the Phoenix Suns in the COVID, kind of half COVID year where you kind of had full arenas, kind of not, they were a second round exit in the conference semifinals against the Celtics back in 2021, 2022. And then since then, they've failed to get out of the first round, losing to Jimmy Butler Heat back in 2023, 2024, lost to the Pacers, and then again this year in the first round, losing to the Pacers again. That's Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I don't care what he did there.
You don't care?
Not at all. At all.
You don't care that he was the best player on a team that you think he's a Hall of Famer?
Steph Curry was the best player on this team, and they lost in a row, in a play-in. They lost in the second round. Obviously, before last year, they didn't even make it in. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care what his results were with the Milwaukee Bucks. What I care with is what is it going to look like with him and Steph Curry? And I know they work together. The spacing would be unreal.
You don't think that there's going to be some give and take early on here, and they're going to have to learn on the fly, and maybe next year? Well, next year might be the test run.
If you go Giannis
and then you wasted a year.
No. If you go Giannis and Steph, there's not a chance in hell you start the season off in the first 50 games 25-26.
Let's pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570. I'm out on Giannis to the Warriors if it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Anything outside of Stephen Curry, obviously, is going to be on the table for Joe Shasky. He says, get me Giannis no matter what. I'll pair him with Steph and take my chances. Whose side you taking? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Did Giannis take that?
Tony and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Joe, I'm blown away. I'm blown away today.
What's blowing you away?
You are blowing me away with this opinion that Steph and Giannis and whatever, we'll figure it out. Like, I'll obviously have to assemble the rest of the team. Isn't a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Cool. It might be fun for the TikToks, for the reels. Oh, Steph and Giannis is great. It's not winning a title.
Is this team winning a title currently?
I think they can. I think Steph getting hurt their chances, and they weren't able to.
So look, I want to get this straight. For the people that are just tuning in right now, we've been kind of going back and forth. Giannis is in San Francisco right now because of
maybe still. I don't know if he's still here or not, but yeah.
I had rumors that he was at a high-end restaurant last night.
Could he be at the Valkyries game tonight at 7:00?
I mean, if he pulls a Kaminga and he sits next to Joe Lacob, that would be incredible.
Yeah, there's no tampering going on there, right?
But like we're arguing, I'm like, hey, look, hypothetically, whatever it takes to go get Giannis, I think you have to do it. And I understand that the price is going to be steep, but whatever combination you throw out there, 99.99999%, as long as Steph Curry's still on the team, I'm doing whatever it takes to get Giannis.
Okay.
And you're saying, no, it's not good enough. And I'm saying Butler, Draymond, and the cast they have currently is not good enough.
Yeah, I'm not saying
and I like them.
I think that's way too premature to say that. I think it's way too premature. How many months do we see of that trio? Couple, exactly. Like, come on. Can we give it a season first?
Well, they're old. Season. They're 36, 36, and 38.
They are old. Absolutely. That being said, Steph Curry, I know you can't predict injuries, and that's what you're saying to me. I'm telling you right now, it sucks that he got hurt. I think they have a very good chance of winning that series had he stayed healthy.
But Jimmy got hurt.
Jimmy got hurt. Well,
what?
Yeah.
Why did Milwaukee lose? Dame got hurt.
I think they were losing anyways.
Okay, but that's okay. Well, a lot of people think that the Warriors were going to lose anyway, even before Steph went down.
I mean, I hear you, and you could be excited. I'm honestly not trying to be the person to rain on everyone's parade, and I hope I'm not coming off that way because it would be awesome. It'd be amazing. It would be fun. I just don't think it translates to a title, and I'm honestly kind of tired of just ripping off the Band-Aid way too soon before the scab has been able to heal. And let's do it. Let's figure it out. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
I feel like they've done the opposite. They've hung on too long.
No, but they literally just made a massive, massive trade for the first time, and it worked. It worked. It worked. They were clinging to a 10th spot before getting Jimmy Butler and went all the way. They got to a playing game, obviously, but they had conversations maybe being the 4th seed at one point. And they got into the playoffs, won a series, got to the second round, beat the team in the Western Conference Finals, or in the Western Conference Finals in game 1, kind of handled them, and then Steph got hurt, and then we're all just like, all right, well, that kind of sucked. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Let's change it. No.
I think we're not ready to just change it.
I think you are.
This player is so good that I'm thinking about changing it.
Yeah,
how many guys in the league? How many guys in the league are an immediate upgrade over Jimmy? Not many. There's not many.
That's what I'm saying.
And so that's why this is this is not me just flipping out Jimmy. This is me being very thoughtful and saying, wow, Giannis is one of the very few players that I don't hesitate flipping Jimmy for. And I like Jimmy. I want Jimmy on the team. But Giannis is a whole separate breed, and he's 6 years younger.
Is the Giannis-Steph tandem worth sacrificing the rest and gutting your roster and your future picks over? 888-957-9570.
Would Giannis have won the one game required to allow Steph to come back into the playoffs? I think he does.
Maybe. He did win what? Did they win one against the Pacers in the first round because of Giannis? Once? So sure, maybe he wins one.
Well, that is a part of why they're not here.
But do they even get to the second round without Jimmy?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
You sure?
Look, when they played the Rockets, you tell me who's guarding Giannis on the Rockets.
I don't know. Probably Şengün and Steven Adams.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. Well, who's guarding Giannis anyways?
That's why you make the deal.
But that's the same thing we could say. Why does he keep getting bounced the first round?
Because he's a solo act.
And Miles Turner.
Because he's a solo act. The years prior, Middleton shredded his knee, and he was a solo act. They traded Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday's a very good player.
They did everything that Giannis wanted them to do. And every single thing.
Okay.
And it wasn't enough. They were first round exit after first round exit after first round exit.
You're not a great player.
They were the better team in a lot of these. Not this year. Definitely last year, I think they had the better team against the Pacers. They had the better overall team against the Heat a couple years ago. We're only able to win once because of Heat culture, quote unquote. Like, I'm very skeptical.
Outside of Jokic,
very skeptical.
You're talking about the best player in the league for 5 straight years. What?
I mean, he's very good.
What?
Best player in the league, like maybe in 2019, 2018.
I'm just going to give you in a row. Just hear me out. 2018, 2019, MVP.
Since that, it's been what? MVP.
Top 4 in MVP voting, top 5 in DPOY, top 3 in MVP voting, top 6 in DPOY, top 3 in MVP voting, top 6 in DPOY, top 4 in MVP voting, top 9 in DPOY.
Yeah, he hasn't been the best player. It's been Nikola Jokic.
By the way,
it's been Nikola Jokic.
Defensive. I said besides Nikola, he's the next best player in the
league
for 5 straight years.
See Nikola, Luka, Jason Tatum. He's been in the conversation.
I'd rather have Giannis than Luka currently to pair alongside Steph.
Okay, so let's play the game. You got the Steph and Giannis tandem, and you're going to figure out the rest of the roster. Maybe you got Buddy Hield. Maybe you keep, I don't know, you keep Moses Moody there. You got Looney if you want him.
What player is the player that you're saying that's too much?
I just think you were giving up on Jimmy Butler in particular and Draymond, who's been, I know you're tossing him to the side in this equation, say, whatever. Get rid of it. It's Giannis.
I don't think it costs you both, but let's just say in this hypothetical it does.
Let's say it does. Okay? I think we're giving up way, way too early. I think you're just shoehorning in the tandem of those two as it's automatically better than Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
He solves their defensive issues, right, which they have at the rim. I love Draymond. He's a great defender. He's not the rim defender Giannis is. They have rebounding issues and have had him for a long time. He's one of the best rebounders in the game. Scoring in the paint in terms of balancing the floor, he's that. He gets to the free throw line. He may not be the greatest free throw shooter. I won't.
That is a thing.
I won't even debate. But he gets to the line a lot. I think he's actually a willing passer. He's athletic. He's young. You get him for the next handful of years. It's not just a 2-year window when you bring in someone like Giannis.
Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. It says that he is all in on Giannis Antetokounmpo being a Golden State Warrior. Are you all in, Dub Nation? If whatever it takes outside of Stephen Curry, are you bringing in Giannis? 888-957-9570.
He's probably the best big man the Warriors have had since Wilt Chamberlain.
Probably. Yes. Not even probably. Yes.
It's not a high bar to clear.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, but Bogut was a very good player. But
Bogut was very.
I'm not even going to try to
David Lee.
Yeah. You know, I mean, they had Robert Parrish before he ended up.
Don't disrespect a Donald
Robert
Foyle
Parrish,
like that.
But they haven't had a big. I mean, we're still crying about 1 year of Chris Webber. And I love Chris Webber. Chris Webber's not as good as Giannis.
Yes, Giannis is an all-time player. He's probably going to be top 20-ish all-time, I would say, as he goes down in the history of the sport. I don't say that lightly. It'd be very fun. It'd be very exciting.
So you're not going to pair a top 10 player ever.
Doesn't mean it's going to work.
20 player
Luka
ever.
Doncic might go down as a top 15 player of all time, and that didn't work.
Yeah, but I still do that deal every single day.
Of course,
just because it didn't work doesn't mean the thought process behind the deal wasn't the correct one.
I want to win a title, and you got to plant your flag in somewhere. You can't be ripping off the Band-Aid constantly. Stick with this unit. I think you can win a title. I don't know if you can win a title with just Steph and Giannis. I don't know. I've seen already you get to the second round at the very least with this crew. If Steph stayed healthy, maybe you are going all the way. Maybe, just maybe. Coach Hall, San Diego. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Joe, Shasky, I'm with you, dog. Like, what do we have to lose? Are we going to continue to go through this heartbreak for the next 2 seasons? I know I don't want to go through it. I'd rather swing for the fences and find out, maybe the hard way if we win or not. But I don't want to go through almost getting there and then like an injury or Jimmy taking 9 shots. Like, at least with Giannis, I mean, the guy is unstoppable. Giannis and Steph is a seamless transition. This ain't no other 1-2 punch. This is Steph and Giannis. I don't know if you get better tandem than maybe Steph and KD. Like, this is generational.
That's
like, and we're not giving up that much. I think somebody and all kind of free agents would love to come. This is an attractive idea. Steph and Giannis, who knows? Brook Lopez might take the minimum.
Hey, Coach Hall, real quick. You're saying you're not giving up that much. You realize every other team in the West going after Giannis probably is going to have a better trade package for Milwaukee. So you have to give up a lot.
Well, there's no doubt you have to give up a lot, but if he wants
he's
to come
saying,
here,
no. Coach Hall was saying you don't have to give up much. Yes, you do.
Relative?
That's the whole point.
Okay. No matter
Takes two to tango. And also, doesn't mean you're going to be better off for it. I'm looking at Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns situation. That scares the hell out of me. Devin Booker, KD. No. You love your Kevin Durant. You love your Kevin Durant, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, I do.
How's it been in Phoenix? How's it been over there?
Giannis.
They got rid of everyone and they stunk.
Yeah, I understand.
Who's a better player overall?
No,
Kevin Durant or Giannis?
Where they made the mistake was trading everything for Bradley Beal. It wasn't the Booker and KD tandem. It was the Bradley Beal edition.
Yeah, but you were sold on the Booker and KD tandem, and it hasn't been good.
No, I agree with that. But the move that really did them in was trading for Bradley Beal. It wasn't acquiring and pairing up Booker with KD.
No, but I'm saying that the cautionary tale of just because you put great players together doesn't mean it's going to work. I think that
goes with everything. They could stand pat and not work.
No, but we said that with the Jimmy Butler thing. What we were saying? This could blow up in their face exponentially. This could be bad, but it wasn't. What was it? It was really freaking good.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
I don't deny.
So then why
there's
are
only a handful of upgrades in the league? This is one of them.
Why are we turning the page so quickly? But there's a chance it doesn't work. And you're an injury away from it being cooked.
Joe, if we were talking about Pascal Siakam, I would laugh at you, right? We're talking about Giannis.
I'm talking about sticking with what was working. Why are we so quick to turn the page?
The Warriors
all the
themselves
time?
are saying to you,
what's wrong with society?
No, they're saying it's not good enough because there's only 2 years left.
There's a new iPhone. There's a new iPhone. My 15 is fine, or whatever the hell I have. I don't need the 17 right away. Stick with what's working.
Yeah, but
that was working.
I would disagree. I would say that your old, to use the analogy of an iPhone, your old iPhone is buffering like crazy. And for whatever reason, it's not picking up reception in certain areas. And when you need it the most, it's unreliable when the car breaks down. And that's where we're at with Draymond Green.
Really what's going to change, it's going to come down to Stephen Curry's health, regardless. That's what it's going to come down to.
Wouldn't that be the equation on either end, whether I made a move or not?
Absolutely, but I have depth still. I will keep some of my depth.
But what are you clinging to with the depth? What player is on?
Clinging
Where
to
do
the
you draw the line? Okay, so no.
The Warriors system clearly, as everyone says, is very difficult to play in, and Jimmy Butler ingratiated himself very smoothly and very quickly. Steph has said he's the yin to his yang.
What player? Is it Pods? Is it Kuminga? Is it Jimmy? Is it Dre?
Jimmy and Draymond? Because I think you got to get rid of both.
I don't think it would cost both because you have to match salaries. And so even in this hypothetical, we're saying it would cost both. I don't think it would.
I think you're going to move. I think it's going to be a 3-team deal, probably. There's going to be signing trades involved in all of this.
And so be it.
Okay. That's it.
So be it. You know what I learned last year from Mike Dunleavy is on the fly. It's pretty good. And he'll make the appropriate moves that I need to kind of just tinker and put whatever's available out there to the best that he can and rework it on the fly. That's what last year taught me.
I'm just saying, too, money-wise, the trade machine will let you do just Jimmy Butler and Giannis. Obviously, that would never happen, but I'm just saying, money-wise, you don't need Draymond in there.
Okay, let's just say it's 5 staggered first-round picks all day. And I love Jimmy. There's only a couple of guys in the league I'm saying this to, and he's one of them.
Great. You're one and done next year, and then you got rid of your entire future first-round picks. How you feeling?
I don't care about the future.
Oh, my God, Giannis, it's great. It's okay.
I don't care about the future. I
don't care about the future.
Stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying that now, and then fast forward this
That'll
time
be a
next
fun
year.
one to play again 3 years from now.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't care about the future.
But I'll worry about my issues 3 years from now if I'm a Warrior fan. Steph is not just generational, because generational means whatever, 20, 25 years. He's a once-in-a-lifetime player. We're not talking about, hey, go all in on, and I'm just going to use an example, go all in on the Ryan Vogelsong Giants. Like, we're talking about go all in on the Steph Curry Warriors. No one's saying go all in on
Didn't they just do that a couple months ago? They literally just did that. Mike Dunleavy just did that for you. It was
the best of the available deals, and now there might be a better one available.
I am very skeptical on that. I just saw...
Is Anthony Davis a good player?
Sure.
He's a great player.
Sure.
Okay? They thought Luka was a better player.
He's younger. Well, yes.
Giannis
younger. Much younger.
What is he, 5 years younger?
6 years. He's 26. Giannis is 30.
And he's 5 years younger than Dre and Butler.
I think we're really sleeping on the fact that he can't stay healthy. in a regular season, and I already got a guy that I know is going to miss. How many games did Stephen Curry play in a very, very tough Western Conference? Yeah, I'm very skeptical about that. Very skeptical. Gray is in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. Gray, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast. You doing the Giannis deal?
Morning, fellas. Hey, look, Giannis is super sexy. Come on, he's a shiny new object. You're right. He's a absolute force of nature. The problem being is this: you got other options. To the point. I look at him and I say, look, this cat is amazing, but he can't shoot throws, can't shoot from the outside. And I'm going to talk heresy here. I'm sorry, but it's early. I'm up and I'm running around without coffee, so I'm out of my head. The fact is that he's a monster version of Russell Westbrook. He goes downhill, he dominates, right? But here's another idea, just a thought, so you don't have to blow it all up. To Spadoni's point, so you don't have to blow it up. How about JK sign and trade, throw in Moody, maybe a first, or even Pods for the sake of it, because Pods disappeared. Is he going to keep growing? Go to Jersey, get Nick Claxton, Cam Johnson, and it makes the present core stronger. But I still don't have an answer for disappearing Jimmy. I'm sorry, man. I dig Jimmy. I love his story. I think he's a solid cat. But he disappeared, and that spooks me. Thanks, fellas. Stay good.
And I know Giannis won't disappear if he's by himself for a couple of games, couple of weeks.
It'll just be a first-round exit. Who would the Warriors' third best player be if Steph and Giannis were 1 and 2?
Say that again.
Who would the Warriors' third best player be if Steph and Giannis were the number 1 and number 2, or 2 and 1, whatever you say? Who's the third best player on the Warriors next year?
Well, I mean, that would depend on who's available and who they have left on the roster.
So probably not anyone good.
Who was their third best player in the playoffs this year?
Depends. What round?
Exactly. And that's kind of what would end up happening again this year.
That's not a good thing.
But you're the one who wants to stick with what we have. Like, I'm saying...
I know that New York knows who their 3 best players are right now. It's in any form. It's probably Jalen Brunson, Karl-Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges.
Okay.
There you go. I know who... Indiana. Same thing. Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, Miles Turner. Right?
All right. But they also have other guys shooting out the lights out, but continue.
Understand. Oklahoma City Thunder, right? Jalen Williams. You got Shea. Probably Chet.
Joe, we just played a playoff series.
Maybe Caruso sometimes.
Jonathan Kuminga was the second best player for the Warriors in a series, and they didn't play him for weeks on end. That was the series that just concluded.
You just gave me my answer though when you couldn't even think of the third best player on the team because you don't know the depth.
Well, let me see did you know that Buddy Hield was going to bail them out?
That's
multiple
the problem
games?
with Buddy Hield's going to be my third best player because I know he's captain inconsistency.
Well, he ended up winning a game for you this year,
right?
You know.
I
know this. Like, it's a great starting point, and we'll have to figure out the rest.
Juice, DC. Bring the juice to the Morning Roast right now. What's up?
Hey, Spadoni. Hey, Joe Shasky. How y'all doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm just buzzing
outside.
on Giannis.
Yeah.
Man, I'm with you, Shasky. Spadoni, you're getting me upset this morning. No disrespect to you. Look, I love Jimmy Butler. He's a great player.
He is.
But I'm not going to lie to you. If you run back the same team that just made it to the playoffs, we're not even going to make the playoffs next year. I'm not even going to lie to you. I do agree with what you're saying. I don't want the team to blow up and get rid of everything. But to be honest, Jimmy's not enough. Draymond's not enough. And for Giannis, I'm willing to move heaven and earth for that dude. He is a top 5 player. He helps you with the biggest need, which is in the post, and which you need a big man down low. And I will figure out around the edges around him. The one thing you won't have to worry about is Steph's gravity and Giannis' gravity on that floor. Them two on the floor is going to make a matchup problem for anybody. You can't double Steph and you can't double Giannis.
Who's taking the last shot? Who's creating their own shot with 2 minutes to go? Steph.
I mean, to be honest,
Steph is going to get double teamed and they're going to force Giannis to be a jump shooter.
Now we're doubting Steph?
I'm doubting, yes, his ability to be an ISO player one-on-one. Yes, he's 6'3". These guys are going to clamp him and force Giannis to be a jump shooter.
Pretty good pick and roll, though.
I mean,
that's what's going to happen.
Jimmy Butler from beyond the arc. No one guarding him with Julius Randle basically 2 feet in the key.
Of course, and that was a problem.
Yeah, but they still were pretty good, right? We all would agree, like Giannis is a better player than Jimmy. And I like Jimmy.
Yes.
Okay.
I would trust Jimmy's jump shot, though, from like a mid-range more than Giannis.
But Giannis is such a freak. He doesn't even need the jump shot. The guy's giving you 30.
No, they'll just hack him. They'll do hack a Giannis.
Look, you're asking, who would come and play with them? Like Bruce Brown's available. Malcolm Brogdon's available. Tim Hardaway Jr.'s available. All those guys would get infinitely better looks, just hypothetically, if they were to come here alongside of a Buddy and a Steph. If you just put them on that type of a roster, there will be someone that would want to sign up for that.
I think we are underestimating in today's game depth in the pieces. The starting unit in particular is so important. Steph and Giannis together, sure, there might not be many tandems ahead of them, but as a starting unit, as a starting five, there's going to be infinitely better teams in the West. In the West, there's going to be infinitely better teams.
Name their starting five during the 2-month run that they went on.
Name their starting five? Well, we can. It was Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, who were playing great, by the way, during that stretch. Okay. You admitted to it.
Yeah.
You tuned
Why
the whole
was that?
around.
Why was that? Because anyone who plays alongside Steph Curry is going to get wide open looks.
And Jimmy Butler. You're not going to give Jimmy Butler for literally changing the dynamics when it comes to getting the free throw line.
Yeah, but then as the playoffs progress, we're like, yeah, those guys aren't even that good. So my point is,
I think it spoke more to the West being stacked.
Elevate anyone alongside of them.
No, it spoke more to the West being stacked and the Houston Rockets being a problem. And they're on the come now. They could go after, they could go after Giannis if they wanted to. The Rockets, because they have more assets than the Warriors right now.
In this hypothetical, he's going to want to play with Steph. Why would he want to go play with Ahmed Thompson?
Why? He wants more money, so I'll go to Texas. I'll go to Florida.
He's at the point in his career, I can't speak for Giannis.
Go to Miami.
He's at the point in his career right now where it is about legacy and it's about championships. Everything that he does from here to the end of his career is going to be about how many championship opportunities is he going to actually get.
And you think the Warriors,
Dame Lillard.
So then why is he going to go to the Warriors?
Because Steph Curry
is one
of the rarest guys.
He's 38. He's going to be 38.
And he just left an ownership group that, was kind of, do we want to go on the luxury tax? Do we not? You come play for the Warriors, and you know that this particular owner is going to do whatever it takes to win, and you get to play with one of the greatest players of all time.
This is not great. That doesn't mean anything. This is not the situation, if I'm Giannis, I would want to go to right now. If you got to keep Jimmy, sure, great. Jimmy, me, Steph, we'll figure it out. But you're not. You're just not. I'd much rather be a San Antonio Spur. I'd much rather be a Houston Rocket. I'd much rather be, I don't know, a Miami Heat. Because I know what Pat Riley's going to do.
Who the Heat? So you going to put Bam Adebayo?
No, go to Heat culture. I'll live in Miami.
But who's their second best player?
I'll be in the East still, which is infinitely still, I think, a tier below the Western Conference.
Look, Miami will always have an intoxication. But if we're going to think about rosters, if you're going to do the roster thing, Miami's roster, it's okay. It's not special.
No, it's not.
I want to go play with Andrew Wiggins. No, but no one ever.
They have more young players that I think are more desirable over there.
Carter's smiling.
They have more young.
He's right. Giannis, the reason I'm in Miami, it's not Pat Riley, it's not Spo. I wanted to play with the invisible man, Andrew Wiggins.
No, they have more young talent on that team, I would say. And they have more tradable contracts that you can withstand.
But they would be sacrificing all of their depth to go get Giannis.
No, they'd be in Miami, and they can pay another star player, another young player to have tandem with them. Young. You want Giannis to cling to a 38-year-old Stephen Curry?
He's one of the rare ones. He's the unicorn. You cannot deny it. You can't deny it.
Can't deny what?
That Steph Curry defies age and logic.
No, he didn't defy age, Joe. He didn't defy age. What just happened? Are you not paying attention? You're
talking out of both sides by saying, stand pat. It's good enough. Giannis isn't, but then don't pair Giannis with Steph because Steph's not good enough. So what is it?
No, I'm not saying Steph is good. He's very good. I'm saying if I'm Giannis in this entire equation, which again, we're going through the Golden State Warriors lens, which I get it.
Of course.
We're the home of the Warriors.
Lens I know.
We're the home of the Valkyries. I hear you. But if I'm Giannis, why the hell would I want to come here?
Because Steph Curry's that great. And I've never played with a shooter of that magnitude.
Is he still? He couldn't get through a second round series.
I can't believe what you're saying.
What am I saying? That he's vulnerable? That he's older?
Well, everyone's vulnerable.
Not everyone's vulnerable. Let me go to a young team.
Is Aaron Gordon in his prime?
I'm not going to the Denver.
Why would I go to the Denver Nuggets? Anyone can get hurt at any given time, right? It's one thing if you're coming off of a career-threatening injury like an Achilles injury or whatever, coming off of a hamstring strain, of course there's going to be injury concerns with every location that you land. Everyone around the league gets hurt. Jokic is one of the greatest players ever. He was exhausted. Caruso bodied him in Game 7.
Exactly. You know why? You know why that happened? Because they didn't have depth. Depth. You're laughing at it.
Didn't have because Aaron Gordon got hurt and Jamal Murray vanished.
No, because Oklahoma City has way more bodies to count on. They have Jalen Williams. They have Chet. They have Shea. You just mentioned Caruso, who's a toss-in player at times. Torture chamber.
If I told Oklahoma City, hey, you're going to have to go up against Giannis and Steph, they would be petrified.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would. They would. I disagree.
No,
yeah,
they wouldn't. They're not scared of anyone, Joe. Oklahoma City, there's no fear factor left for Stephen Curry right now.
The guy who just won the gold medal when the USA team was on the brink and everyone on the team looked like the moment was too big. That guy, everyone all of a sudden now they don't view him that way.
They were a Buddy Hield and Draymond amazing game away from losing to the Houston Rockets who can't shoot.
Because this depth you're clinging to.
No, because Amen Thompson. No, because the depth of the Houston Rockets was giving Stephen Curry fits. Amen Thompson is a young physical freak.
We won't agree on this one. I'm telling you, it's Giannis, man. That's the move. That is the move.
Shane, San Jose, are you all in on Giannis to the Dubs?
I am 100% all in with Giannis, man. I mean, there's a few things that I think about when I've been listening to you guys. Like, you're talking about, for one, mortgaging the future. As, like, a Golden State fan who witnessed some of the bad years and just terrible times as far as any kind of team success, Steph Curry is our savior. I'm willing to mortgage the future to get Steph Curry another ring because Steph Curry is the guy I love to watch.
I'm with you.
And second of all, if we're talking about the young guys, like even if we don't get Giannis, I'm ready to dump a lot of these young guys for like a Cam Johnson or a Kobe White or some dudes that can actually freaking shoot when they're wide open and they're getting good looks from Steph creating these good looks for them when he's running around 1,000 miles a game, you know?
Totally agree.
Like Pods and Moody just disappeared offensively. They were non-factors. I'm ready to get some shooters anyway, so we can get some of those guys. And look, I love Jimmy too, but Giannis is a different breed, man. Giannis and Steph together, and also saying that Giannis doesn't want to play with Steph. If you look at his Twitter the last few days, they're asking him questions, and he's answering them because he's out of the playoffs. They're saying, who's your starting top 5? Curry is in there. They say, who are your top 3 point guards of all time? He put Curry like second with Magic. Okay. It's like, this dude loves Steph Curry. I think he'd love to play there. So
I agree.
That's all I got.
I never said he didn't want to play. I said, why would you want to play with a 38-year-old Stephen Curry? If I'm Giannis, I'd have my option of anywhere I want to go, basically, around the NBA landscape.
It's the only player.
Is a 37-year-old Stephen Curry the best situation for a player like Giannis?
No, but let's think about what he...
Just answer the question.
I am going to answer it. Yes.
Why?
Because all the other guys are ball-dominant players who don't allow the gravity that you're looking for. How many players play the game the way Steph Curry does, which would open the floor up for Giannis? Like, let's just talk SGA. Ball in his hand. Get out of my way. I'm going to try to... foul, grift my way to the free throw line.
Been working.
You might touch it, you might not.
They blew him out.
Okay, your turn, my turn. Is that not their offensive style?
Sometimes.
Okay, if he plays with Jokic, like as great of a passer as Jokic is, he's got the ball in his hand, top of the key or elbow extended, does he not?
They can figure it out.
You're asking me, and I'm explaining to you every other situation.
Both those guys are infinitely younger than Stephen Curry. I'm going to keep going back to the age.
Where does everyone guard Steph Curry? Perimeter first. What does that open up? The paint. And you're talking about one of the great paint scorers of the last 15 years. The floor opens up for someone like him. And then just thinking about the defense that he brings to the table on this team. Love Draymond as a defender. He's not the rim defender that Giannis is. I mean, he had like 4 sick left-handed blocks in that series that you keep opining about where they lost. So he was amazing.
If it's Steph, Giannis, let's just look at the aftermath if we're doing these trades, right?
Okay.
If it's Steph, Giannis, Looney, Buddy Hield, and a bunch of role players, right? You're confident in that?
Yeah, Draymond was almost unplayable for, I'd say, 7 of the 10 playoff games. Jimmy Butler, what did it look like those last four games? He was great prior, but like, Giannis is better than Jimmy, and I love Jimmy. Jimmy's good. It's one of the few players I can say that about. Giannis is better than Jimmy.
Okay.
All right? And then, like, Pods, all right, like, I can find another point guard. I mean, they found him. They could find another point guard. JK didn't play. They were already done with JK. Moses Moody, love the guy. I mean, I could get Bruce Brown to do what Moses Moody's doing. Could I not? Just hypothetically in this one.
If they get bounced in the first round next year after you made the second round with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, it's a horrible look. Horrible look.
Well, anybody that gets bounced at this stage in their careers, it's going to be a horrible look and a failure. Giannis is at the point in his career, he can't go to the Spurs and let's build it up for a couple of years. We get to the second round, then we get to the third round. No. It's all about championships. His window aligns with Steph's window, and it's about winning championships and adding to your legacy. And
so then why go to the Western Conference when now I have Jason
Tatum? Because that's
Tatum.
the best player to maximize your talents.
No. What's easier to get to an NBA Finals in right now?
Yeah,
Playing in the
what,
East?
what,
Answer
what
the question.
team?
East or West?
Steph Curry's better than anyone you can go play with in the East.
Couldn't even answer the question. It's Josh.
I just named it.
Josh, 580.
So go to the Raptors. Let's go to the Magic. Go to this. He's not going to go to the Celtics because they already stacked. He's not going to go to the Knicks.
Why not?
All right? Go to the Nets.
Why not go to the Knicks?
Go to the Wizards.
Trade Karl Anthony
Go to
Towns.
the Cavs. Just say it out loud. He's not going to the East.
Why?
Those teams stink.
Exactly. It's an easier path to get to the finals.
Yeah, but you have to
I
play
think
with someone.
you got someone with the Knicks there, I think.
The Knicks absolutely can trade for him.
I don't think he's a New York guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's that supposed
Their
to mean?
Greek festival has nothing on ours.
Maybe he goes there and
I
improves
love
it.
the Greek festivals here. New York has every festival.
Jalen Brunson has the ball in his hands. Let's talk about fit. Jalen Brunson with the ball in his hand the entire time, working the mid-range. How does that stylistically set up spacing for him and Giannis when Giannis wants to operate inside the three-point line?
You guys were all you and Bonte were crapping on Jalen Brunson the Knicks for the last couple months.
No, he's a great player, but again, what does that fit look like?
I don't know if they have a lot more young depth, and Jalen Brunson will figure out. He played with Luka Doncic, for Christ's sake, out in Dallas. He can figure out playing with Giannis. Come on, Joe. You can't sit here and tell me he'd rather play in the West than in the East.
I don't know what he'd rather do. I think that if you want to win a championship, you're not going to go to one of those also-rans.
You want to win a championship? You want the path of least resistance?
No, you want to play with the best player.
And the LeBron James path, going there every year with the Cavs. That's what I'd rather be doing.
No one wants to go to Cleveland unless you're from Akron, Ohio. No one. No one.
What team is better right now, top to bottom? The Cleveland Cavaliers or the Golden State Warriors?
NBA players don't want to play in Cleveland.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Come on.
And if he goes to Cleveland, will you apologize?
Of course I would.
Okay.
It would be the first time anyone not named LeBron chose Cleveland.
There you go. Josh, we have the injury report coming up here. I want to get to Josh before we hit that. Josh, 580. Are you all in on Giannis?
Spadoni. Easily, man. It's Giannis Antetokounmpo. We're talking about two-time MVP, one of the most dominant players in the game. Why would you not want to have one of the most best players, probably maybe all time when it's all said and done, on your team? What we're talking about with Steph Curry and age, right, is because he has to be the primary guy night in and night out. Even with Jimmy Butler, he still has to be that. With Giannis, Steph can have 20-point games, play 30 minutes, because Giannis can go out there and play 35 and 36 and dominate a basketball game. Let me ask me, what about who's the third best player? Who cares who your third best player is when you get into the playoffs? What matters is that your star is going to dominate. Are they going to carry you?
Josh, that's such a short-sighted take.
Who was their third best player when they won the title in 2022?
It's Draymond.
No. He was unplayable for parts of that Celtics series.
It was Draymond. It was Andrew Wiggins was your number 2. And then Draymond, he had a bad game. He stepped up after
It was
that.
Clay one game. It was Poole another game. It changes.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, it's a short-sighted take. Oh, who cares? It's Steph and Giannis. Oh, no. I'm telling you right now, Joe, we're all watching why depth is important. Why having your third, fourth, fifth best players being a part of that. Derek White, we were talking about yesterday. How important he is to the Boston Celtics.
If depth was that important, why did they make the move for Jimmy and surrender multiple pieces?
What pieces did they surrender? That they didn't play.
Kyle Anderson, Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, they all got moved out.
Because they had too much. There is such a thing as too much.
They'll figure out the role players. They will figure out that. I know they can do.
Is this? And let me ask the question right now as we head into this. Is the gamble for Giannis worth it at this point? When you made the gamble for Jimmy and it showed you at the very least you can get to the second round of the playoffs, are you going to gamble away the second round for a chance at Giannis? Just a chance. Are you going to do that? Because we were dying for just a play-in game maybe at home a couple months ago. We were dying for that. We just got to the second round in the Western Conference that is stacked, and you're going to gamble away all of that, all of it, for Giannis. For Giannis, you're going to do that.
Without hesitation.
888-957.
He's one of the few players in the league I do.
I don't think I'm doing that. It's a tough gamble, Joe. Did you not enjoy what just took place here?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
I don't think you did.
But you know what? I also enjoyed the 73-win season, and I was pulling for Harrison Barnes. Loved it. And then Kevin Durant became available. And I was like, love you, HB. Go on.
Free agent. Much different.
Okay. Matt Williams. Matt Williams was a really good Giant. You look at his numbers. He was freaking incredible. They made a trade, and I didn't agree with it in the real time. I thought it was a bad trade. And they got Jeff Kent. Bye-bye, Matt Williams. Love you. Jeff Kent's better. Like, that's how sports works.
No salary cap. I'm just saying, different sport. There's things into this. There's nuances.
I'm always going to take the better player in a trade every single time.
Are you doing that gamble?
Younger, better, let's roll.
It's a major game. It's a major roll of the dice, Joe. It's a major roll of the dice. I don't think I'm doing that right now, and I don't think that Mike Dunleavy is going to do that either. In my heart of hearts, I do not think they are going to do that.
The bigger roll of the dice would be not to do anything.
Well, what does that mean? Just running it back? I agree.
Running it back would be... Okay, so we're in agreement. Running it back isn't good enough.
Do you need more shooting? You need more veterans on this team. Veteran presence for me.
Okay, I think if you add Giannis, it allows all the shooters to want to go play with someone like that who commands presence inside the arc. This team right now is too perimeter dominated.
Let's pick this up on the other side. Are you doing that gamble for Giannis? You just got to the second round with Jimmy, Dre, and Steph. When you were clinging to a play-in spot just a couple of months ago, you got to the Western Conference semifinals. Steph got hurt. That sucked. Had he not got hurt? Hell, maybe we're talking about and reacting right now to game 1 against the Thunder. Are you going to gamble all that away for a chance at Giannis? 888-957-9570. In the meantime, injury report. Oh, man, what's going on with Justin Verlander this week? Giants manager Bob Melvin said Verlander is dealing with a slight pectoral issue that arose during his start on Sunday. It does not sound good. The issue is not considered serious, and there is both optimism that he will make his next scheduled start this Saturday against the Washington Nationals. So hopefully he's back, but he's an older guy. Like, talking about Steph, like injuries, like that's baked into the equation when it comes to a guy like Justin Verlander. But again, hopefully it's not too serious. He's been pretty damn solid this season. No wins withstanding. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We just talked about it. You're gambling for Giannis. You just got to the second round with Jimmy, Dre, and Steph. You're gambling all that away for a chance at Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's Spadoni at Shasky, halfway home on a hump day on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, who cares?
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Oh, heck yes.
Heck yes is right. Where's Janet Mountain View? Is Janet Mountain View in on Giannis?
I mean, everyone's in on Giannis except you.
I don't think I'm the only one. I got a lot of defenders out there, Joe.
Who?
They're on the text line at 888-957-9570. I don't give out names, all right? Keep it anonymous, okay?
There's so many of them, I can't even begin.
They're all on YouTube. They're all in the chat. They're all on Twitch, Twitter. They're hitting me up on Twitter and say, Joe, you're just making great points. And I am.
Thank you, Spadoni family, for listening.
Well, you know what? Shout out Marianne. Shout out Bob. Shout out Sam, Rob, Steve, Sasha, Anthony, Ray, Mikey, Sarah, and Hannah. There you go. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We got Dave Fleming coming up in about 27 minutes. We'll ask Dave about Giannis and his thoughts on the Warriors, but obviously his thoughts on the Giants as well, who've taken 2 out of 3 against the Kansas City Royals. Another win last night. Can they go for the sweep today? That is the question. But the question right now is, as we've been talking in the last 2 hours, Joe, Giannis, right? He's at this Google conference yesterday, made an appearance. Everyone was like cheering, oh, Giannis is in the Bay Area. It's in the Bay. I don't know
took me by surprise.
Took you by surprise. Took the world by surprise. And obviously, why is it surprising? Well, Giannis is still a Milwaukee Buck. He's won a championship there, multiple-time MVP, but he's exploring his options according to reports. And could one of those options potentially be the Golden State Warriors? So we discussed it. How would it look? Would you do it? Would you give up a lot for him? You're all in on just the tandem alone of whatever it takes to get Stephen Curry and Giannis Antetokounmpo. You're taking that gamble. I'm not taking that gamble because it would be a gamble. For me, it would be. Because I just saw with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond in a couple months' time turn this team from a play-in, maybe play-in team, or to not even a play-in team, an 11th seed for Christ's sake, all the way into a second-round team in the Western Conference. That means something to me. And I don't think I'm gambling all that away because if Steph doesn't get hurt, I do think they are in the Western Conference Finals. I do believe that. I don't think I'm gambling all that away for a chance at Giannis and what maybe he can get me back to there and then some. I'm not gambling on that. I'm just not. Where are you at?
I'm all in. I mean, this is the most layup of layup situations of all time. He's just all in. Like, he's one of the very handful of players that you do whatever it takes to just acquire and then you figure out the rest.
Okay, so you know that video that we had that we're referencing right now, Giannis being at the Google conference, right? They're doing all the tech stuff.
It was a Google conference.
It was a Google conference,
okay.
Yes. They're talking,
where was that at?
They were talking, it was in Mountain View, I believe. Mountain View, there you go. They were talking about the AI upgrades, the smart glasses, all that. And Giannis made an appearance. He got cheered. And it was great. It's just, you can't miss him. He's like 6'10", 6'11". He's a Greek god, is what
6'11".
He's literally the Greek freak. He is a massive human being.
Who would want him?
Well, okay, relax. I know it fits, size matters, but you know the video I'm referencing, correct?
Oh, yeah.
It's
and
everywhere.
I saw it and I almost fell out of my chair.
Well, we got the guy on the River Islands guest line right now that took that video.
Oh, no way!
Brian Tong is joining us now on the River Islands guest line. He saw Giannis at the Google conference yesterday. Brian Tong, he's a tech/gadget content creator. He's a huge Warriors fan. Apparently, according to Matt Nahigian, he's a huge fan of the station. I hope the Morning Roast in particular.
I got to ask him on the front end, did he even know that Giannis was going to be there, or was that a surprise?
Did you know, Brian?
What's up, guys? Hey, thanks for having me. You know what? Big NBA fan, big junkie, big Warriors fan.
Let's go.
No one knew that Giannis was going to be there. Like,
where was it?
A surprise. So this was at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, basically like 10 minutes away from Google's headquarters. Mm-hmm. And as they're showing off this demo of their new AR glasses, they said, hey, let's bring someone out to take a picture. And so all of a sudden they're like, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then, because the Bay Area is very Warriors savvy now, I mean, there's no one that really doesn't know. But there's people that may not necessarily know who Giannis is yet, but they're Warriors fans. But a good amount, I would say at least half of the audience was freaking out. He stands up, holds his arms up high, turns around, takes a big picture with the group. But I just found it really interesting. I cover the space where like tech and the NBA crosses over as well. And the thing is that last year in August, Jimmy Butler was the Google guest at their phone event. And I'm like, okay. And it's kind of fun. I mean, yeah, sure, it could be coincidence, but you can't tell me when Giannis comes to the Bay that, yes, teams cannot talk to these players because it's tampering, but we know players can talk to players. You're telling me he just came into the Bay Area all the way from Milwaukee and left the Bay without talking to anyone? No, I don't think so.
So what I love this guy.
So Brian, I love this guy. What did he do yesterday when he was here? Did he have a speech? Did he say anything? What happened with Giannis when he was called up on stage?
Literally, he didn't even talk. He showed up for like 10 seconds. So he showed up for 10 seconds, shook some hands with execs, took the picture, and peaced out. Giannis is not coming to the Bay for a 10-second appearance. I'm just saying.
Totally.
I'm just saying.
Wait, real quick, Brian. He might if he's getting paid a lot of money to do it, right?
True that.
Okay. So let me ask. So
you would too.
Oh, absolutely. I could be bought and sold.
Were you filming the whole event, or did you pull the phone out to record that particular portion? Like, walk me through that.
Yeah, I mean, I was there to cover the whole event because I cover tech and everything. But once they said there was a moment where I just kind of put my phone down, and then once we saw Giannis, everyone's pulling their phone out. But you got to capture that moment, and I knew it might get a little buzz. I didn't do it. I'm not the type of guy who does things for clicks, but that's just part of the discourse that Dub Nation loves talking about. Everyone's feeding off what is happening. So if you're a junkie for this stuff, you're going to record it and you're going to post it and just kind of stir the pot and start the conversation.
So knowing the tech world as much as you do, I mean, we talk a lot about the venture capitalist Joe Lacob. I mean, is there anybody that we could connect him to that might have been in attendance or been involved or whatever, or is that a stretch?
I mean, it might be a stretch, but really what we need to know is what other cities did he spend time in the Bay Area? Did he go to Atherton maybe? I don't know. Is that an area where, a friend like Steph Curry who's the only non-Warrior who went to Steph's private all-star party, did he happen to talk to him or see him in the Bay? Possibly. I think so.
So let me ask you this one, my guy, because it sounds like you're pretty laced up. I'm kind of feeling this.
Talking to Brian Tong here, who recorded the Giannis video at the Google conference yesterday at Shoreline in Mountain View. He came up, shook hands, kissed some babies, didn't say anything, and then bounced.
How many views have you gotten in the 24 hours, and across what platforms? Where did you originally post it?
I mean, I originally posted on Twitter. Honestly, guys, I don't necessarily care about views. I think it has around like 250K right now, but whatever. It's just fun. It's just fun content to throw out to the. It's fun to throw out to the NBA community and let's talk shop, man.
I freaking love it. No. Hey, so I'm doing the deal all day. I love Jimmy Butler. He was a great trade, great player. There's only a handful of guys in the league that I'm trading Jimmy Butler for, and Giannis is one of them. And I'd move heaven and earth to get him. Would you do the deal?
Well, here's how I see the whole thing. If Steph Curry helped you grow the franchise from $450 million valuation to $8 billion plus. Joe Lacob is a money man. You have to do everything possible. He's already showed that he spends for the fans. Whatever it takes, you do, because this is one of the top 10 greatest players of all time. We're never going to see basketball like this. There's a lot of Warrior fans that have never understood what basketball is like before Steph Curry because they jumped on later. No shade to the new fans. So I think as a longtime fan and a former season ticket holder, you do whatever it takes. And even if it blows up in our face, you cannot say we didn't give it all.
I agree.
And we don't know if Milwaukee likes the package we have to offer because we know a lot of teams have a lot of more picks and youth, but maybe they do. But I don't know if they do. We don't know what they're trying to do from a rebuild standpoint, but the value that Steph Curry has done for Joe Lacob's pockets, because he's a money guy, he's got to do it all.
So let me ask you,
that is.
In a room full of people that aren't necessarily sports fanatics, who got a better reception in terms of, the Q rating? Was it Giannis or Jimmy the year prior?
Oh, it was definitely Giannis. But also Giannis was in an amphitheater, arena, kind of a concert venue. Jimmy was in a private room where it was maybe 1,000 people versus 5,000 people. So I'm not gonna measure sticks there.
Hey, Brian, we really appreciate you hopping on here.
Right?
Brian sneakily, he's not trying to toot his own horn, but I'll toot it for him. You're like 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, bro.
Well, I mean, I love making cool stuff that people care about. So let's go.
Let's go. Hey,
hit me up, bro. Let's do some collabs.
We care about you. You listen to 95.7 The Game, right? Who's your favorite show? What's your favorite show here? 95.7
What's
The Game.
my favorite show? Yours.
Oh,
you're the one that had me on the show.
Let's go.
So why else? Why would it be anyone else? Come on now.
Hey, Brian, if I took Steph Curry off the table, I took Draymond off the table, I took Clay off the table, favorite Warrior of all time?
Andre Iguodala, hands down.
Look at that.
Not even a question.
Tech guy, by the way, too, right,
love
Brian?
that.
Yeah, he likes his tech. Yes, sir.
Don't be a stranger, Brian. I want to hear from you more often. I'm dead serious. We might need to do Tech Minute or something on the show.
Thanks, Brian.
Lace me up.
If I got nuggets for you, let me know. I cover the tech in the NBA as well, like the camera systems that are in the arenas, all that stuff. So it's fun. It's fun talk.
Tell NBC Bay Area they got to fix their high def. I mean, I feel like I'm watching in 780p for Christ's sake. I mean, well, come on. Figure it out.
You are. They're exporting it low for you. Yeah, you need something a little more crispy.
I like that 4K. I like it. Like Fox has the 4K for the NFL. I'm like, my TV's 4K. Why am I watching like it's 1997? I don't want to see pixels.
There you go.
We should probably. I'm pretty sure Joe can also make that happen. But yeah, we in the tech world we call it crispy. When the video is nice and sharp and clean, it's crispy.
Ooh. This interview is crispy,
Dude,
Brian.
My guy got the Mag Dre lingo because crispy clean. You know what I mean?
Hey, Brian, good stuff, man. We appreciate you.
Let's go. Thanks, Brian. What a great guest.
There we go. That's Brian Tong, who recorded the video yesterday at the Google conference at Shoreline Amphitheater, where Giannis Antetokounmpo walked up, waved, didn't say a word apparently. Was there for 10 seconds, then bounced.
Didn't need to. I love how my guy was dead on with me about the conspiracy. You think he just flew out to just go like this and wave?
And then I said, yeah, if he got paid millions of dollars. He's like, oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but I wasn't like harping on the guy. Like, absolutely, I would do that. Fly me out to wherever. Fly me out to freaking,
but Giannis is so
Vietnam, and I'll do that.
Giannis is so rich and so wealthy. Like, if you do a trip like this, you're knocking out multiple stones. You're not just coming here and just doing that. You're doing multiple things. I believe him. I agree with him. I bet you he had a meal at some point, a face-to-face with Steph.
Okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Sure. What was the conversation like?
I don't know. We don't record those conversations.
You're Stephen Curry right now. I'll be honest. Go.
It's pretty simple. I'm Steph Curry. You're Giannis. We only have so many of these years left together. Don't you want to play together and win? You want to have fun?
Yeah, but I feel like I could win better and get to a title easier in the East. You want to come with me, Steph?
Pick that team.
Hey, Steph, you want to come to Milwaukee?
What team in the East?
What team in the East? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Let's join the Cleveland Cavaliers. They were pretty close.
You don't even believe it. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
I just said the depth isn't there in the East. It's easier.
No one is going to Cleveland. Joe, get it through your head. No one is going to Cleveland.
Okay. New York.
In the history of sports, outside of LeBron, who was born in Akron, no one has chosen to go to Cleveland.
I'll go to the New York Knicks. How about that?
Okay, you want to play with Jalen Brunson or play with Steph Curry?
I want to play with the team that is in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Knicks aren't doing that.
Okay, this is a hypothetical, please, Peanut Gallery. This is literally Eastern Conference Finals.
Go play with Jalen Brunson. You won't touch the ball. Come play with me. And notice I'm the only superstar that plays without the ball. We would make sweet music together.
Steph, how old are you?
Raise our kids together.
Steph, how old are you?
I'm the youngest 37-year-old who ever played the game outside of LeBron.
How many years you got left, Steph? I'm 30. I'm trying to win more.
Yeah, well, if you want to, have you met this owner? This is the owner, unlike all these other cheapskate owners who will actually dip into the luxury tax and pay more in luxury than most teams have in payroll.
Okay, great. So you're going to pay me, they're going to pay you. Who are we paying next?
I don't know, but that's
I don't know.
What happened.
Thanks.
Everyone thought we were done winning titles with KD. Like, everyone thought we were done then. What happened? Everybody thought we were done landing superstars after KD. What happened? We figure it out.
And you're trying to trade said superstar that you just landed immediately. And Jimmy Butler, who's not a superstar. He's a star. He's not a superstar.
Yeah, but Giannis is a superstar.
Great. You haven't landed a superstar since Kevin Durant, and that was a free agent. He had to come willingly, not through
that's like saying, like, you've landed one of the greatest players in the history of the game. You're never going to be able to, upcharge that. Like, for example, in free agency.
That's different.
Shaquille O'Neal might be one of the greatest free agent signings the Lakers have had. Yeah. Name a free agent signing since. Bigger than Shaq.
A free agent signing?
Bigger than Shaq.
Ooh, probably not one. Like, for the Lakers or for the league?
For the Lakers.
So Steve Nash?
Okay, not as big as Shaq.
He was old. But
Shaq was a mega movie star.
I was thinking Dwight Howard, but he was a trade, obviously.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, like, you could say, oh, you haven't landed anybody since KD, but, like, no, we always swing big. Like, we figure it out.
Oh, wait, LeBron James. He was a free agent.
I don't even...
wait, what? LeBron James is a free agent. He chose the Lakers.
Well,
there you go.
LeBron chose LA.
Stop. You know, he chose the Laker brand. He could have gone to the Clippers, Joe. Stop. He chose the Lakers.
Again, just like Cleveland, no one's choosing Cleveland.
Just say you were wrong right there. Besides Shaquille O'Neal, name me someone else the Lakers got. LeBron James.
Well, LeBron wanted to go there.
Exactly. That's the whole point. You want to go there. The Lakers will always be the Lakers because people want to go to there. I'm just saying, you're mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm mad. What? You selling people like Giannis to Cleveland?
No, I'm selling them the Eastern Conference being easier than the West.
But name the Eastern Conference team he's going to.
Doesn't matter.
You can't just say go to the East.
Yes,
he's not going. He's not. Let's mark down the. He's not going to Orlando. He's not going to the Nets. He's not going to the Pacers.
Wait, why not Orlando?
Why not?
Yeah,
because
why
they're
not?
Orlando Magic.
So?
The last time a free agent chose the Orlando Magic of significance, it was Grant Hill.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
That was 30 years ago.
Phil is in San Francisco.
Like, we have to be realistic.
Wait.
Like,
this is way too nuanced of a thing in the box here. It says, I agree with Shasky and Spadoni makes sense. That's not allowed on this show. I'm just kidding, Phil. Good morning. You're on the morning roast.
Yeah, you guys are, talking it up here regarding Giannis. And, my 2 cents is, and really ideally we'd like to have the 3 of those guys. I mean, if you had Giannis and Jimmy and the healthy Steph, there's a lot of damage that team could do for sure. But I guess that's not possible.
No, not with the salaries, Phil. It wouldn't work. That would be sweet. Yes, I would.
Exactly.
I think we would both agree if you could have Jimmy, Steph, and Giannis, that'd be great. It's just it doesn't work.
There might be a scenario. There might be one.
Jimmy, if you want to keep Jimmy and you can't trade for Giannis, why not keep Jimmy and get somebody younger than Giannis, slightly younger, but somebody who is, on their 4th year and they're looking for an option with another team. And, if you have to trade away Kuminga and package those guys together with Moses Moody and whatnot, go ahead and do it. But if there is an offer on the table for Giannis, you'd be a fool not to at least listen and come up with a scenario that would work for your team.
No, thanks, Phil. I appreciate it. Listen, you make the call. You're Mike Dunleavy. You absolutely discuss it. That goes without saying. Great, like John Lynch is always saying that with the Niners. You're always in on everybody. You have to be. That's the nature of the game and nature of the business. I just don't think this is, again, through the Warriors lens, and we're taking a step outside of it. I don't think the Warriors just have the package overall. You could say the players have all the power in basketball. Yes and no in this sense, because if I'm Milwaukee, I could absolutely just play hardball and say, yeah, you can just stay here, Giannis. We don't have to trade you. We don't have to do anything. We can keep you, just like Pat Riley was keeping Jimmy Butler. Now, it could get toxic. I don't think Giannis has the temperament of a Jimmy Butler and has the stones to do what Jimmy did. We
said that about Dame Lillard, and then Dame Lillard put the Blazers, on the brink.
He did.
And so, who knows what'll end up happening.
But I'll say this in regards to his line of thinking, and that's kind of where I am. If you are making a kind of a big trade here, I do think you go more of a Zion Williamson, Jaren Jackson Jr. route because of the age and the future of that. Now, Giannis is 30 years old, and that's baked into it. And he is already a global superstar because of the Greek, because of the European, because of all of that.
If Giannis is up here, how far down do you view Zion Williamson? To me, it's Grand Canyon-esque.
Yes, as over the totality of their careers, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Jaren Jackson Jr., Grand Canyon drop-off.
I don't think it costs you as much to get those guys.
Of course, and there's a reason.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. That's why
I also don't think either of them affects winning as much as Giannis does.
Maybe. I don't know. In this system, we'll see. And again, Zion Williamson, he can't stay healthy, so that's baked into the equation there. There's a lot of risk. Jaren Jackson Jr., there's a lot of risk there too with him. He's very, very tantalizing, very good player. One's a DPOY, a couple-time All-Star. You'd be projecting there. You know what you're getting with Giannis, but also what I'm getting with Giannis is a guy that's getting older. He's going to be 31, which is the wrong side of 30. He has a problem staying healthy in the regular season. That concerns me when I'm pairing him with a guy that also has a lot of wear and tear and also has a lot of injury history. So I'm just saying,
how many MVPs in the history of the league? How many MVPs in the history of the league?
How many MVPs
in the NBA? Yeah, how many do you think?
I don't know. Give me.
There's 35 MVPs in the history of the NBA
of just players. Okay,
just players.
All right,
and a lot of them have won it multiple times.
45. Okay, so
okay. This is one of 35 players ever to win an MVP, and you'd pair him up with another one of the top 35 players of all time to win an MVP, and they both have won multiple MVPs.
Yes,
and they both are still humming.
Steph.
He just won All-Star Game MVP this year.
I mean, All-Star Game MVP, please. I mean,
he just had a great run.
Nothing to me. He did. He had a great court of gold. Was amazing. Prior to Jimmy Butler getting here, guy was struggling mightily. For his standards, he was struggling. And then I just saw him struggle in that first round against the Rockets at times. Mightily. They almost lost.
I can't believe you're talking yourself into they're not a better team with Giannis.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what you could say they are absolutely a better team with Giannis minus the Jimmy's factor when I just saw this team get to the second round with Jimmy.
What megastar
I think you're really sleeping on this team and how good they were leading up to that Steph injury. They're really good, Joe. They were
so good that they barely got into the playoffs, lost to the Spurs, lost to the Clippers, almost lost to the Rockets, and then lost to the Timberwolves and couldn't win one game without Steph Curry.
Okay.
I think both angles are true. They had a great run. They beat a lot of, suspect teams. I fell for it. I drank the Kool-Aid. And, now looking back a little, I inflated some of their victories.
And their depth was tested, and it wasn't good enough for them to step up without Stephen Curry. And that in lies the problem for me when we talk about all these teams in the West, in the East. It's not about your top 2 players anymore. Your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th players. That's why the Celtics won last year. That's why it's going to be one of these other teams that win this year. Maybe it does come down to depth in this Western Conference series between the Thunder, because clearly that was the case when they went up against the Nuggets last round. I mean, Aaron Gordon, who's probably the team's 3rd, sometimes 2nd best player. It's too much wear and tear.
Yeah, but Jamal Murray didn't play like the 2nd best player and hasn't for a long time.
Again.
All right. And so that to me is the most important part when we're discussing the Nuggets. And there was too much on Jokic's plate and he was exhausted and done.
Okay.
Right. And that's why when you have someone like Giannis to go alongside Steph, the two of them will allow naturally for not one player to have to carry the bulk of the load for months on end.
I don't see it that way. I think they're going to both be exhausted by the time this thing's ended. And I'm not convinced that just because you get those 2 players and whatever else is around them, there's supporting cast, I'm not convinced they're automatically a top 4, 5, 6 team in the West. The West we're talking about.
I think they are.
Let's go through the Western Conference right now.
I think they are. They almost got to the 4-5 seed, and it was a nightmare season for 3 months.
That's true. But I do think after this summer, there's going to be a lot. The West is going to even get better.
Like the Lakers. Do we think the Lakers are going to be the 3 seed again next year? I don't know.
Maybe. We'll see. But they're going to do something.
I can see them being the 6 seed, too.
They could do something. The Minnesota Timberwolves is back-to-back Western Conference Finals.
The Warriors were 2 games out of being the 4 seed.
Yes, they were.
They were a Harrison Barnes shot and a Clipper win away from being the 4 seed, which is insane.
They were. They absolutely were.
So I'm not going to sit here and say what they can and can't do if they bring in Giannis. I know that if you get Giannis, your title chances improve.
Mavericks are going to make a jump. They just are. I believe I'm a huge believer in Cooper Flag.
The bottom fell out, but they still have a Kyrie injury.
Anthony Davis is there, and Kyrie, let's see what the rehab is like if he joins the team in the second half of this upcoming year. What are the Kings going to be? I don't know. I think the Kings are cooked. Grizzlies, that's an interesting team. I'm not sure where they're at with Ja and Jerry Jackson Jr.
We'll beat them without Giannis.
Exactly.
We'll destroy them.
I don't know where they're at. Clippers, they were really good last year. They were. But, again,
I worry about their health way more than Giannis and Steph.
I don't know. I kind of worry similarly to both of those. But I think Giannis is a better player than both Kawhi and James Harden. I would say that.
Wait. I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
What?
You fear the Clipper and the Warrior health if I said to you Harden and Kawhi are the same health risk as Steph and Giannis.
No, I didn't say that. I said I fear their injuries more because I think Giannis is a better overall player. Sorry.
And Steph is too.
And Steph is too, but Steph also, I'd say Steph, I feel similar with like injury concerns. Not like Kawhi he is all over the place with his medical. But James Harden, they're similar age, right? They're around the same age.
Yeah.
I probably
Steph's better.
Steph is better, but he's also just as likely to get hurt, I feel like a James Harden. Like those guys, they're older. It has to be baked into the equation. Like, I feel like we think of, like LeBron's doing this at 40. Yeah, just because he's doing it at 40 and he hasn't had like the major soft tissue injury, like that speaks to him and his body, and he spends millions of dollars on it, just like Steph spends all this. Like, those are outliers. And now we just saw the outlier get hurt in the playoffs, Steph.
Yeah.
That is now something you're going to have to think about throughout the totality of the season.
That's not going to prohibit me from making a move for Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's 5 years younger than Dre and Jimmy.
Sure, but it's going to put a heavy load on both those guys is what I'm saying, if you don't have the depth.
There was a load already that was super heavy on Steph Curry before you made the trade.
We're up against it. We got to take a quick break. Come on back. We'll get to Dave Fleming. I'll get Dave Fleming's thoughts on this. Why not? Dave's a diehard Warriors fan. He's all locked in on this team. We'll talk about the Giants, talk about the Gigantes, talk more Dubs, talk about it all with Dave Fleming, who knows everything about Bay Area sports. Get his thoughts on the PGA Championship, maybe.
Yes.
And all that, because Scotty Scheffler is just doing what Scotty Scheffler does, and that is winning majors. And we're going to be winning with Dave Fleming coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Joe's so excited about it. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
This is the Morning Roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
No. Saboni?
No.
My triple X name right
This is like the third time we've done this. Little Joe Taboni was playing T-ball and baseball yesterday on the 8U team.
Wait, Joe Taboni's a real person?
Yes, I've told you this multiple times.
Yeah.
And Big Joe's grandson, Little Joey, heck of a little ball player.
Okay.
Yeah, he was running the diamond yesterday at South Sunset. Little LJ, 1.5 years old, pretending to take leads with all the 6-year-olds.
So
it was
cute.
pretty cute to watch.
That's awesome. By the way, coming up tonight, we've mentioned this ad nauseum, and it's awesome that the Valkyries are now a part of 95.7 The Game in our family here. They're taking on the Washington Mystics tonight at Chase Center at 7 o'clock, and you can hear that game right here, as I mentioned, on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have that call. We're going to be joined by Dave Fleming shortly, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our Giants insider right here on 95.7 The Game. Giants beating the Royals yesterday, final score of 3-2. Ryan Walker with the save, Joe. That was nice to see.
I just thought it was Birdsong's first start.
Birdsong, getting the start. Obviously, Hicks now moved to the bullpen. Get Dave's thoughts on all of that baked into real quick on that. We'll get to Birdsong. You think the book's been written on Hicks as a starter now? You think it's been written already, or is there a chance he gets another shot at it?
I think for this season, I would never rule anything out because when you get into the year, there are injuries that can happen with a starting staff. You never know. You might get another spot start. You just,
for sure,
let it play out,
okay,
right?
We'll see.
Maybe Harrison gets back into the rotation. Maybe it's Wisenhunt. Who knows? Like, your rotation might need 8 to 11 guys, depending on what organization you are, because of injuries, and we get in the dog days of August. Right. So I will never rule that out. I like him out of the pen. Yes. I do. I like him out of the pen. Yesterday, the big thing for me, it wasn't the pitching, even though I thought Birdsong was pretty good.
High cheese yesterday.
Adames starting to heat up a little in the home ballpark. I thought that was big. And I thought Jung Hoo Lee with a huge knock to short center field on a nice pitch. I thought he was going to get jammed. He found a way to kind of top spin it into the outfield. This team is playing a brand of baseball over the last 5-6 games that I just really like. Executing in small ball situations. Adames hits the triple. He knocks in a run. He's at third base. Boom, you get that run in. The other day, Bailey with a big knock to drive in a run, and then you set up a bunt situation. They bunt a guy over, and then boom, here comes Elliot Ramos with a big hit. To me, Bob Melvin has done a great job utilizing situations for this team to offensively execute. And although they're not a robust hitting team offensively, I feel like they've been very opportunistic, and I like the brand of ball I'm watching.
Well, because what does it remind you of? It reminds you of when the Giants were good. This is what they were doing with Bruce Bochy and co. Right?
Yes.
So it kind of has those same sentiments there. And whenever you play in the Kansas City Royals, obviously you think of 2014, you think of those old Giant squad.
Absolutely,
that's baked into the scenario. But it's just refreshing to see this team also win tight games. Because in years past, it feels like they would gag all over themselves late in situations, whether it was errors, whether it was just not enough. It's like, oh man, you get punched and you couldn't get back up. Now, you get punched in some of these games I'm watching, and the resiliency factor is absolutely there because you get punched and then they answer immediately with a run. Yeah. That has been refreshing to watch. And if it's not immediately, it's the inning following. Like, they've been able to answer every single time the opposing team has scored, and that has been, you're not going to win all of them, absolutely. No. But the fact that you're responding that way shows me the grit and resilience of this team. Again, early on, they're 9 games over 500, 29-20. Almost at the 50-game mark of the season. By the way, we are efforting Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, some connection issues. So we'll get to Dave when we can. But in the meantime, a guy that you mentioned right there, Willy Adames, I think he's very interesting because you're one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Giants fan I know, you and Sam Lubman. Shout out Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Find it wherever you can find your podcast. Best Giants talk in the world. Stephen Risotto occasionally. Batting 220 this year, Willy Adames, highest paid Giant in the history of the franchise. Ever
on a 1 year. I mean, on a one contract.
Are you surprised, Joe, how little the reception or criticism has been in regards to Willy Adams's early season struggles?
I'm partly surprised. And today, what is one of the big talking points last 24 hours in Major League Baseball?
Oh, it's the Juan Soto, the Mets. Is he not playing hard enough? Is there's disgruntled? Did he want to stay a Yankee? There's a lot baked into it. But the fact of the matter is, some people don't think he's trying hard enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. And almost like he's defiant about it.
Yeah.
Now, that's a whole separate argument about whether a guy is hustling and isn't hustling. I think that Adames, unlike Juan Soto, I get this innate feeling from the dugout, from the video, from the other players. Not only does this guy want it and he tries hard, everyone likes him and everyone gets along from him and he roots for others' success. So I think if you watch Giants games, if you go to Giants games, everyone's pulling for him. And I think that it's obviously a new marriage. He's only been here 2 months. And you could see why he's an infectious individual, Willy Adames. But, being a high-priced free agent who doesn't have a lot of equity with this fan base, right. I not that I was worried that they would turn on him, but I was like, let's be patient. And I'm happy our region, our market, our media, everyone has been patient with him because you could see the guy is clearly beloved by his teammates and he does try really, really hard. He's the opposite of the intangibles of a Soto.
Let's bring in Dave Fleming into this conversation. Dave is brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line. Dave, good morning. Let's just bring you into that conversation right now. We were talking about Willy Adames, obviously a big hit yesterday, big RBI, big win for the Giants, 3-2, going for the sweep today against the Kansas City Royals. But in regards to his early season struggles overall, Willy Adames, are you surprised at all there hasn't been much criticism either from the fan base, from the media, anything? Is it just because the team's winning overall and they're being patient and saying, you know what, we're 29-20 and he hasn't even gotten going yet, so this team could get even better? Is that kind of how the feeling is around Willy Adames?
Well, I mean, if you're just asking my personal opinion, I do think that if the record were flipped, it'd be, you'd be hearing a lot more grumbling from Giants fans because he has struggled and he knows he's struggled. So when you do, I mean, I agree with you. When you do bring in an outside guy, you hire somebody from the outside to a big contract and bring him in. There is expectation and there isn't that equity built up. If they were 20-29, he'd be taking some heat right now for sure. So I think that's true, but I do think Giants fans are savvy enough to see the stuff that you guys are talking about. He is a ultimate teammate. I mean, no matter whether he's 4 for 4 or 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, he's rooting for his teammates. He's the first guy out of the dugout when somebody hits a home run. He's the first guy out on the field when they have a walk-off win. He has a smile on his face. He cares about winning above all else. That's one of the main reasons why the Giants signed him. And so I think Giants fans do appreciate that, and they have already picked up on that with him. But make no mistake, ultimately he does have to perform at a higher level, and the Giants need that from him. I'm not just talking about from a PR standpoint. The Giants want to get where they think they can go this year. They need a lot more from Willie, and last night's swing was a very good sign.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Against lefties, he hasn't been producing, but that is not exclusive to him in this particular lineup. I think the casual opinion's like, well, Oracle Park is harder to hit in than Miller. But I'm looking at the splits, and it's like, actually, he's hit a heck of a lot better at home than he has on the road. What would you, as you've watched him offensively, just in general, what would you say is kind of the bugaboo currently for him?
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to say. It's a little worrisome. You look at his Baseball Savant page, and there's a lot of blue. The good stuff is red, the bad stuff is blue. The bat speed hasn't been great. The barrel rate hasn't been great. The hard hit rate has not been great. I mean, I think for him, when I think of him as a player, hit the ball hard. And I think there's been way too much. This is not just him. Way too much sort of lunging pop-ups, tone it down and focus on just barreling the ball up. And the home runs will come. And I don't know if he's pressing to hit home runs or what it is, but that to me is for so many of these Giants hitters, especially these home games, is very frustrating to watch pop-ups in this ballpark. You got no chance if you have to smoke a ball in the air to get something good here. And medium contact fly balls in this park are no good, period. No good. And so I just think that for him and for so many Giants, the focus on playing to your strengths here. Now, the Giants have won a lot of games at home, They pitched beautifully here, and last night was another example of finding a way to win a game at home. But that, to me, for him and for a lot of these Giants hitters, is a formula for more success than they've been having.
Yeah, I think your point about some of the situational hitting issues, this is why I've actually been very impressed watching Bob Melvin. And I know you were doing the PGA over the weekend, but, case in point, Bailey gets a big hit up the middle. They score a run. Now, Bailey's at first base, and they bunt it over. What's the second baseman's name who was filling in for Fitzgerald? He bunts over Bailey to second base, and then Ramos, big base hit to knock in Bailey. That's small ball execution in a tight game where you're trying to, claw back into it. I just appreciate it. I don't think this organization would have done that a year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Is that Bob Melvin evolving to the talent that he has? Or is that the organizational philosophy shifting to trying to generate more runs the old-fashioned way?
It's probably both, but I think Bob is freed up. Not that he wasn't. I mean, Bob got hired by Farhan in the previous, quote regime, mostly just Farhan we're talking about. And Bob, he wouldn't say bad things about Farhan. They got along very well. They had worked together in Oakland. And Farhan wasn't the kind of guy who was going down there after every game and some of these GMs are just relentless with how they're right in their managers' faces at the end of a game that didn't go well with, and they're getting grilled about all the stuff they did. Farhan was not like that. He had a good personal touch, I think, with Bob and with Gabe and with Bochy. So I just don't want to overstate that, but I do believe that Bob is freed up this year to just whatever you think is best to win a game, go do that. And there isn't a bunch of discussions about overall, strategy and we don't want to do this. We do want to, I think it's mostly hey, once the game starts, manage the game to win the game. And I'm with you about Bob. I think Bob has done an excellent job with this team. And the number one thing that I think he deserves a ton of credit for, the Giants bullpen. Look, the starters, Logan Webb's been awesome, but the starters other than Logan have been, Robbie Ray now is on a great run. Absolutely. But he started the year a little inconsistent. Verlander has pitched much better than no wins would indicate, but still, it's not been dominant every time from Verlander. Obviously, Hicks had his struggles. He's lost his spot because of those struggles. And Landon Roop has been a young guy and kind of up and down. The last time way up, and I'm very bullish on Landon Roop. But the Giants are 10th in the National League in starters ERA, something like that, way lower than what they believe the starters should be a main strength of this team. And yet, the only reason I'm rattling all that stuff off is they're 25th in bullpen innings pitched. Bob has managed to keep everybody fresh. He has not overworked those guys. He has found ways to get everybody involved, even in higher leverage situations. He's used his long guys beautifully. And so here we are, having gone through, a bunch of the season and also having gone through some real tough schedule stretches. And the Giants bullpen is in great shape in terms of usage. They've been effective and they have not been burned out. And you're watching what's going on down in Southern California with the Dodgers, where their bullpen is just torched already. And, some of that isn't on Dave Roberts. Some of that is just bad injury luck. But I just want to highlight what I think has been a great job by Bob in managing that pitching staff. The Giants are set up so well for the full long haul of the summertime because of the way this season has started.
And they're 29-20 on the season right now after a 3-2 win over the Kansas City Royals. Talking to Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. And a guy that pitched well yesterday, who's got his spot back in the rotation, I should say, is Hayden Birdsong. What'd you make of Hayden Birdsong yesterday, Dave? And going forward here, the high cheese, the stuff looks good, and the confidence of this young guy going forward. Because last year, you saw it. You saw the flashes of what could be with Hayden Birdsong. He was a young player, though. The league adjusts, and he kind of fell apart, him and Harrison together towards the end. Now Harrison back in the bullpen, but Hayden Birdsong taking the spot of Hicks, if you will. And can he run away with it now?
Yeah, I'll start with the good. This is a 23-year-old guy who was a reliever in college, has been a starter as a pro every year as a pro. and has been a reliever for 11 games and almost 2 full months of this season. And the Giants give him the ball for his first start of the year, and he goes 80 pitches in 5 innings and doesn't give up an earned run. Like, he's 23 years old. That is really impressive. I think the number of young guys who could do what he did last night in the game is very small, just in terms of handling that workload, going out there and saying, I'm going to get through this and start the build-up right now. I think almost every other organization and every other young pitcher that I can think of making that transition last night would have gone 3 innings, 4 innings, 60 pitches, maybe 65 pitches, and Hayden Birdsong went 5 and didn't give up an earned run. That is super impressive, just in terms of mindset and approach and what this guy's all about. I'm very, very high on his potential. Now, here's what has to get better. Even last night, the fastball is just still spraying around too much. And against a really good offensive team, and let's just be honest, the Royals are not that. The Royals are a very good team. They're hard to beat. They're a lot like the Giants. Winning a game against the Royals is not easy, but this is not a powerful, potent offensive team. Against one of those, you're going to get burned by the lack of fastball command. So he still has to tighten that up to reach his ultimate ceiling, which is very high. Like, this guy can be one of the best starters in the league, but he needs more refinement. He can succeed until then, but to take that next step, that's what he needs, and I think he's going to get there. I mean, I'm really high on this guy's talent and mentality and everything about him. I really like Birdsong a lot, and he should be a big part of this team's future.
I love Birdsong, and I'm totally with you. The command is paramount. I mean, look at Jordan Hicks the night before, where you fall behind 2-0, 3-1, like you're going to have to get it in, and these guys are going to hit anything that's grooved in. That's just, I don't care if you throw 150 miles an hour, these guys can hit it. You know, the high-priced guys on this team, Chapman, Adames, they're kind of struggling. Jung-Hoo Lee's cooled off a little, but it feels like all the guys we've been trying to get rid of for the last couple of years, you know, at least the fans, Yaz, balling right now. Wilmer Flores, where would this team be without Wilmer Flores? Tyler Fitzgerald's been awesome, been freaking awesome. And then Elliot Ramos has been awesome this year. Who's the most surprising for you of those 4 guys to get off to the start that they have in these first 2 months? Is it Ramos? Is it Fitz? Is it Willie? Or is it Yaz?
Well, I think Wilmer leading the big leagues in RBIs going into last night's game that's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. So to me, not that I didn't have faith in Wilmer Flores, but I just really thought, you know, even if he's healthy at the start of the year, the body had started to break down last year. I just didn't know, like, can this guy still handle the full workload? And I know he's DHing, but he's been in there almost every single day, and he continues to have. I mean, I know the grand slam and the 3 home run game was awesome. The at bat he had against Mason Miller, I would save that at bat and watch that over 50 years from now. I mean, that to me was as good of a clutch pressure moment as I can ever remember. Like, Mason Miller's stuff is ridiculously nasty, and Wilmer, to me, that's just one of the best at bats I can ever remember against a guy with stuff like that. And so, I guess I'm going to say Wilmer. Not that I don't believe it. I mean, Wilmer's just the ultimate pro, but what he's doing for this team right now is pretty amazing.
Dave, we're talking about the Royals here, obviously, and you always see it, right? Whenever 2 certain teams go at it, you think of the past. 11 years ago, God, I can't believe it's 11 years ago.
I see Salvador Perez, and all I think of is I would have sent Gordon from the play before.
That's exactly what we were talking about.
Fall into the ground.
Right? It's that whole Game 7, Mad Bum coming out there, everything. Salvador Perez is the only guy remaining, right? I think the big, is there anyone else from either team from those squads that are in the bigs? I think it's just Salvador Perez. I could be mistaken, but do you still, whenever you see the Royals, Dave, you just go back to Game 7 and that whole World Series and the craziness that was Madison Bumgarner and the Alex Gordon play?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I still think of, and it's not just that play or even that game. That whole series was nuts.
The double play.
Game 6 was nuts.
The double play, Dave. I mean, there's so many moments.
That double play, I think I said it during the Crawford ceremony we had at the ballpark. I hosted the thing on the field, and that double play was the first replay review in World Series history.
Was it?
It was. That double play, that was the first year that we had the replay for the World Series, and we didn't have a review the whole series until then. So that was the first use of replay review in World Series history, and it turned into, an iconic play for the Giants. I do have great memories of that. And, I'm happy for the Royals that they got theirs the next year, because that was a great Royals team. But what a triumph for the Giants to go in there and do what they did, and for Bumgarner. But, it's not just, Bumgarner gets so much of the credit. You look back at that series, Pablo was excellent. Hunter Pence had a great series. Buster, again, caught every inning of every game of that postseason, was as worn out as I've ever seen a player at the end of that, and still helped navigate through those late innings with Bum. There were the double play defense. Michael Morse with all the big hits. Michael Morse drove in the winning run in Game 7 with that little opposite field. You think of Michael Morse as like a yuckadoo, I'm swinging for 500 feet every time. He poked one into right field. That was the difference in that game, Game 7. That was the winner. So there were lots of Giants heroes on that team, and I do find it really fun. And we're going to Detroit on this next road trip, and we'll sit in the same booth that we did to call those games in 2012. That is a cool part of having championship history, is facing those teams and having those memories.
I mean, that ball in Detroit that hit the line that they reviewed. Remember that? The home run? There's so many moments. It's just scoring in extras. There's so many great memories. Dave, I'm watching these Royals right now, and the kid Bobby Witt just looks, he's unreal. He's just everything you're looking for in a prototype franchise player. Speed, athleticism, the arm, the range. Obviously, the bat is dynamic. And now I'm thinking about Bryce Eldridge. What's the feeling you got right now? Are we still a couple months away? Do you think we get a look at him at any point this year? What do you think? I see these highlights from him down under, and he's in Double-A right now, and I wonder how far away you really think he is.
I think that there's a chance he could be a September call-up, but otherwise I think this year he's going to have a development year. I think the Giants really, one thing about Buster that's become very obvious is when he says it, he means it. He has backed up his words with action big time already. And when Buster came out and said, look, we want players to prove themselves and have time to refine we do not want to rush player development. I think he really meant it. And so I'm with you, Bryce. When you watch him, it's very exciting. He looks like that guy is going to belong. But first of all, physically, he's just unlike almost anything the Giants have ever had. He's just so physically talented and strong, and the power is just immense. But you also get a sense of the calmness. Watching him is you can really dream about, man, this guy's got a chance to be a franchise leader for the Giants. So that's very exciting. But he still needs, he has to be, I don't know which word to choose. The defense has to be more than just sort of bottom line competent. He's got to become a better defensive first baseman. You can imagine the style of games that the Giants are playing. A ball that gets scooped at first from, Matt Chapman makes a spectacular play and throws off balance, and you need a pick over at first. And if that play doesn't get made when it's your rookie first baseman, the way he feels the pressure that puts on him, it might cost. He's got to get better over there. So he needs more reps. He needs more at-bats. You just have to have more high-level at-bats to be totally ready for this. So I don't want to throw cold water on it, but I think it's still a development year for him. And next year's the first year realistically. Now stuff changes. I reserve the right to change my opinion on that, but my guess is he's going to be down there for the rest of the year, and it's a huge story for the Giants just to get him those reps. I'm glad you brought up Bobby Witt, though, because I do want to say, I don't know what you guys thought, but on the postgame last night, the play where they threw him out trying to steal.
Thank you.
This guy, you pull up the StatCast leaderboard. number one sprint speed score of everybody in baseball. Number one. Fastest guy in baseball, Bobby Witt Jr. Number one. Think of all the fast guys out there. He's faster than all of them. He's also got more steals than anybody. That's a one-run game against a guy, Camilo Doval, who last year was helpless. It didn't matter whether your sprint speed score was number one or number 101. You were running against Camilo. And the improvement that he has made in giving Bailey a chance and holding runners and slide stepping and handling those kinds of situations, fielding his own position. Heck, even the play where Witt hit the ball so poorly against him, he gets the hit. Camilo got his rear end over there as fast as he could and made it a close play. Like they almost got him, which is hard to do. I can't overstate how blown away I am by how much better he's gotten at that little stuff, which was really derailing his career last year for all of his ability. And he's cleaned it up. And last night was you cannot have a more dramatic setup than that. Fastest guy in the game, maybe best base stealer in the game, one-run game. You know he's going, and he gives his catcher, who's got that great ability, a chance to get him out, and you get him out and win the game by a run. Like, to me, that is big league baseball at its absolute best, and I was so thrilled to watch that from everybody involved. I thought that was just awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, he's dynamic, but for Willie to stay in there, hovered over the bag and leave the glove, late, not bring it forward and let that ball travel. It's just, there's an art to how he receives a tag. Willie's really good at that. Last one, though, Dave, we've got 2 months on this team, all right? And I hear your point about first base and defense. Pasquatch threw one into left field last night, which, you saw the small stuff does matter in these tight games. First base has been a hole for them offensively. I think Lamont Wade brings stuff to the table. For you, what is the number one need of this team as we start to get into the dog days of summer and we start to think about what they could be looking for at the trade deadline? Where would you start?
Well, the number one need is clearly offense. This team needs some help offensively. They do. And that can come internally. That can come from Lamont being the best version of himself. That can come from Patrick Bailey getting back to the hitter that we saw for a lot of the early parts of his career. That doesn't have to come from the outside, but they do have to be a better offensive team to really accomplish what they think they can. There are only a certain number, Ramos is going to be your left fielder. Lee's going to be your center fielder. Bailey's going to be the primary catcher. Chapman, Adames, those spots are locked down. So you look around there aren't that many spots where the Giants can upgrade. They need, to me, the lineup is not balanced in terms of left-handed hitters, but, there's this odd thing going where they're not hitting lefties at all. So, I would have said at the start of the year, gosh, they need one more left-handed bat. They really do. But right now, they're getting dominated by lefties, so maybe I change my mind on that as we go along. But the Giants are equipped with pitching depth to be a really good pitching team. I guess you can never have enough pitching, but they've got a lot of quality pitching right now. They need a little more offense.
Hey, Dave, really appreciate it. Great stuff. Giants, 9 games over 500, going for the sweep today against the Kansas City Royals. By the way, I found the only other player remaining in the league right now from those 2014 squads. Salvador Perez, only one from the Royals side in 2014. Hunter Strickland still playing.
Oh, my goodness.
He was a rookie that year in 2014.
Breaking his arm on wall somewhere in the big somewhere.
There you go. Well, Matt Duffy was still in the league, but that was last year, and he's not there right now.
He was on the Royals recently.
Yeah, he was. Wow. He was 2 years ago. He was. So Hunter Strickland's still around there, Dave.
Good call. Yeah, he's bouncing around. Good old Hunter Strickland.
He's an angel. Don't sleep on the Angels.
Go get that ball out of the water. That's what I think of when I think of him.
There you go. Hey, Dave, we appreciate it, man.
I'll see you.
Good to talk to you guys. Talk to you soon.
There he goes. That's Dave Fleming, and it's brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Hunter Strickland still around as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. One more hour to go here on a hump day. We've been talking about Giannis to the Dubs. We just talked a bunch of Giants with Dave Fleming. They are playing very good baseball right now. And the offense hasn't been amazing, but they're getting it done. And you got to credit to Bob Melvin, the small ball that they're playing right now, because that has been non-existent for the last few years, obviously during the Farhan era.
Who are their two biggest acquisitions the last couple of years?
Biggest acquisitions. Willie Adames, obviously. That's the guy. Probably Matt Chapman. You would say those two guys? And then, I would say Blake Snell was pretty big. But there's one, I know. I know.
I'm talking about like commitment-wise.
Okay, those two guys.
Yeah, and both guys, like, I think we all like both guys, and both guys are struggling right now to get out of the gates.
I expect that from Matt Chapman because I've seen it from both the A's and Giants. He's a streaky player.
Happened last year.
Adames, I don't really know because we weren't watching him with closely as a Brewer. I mean, unless you're playing fantasy baseball, but I don't know what to expect, and it's been underwhelming so far.
But
offensively, for sure.
Again, both those guys are making a third of what Juan Soto signed for.
A lot of money,
right? But there is something to be said about the fan base, the coverage, and the pressure of playing on the West Coast for the Giants versus playing in New York for the Mets after you just played on the Yankees.
And those brands in that market, like the Mets were just there in the World Series, right? The Yankees just there. Like
just lost the World
Series. They just lost the World Series, right? So that's baked in the equation. New York is always on steroids when it comes to their coverage or anything. And the Giants, let's be honest, they're the third fiddle right now when it comes to the Niners, when it comes to the Dubs, and then them. So
I would
levels.
Agree.
And Dave said it. They're winning right now.
I would agree. But I remember a time when Jeff Samardzija underperformed and he was under tremendous scrutiny.
There was expectations then, wouldn't you say, though?
Yes. Mark Melanson came in with crazy expectations.
And he didn't help himself with some of the comments.
We ran him out of town.
Yeah, well, some of the comments were not great for Melanson. Yeah.
Sure. I just
Melancon, as my dad called him.
I'm asking Giants fans, like, is that a good thing for us as a fan base that we're not jumping all down these guys' throats? Is that more a byproduct of, hey, the team is winning and we're expecting them to come back around? I don't know. Like, is it star power? Because, like, when I look at Soto, they're like, well, he's not hustling. It's like, well, what did you think you were getting? Like, you knew what you were getting. You got a guy who played on 1,000 teams before he even got there.
Exactly.
And wanted to get paid the most amount of money with the most amount of years. He's a mercenary.
He is.
So I'm not surprised he doesn't hustle, right? Like, Matt Chapman hustles.
Sure.
Willie Adames hustles. Clearly are liked by their teammates.
Right.
Clearly the fans are pulling for them individually as players. But they're also high-priced free agents, right? Who came in with some level of expectation.
And they're the same record right now. The Giants and the Mets are both 29-20. So, like, it's not like they're bad. The Mets are a good team. They're one of the best in the National League.
But has anyone done a segment in all of the land, whether it's online, whether it's at the station across the street or wherever, like anywhere where you consume Giants baseball, has anyone even expressed any concern over Chapman or Adames for this 2-month start?
No. They haven't.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think that's a good thing overall, but it speaks to the expectations of this squad, I think, for people. I don't think there was high expectations heading into the season. Oh, you got some names. Oh, it's all right. New Leaf. All right. Buster Posey's here. No more Farhan. Let's see. If the product is better overall, that's a win for me this season. If I can just go out there and I could come away from this season knowing who's going to be here for the future, that's great. I'm tired of just the turnaround year and year and year. And those old guys, maybe it's time to move on from them. But the old guys, as you mentioned to Dave, are the ones that are playing well. So it's kind of funny. Some of the
two youngsters,
right? So,
Ramos and Fitzgerald, are playing really well right now.
So some familiar names are playing well, which I do think helps in all of this. Like, whether you like him or not, Yastrzemski is a name. And he's playing well.
But I don't think anyone hates Yastrzemski.
No, but he became synonymous with, I think, with some fans. There's certain players that you just can't get over because of the Farhan era.
Yes.
So, and that's not fair to those players,
but right
by the way.
now, he's cast where he should have been cast years ago. Which,
absolutely.
We get a lot of frustration about Paz. And I said, hey, look, he's miscast as a starter.
He's not.
He's a backup player. So Yaz was miscast as a 3-4-5 hitter. On this team, he doesn't have to be it. And you're taking everything that he does because he's doing really well right now.
Right.
And you're like, oh, this is great production.
And I do think because the guys that are playing well outside of them are young and their future is going to be in their hands. And one of them is Elliot Ramos, who was an all-star last year.
Hey, if you watch every night.
He might be the best player offensively on this team. And you know what?
He's been good defensively.
He was an all-star and he's been good defensively.
Yeah, very clutch.
Chung-Hoo Lee's calm down, obviously.
Yeah, but big hit last night.
Big hit last night. And he's been pretty damn good for this team.
I agree.
Pretty damn good. He had an amazing play. I want to say over the weekend against the A's where he ran into there. It was very difficult.
He had a couple
with
of really
the
nice
sun
plays,
in his eyes.
His arm is really good.
It was Rooker, I think. Brendan Rooker. He had a bomb to center, and it was just all the way out there. He made a hell of a play, ran into the wall with the sun in his eyes. It was a high-level play. The shadows playing a part in it that time. And then Tyler Fitzgerald, another young guy who Giants fans became familiar with summer of last year because he looked like Barry Bonds for a stretch. The guy just hit nothing but home runs. So, yeah, and he's playing well now. So I do think there's a lot of other players around them that are playing well that Giants fans are gravitating to. And the shine that was on Willy Adames early, while it's not there, I don't think there's this microscope on him because everyone else is playing well.
And I think that he gives off, when you watch the games on television, there's a sense that he tries maximum effort.
He's a big try-hard guy.
Absolutely.
And I don't say that in a negative connotation because I think we've said that in the past.
That's how he plays.
Yes, exactly.
And I also think that he's clearly beloved by every part of that clubhouse. I do think that, you talk about baseball, and it's just, if you pay attention, there can be, in certain clubhouses, distinct cliques, whether it's, racial, whether it's not, whether it's hitters versus pitchers, everyday players versus platooners. You get these factions within an organization.
It's like, think of a class, elementary school, high school, middle school.
Exactly.
I was in a smaller schools setting, private school. So you had 30 or 40 kids to a class, sometimes 35, 30. But each of those classes, you have individual cliques.
Yes.
So the girls and the boys were split, or sometimes they were all hanging out with certain ones, but they were split, and then they were into their own little faction. Same with baseball.
So Willie, to me, is a guy that kind of can jump through different cliques and unite them, because I can sense that. I see a young guy like Ramos really looks up to Adames.
I was that guy in high school, by the way.
Chapman clearly really respects Adames, right? Yeah. And Yaz really respects Adames. So I do think that he brings different age groups, different demographics on the team together, and he roots for everyone's success. Nobody likes the dude who pops up, the team's winning, and he's sitting on the end of the bench, and he's not high-fiving everyone.
No.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just bad body language.
Only smiling when they do well.
Exactly. No one wants that in their squad. And I do think the vibes right now are very good when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. They're going for a sweep today against the Kansas City Royals. Good pitching matchup, by the way. You got Daniel Lynch IV going up against Logan Webb. Daniel Lynch 3-0 this season with a 1.29 ERA. Logan Webb balling 5-3, 2.42, 69 nice strikeouts for Logan Webb.
My brother went to the game last Tuesday, and he was saying it was a great crowd, and the energy was
great.
The energy was awesome.
Mondays, Tuesdays, doesn't matter.
But what is it? I mean, is it just that there's some players you like? Is it that they're winning? Is it literally they just got rid of Farhan?
Can it be all of those? Is it a cop-out to say everything? Everything, as Kyle Shanahan says.
It just feels like the whole vibe around the Giants for a fan, it just feels so much happier than it has in years past. And again, it's Wilmer balling. It's Yaz balling. These are guys that were carryovers. It's, Logan Webb's been here a while. He's been balling. Some of the newer additions haven't been as impactful as maybe we would like. And yet they're still winning and they're having success. And it just feels like the overall approval rating of the Giants is as high as it's been. I would go to say till the last month of the 2021 season.
Why do you think it is? You ask me, why do you think? I think it's all those factors combined with it. And I just do think right now, the Warriors, they're done. Niners, they're out right now. And the Giants are winning. And they're seizing an opportunity right now, a very good opportunity in front of them to seize this fan base back. And they're reciprocating. And you know what? Not that it's, the end-all, be-all. I do think there is something to be said that the A's aren't here anymore. Not that they were drawing per se.
That's interesting.
But the fact that they're not here anymore, and people in the East Bay that would go to some games casually to Oakland are probably going to San Francisco. I'm not saying that's a huge segment of it, but it's a factor, I think.
Hey, look, if you bought a ticket and you went to a game, what's the motivation? Is it just, do you ritualistically go to Giants games?
The ballpark has just been balling.
It has been amazing.
Hey, honestly, the
weather's been really good.
The weather's been really good lately. That's part of it.
Yeah,
I love going to that. Yeah.
They played the Royals. They played, the Diamondbacks at home. There's been some games that, look, A's Giants is going to draw.
That was,
right?
packed.
There's no doubt, right? And I'm not going to say it doesn't. But I just get the sense online, in the ballpark, around town, there's a vibe shift with the Giants, and I'm here for it. And maybe I am a big part of that because I talk about them much more positively this year than I have in years past. But they've given me more to talk about positively this year.
You know what? Let's keep the positive vibes going. Let's revisit Game 7, 2014, World Series, and what might have been the greatest clutch performance in the history of sports. We're going to do that on the other side By the way, don't miss Valkyries taking on the Washington Mystics tonight, 7 o'clock, Chase Center. You can find that game right here on 95.7 The Game, though, because we are your home for Valkyries basketball. And you can find the Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Oh, yeah. Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
Hey, Chewy's my guy. I used to do promotions here at 95.7 The Game and also for our cluster at 102 Jams at the time. Then Q102 is just what it was called. And Chewy Gomez, after an event at Shoreline, I think we were like giving out tickets or something. Or it wasn't Shoreline, it was out in Concord. He took me out to a Kinder's and got me, and I think it was some other guy that was there with me.
A ball tip sandwich?
Got me just so whatever I wanted.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Oh my goodness, there it is.
Giannis
ladies and
and the
gentlemen.
Warriors?
Stop. The Tush push. The vaunted Tush push. Everyone wants to talk about it. You know, the Eagles and all that, the 1 yard line. Oh, are we going to ban it? No, you're not going to. The final vote for the Packers' resolution to ban the Tush push, 22-10, not in favor of banning the Tush push. So Philly hangs on in a final score of votes, 22-10. So there you go. Tush push is staying. Oh, whatever. You're so sad about it. You're so salty about it.
Well, no, I don't think it's a very compelling football play. Just like the extra point wasn't a compelling play for me when it was 2-3 yards away.
Yeah, I think it's very compelling. I actually get excited when they're going to start to do it. It's fun to watch. I enjoy watching it. You don't. That's fine. I think you're in the minority there.
No. Actually, the part that I find to be a little absurd is that, you know, for example, I watched Deshaun Goldson get basically penalized out of the league when guys would get stuck up and they would fight for more yards. If he came flying in and hit the pile, we would throw a flag. Okay? And so I get why. You're trying to, player safety and all that.
That's not the same as what the Tush push is, though.
They're
a collective unit pushing forward. They're not flying in over anyone. People are trying to stop him flying in, and they just keep failing.
How many times have we seen somebody try to hold someone up, and then a lineman comes flying in late, and he hits that running back and defensive player from behind to plow him forward multiple yards? I don't think that that's a fair play. I think that the offense has so many, rules in place to give them, favor. I just think that the defense is very vulnerable in this particular play, and you're giving people a running start to hit you. I don't think
there's no safety issues with it. There's been nothing to said or substantiate that it is a dangerous play at all. So until that happens,
I'm saying in terms of fair.
Okay. No, I'm saying that is an argument too. I'm just getting there. Some people think it's
what rule has benefited the defense in the last 15 years.
It's a great question. Probably not any.
None.
Nothing I could think of.
All I'm saying is look, if I'm a defender and I'm trying to hold you up and you're allowing a lineman to get a 7 or 8 yard sprint start and can plow the two of us, how's that fair? But me hitting a guy who's kind of held up and it's a, questionable play, again, it doesn't seem like they're on the same plane. I don't think it's fair. I think that everything has been catered to the offense, and from the defense's perspective, I think this play is very difficult to defend against, and I think it's just unfair to me. I don't think that, look, they are uniquely equipped, Philadelphia, to be able to run this play.
Anyone's able to do it.
Philly.
Anyone's able to do it. You can do
I
it.
didn't say that.
I know. I'm just saying everyone's able to do this play, but I think the Eagles get unjustly criticized because they're just better at it than anyone else. They're just better at it.
I don't deny that, but that doesn't mean that it's not unfair to the defense because you're giving offensive players an advantage and a head start to be able to run in and hit people from behind. You can't do that as a defender.
Figure it out. I don't know what to tell you. Just figure it out. Offense is here to stay. That's what we know. I'm not here to.
Is it a compelling play?
Yes, I think it's fun to watch whenever they do it. I think it's fun. Yeah, I think you're one of the few that do disagree. That's fine. By the way, make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, and Steven Risotto have the best Giants talk in the world. Whoa, we took away the occasionally? Is Steven a full-timer? Let's go. Celebrate the greatness of Wilmer Flores during Wilmer Flores Appreciation Week. Plus, why you no longer need to worry about the 9th inning for the Gigantes. All right, so the Tush push is here to stay for now. The other thing that got taken off the table in regards to some of the rule changes, the playoff seeding, the Detroit Lions had submitted a template that, playoff reseeding would happen, that just because you won your division, it didn't mean anything. They would be saying it just goes by record.
For example, the Vikings wouldn't have been on the road.
Correct. So there you go. But they withdrew that proposal. So maybe they need to do some tinkering, some wording.
They probably just didn't have enough votes.
Or they just didn't have enough votes, so they just pulled it off completely. So
I'm here for reseeding.
All right, that's fine. And we'll see. We'll see, right? Oh, another thing, by the way, that passed yesterday was the allowing of NFL players to take part in the Olympics in a few years in LA when it comes to flag football. So think about this. We could have potentially Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill, right? You could have all those guys out there, Justin Jefferson, a lot of good players, Joe. The greatest players to play for Team USA and their flag football. You in on that? Does that get you excited?
I would do what we used to do with our Olympic team. I would not send our best.
Is that compelling?
No, I wouldn't send our best. I wouldn't send Lamar Jackson.
Well, why?
Because I would do it the way we did it pre-1992 where we used to send the amateurs out there. So to me, I'm not sending Lamar Jackson.
So we're going to wait to get bodied in this first iteration, then we'll send our studs back, because that's what happened in the NBA. We started losing, and then we started to say, actually, you know what? Let's go to our big boys. Let's do the dream team and just destroy everything.
I want, like, instead of sending the Hall of Fame level football players, I would send guys that aren't Hall of Fame football players.
Gardner Minshew as your quarterback.
Darren Sproles.
Well, when he was like in his 30s or 20s.
Who cares?
How old is he now? 45? You know? Okay, no, I hear you.
Michael Vick.
Okay.
Right? Like, that's what I would be sending over there.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't need to see Justin Jefferson cook somebody from, the UK.
Is flag football, does that do anything for you, by the way? Because real quick, I think it's if anyone's here in an adult league or your kids are doing
it's the hottest growing female sport.
It's so lame. I'm just going to keep it a buck. I think watching flag football as a product is so boring.
Next level football is
so boring.
Not for your son?
The kids can play it.
The kids love it.
Again, the kids.
It's fun.
It's a fun kids game. For me, once the adults start doing it, I lose my interest because it's not tackle football. The whole reason we watch football is joyful violence, as Baldy put it. That's why I watch football. I don't watch it to watch you pull a little flag. Oh, we're at a company picnic event. Yippee. Stop. If that's the case, put me at quarterback, put Nahegan at tight end, Carter your center. Let's go. You in on that?
I'll look at that.
Thanks. Actually, you would watch that, wouldn't you? That would be like,
I don't watch non-NFL, non-college football powerhouse football. I don't watch the USFL. I don't watch the XFL.
Thank you.
I did watch the XFL, but that was for a very short period of time. I don't watch any of those. I just don't. I don't pretend to watch the CFL. I'm not one of those guys.
Okay. So we're in lockstep there. The same thing. All right. But we will watch the Olympics because it's going to be here. It's going to be in California. It's going to be in LA. And it's going to be the first iteration of that. And it's going to be interesting. Who's going to be is Brock Purdy going to be the quarterback? Do you want him playing in that? Are you nervous? Can he get hurt?
His elbow getting hurt in the flag football game.
God, don't say that. Oh, sorry. I'm laughing at the absurdity.
So that's why I would never send any of my top pros. Like, I don't want them even risking anything unless it's on one of my fields. If I was an owner.
What about Steph Curry playing for the Olympics last year, the Olympic team? Did you feel some type of way about that?
I think Steph's earned a level of status. And the injury risk in basketball is,
I don't know.
I think less than it is in football.
I don't know. Who on the Niners right now do you think would actually have a legit shot? Like, if the team started today, because I know it's in a couple years. Was it 3, in fact, 2028?
If he was fully healthy and I didn't have to worry about it, the best player would be CMC.
He'd be the starting running back, I think.
Right?
He'd be awesome. Even over Saquon, as far as I'm concerned, because I do think his shifting, he's a little more shifty, and that's what matters in flag football.
Well, I already know who would be the best, and we could have a million arguments. Wes Welker would have been one of the greatest flag football players of all time.
That's a great point.
Edelman, Wes Welker, give me all the little shifty white guys.
Tavon Austin.
No, he's not tough enough.
Hunter
Renfro.
It's a joke. Hunter Renfro right now.
Deshaun Jackson would be incredible.
There you go.
Flag football.
I think Lamar Jackson would probably.
Would he have not?
He'd be great.
He would have been unreal.
Incredible. That's why I go. Like, Michael Vick would have been amazing in flag football.
Lamar Jackson right now, probably.
Sure, but then there's that whole passing part. It's a joke.
Imagine being a 2-time MVP and not.
Could you imagine if what was the guy who said he should play running back?
Bill Polian. No, wide receiver, I think.
He needs to go to a flag football league and learn how to throw first before we can draft him.
I had Lamar's back. He should have won his 3rd MVP. I mean, he was first team All-Pro and didn't win it, which in the history of football has never happened. Insanity to me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you in on flag football?
I think the best quarterback of all time, we would all agree, if we were playing flag football, there's only two names that I can select. One, either prime Dan Marino.
Yeah, God,
prime Dan
that
Marino.
Release would be so unfair.
Prime Doug Flutie.
Flutie Flakes.
Tell me you wouldn't be signed up for that.
I would. That's why I kind of mentioned Gardner Minshew, like kind of the plucky, like, undersized. Hey, Jeff Garcia.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday. I would have gone with Garcia.
Who's got a question?
Well, I got a question for you guys because we're talking about the offensive side of the ball so much, but half the game is defense too. Who are the defensive players you'd be looking to put on your flag football team?
Well, it's all time.
Again, remember, we're not tackling here. We're grabbing flags.
Also, what's the guy for the Patriots that had a zillion interceptions? Oh God, he would get burned, but his kid's playing in the NFL. Oh, it's gonna bother me.
Early 2000s?
Yeah, gosh.
Al Harrington?
Asante Samuel.
Al Harris, I was going to say.
Asante Samuel. Sign me up for him. Somebody who gets burned but gets a lot of picks.
So you get 2 corners, 1 rusher, and 2 safeties.
Oh, Taylor Mays then.
Ooh, Taylor Mays would be a great one.
If I needed someone to whiff in space, it's Taylor Mays.
No, he can whiff, but just grab the flag. It's okay.
He doesn't have to tackle. He just has to be within arm length of the flag.
Eric Johnson would have been good in this league. You guys don't remember the tight end Eric Johnson.
You just said Johnson. I was going to say Chris Johnson at his at his peak. Oh, my God. CJ2K.
So sick. CJ2K.
Oh, wait. I know who the quarterback should be right now. Kyler Murray. Are you kidding me? He is built for flag football.
He can't see over the little stool that they put the football on.
He can't see over
the Venn diagram of Call of Duty players and flag football players is a perfect circle, so it works.
Oh my God, that's a great point, Sam. Willen Marin, our boy. Is this the other Willen Marin or is this the Willen Marin? That's what I want to know.
But we would all agree, like the Randy Mosses, the Calvin Johnsons,
T.O.
they would be great in anything.
T.O. could probably go now.
Who's your rusher, though? That's the real question.
Oh, Lawrence Taylor.
Crosby right now, I'd say. He's fast.
That's mine.
Someone's fast.
Crosby?
These long. You got to have the long reach in these, I would say. Because the Aaron Donalds, the arm length is not like Bosa, I think would be good. Nick Bosa.
Yeah, but Crosby has the battery. Just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. TJ Watt. Yeah. Micah Parsons.
Micah would be, Micah definitely.
Micah, okay.
I'm in on Micah.
Fred Warner?
Fred Warner wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, Fred's fast.
I would probably have just a lot more like ball hawking safeties and corners out there, though.
There you go. Okay. All right, fair enough. Willen Marin wants to touch on the tush push. Easy enough for me to say. Will, good morning. What are your thoughts on the tush push staying in flag football in the Olympics, and now NFL players are allowed to participate in it? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, this is the Will and Marin, so don't worry about it.
You know what? I recognize the voice, so you are the Will, not the other Will and Marin, the OG.
There we go. So this is the one thing that I would say. I think that every NFL defensive coordinator and lineman and linebacker, they should watch a rolling maul and a maul defense from South Africa rugby. I know that they're two different sports, but pretty much a maul comes from a line out, and what they're trying to do is they're usually 5 meters out to 10 meters out, and they get all their big blokes together in a moving maul, and they're trying to push through. It's their version of the tush push, and I just think that I get it. They're not, and it goes off of a cadence too, because it's when they throw, when they're set, and when they start pushing. I just think it would be a good visual and try to transform that over into an NFL situation. I just think it would really help in that situation, and I can't believe you guys, for flag football, haven't even brought up Mike Vick, who is still currently
I said Michael Vick. Well, he did say it.
I said that would be my start. I'd start with Michael Vick.
Okay, that's my fault, but no, yeah, he's shredding, and I think Vic to T.O. would be really good, but I also think, too, if you didn't want to go with the current players right now, I think what would be a big seller and would make a lot of money is if you had the Tom Brady-Gronk connection in flag football. No one's stopping Gronk, and Gronk's big enough and athletic enough to play defense. He could rush on defense, and he would be pretty daunting for anybody because he's just so athletic. So I think that would be cool. I think Brady would shred in the Olympics. Thanks, guys.
Well, I think you're misremembering Gronk as a defensive player when he was on special teams and the miracle in Miami happened, and he couldn't get over fast enough. He was a shell of himself, and I love Gronk. I do. But it is fun to talk about just all-time flag football players, in the grand scheme of things, because Tom, I don't want, actually. He's a statue. You need to move around. You're going to get sacked, Tom. Sorry, you just are. He's really good. He's very efficient. He's fast. Same with Dan Marino. I need someone to wiggle around.
Well, see, you don't remember Prime Marino. Prime Marino can move a lot better.
Okay, but I'm saying Michael Vick, I know, could move a lot better.
No doubt. I'm just talking about making every single throw on a field. Like,
of course,
Marino's got one of the greatest arms of all time.
It might be the greatest arm and release ever.
Yeah, like someone was going to say John Elway.
I mean, we should probably like Patrick Mahomes. He'd be a baller. The guy looks like he's playing flag football half the time in pads.
Yeah, but then I'd have to look at him with his helmet off and chewing the gum and the hair and everything.
Hey, but you'd be USA. You'd be rooting for him. Be Team USA, baby. You would hate having to root for him, wouldn't you? You would hate having to root for
his brother doing TikToks on the sideline.
Oh, in red, white, and blue, like Rex Kwon Do. Oh, it'd be the worst. I would hate that so much. It's not doing anything for you. The fan of the flag football is.
It's whatever.
Okay, I'm trying to make you excited about it.
It's
I'm
whatever.
trying my best.
You know,
I'm happy with flag.
I'm happy with flag football. Okay, but I do think like college, that would be interesting. Having our best like collegiate players do it, that would be interesting, right? Arch Manning being the quarterback.
I don't know if Arch is good or not, though.
Perfect. Let's put him in flag football. We'll find out.
Well, no, I don't want to lose.
See, there it is. Now you care. I want to win the gold. That was the most American.
I want to win.
That was the most American thing you've ever done.
I don't care about it, but I still want to win it.
That's
yes,
right.
that is American sports right there.
How am I wrong?
No, I feel you on that. I absolutely do.
It's all about medal count.
100%.
All about the medal count. I don't want the bronze. Oh, we have the most. No. I want the most gold.
Exactly.
Did we even get the most gold last time, or was it China? Let's look it up. Let's get back to me on that. I did tease this before we went into the break. Game 7, because the Giants are taking on the Royals, and they have a chance to sweep today. Logan Webb on the bump. But I asked Dave Fleming, who joined us last segment, about when you see certain teams, you just go back to the championships or the non-championships. But in this case, the championships. And I could never look at the Kansas City Royals the same and not think of Madison Bumgarner. Game 7, what he was able to do, and just talking about clutch performances of all time in the Bay. And I get it. You'll have Joe Montana. You'll have the Super Bowl, right? Like, obviously. I still think I'm taking Madison Bumgarner in Game 7 because he was the best player overall throughout the totality of that run. I have never seen a pitcher put the team on his back to win the whole damn thing like I've seen that. I saw the bloody sock, ketchup sock, whatever you want to call it, Tapatio sock. Kurt Schilling was really good. He was amazing. He didn't do what Bumgarner did that run. For me, for my money, that is still the greatest clutch performance in a must-win situation in the history of Bay Area sports and maybe in American sports all time. For me.
So that's the moment you think of when you close your eyes and you think of Game 7?
That's it. That for me, that is what I think of. That's up there with Steph. What is that? Game 4 against the Boston Celtics?
No, but I'm saying Game 7. If I just say Game 7.
Game 7? Yes, not even close.
It's not LeBron and Kyrie. I'm just asking.
Nope. It's Madison Bumgarner. It's not Game. Yeah, you said Game 7, so not Game 6 Clay, but Game 7.
It's
Bumgarner.
not Mariano Rivera versus Luis Gonzalez.
Nope. It's a great moment. Didn't touch what Bumgarner did because it was leading up to that point, and you saw the fear in the Royals fans. And Ned Yost talked to me. He's like, "Oh man, we're screwed." Manager of then the Kansas City Royals, Ned Yost, when he saw Bumgarner warming up in the pen, he's like, "Oh man, maybe our time's up." And it was. The only guy that was able to hit a home run off of him or score a run off him was Salvador Perez, the guy that's still in the big leagues, who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. So it took a Hall of Famer to hit a home run off of him, and that was it. That's all he gave up.
What about Mazeroski? If I say the name Bill Mazeroski, does anyone know? I'm just asking.
Against Game 7 against the Yankees, right?
Yeah.
Walk off.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Jack Morris? Did you guys even know about Jack Morris?
I know these moments. Yeah.
I'm just asking.
No, these are
because I'm going to go Bumgarner, obviously, but I'm biased. I'm a Giants fan.
Well, I didn't even want to limit it to baseball in Game 7. I'm just saying clutch moment in sports.
Well, these are some of the World Series Game 7 clutch moments.
Yeah.
Okay, Sandy Koufax. Right, 10 strikeouts, Game 7, it's
pretty big.
He wins the MVP.
One of the greatest of all time.
Bob Gibson had multiple Game 7s. I don't know. I'm just asking out loud.
Sure. No, they're all within the parameters, and you can absolutely have all of those. But for me, it was absolutely Madison Bumgarner because what it meant leading up to that point, it was all baked in the equation. I wasn't there for that entire run for Sandy Koufax or Bill Mazeroski, all those players. They were all very good names and legends in their own right. And Madison Bumgarner became a legend after that. But he's a horse. He was a horse on that team. It wasn't Tim Lincecum. It wasn't Matt Cain. It wasn't, the old man, Tim Hudson, Jake Peavy, all those names. It was him. He was captain consistency. And I just think of that delivery, being the lefty, the snot rockets, all of being a grizzled, just grumpy person, a red ass, all of it. It was Manalytics at that point. To hell with analytics, it was Manalytics, and he put the team on his back.
And Sam, you're not allowed to contribute.
Whoa.
Who pitched game 6 for the Giants?
Peavy?
Yep.
Yeah, and he got destroyed.
Who pitched game 7?
Hudson?
That's who started the game.
Yes.
Who came in after and got the win?
Oh, my God. Was it Affel?
Yes.
Yes. Look at me 11 years ago. I'm happy about that. I'm pumped. That's my win.
How many innings did Tim Hudson go?
1 1/3.
2/3.
Damn.
1 2/3.
So close. Sam, did you know all that, by the way? Did you know every single part of that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I also remember when Tim Lincecum came in for like 4 pitches in game 6.
Here you go.
Who started the game for the Royals?
Ooh, that's a good one.
You're not going to get it.
Danny Duffy?
No. Jeremy Guthrie.
Okay.
Former Rookie of the Year.
He won Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, Guthrie, I think he was Rookie of the Year, whatever year that he was.
Jake Peavy in game 6 went 1 1/3.
They got absolutely
Hudson
demolished.
went 1 2/3.
He was basically the opener.
They both got
They got to combine 9 outs in game 6 and game 7, your starters.
World Series champions, both of them. There you go. Huddy.
If I were to ask you to read off the lineup for the Giants in game 7, can anyone do it? Does anyone want to try?
You know what? I'll go to Sam on this one. You do it, Sam. Garlic fries and baseball guys. I'll give you. I will.
I don't remember the actual. I don't know if I can remember the actual order. So probably it was.
It doesn't have to be the order. Just give me around the diamond.
I'll give you under. Obviously, Buster was behind the plate. The 2-time world champ Brandon Belt at first. Joe Panic at second. Pablo at third. You had Crawford at short. Almost fumbled that one. Gregor Blanco was your left fielder.
Nope.
No, sorry. No. Ishikawa was your left fielder. Blanco's your center fielder.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Gregor Blanco played center. It was not. Ishikawa was not your left fielder.
Hunter Pence.
Hunter Pence was in right.
Yep.
And then was Morse the left fielder that night?
No,
then?
the guy who fumbled the ball in the outfield, who played the whole game, Juan Perez.
I thought Perez was a defensive replacement.
No, he had 3 at-bats in that game.
I thought so too, Sam. I was thinking the exact same line of,
Yeah. Okay, all right. So, all right. Perez, Blanco, then Morse was your DH then.
And who was center?
Center field was Gregor Blanco, who you referenced.
It was Gregor. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, your DH was Michael Morse.
Now do the Royals, Sam.
Okay. I mean, this is
Salvador Perez, Eric Hosmer,
Escobar short.
Alcides Escobar, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
we got Mike Moustakas.
Yep.
Moose.
Eric Hosmer, Alex Gordon.
Lorenzo Cain out in center.
Lorenzo Cain
was so sick.
Gerard Dyson.
Not a starter on that team. He did play a lot,
would
though.
Remember Gerard Dyson.
In game 7, it was Aoki.
Oh, Nori, Giants legend.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can anyone name the second baseman?
Omar Infante.
Yep.
You like that?
Nice.
How about that for a pull?
You played that team, the A's.
Yeah, of course. I
played that team, so he remembers it very well.
Yeah. And Terrence Gore, remember him? John Lester does.
Look, I will go to my deathbed saying that if you knew that Bumgarner was in that game and was unhittable, okay?
You send him, right?
Even if you think you're going to get hosed by Crawford, he's got to make a great throw from short left center field. Buster's got to catch it, put the tag on. I thought the probability of getting thrown out from left field was less than the probability of you getting a hit against Bumgarner with a guy at third and 2 outs.
And the guy that was at the plate, though, coming up was Salvador Perez, right? So the only guy that had success against Bumgarner is tricky. But I feel you on that.
I would have sent him. And I would have lived or died with a play at the plate with 2 outs, game 7, and I would have said, hey, we were trying to put up, the guy was fumbling the ball in left field, and it's Alex Gordon, who's not fast, who was losing speed. The whole play it's one of the great endings of a game of all time.
And who's to say Crawford, again, the likelihood of this, because he's just so damn good.
And his arm is his best skill.
It is, but what if he bobbles the ball? Like that's it, and then he rushes, crazy things happen.
And Buster has to make a clean catch and a clean tag at home. I don't know. thinking about it over and over and over in my head, I would have probably pushed it. I would have sent him, even though I know that Perez is coming up, and I know that going into that situation, I'm probably sending him.
Could you imagine if it came down to another replay and it was a clear path rule? If Buster Posey got it, he blocked the plate. He didn't give him an opportunity, and then but again, why don't you put the onus on the umps at that point? Game 7, home cooking. You never know. Again,
am I totally wrong with that?
I agree with me. I agree with you on that. I would have sent him, but in hindsight, it's always 2020. You had Salvador Perez coming up. The guys. Then you knew he was going to be a stud, and he was a stud for that entire series, and especially against Bumgarner, the only guy to score an earned run off of him. So, yeah, it's easier said than done. Alex Gordon was, on a team of speed, he was one of the slower players, so it's maybe kind of
Lorenzo Cain, Dyson, that team was so fast.
So fast. I know, yeah, ask John Lester. He remembers.
People forget about Lorenzo Cain. He's not some, Hall of Famer. He's just a really good player for a long time.
Brewers, baby. The Brew Crew.
He was sweet, dude.
He was.
He was really sweet. A very good positional versatility in the outfield, good arm. I just thought he was a good player.
He was. 888-957-9570. Talking about clutch performances. Just from the Bay Area, though, where does that Bumgarner one rank for you, Joe? Is that the top for you? You mentioned Joe Montana yesterday, and you were very adamant about it.
Oh, Joe Montana, 1988, 2-minute drive. It's not even come on.
I was going to say it's the drive, but that's not the drive. That's John Elway, right?
Yeah, John Elway is the drive in the AFC Championship game.
Correct.
Against Cleveland.
There you go.
The drive for Joe Montana is the 2-minute drive.
Which is what should be the drive.
Which had the touchdown pass to John Taylor at the end.
Yeah.
But also his drive against the Dallas Cowboys, even though they were required a stop by Eric Wright. Joe Montana is, when I think of, before Bumgarner, when I think of clutchness personified, it is Joe Montana.
Well, his name is literally, it personifies Cool Joe.
Yeah,
he's just cool under pressure.
I mean, it's not throw cool against the New York Giants, where the two guys collide. It's a teardrop to Jerry down the sidelines. Right. I mean, there's so many moments that you can have for Joe. I mean, his comeback against Washington in the NFC Championship game, where they end up losing that game in 1983, is as good. I think they're down 21-3 or whatever in the fourth quarter. Joe had some of the greatest moments ever. It's never going to be, Game 7, Bum doing what he did, the Paul Bunyan moment. But it starts with Joe.
Starts with Joe. 888-957-9570. Talking about clutch moments in the history of Bears sports or just American sports, where you would rank Madison Bumgarner's Game 7 as the Giants are taking on the Royals. They're going for the sweep today. Logan Webb on the bump against Daniel Lynch IV.
What's one of the great moments in the 90s in baseball for you guys?
In the 90s?
If you're just going to go some of the great moments, like Sid Bream, Barry Bonds. Well, that was a Game 7.
Remember, Joe, we were young.
Okay.
We were all born in 93.
Okay. So if I were to say Ken Griffey versus the Yankees, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, but I'm not going to remember the moment.
So him sliding into home is one of the most iconic plays of all time, right? Him scoring in that play. And I think about it all the time. I think one of the most dramatic ways to win a game, obviously, is a game-winning shot at the end, a touchdown pass like they did to Dwight Clark in the final minute of a game, Plaxico, or, pick that particular moment. I guess
Dave Roberts, right? The steal, down 3-0, ALCS.
Absolutely.
Yankees, Red Sox. I mean, it's so
a walk-off homer.
Right? Poppy.
I think that had they sent Gordon on that play, that would have been the most dramatic finish to any series in the history of any sport.
It would have been, because it would have been a
play at the plate with the World Series on line. You either tie and go to keep going, or game over, series over, World Series defined.
Right. It's crazy. And then at that point, you got to think, how much does Madison Bumgarner have left in the tank if it's a tied game? Does he go into extras? What do you do there? That bullpen.
We had nothing left.
Yeah, they had nothing left.
Nothing left.
They were gassed, right? And you thought about the bullpen of the Royals stacked. Remember some of the names on that Royals bullpen? Oh my God.
I'm going to give it to you.
They got to the sixth inning. The games were over. Over.
Wade Davis was sweet. Herrera was sweet.
Greg Holland.
I mean, that team was sweet.
Stacked.
What was the guy? Jordan Ventura?
Yes.
Was he a starter, though?
I think he might have been.
I know he did come out of the pen for them in the playoffs, but I believe he was a starter.
Yes. R.I.P., by the way, unfortunately.
He was sick.
He was so young, too.
He started Game 6.
Oh, God, I remember that. That Royals team was so good.
They had 4 guys blowing 100.
In an era where it's so damn hard to reach back to the World Series. I know the Astros have done it.
Them and the Rangers in consecutive, they were pitches away from winning the World Series.
And I'm glad the Rangers did, and Bruce Bochy obviously being a part of it.
Royals.
Yeah, in the Royals. But I really wanted it for Ron Washington, and they were a strike away 2 different times back in 2011. Oh my God, they were so close.
Now imagine being a Niner fan lately.
We're talking about clutch. David Freese, right there. But you say David Freese, I would say if I'm a Ranger fan, I say what? Nelson Cruz. What the hell are you doing? Why the hell was he in right field?
If you say David Freese, for some reason in my head, I'm like, yeah, that ball that Pujols hit off of Brad Lidge still hasn't landed.
There you go.
I don't know why I do those different name recognition moments.
Fast five.
We'll see.
Oh boy. What's your final thought today? Is it Memorial Day? You started off the show being mad at people for scheduling things during Memorial Day weekend. Are you still upset about it? Did you calm down now?
No, it'll be my mantra till the day I die. Like, there are 3 weekends or whatever dates on the calendar all year that you better not schedule something. No graduations, no weddings. I don't want any anniversary parties. I want no birthday parties. It's Memorial Day weekend. It's whatever 4th of July wraps around, and it's Labor Day weekend. Those are for us, the people. We need those days off. Now, if you want to go and work and get time and a half and triple time, all you city workers, and if you can do it, go get it. But for me, I'm on the river, baby. Like, don't.
You're a river rat? You got the inner tube or what?
Bro, these vacation days are so rare. I'm not trying to go to a wedding, buy you a gift, sit in the heat, and pretend all day like you haven't screwed my weekend over as I wait for you to walk down the aisle at 5 o'clock in the sweaty heat. I'm sorry.
For some reason,
no, it's selfish. You're selfish.
I can't picture
I don't want to sit at a stadium waiting for 8 billion names to be called for you to get called and us not even to be able to clap or even see you because you look like an ant because I'm a mile away at a university because you spent $400,000 for us to waste a weekend you getting a piece of paper.
What is going on here?
Dude, you nailed that.
Am I wrong?
Well, no, you
I'm just
nailed
trying to
it.
picture
Thank you, Carter.
I'm just trying to picture you in an inner tube and going on a river or being at a beach. I can't do it. I can't picture you just hanging out on a beach. Can you guys?
I'm just picturing him being like really grumpy at a wedding right now. Just like sitting in the front row, just like this big
face?
scowl on his face, crossing his arms like, this is a waste of a weekend.
This face, when I put the shades on, Coach Ball, it's also, we're chilling out. We're relaxing. And when I put these shades on in the summer, we relax. We play our river. I have a river mix. It's called Ultimate River Jams.
You guys gonna play flag football?
No, I got a hitting net and I got a tee set up, and we're gonna hit golf balls and baseballs into the net.
You gotta have the pigskin though. You gotta toss around the ball.
Oh, we've got that.
You got that. You have to have the football always, whether it's at the beach, whether it's at the park.
Yeah, but if you're so selfish to where you're planning your wedding and expecting me to ruin one of my core weekends off, like, shame on you.
Can't do it.
I mean,
Thank you.
It's selfish to invite you to come to a celebration of their love and for them to expect you to come and party with them. What kind of weird, like, twisted thing are you putting out into the universe right now? Stop making it about you. The wedding's about them, not you.
No,
No, it's about her. It's not about them. It's about her.
No. You're making 200 people, give or take.
They're not
depending how
making
big it
you
is.
do anything. You can
You're
say
making
no.
us
You can say
sacrifice
no.
one of the rare 3-day weekends to go celebrate you, buy you a gift, wait till 4 or 5 o'clock. You'll get down the aisle. I'm starving all day.
There's other Memorial Days. I mean, there's no other wedding.
But here's the other part. When they're these destination weddings, they make you have a 3-stay minimum on these nights. Carter, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's a core, expensive, tiered up price point weekend. It stinks.
Okay, hey, what's your final thought, Carter?
My final thought is you two missed literally, I think, the clutchest moment in Bay Area sports history by far. The play. I mean, come on, guys. Okay. It's not close.
Both teams failed to make a bowl game.
Doesn't matter. If a lot of people think of it as the greatest play in the history of sports. So
I don't think it was
what you want with that.
It was the greatest call. I think it was the greatest call maybe in the history of sports.
On the field.
Joe Starkey was incredible. The voice cracking, maybe the greatest call, but not the greatest play.
Most heart-stopping finish in the history of college football.
I think Sanford was 6-7 that year. Look it up.
Yeah, no,
look it up. Look
6-4, I think.
I'm sorry, that cannot.
Doesn't matter.
That's not better than the Super Bowl
Still
or
pretty
Game
clutch.
7
or Tua throwing a walk-off in the college football final
or Friday night Game 4.
Tua's
Steph
been
Curry
eating off
in
of that
Boston
past his entire
Garden,
life.
9 o'clock at night on the East Coast tip-off. The greatest fourth quarter in the NBA.
Clutchest moment, though.
Clemson, Deshaun Watson, Hunter Renfrow. Look it up. What you got, Sam?
My final thought is if I ever get married, I'm definitely getting married Memorial Day weekend now.
There you go. Are you going to invite me?
I'm going to invite you, yeah.
And
Why
Joe?
wouldn't I?
Joe might be in the wedding party.
I might just send her like a honorary invitation for Shasky, knowing very well that it's going to be, a no. But
out of respect, I won't even respond no. I'm
even better.
Force you to not know that I'm not coming.
I mean, I'll know, but it's the thought that will count.
My final thought today is this. As a former host here, and the late, great Michael Urban used to say, something was good for ball or bad for ball. The Tush push, good for ball. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Goo next. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here, Joe. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
this one. I'm playing a little hurt today, Goo.
Hurt?
Yeah, I'm playing hurt.
How'd you get hurt, Steiny?
I had too much brisket last night.
Oh, my man.
At my boy Dana's house.
Oh, at Dana's?
Yeah, he cooked
Not
up
Susan.
a brisket. No, and he cooked up a brisket, and hey.
How you looking below at the waistline? I hadn't looked at you in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Size.
Did you throw up? Did you eat till you threw up?
No, but I can feel it in my stomach right now. You know what I mean? Just a little.
So it hasn't come out of your system?
I mean, we don't need
no Derek Jeter yet?
We don't need to do that.
Okay.
Just little. Hey, Warriors are getting Giannis.
Yeah, he's in town. But before we do, you're the nosiest person here at the station, and I do feel like, I feel 35, Steiny, but we know I'm at the 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson. I keep you young. I keep you on your toes.
You do.
But you always want to know if I got something else going on. And I just get this tweet, and it's concerning, and I'm going to read it to you. And it's from my boy, AGL 1989. Hey, Guru, this is 40 minutes ago. Steiny just did a cameo on Live 105, and he was 100% different. Cool, hip, jazzy voice, talking rock music. I don't know, bro. Drop the water drop on him. Is there something you need to tell Evan, I, and the listeners?
Yeah, what the hell?
What are you doing, and where are you doing it? And with who?
You cheating on us?
Yeah.
Marcy Weiser, Live 105. I go in there and cross-promote.
She's never invited me.
Who?
Marcy.
Well,
I'm not going to do it now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So what do you talk about? And how long?
3 minutes.
Wow.
3 minutes.
What can happen in 3 minutes?
Little sports, little music, little San Francisco, information.
But you sound different, he's saying.
What was your lead today?
Today, apparently they're putting surveillance cameras up in the city, and they're mailing warnings to people who have exceeded the speed limit, but they're giving you 60 days till they start to fine you. So,
oh boy,
sorry, Gil.
Marcy got a ticket in the mail or thing in the mail and had a photo of her car, and now we're all worried.
Did you tell her you had brisket?
I did, yeah.
What? Any recommendations?
She could tell.
Oh boy, because no Derek Jeter yet for you. You got it. That's when you'll be fine.
Just don't worry. Here's what you don't remember. This. You know how the boss is great at coming up with ideas and then forgetting about them. Like he's one of the best at that.
I'm not signing off on that.
You share that quality.
Yeah.
Well, he's a big idea man, but following through on ideas, he needs work at. But remember, he sent out that questionnaire about, is there anything else you'd want to do? Or if you'd have a podcast, what would you want to do? Remember?
I'll never forget it.
And I told him, I said,
what was yours?
I'd love to do a music podcast, talk about music. That'd be great. And so.
What's happened? Oh, okay. Now you're living your dreams out.
Yeah, I can do it with a little bit with Marcy in the morning. We were talking about who's going to be at Bottle Rock.
Are you going?
Probably not.
So,
Probably not.
Yeah.
Green Day's going to be there. Justin Timberlake.
Give me somebody else. You two?
Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh.
Thundercat?
You two?
Yeah. The Joshua Tree.
When is Marcy going to come on?
We should have her on here.
Well, that's one of my, the boss is telling us to come with ideas today. That was one of my ideas. She can come join you, Evan, or me for a little 5-minute segment. She's a former Utah Jazz fan.
Oh, okay. So Jerry Sloan.
Exactly.
Stockton and Malone.
She's mad about Flag.
Yeah. He wasn't going there, baby.
Giannis. He's in the Bay. He likes Steph Curry.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I'm down. Can I tell you why?
Down as in?
I'm down that I want him, but I'm also down. Again, I'm going to let this go, but it's just new, like a pimple. Okay. I thought we got our Giannis with Jimmy, and I'm not mad. You know what I mean? I thought we had put a ring on the finger to where we're good. We're going to ride this baby out, and we got action. So some things have happened for me with Jimmy to where now I'm like, yeah, I just got married, but
Remember when you
what
said.
What happens when you get divorced, like in the first 30 days or 60? Annulled, right? Like they just rip it up like it never happened.
Yeah, you can do that after.
That's where I am with Jimmy. So now I'm thirsty for Giannis because what he represents, birth certificate-wise, Jimmy doesn't. And what that means, Steiny, is we don't want that day to come, but it's coming. The Steph the Chef will step aside. Giannis is 30.
Now, listen, I don't like to do this. You know I'm your biggest fan. I could have sworn less than 2 or 3 weeks ago you said you'd rather have Butler than Giannis. Did I hear that?
Steiny, you're making stuff up or you misremembered. That was because we knew in the meantime that the reality was Butler was available and Giannis wasn't. But Jimmy's 36, Steiny, playing like 36 to me. All this stuff that's going around outside of what I said from people that have seen him play, I'm worried. So if you could somehow get Giannis, and what was he doing here?
He was doing some AI thing.
Google.
It might not have been Giannis.
So come live here.
Might have been a hologram.
Iggy, get on the phone, recruit him. Iggy was big into the tech world here. Still is with my boy Landis Graydon, Union City's own.
Who?
Landis Graydon ran for mayor of Vallejo. Lost.
You are a piece of work.
No, when you run for something,
right?
There's a reward in that you got your life together, even to be on the ballot.
You know, sometimes they put animals on the ballot, though.
My man.
So,
train.
Yeah. They're going to have... They can't get Giannis and keep Butler.
Okay. So, okay, he's from Milwaukee.
He's from Greece.
Went to Marquette.
Oh, Jimmy Butler.
He's from Texas.
But he's got ties with Marquette, Milwaukee.
I got to tell you, remember we had that caller yesterday that said, here's the trade, and he goes, Butler, he went to Marquette. Kevon Looney, he's from Milwaukee, and Pods. They can all go in the trade because Pods is from.
Who was at the Giants game and took BP Pods? Hit a couple out. A violent swing. Pods.
His dad played baseball. Pods' dad.
No, I heard that, but Pods played. Not in college. Evan let me know.
Listen, I heard Spadoni trying to.
Spadoni. What'd he say?
He doesn't think Giannis is even a realistic thing, but he actually was saying, I don't think I'd do it.
Why?
Because you're going to have to give up too much. You're probably going to have to give up Butler, Kuminga, Pods.
Okay. This is a guy that could take the baton from Steph. I'll talk to Spadoni. I'll text him. No.
Butler, Kuminga.
Pods.
And I get it, Kuminga.
Yeah, love you all.
Pods. And, I don't even know who
Couple
else.
first-round picks.
Yeah.
Just throw them in.
You would do that?
Oh, the Bucks wouldn't.
Well, I don't know. You give the Bucks two unprotected firsts.
Man, Steiny, the dude's walking 30 points, man. And you really, really maximize the end of Steph. The back nine, per se, with him and Dre. Man, I would do that.
If Giannis were to be in the picture, they would have to do a lot more than Giannis. They would have to acquire 3 shooters at least.
Okay, like the Lakers did when they got LeBron. They were basically having tryouts at LA Fitness, to fill out the roster.
I think these guys got to be better than tryout guys.
Well, obviously, but man, Steiny, Joe Lacob, you think he's in the lab right now trying to figure out a way?
I'm sure they're talking about a lot of guys. We got to find out what's LeBron doing. He's got an opt-out.
He's a narcissist. He's not leaving L.A., Stoney. Oh, he's taking Bronny with him? He's not leaving. Don't fall for it. He's staying in L.A.
You think?
Yeah. Where you going?
Well, he can go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, but where? Honestly,
Anywhere.
if I gave you a team now where LeBron comes and he's staying his ass right. Don't fall for it. I just left L.A.
Joe Lacob called him a year ago. Yeah. Joe Lacob called the Lakers a year ago, so maybe LeBron's in play. I don't know.
No, that did happen.
It's tough to say no to Giannis, but it seems like other teams have more to offer. But I will say this. there does seem to be interest on Giannis's part, and is something about he and Curry.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm in.
So
I am in. And I'll tell you what, I know we're up against this, Sonny. I'm so down on sports. We'll get to that later. Just everything that's I don't know what it's turned into, a cesspool. Just sports, the play, everything, the media. Right. I'm mad. And I need your help later.
You need to save this.
I will.
Oh.
But I'm saying there are times when a player, time has expired. He's outgrown Milwaukee. He paid his dues. He brought him a chip. It's time for us to see Giannis in a big city, a big market. And we're one. The Bay.
Milwaukee is a great city. I'm telling you, it is a great city. It might not be a major city, but that's a city I'm looking at property. I'm looking at property in Milwaukee.
Okay.
You know.
Good luck with that.
It's very affordable. Spend the summers in the Mill. Spend the winters out here in the Bay.
Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giannis, real, pipe dream? I don't know. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Employee pricing is back.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. How you feeling today, Goo?
You know what? I'm feeling good. 2 days after the B-Day, no Red Bull. I'm trying to start.
Get it back?
Yeah. Well, it ain't left, but, just healthier.
No, I think...
I just want to be happy, man.
Well, you're in charge of your own happiness.
I like that.
Exactly.
We can all be better.
Well, it's a challenge for me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Brisket.
Was it good, though? It had to be, yeah.
It was good. It was really good.
What were the sides?
He had sides. I didn't have any sides. None.
All right.
They had a little salad. We're talking about the Warriors, what they do in the offseason.
Kaminga.
By the way, you know what this is another thing I was thinking, but we're going to get into the Warriors.
Yeah, take your time.
Is this officially Mike Dunleavy's team?
I would say yes.
Is it Buster Posey's team?
Oh, no doubt.
Please. We'll talk about that later.
I can't wait.
Talk about that later.
Those unis are growing on me.
Shasky's liking him less and less. Evan are starting to come around to him. Shasky can't stand him.
Yeah. I love my guy, Joe.
Let's start us off with Jack in San Francisco. What's up, Jack? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, it's me again. Your show sucked.
Oh.
But, what do you go back to doing after that? Do you get a high five from whoever's with you?
You know what? I blame Carter. We got you ever hear Nahegan screen a call? Now he can screen a call.
He gives legit takes before he does that.
95.7 The Game. Hey. What do you want to talk about? I'd like to talk about Giannis coming to the Warriors. Yeah, what specifically? Hey, have a take.
And by the way, the show doesn't check the numbers. If you're privy to them, the show does not suck. It's healthy.
Don't read a book. Do something else with your life.
What a wankster, a little weenie.
Is there any part of it?
Hang up.
Is there any part of it you respect?
No. Do you have kids?
Sometimes, I got to be honest with you. Sometimes when people go full on weasel,
that is what Eddie Haskell.
I kind of respect it. I mean, that is an absolute weasel job there.
Yeah.
Let's try Phil in San Francisco.
Philly.
Hey, Phil.
Hey,
how you doing?
How's it going, you guys?
Hey.
I'm good. So I hear you guys talking it up here about a possible trade for Giannis and maybe some other good shooters additionally as you were putting, Steiny.
Yeah.
I just wanted to suggest, you're going to need to make more than maybe one deal, but possibly there's a couple of other players you could throw in there with Giannis. I know Brook Lopez is a free agent, but perhaps you could pick him up for a minimum, veteran contract additional to a trade like this. Perhaps you could get, I don't know about Bobby Portis, but he might be, a really good addition to have, another big man. As far as getting a couple of really good young shooters out there, there's enough of them, on the market, and Nick, include another team in the trade, perhaps. It's gonna require some pulling of strings and some finagling and some wheeling and dealing, but they can get this deal done if the deal is on the table. Even I don't know.
Well, I
know these are just rumors right now.
Well, here's the thing with Giannis, and thanks for the call,
Phil.
Look
at all these rumors.
If Giannis has said earlier, a couple weeks ago, he's open to playing for another team, and he's open to leaving Milwaukee.
Yep,
that's step one. There's just no doubt about it. In this day and age, that's step one. And this is where a team like the Bucks would do themselves well.
Yes,
if Giannis wants to leave, to move him where he wants to go.
Right,
because if you don't do that, you send Giannis to a place where he doesn't want to go, other free agents and players take note of that, and that franchise becomes less attractive. And so if Giannis wants to play on a certain team or certain teams, the Milwaukee Bucks are probably going to have to accommodate him. So
we see it all the time.
The question now becomes, does Giannis really want to come to the Golden State Warriors?
I think there's something there. I really do. And to the caller's point about Brook Lopez, I'm so over him, Stotty. But if it was to get Giannis, you could bring Bugs Bunny and whoever, Brett Favre, whoever, bring them all. But if we get Giannis, you got your answer to life after Steph with a guy I'll call the basketball version of Megatron. Like, again, I'm excited because in this era of sports right now in our world, Sonny, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. And what if I were to ask you, and you kind of touched on it last segment, I just think they got a cool relationship, like they want to play together, Giannis and Steph. Now, you can be like, Goo, how do you know? It's just a feel I have. But, man, I know he's here for what? The tech thing? But come on, man. You think he didn't talk to Steph or they didn't hook up at Draymond's restaurant or Aisha's?
Well, I mean, I guess he was at Steph's birthday party over the All-Star break or something like that. I'm just wondering if you're Giannis, and even if you do want to play with Curry, you really only want to play with him for a couple years and then be all on your own because you're coming to a team with 3 35-year-olds. I assume one of them would probably leave.
But it would be yours after.
He would. He would be.
Yeah, and Joe Lacob is already a 4-time, NBA champion. He brought Jimmy in. He is not afraid to spend. And that's who I'd want to play for. So you already know that. And Stotty, I think Giannis is already a made man. You kind of talked about it. Who wants to come in after Steph? But if you're a made man already, like a Giannis, you come in, get to play with Steph, scratch that itch, and then it's yours, and they can build around you. It makes too much sense.
So you'd be willing to trade for Giannis and essentially give up the kitchen sink.
And gut no doubt about it. And the reality is, Stotty, you're going to have players. I know you're like, well, who, Goo? You're going to fill out the roster, but what did you teach me last year? You don't even know it, or this year. Around the edges, you can go replace that a lot easier at the basketball Walmart than getting a stud, a bucket getter like a Curry and Giannis. Those don't come a dime a dozen.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also on social media, I think it was about a week or two back, Giannis was doing a Q&A about his favorite players, the best players. And he had Curry on every list he made, it seemed like.
Yeah.
So he was absolutely complimentary to Steph Curry. My question to Warrior fans would be this. If listen, here, and we've done this a lot, people saying it's not realistic. No, it doesn't feel realistic. But neither did Kevin Durant. And neither did Jimmy Butler, quite frankly.
There you go.
And anytime, I always push back on this because what more do you have to see from Joe Lacob? He called about LeBron last year. He talked about Paul George, Markkanen, Durant coming back. So anybody out there that says it's not realistic, you're partially right. It might not be. But Joe Lacob's track record is he's going to make calls. And he's going to find out if there's a possibility
all
to
day,
anybody,
every day.
any superstar out there. So my question to Warrior fans would be, look, it's going to cost you a lot. It's probably going to cost you Butler, probably going to cost you Kuminga and Pods in some form if it's a three-way, et cetera, et cetera. It's probably going to cost you a couple first-round picks. Do you still want to do it? To team Giannis with Steph Curry for a couple years, and you'll figure out how to fill in around him on the fly this year, and then maybe with more preparation next year.
And, again, I always call myself a hapless sports romantic. Steiny, wouldn't it be great for Steph? Who better than to pass the torch to than Giannis? And this is without knowing what they accomplished together if it were to happen. Somebody on the chat kind of hit me, and I'm slowing my roll, Steiny. Don't forget Aaron Judge and the flirtation we had with him.
But this is different.
All right, I got it, but that hurt. We were ready to press a button. Breaking news sounder. Dibs and Willard were in. I left my wallet in, where's he from? Judge, Fresno. Where'd they do the remote?
Linden.
Yeah, Linden. Boulevard of Linden. Tribe Called
Remember
Quest.
they went out there?
There's only one.
Remember they went out there and nobody was there?
Linden.
They did the show from an Elks Lodge, I
We
believe.
really thought he was coming to the Bay.
There's like 3,000 people there.
Yeah,
Careful
small.
when you say we.
I think we got done with the show. I vividly remember you saying, Goo, I think it's happening. You don't remember that day, huh?
Because it didn't exist. I'm
special.
You know me. I'm
Mr.
one of those
Live
guys that
105.
I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
You were in.
But what does this say about Butler, though? I'm not coming down his road. Yesterday, I needed help, therapy, and you were there. I overestimated where he was at or what he has left. When I throw it to you that way, are you like, Goo? You did. Because I'm feeling that way in regard to him being Superman. He told us he was Robin, and I thought he was, having fun.
I think that we all may have thought Butler was something different than he is.
Oh, man.
It did feel like we were waiting for, at some point, him to
take off,
dominate.
Yeah.
And he did periodically.
With
Steph. Once in a while.
With Steph.
Not all. Didn't he have what was a big game he had?
Well, I got you.
Wasn't it game 3? He had
it wasn't a stretch, though, partner.
No.
It wasn't a stretch.
No.
And it damn sure wasn't in the playoffs.
So this is from the YouTube chat, the energetic signature. The overreaction on Butler is wild. What do you mean by that? The overreaction negative to where...
I think that's where they're at. Or you think it could be what we thought he was going to do or still had. I'm not done with him. I now know if Curry gets hurt next year, Steiny, and this team is as is, I am petrified that Jimmy can't take it up 2 or 3 notches like I thought. That's just me.
Well, I think you're under the impression that without Steph Curry, they got some kind of action. And I don't see it.
And this is why I'm hurt. That's what I still thought they did.
I mean, I also think, I do think people are being unfair to Butler. I really do.
How so?
Because he got here halfway through the year, and they were, I got to do that, because you know what, I got to figure this out right.
And
they were 23-8. That's how they finished the regular season. 23-8. They were a 7 seed. They had a play-in game. They won it. Butler was terrific. They had a tough matchup against the Houston Rockets. They won it. And Butler was a big part of it. Then they lost Steph Curry, and they went up against a team that was just on another level than them, I think, without Steph Curry.
But the way the games played out, it didn't reveal that to me, Stoney. I don't think the Warriors without Steph were outclassed.
Really?
They hung in. They ran out of gas, and he was one of them. 1 of 8 on one of his best games in the playoff at home Saturday night. So you are right. I just thought this trade was expedited because we were trying to get to a championship or deep in the NBA playoffs, not win a first round and win a play-in game. But when you look back on it, it still all revolves around Steph and his hamstrings. So I'm always going to have PTSD. I'll call it HTSD, hamstring now. Wondering about Steph, if you're telling me Jimmy is just going to be regular when Steph goes out, if that ever does happen. That's what hurts. I thought we had 2 superstars.
Is Guru alone in this? Is honest to goodness, is Guru alone in this? And what I mean by that is, are there really fans out there that are disappointed in Jimmy Butler because he didn't or couldn't carry this team in the second round?
Now, listen, Stoney, a game. Okay. Get it to. I wanted to see Game 6 Curry play out possibly.
You know what? That might have been the biggest blessing in disguise. If they had won a game and they brought him back too soon, who knows what would have happened. See, I look at the Warriors and say, Pods wasn't good enough. Heald wasn't good enough. Moody wasn't very good at all. Post didn't do much.
But Stoney, you're naming guys. We're talking superstar status with Jimmy.
But
those
my point is,
right.
If the role players stink like they stunk, they weren't going to win that series. But
But 888-957-9570. I mean, how do you look at Jimmy Butler and what happened in the postseason? I think you're being way too hard on Butler, and I think that if you could use Butler as a way to get Giannis, I'd need to talk about it more. We can kind of hash it out. But what about Butler playing with the Warriors from the start of next season? Getting some camaraderie with Curry and Draymond.
Steiny, you don't think it's an overreaction, or you do think it's an overreaction that people are frustrated that he couldn't help you win one game?
That's awesome.
Like, they're not asking for the series.
Okay.
But one game.
Man.
And they're really only in one of them.
Okay. But here's what I would say. I would say that we found out he's no longer the player who can do what he did in Miami.
See, then that's why you feel the way you do.
Well, I watched him play.
Okay.
I watched him play in the postseason.
I thought he was just playing possum.
He would
saving himself for, a moment like the Minnesota series without Curry. So maybe that's why you're not blown away, or you think I'm overdoing it because I bought in.
Well,
And again, don't tell him how to play. Let's be honest. That's rubbing me shout out Johnny Gill, had a great singles, Donnie, rub you the right way. That's rubbing me the wrong way. I play my way. He was telling us, you don't tell me to be more aggressive. 20 shots in 2 games.
Okay, but what about the sound that we've heard from Udonis Haslem and Dwayne Wade, who know him as well as anybody, and they essentially said, that's a lot of who he is.
I want to run through the window. Like, it's not just me. I don't need crazy pills. I trust what I saw. And if I can upgrade and Jimmy could be a part of me upgrading to get a 30-year-old Giannis, I'm doing that. Malcolm X, any means necessary.
Any means? So you'll mortgage the future for Giannis.
Well, what's your future, right? I think your future's cloudy at best. Well, and especially if you're going to say night-night to Kuminga, what's your future? Well, when you talk about star power.
Their future is what they said their future is, which is year to year. They've made that clear. It's year to year. They're going to try to fill in the spots outside of Butler, outside of Draymond, outside of Curry. So if that's your strategy, but now you've got a shot at Giannis, well, then you got to change your strategy, clearly, which is fine if you love Giannis.
Do you have a problem when I hear you say year to year from an organization that sounds like check to check? Like
the Warrior fan base has signed off on it. You've signed off on it. Everybody signed off on it. It's all about Steph. And it was a couple years ago, maybe last year too. I said, it's a dangerous game, but if you're going to do it, I guess you're going to do it. They're doing it. And so now you can't come back and say, now I'm worried about the future. Well, you should have been worried about the future a year or two ago.
My point is you would get 2 birds with 1 stone. Giannis not only is a superstar, Steiny, he could be your future.
I'm not sitting here saying if they get Giannis, that would be dumb.
Oh, right.
I'm not saying that at all.
You're saying what situation they're in right now. Because, Steiny, let's be honest, put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. If I ask you and Evan Giddings right now, do the Warriors have their future star? No.
Of course not.
I want to say it should be Kuminga. I wish it was Jordan Poole, but those guys that's not it.
925 on the text line. Expecting your team to not lose 3 in a row when losing Steph aren't high expectations, Steiny.
It was 4.
What's that?
They lost 4.
They lost 4 in a row.
Man.
I mean, would you be willing to look at it this way?
Yeah.
Their role players stink. The Warriors' role players stink, and that all caught up to them. It was fool's gold with Pods and Moody and all those guys in the regular season. But when the playoffs
Steph Curry can make the role players play better, but Jimmy Butler can't. Like superstars,
that's correct.
I think that's
correct.
That's on the plate of a superstar.
Well, then
do you
maybe
make the guys
Did he look like a superstar?
No, and that's what's hurting, and it's not his fault, but it is in the sense of I didn't see you leave it all out there. And big face dude from Union City, easy to say into the microphone, but 11 and 9 shots collectively when the noise was amped up about you're all we got, bud. Well, why? And he told you don't tell me I'm gonna make the right play, but he wasn't.
Why? Okay, why don't you chalk it up to one of two things? Either Butler wasn't 100%, or Butler can't do what he did in Miami anymore, and he's not that player.
And that's what
doesn't it have to be one of those two?
Yes, no doubt. And I think I'm leaning more. I fought it, but Stoney, as the days go by and the NBA playoff games come, and I'm watching, I'm thinking, and I'm just thinking about his podium game, words that have come out of his mouth that he shared with us. You don't tell him when and how to be aggressive. And for Dwayne Wade, who I don't think has an axe to grind, talked about the same characteristic of Jimmy Butler at the rim, but choosing to go not shoot it and give it to somebody that's lesser, not dissing anybody, but it's like, okay, that sounds like the record that I'm listening to, just in a different uniform.
So I think you're being too hard on Butler.
I got you.
I do. I think, and here's the other thing about, Jimmy Butler. He's not going to be able to do it the way Steph did it.
And hopefully it'll never happen.
He can't do what he did in Miami because they don't have shooters on this team. Like, this team has, compared with other teams, has no shooting.
So you think
and then
that's
when
why
Steph
he looked
goes
different?
Out, yes.
All right.
That's one of the reasons he looked. The defense was so easily able to load up on him. And, you heard, who was it, Wade say it? Or Haslam saying, Gobert's sitting in the middle, and he's a discourager. I got to tell you, watching Gobert in these playoffs, I do finally see what his value is. And I know he's got terrible hands.
Even last night.
He can't finish at the rim. Well, I'm not saying he's had 12 great games, but what I'm realizing is Gobert makes teams do stuff that you never even see. Like, he discourages people driving into the lane in the first place. So it's not like, they get into the lane and then there's Gobert to stop them. It's like a lot of players don't even think about it when he's in there. So I do think he affects a lot more of the game than people think. But getting back to Jimmy Butler, again, and I'm not just saying this, I absolutely think the Warriors had a shot at Minnesota with a healthy Steph Curry. Do you?
No doubt.
Okay. So then it's fair to say, you know what? Had the Warriors been healthy, maybe they could have made the Western Conference Finals with this team healthy. Now, I can't stand the fact that they're going to be older next year and the year after that, and I think it's just going to get harder and harder and more unrealistic to go further and further with an older core. But as far as this year and what happened this year after they got Butler, they had a shot at going to the Western Conference Finals.
Donnie,
they did.
I've been staggered.
And so why are we holding it against Butler?
Yeah.
Because he couldn't get him to the Western Conference Finals by himself, when we knew all along it was going to take Butler and Steph.
And I'm staggered because, Donnie, I hear you real quick. Pierce Evans just hit me with this, and it resonates. How was Steph before Jimmy got here? I was getting worried.
Exactly.
So that just hit.
And that's a good thing to talk about. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
we got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Championship coming soon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We talked about it, Steiny. When I went out to see my man Bob, we talked about it.
What would you do? What would your job be? Would you be a scout or would you be assistant GM?
It's like a good pizza from Round Table. It's a combination of a bunch of things that we talked about.
Well, you need one specialty first.
Recognizing talent, like I did Eddie House.
Like saying Moody is great.
No, I won that one. Moody was a contributor, and that's what
barely.
Please,
not in the playoffs.
Yeah. Anyway, my boy Squirt texted me and said Gobert stinks, so he didn't like you giving Gobert flowers.
Gobert stinks on offense.
Then this is why I'm gonna leave the phone alone.
This is Squirt.
Yeah, Squirt.
Oh yeah. But you know what, Squirt? You know what? Count the layups the Warriors had against the Timberwolves. You're gonna have to stop at about 3 or 4.
Well, how was he last night? I'm not blaming him.
He stinks offensively. What do you want me to say?
His hands are just Jesus. Use them. One more thing. Big Dex from the Union. Could the Warriors use Seth Curry? Whatever he's doing at work, he just thought of Seth Curry. They need shoot.
You know that sometimes I catch grief for being not nice to you, and
but it's a stick.
I know, but you know what? I am gonna start treating some of these texters, like you, and call them out if we got this guy on the YouTube chat. Riptide.
Let's get him. What did he say?
Listen to this. Listen to this cockamamie text. He says that Moody could be like Eddie Jones.
That was my
if he played more. What are you, crazy? Eddie Jones was an incredible athlete.
Yeah. The playoffs were Black Monday for the stock of Moses Moody. He did himself no favors. A great season, Steiny. I mean that, a great season. And we counted on him, Moody. I
did not have a great season.
From what he was to where he ended up a starter, the playoffs it was a crash out. And he'll tell you that. So the Eddie Jones doesn't hit like it would have hit early, March when he was at his highest powers. But Moody, Steiny, come on, just give the young man credit for making contributions. Kane Slybender says, it's not a stick, Goo. Dude don't like you. This is my boy. This is my boy. Evan knows. I'm Draymond of the show.
Exactly.
But
where everybody walking on eggshells around you.
Steiny's soft.
He never been in a fight.
Charmin.
He just got a jerk voice. And it comes out. I hear it. But when you do a show with Evan, let me do it.
West Coast soft.
When you do a show with Evan or anybody else, Willard, that one day, hey, guys. Hey,
don't you get it?
No, I bring something out in you they don't.
Your takes are preposterous.
No, you just
hate
when I'm happy.
Goo, I'm scared of Willard. Goo. And I got to get the call.
You are, yeah.
Goo. So, again, this is where I get a little frustrated with you. And I'm not a Warrior fan, but I'm an observer.
We are.
They're 20. Let me just do it again. I have to do it. They're 25-26. They trade for Jimmy Butler. They go 23-8. They win their first series. Curry gets hurt. They lose to the Timberwolves. So, and now you're like, I don't think he's the guy I thought he was. Steiny, I thought he was a Superman. I thought he was going to do this, that, or the other thing. Okay. So was it a good trade or not?
It was a good trade because you're right. What were we talking? Pierce Evans hit me in the cardiac muscle, and I'll take a couple steps back, but I still stand on the Jimmy Butler I thought we were getting, or that Miami Jimmy, playoff Jimmy. I'm done with. I'm not calling them that until I see it again. It did not happen here in Golden State. But what you did and what he enabled this Warrior team to do in the regular season is get off of what's wrong with the Warriors, what's wrong with Steph. I remember those days in those shows. So Pierce Evans, here's to you, man. Cheers. Shout out RIP Norm Peterson. He passed yesterday, Steiny. So I'm saying to you, he did have an impact. But when we needed him most, he does not have that cape like he had in Miami. Dwayne Wade knows it. So does Haslam. And you could say those dudes have axes to grind, but Evan G.
I'm not sure.
Jumped in our show last segment and said what needed to be said. It wasn't about winning the series. That was unrealistic and too big of an ask. It was, Jimmy, can you get us one game? And you sat there on the sofa and shot 9 and 11 times consecutively when the stakes were as big as they could possibly be. And forget the others that didn't bring it. You're right. But you taught me this year it ain't about the others. You laid at the doorstep of the dogs, the alpha males. And I thought Jimmy was that, and we didn't see it. And I'm disappointed.
This from Kofi Spot on the YouTube chat. It's a super chat for $4.99. My issue with Jimmy is he wants Batman salary with Robin responsibility.
Wow.
But the Riddler when Steph went down because his performance was puzzling.
Wow.
You guys are
I'm
brutal.
going to give you a 4
I'm going to be honest with you. You guys are brutal. You are. I mean, I don't know what you want if you're coming down Butler's road.
It's not. I'm going to give you the victory lap, and I'm giving you the victory lap for not thinking Miami Jimmy was coming. It sounds like that's where you're at, or you saw it early on and you knew. Now, we don't know why, but I feel like we were sold something, Steiny, and we got something different. He impacted us getting to the playoffs. Yes, all that.
Right.
But this thing still, and it's starting to scare me now because we got the first sign of a muscle strain from Steph Curry in his illustrious 16-year career, that if this were to happen again, kind of at the same time,
this team stinks without Curry. Come on, Goo.
See, but I thought that got better with Jimmy, though.
It did. But
we lost 4 straight in the playoffs.
Let me ask you a question.
Against the unbuttoned Minnesota team.
If Luka would have been Butler, do you beat the Timberwolves without Curry?
You get a game. You get a game.
That's what you think.
No, you get a game. He would have gave us 35 or 41 games.
And he would have given up 45 or 50.
Well,
Let's go to
talking good, Luka.
What we got here? Let's go to Moose in San Jose. Let's get us started, Moose. What's going on? Moose. Get him off.
Hey.
Oh no. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey Tony, how you doing, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing?
Hey, doing well, thank you.
All right, man. So just real quick, man, Simons, I love you to death, bro, but we have all the right to be grinding Jimmy Butler, man. Keep doing it. He couldn't give us one game, man. He gave us the play-in, and that was it. Yeah, you got us past. Yeah, you got us past and gave us a 7th seed, but other than that, what else did he do? We just needed one more game from the guy so that Curry could come back, and hopefully, yeah, maybe things happen and then the injury gets worse, but that's not here. So, it is what it is. I think Steinmetz, it's a little bit of both. I think he wasn't 100%, and the Miami Jimmy Butler, I don't think is inexistent. However, back to your guys' Giannis trade, would I like Giannis? Of course. Who wouldn't want the guy? I would take Giannis over Draymond, Jimmy Butler. I would give up the kitchen sink, even maybe the plumbing system. So I would like to see that. But I think it could be a little bit I don't think it's a possibility just due to the fact that it's going to cost too much and we won't have any money to get any other players to surround him. It would be too much over the tax limit. So what I think they should do is I think our dinner plate is almost perfect, man. Our steak is nice and seasoned. It's got a little bit more chocolate on it than we wanted, but, hey, it's nice and juicy, ready to eat. However, our sides are too bland, man. Our sides are too bland. Our role players aren't prepared. They're not prepared. They're not seasoned. We need to go out and get more seasoned guys. I'm going to keep championing Mark Willard's take on Cam Johnson. If we can sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga and get Cam Johnson, that's a perfect fit. That guy plays defense, and he's an above 33% three-point shooter from the corners. Doesn't matter where it's at. However, if Brooklyn Nets are in the rebuild stage, I think they should try to get Nick Claxton as well. That guy is a rebound machine.
I like him.
I love Kevon Looney. So, I think they should go after those two guys and maybe even try to get a guy like Dejounte Murray as well. All right, guys.
All right. I'm blown away. You know how sometimes I pretend to be. I can't believe
But share with us when you knew.
You guys are sour on Jimmy Butler?
No, it's not
yes, you
sour,
are.
Stoney.
Yes, you are. You're saying, I can't believe he couldn't get him a game.
Yeah, that I stand up.
Dude, they went, they're not even in the playoffs without him.
I got you.
They don't win the first round without him. And then you want him to beat by himself, essentially, a Western Conference finalist team from a year ago that I think's better.
Well, I keep going to Game 3 where he went 1 for 7 in the fourth quarter, Stoney.
Well,
and
what does that tell you?
Shots. No,
and no help.
Well, okay, if that's how you want to look at it, but for you to sit there and say, how can you minimize or not, give him credit for the impact he had on the 23-8? I'm with you, but why are you so perplexed that from that joy that you have expectations that grow? To think that, okay, without Steph, we've seen the impact of Jimmy, we can get a game, maybe at home, when we're up 6 in the fourth quarter. We're talking about now just a game.
Okay. So you're going to be mad at him because he couldn't win one out of 4 games.
I'm mad at him because he shot 20 times in 2 games. Miss me with that. And you getting 50 M's and you're on the book for, umpteen money? Let me just ask you this, because you keep saying it, and I'm mad that you kind of beat me to it. So when did you know not to expect playoff Jimmy?
When Steph Curry went down and when they had to match up with the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have Jaden McDaniels, who's 6'9" and athletic as hell, and Rudy Gobert sitting in the lane, and then him playing with 4 guys, none of whom can shoot. All right. Leroy in Oakland. Leroy's with Goo. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
I'm doing good. What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Oh, welcome to the off season, Lee. Yeah.
Hey, Goo. You lit it up on this topic, and Steiny, I don't think you want this smoke. Respectfully. Respectfully. Because you are about to get it from not only Guru, but me, that last caller, and all day the callers are going to be with Goo. And I'll tell you why, Steiny. So I was with you, Steiny, about Jimmy Butler. I was like, okay, I don't know. And when Curry went down, my wife looked at me, and she's not a real big sports fan. She loves the Warriors, and she said, Curry went down, but for some reason, I'm feeling okay with Jimmy Butler. I think we're going to be all right. And I perked up because I was with you, Steiny, and okay. And she kind of got me to believe. And that we didn't see it. It was frustrating, and I don't think it's unfair for us to be coming down his road. We were expecting you to step in, and I love what you said, Goo. Give us one game.
That's all I'm asking.
It was 3 games when he was out. Give us one. And then this too, Steiny. When someone's giving you the victory lap, who gave you the victory lap, give credit to the person that gave you the victory lap. What we're saying is you had been seeing it.
That's all.
You had been saw that Jimmy wasn't that dude.
No, I don't think
that's it.
I don't think. Hold on. Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. By the way, they play the Mystics tonight at Chase. Always live on the free Odyssey app, which means you can hear it right here. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You're not giving him any break for the fall he took. None. Jimmy Butler.
All right.
And here's the other thing. And I said this at the time, and I don't want a victory lap because I don't think Jimmy Butler, I'm not saying he played great, but I don't think what people expected from him was realistic to carry this team. And here's the other thing. I'll tell you right now, and I ate it this day. I completely ate it. And what I'm talking about is when the Warriors won Game 1, and we came in the following day. Leroy's right about his wife saying, I feel good. I was blown away by how many Warrior fans were thinking we can still win this series.
Oh,
we're fine.
Gosh.
And at that time, I wasn't going to say you guys are high, but I thought about it because I did it. This is what I did when Steph Curry, and I'm going to do this every time. Conley, Edwards, Randall, McDaniels, Gobert, Naz Reid, Butler, Draymond, Pods, Moody, Post, Peyton. I don't know how they could have even gotten a game. Anyway, I'm just listen. Here's what we're talking about. Giannis's name is out there, and
man, he would change everything. I got you.
I know, but now it's spun to me. Yeah, Jimmy. Nah, I don't know. That's okay. You're not saying Jimmy stinks, but you're saying, I don't know about Jimmy. I don't know if he's a guy we thought he was.
And it's not the first time in my life that I've been living in the past, but Steiny, I'll keep it real. I'm a guy that was giving him that pass for that injury. But as I watch the games again and think about what he said after him, how am I going to go there when the player's not going there? Bottom line is you were out there, but Leroy said it so well, Steiny, so profound. Take the victory lap. And I know you don't want it, but you had saw something in regard to him not being ultra aggressive with field goal attempts, even when things were going good and they were 23-8. So this is not like it just happened in the playoffs, but, I was in sales, Steiny, and if my sales weren't, and I wasn't hitting quota, the boss would come in and would say, how many calls did you make? She didn't even have to ask. She would know. And if it said 100 and I was struggling, I'm fine because I showed effort. But if I had 40 or 35 and I'm still not making the sales, it's hell to pay. So when I look at a box score or win a go-home game and my stud that's getting 50 M's plus has 11 field goal attempts and 9, there is no great answer as to why that is sufficient. And then to hear guys.
I've tried to tell you a million times, but you dismiss it,
I was
which is
hard-headed,
fine.
and I'm admitting that.
I'm telling you right now that you're still harping on the 11 shots. Maybe he couldn't get more. He
why?
Couldn't generate.
That is the word.
Because the other team defends like hell, and the other team has a great defender. Not only they have a great individual defender, and they have an incredible rim protector.
But he did get more than 11 shots in one game.
26, game 3. So what?
Which happened to be the closest they got to winning a game.
So what happened, Stotty? Why couldn't he duplicate that?
He's 35 and he's playing in the postseason. Like that, wake up. Like that's the thing I've been talking about for forever, probably for too long. Like why did Steph Curry get hurt? He was old. Why did Butler get hurt? He's older.
48 minutes, He played a lot.
That's right. And he couldn't hold up.
And had they handled business, maybe he doesn't get hurt.
Well, he probably would have gotten hurt later in the playoffs.
But like what was it? Game 6, the Friday game I went to against the Rockets. Jimmy was he was just going through the motions as Steph was trying to make everything happen. I'm just saying collectively, had they won that game, maybe we don't have a Curry injury and close Houston out.
Well, we're going to have a Curry injury the following series then, probably, because Curry didn't even do anything.
Well,
he was like walking or running lightly.
Yeah.
510, Steiny, do you think that Butler's a great fit? And if he and Curry are healthy, they really only need to add a low-maintenance center to. All I'm saying is they went 23-8 down the stretch. They beat Houston. They lost Curry. They lost in 5 games and.
Well, the thing is, Steiny, would you let that deter you from going to get Giannis if you could, and if it would cost you Jimmy?
Not necessarily, and that's why we're talking about this. Giannis apparently won't be playing with the Bucks next year. Would I be interested in Giannis? Of course. Okay, so it'll probably take Butler, which I get it. I would entertain that, absolutely.
Okay.
But now it is gone to Butler didn't get it done. Butler didn't work. Butler, all those things.
That it didn't work. No, Steiny, just like Leroy said, we're disappointed. I am. And Leroy sounds like he's in the same line at the effort of Jimmy Butler specifically after Curry went down.
Well, you're saying effort, and I'd be careful about that word. He didn't play well. There were times he wasn't aggressive. Do we know it was because he wasn't giving effort or was he hurt?
Well,
Maybe
I
he
would
was
love
trying
to live
the
a
best.
life of the benefit of the doubt that you're giving him. I'm just saying, I'm the guy that said he has to be hurt, but my gosh, it is what it is at the end of the day. If you're out there and you hoist up 26 shots on one night and then you come back and dip to 9 and 11, I'm just saying, and you're passing the ball out to Guy Santos and Pods of the world, who I love, but they're not you. Jimmy, what part of the chessboard are you not understanding? The percentages of you shooting a basketball and it going in are greater than the guys you're passing to. So when you get sassy and you get up there with a microphone and basically tell us dummies don't tell you how to play, well, you say that to Dwayne Wade. You say that to Pat Riley, who now, the cat's out the bag, have said, we don't think you're worth that money because you're not trying to put the ball in the cup anymore.
Well, did that thought ever cross your mind when the trade was made?
No.
Pat Riley is a pretty good GM and owner.
That's real stuff.
Why would he do this?
Yeah, that's real. I thought it was personal. And
you guys think you thought you were getting a perfect player. I mean, what do you...
But he's still good, Steiny.
It wasn't like Miami was doing anything without him. I think it was fair for people to assess the situation and say Miami absolutely would have been better with Jimmy Butler, and he is what they're missing.
I'm shocked.
All right, can I ask you a question?
I can't believe anybody out there really thought the Warriors could beat Minnesota without Curry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, it's not about winning the series, Steiny.
What? So we could get to game 6 for Steph?
I mean, it was there.
It's about winning one game.
They got swept, basically, by an unbuttoned-up Minnesota team.
Well, you know what? Then you guys are idiots for thinking 23-8 during the regular season actually meant something. I mean, and you know what?
It's a 65-win pace. Are you high?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
23-8 is nothing?
Well, apparently not to you guys, because you thought that was going to translate into the postseason.
Well, one game. We thought it would get us one game without Steph.
No one sat up. Well, maybe some people did. No one sat here and said they have to win the series without Curry.
Man, nobody. And
that's not true. On the day after game 1, a lot of people believed the Warriors could win that series even without Steph.
Well, that turns out to be foolish, but winning one game is clearly a lot harder than obviously we foresaw. I just don't think.
Thank you.
No, but you sitting up here like you saw it all happening in real time is not true.
No, that's what I'm fighting against. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is...
It sounds like it.
I think you're crazy to think Jimmy Butler could do it on his own.
But
I think you're crazy to think anybody could have done it on their own against Minnesota.
One game.
I mean,
where were your stats? So when Curry got hurt, you said to yourself, because I don't remember you saying it's a wrap, everybody. The Warriors have no chance.
That's right. Because I was blown away, and I was going to wait until the Timberwolves won a game or two.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, have you ever thought of this? Butler did all he could in game 3. Was that the 26-shot night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Up 6.
He wore down in the fourth quarter because he was 1 for 7, and that's all he had to give. Then
Kuminga had a good game too.
That's because he's a one-on-one isolation player, and he doesn't rely on his teammates.
And Draymond takes some blame into that too. This is not all just Jimmy, but it is what it is. I got a scenario for you and Evan on the other side, and it involves somebody in Miami right now.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler, does he stink?
Nobody's saying that.
Apparently so. It's a team game.
And we weren't able to get it done.
Employee pricing is back at Frontier Ford. Yep, they've extended this incredible sales event. You pay what they pay on every new Ford in stock. No markups, no nonsense. Just go to Frontier Ford in Santa Clara or shop frontierford.com.
I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
I should be in a mental ward.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Let me reset here, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll be fine.
That is great.
All right. So if you haven't heard, Giannis Antetokounmpo is okay with leaving Milwaukee via a trade. He was also in the Bay Area yesterday, down at Google doing his thing, which is doing something for Google. That's all I know. And a week or two ago, he was asked a bunch of questions on Twitter, and he spoke very, very highly of Steph Curry. So we start talking about Giannis. Is it realistic? And I'm not against, obviously, Butler may have to go if this were to ever come to fruition. But what has evolved out of this discussion is it feels to me like Warrior fans are now doubting whether Butler is the real deal.
Right.
All he's cracked up to be, which maybe was too much.
All right.
And people seem to be down on him. Jimmy Butler. And for the life of me, I think that's pretty.
It'll pass.
But I think that's really harsh and unfair to Butler, because this team without Steph Curry is incredibly ordinary. And so, no, he wasn't able to win a game. But, I'm old enough to remember when Michael Jordan was on the Bulls, and he scored 63, and then he scored 49, and they didn't win a game from the Boston Celtics.
But that is what you're doing for Jimmy when Michael put out that production, and it was obvious to Helen Keller and anybody else that couldn't see, Steiny, that Michael was not the problem. But when you have Jimmy not even trying to get 63 and 49, the question bar, like, dude, you're on the books for 54 M's. Is it so far-fetched for us to just expect for you to go out guns blazing? Give me a 3 for 19. At least we know you tried. There was none of that. That's all.
So where is that series? I want to get this for you just because.
And I got a question for you and Evan.
Okay. Michael Jordan, 1986 playoffs. Game 1 against the Celtics, 18 for 36. He had 49.
All right.
Game 2, he had 63. He was 22 for 41. They go back to I remember Chicago. He had 19.
Gotcha.
8 for 18. What happened to Jordan in Game 3?
Maybe his arms were tired from hoisting up those.
Well, maybe Jimmy Butler's arms were tired from shooting 26 times.
I guess I'm just wondering, why are you giving him that benefit of the doubt when, one, you stepped back and said he's not the same Jimmy? It seems like you were there first.
Well, I never, whenever anybody said playoff Jimmy, I said, well, that's 2 years ago. We'll see if he's playoff Jimmy. I saw enough of Jimmy Butler in 31 regular season games and the 10-12 playoff games.
The bottom line is, Steiny, what do you do with what you saw? And if it were me and I had a chance to go get a guy like Giannis who was in the Bay, that's why we're talking about this. Sure. We're dreaming. If I could swap guys out, or there was a way I could use everybody but Steph, even Draymond, to get Giannis in a Warrior uniform, I would do it. And I now would be concerned, if I'm Joe Lacob moving forward, this Curry's first strained muscle, if that were to show its face or rear its head again, next year, let's hope it never happens. But if it were, I got to tell you, I now have seen what I believe Jimmy Butler to not be able to get us a game or take us to the promised land, that this has altered what I think about Jimmy Butler moving forward if Steph were to get hurt. Because now what you're telling me is, yeah, we brought in Butler. We're giving him the $54 million next year. But the bottom line is, if Steph goes down, we're done.
Exactly. You're done. You're done. You're done.
Well, he's got a hell of a deal then, Jimmy Butler. I can't expect, or Warrior fans can't expect a little more production or activity. That's a good gig to have, man.
So to hell with his track record.
Well, his track record is why we were all excited that he was coming to town.
No, I mean his track record. To hell with his track record on this team already. 23-8 regular season with Jimmy. First round win over Houston. They get beat without Minnesota. Or they get beat by Minnesota without Curry, and everyone's like, you know what? I don't think Butler's all that.
Well, I think the fact that Giannis is out here, and again, there could be no substance to it, but Stoney, he's about to, I believe, request a trade. The question again, are you willing to change and use that chip if you could to parlay Giannis in a Warrior uniform and be your next guy after Steph Curry?
By the way, there's also a report from Eric Pincus, who's a national NBA writer.
He's legit.
He's saying that many GMs believe that Giannis will ask for a trade this summer.
Yeah.
And you just want to be
Pincus
a player.
Is good.
Yeah, and Joe Lacob has shown us, Donnie, he's active. But real quick, there's a guy in Miami, Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
If there was somehow you could do a sign and trade with Kuminga, you put him in Miami, different locale, would you be willing to bring Wiggins? Could you get Wiggins back? Because, Steiny, you're laughing. I'm not. Jimmy Butler aside, they miss Wiggins. And if you could reunite Andrew Wiggins in a Warrior uniform with Jimmy Butler, then maybe you don't need that's more realistic than Giannis. You say what to that?
Sure.
Would you want him back? If you're Joe Lacob, hell yes, right? If it costs you Kuminga, who you deemed unplayable at times?
Yeah, sure. I guess. It's a tough one for me. Khalil in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, Khalil. How you doing?
Hey, good. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
Right on. You know, one thing I want to talk about is the body language. If you look at, if you watch the playoffs against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Draymond Green, look at his body language, the way he played. You know, anyone I would trade is Draymond Green because you know what? He gets a lot of technicals, and then he pouts, and then he doesn't play that hard. Like if you looked at the last few games against the Timberwolves, the effort wasn't there. But overall, the defensive effort wasn't there. And you know what? I don't understand why Warriors can't get a guy like Malik Beasley. He's going to cost you maybe a little more than, somebody else you got on the bench, his name is
Pods?
Buddy Hield.
Oh,
right?
Buddy.
So, he's a good three-point shooter, and he's a great defender. You know, get a guy like Malik Beasley. And for Giannis, hey, I would give up Butler, Draymond. Hey, you want 4 picks? We'll give you 4 picks, you know? But I think if the Warriors trade Kuminga, they might turn around and regret that decision later on down the future.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the call, Khalil.
And it's kind of funny, Dre's not catching any heat, and he admitted it, and I told you our last show Thursday that I hadn't seen him get whooped down low in the paint in the box area since the 19 finals, and he said the same thing. So I appreciate him on being honest, but you almost had to be honest with the way that Julius Randle had his way with Draymond, and he should be catching some heat too. But again, this is about, I understand what we were asking them to do without Steph, but what Evan said hour ago is Donnie, we weren't asking to win the series, Jimmy. You couldn't get us a game.
Well, if you weren't asking the Warriors to win the series, who cares about winning one game?
Well,
like seriously.
Well, if you win one game, maybe it's 3-2 instead of 4-1. Then if you win another game and Curry comes, but who knows? But we're saying
that's
that
the
just
point.
for the price of
without
admission.
Curry, I mean, all right. 415, Steiny, you're always about the birth certificate. Don't you think Giannis would be worth his salary more than Butler? I'm not saying I wouldn't entertain Giannis for Butler. Of course, if Butler's involved in the trade, of course I would. Absolutely, I would. I'm just surprised at the negativity toward Jimmy Butler because he didn't play great against the Timberwolves in the postseason without Steph Curry. Like that's what I'm surprised about. And particularly when we saw this team without Butler, he came, they go 23-8, they beat the Rockets, they lose Steph, okay, and he fizzled out after game 3. Okay? I'm just a little surprised, that's all. Let's go to Connie in Oakland. Hey, Connie, how you doing?
Hi, Steiny. Thank you so much.
Hey, sure.
You know what? I want to see Jimmy back, too. And I want to see Giannis and Jimmy and redo Jimmy's contract as some kind of a halftime thing and just hear me out because there's such a smoothness and a definiteness to Jimmy, reminiscent of Chris Paul. He's a leader. And so if he didn't have to have such a heavy burden, like sort of a halftime thing going on, and that would help him with the injury factory and the whole team. It'd be easier on Jimmy, and he's there to smooth things out when they need him. Have Giannis plus Jimmy in a different role kind of thing.
The money, that can't happen.
Well, thanks, Connie, for the call. I mean, if there's any way to get Giannis and not move Butler, of course. Butler, Giannis, and Steph, that I think is completely unrealistic.
Right.
God. The team
I don't know what the God is about.
Because the team seems to like where they're at. And again, this part is not Giannis related.
Right.
The team seems to really be positive about Butler, what he did, and Butler moving forward. But what I'm hearing from fans is that he didn't get it done. And like the way I look at it is, you know who didn't get it done? Steph. He didn't get it done.
Well, he got hurt.
That's right. He got hurt.
Oh.
And he was no factor. And guess what? Jimmy Butler tried to pick up the slack. He couldn't. He didn't. Because playing without Steph Curry, I thought, is too big of a hill to climb.
Yeah, well, my only issue with everything you're saying is he tried to go Frank Sinatra and do it his way. And whatever his calculations were to where he went straight pedestrian in regard to his shot attempts, I'll never understand that. So I'm not going to sit here and say he had a bad. I can be honest with you all and myself as a Warrior fan. I'm disappointed with how he attacked the playoffs without Steph Curry. And he told us as much. You don't tell him how to play. You don't tell him when to be aggressive. So he thought passing the ball to others that were lesser than him was the way to go. And if you're right, go Bears at the Cup, who didn't play 40 minutes every game, Steiny. And McDaniel was his kryptonite, okay. But, man, I sure would have loved to watch the Warriors lose and Jimmy Butler, my star, after my second star, my Robin. I would love a 2 for 15 or a 3 for 18. Just that speaks for itself. You were trying.
Yeah.
But to feel like you were just out there.
I don't equate going 3 for 18 as trying more than going 5 for 9. You're just taking more shots. I don't know if he's trying anymore.
Well, there's a thing called, Steiny, shoot your shot. What are you holding back for? That's what?
Didn't we see Jimmy play enough to know who he was since he got here?
I don't differentiate that. Playoff Jimmy and Jimmy buckets. He earned that. I can never do anything. He earned that. But now I'm finding out why Miami got rotten at the end, and I wasn't privy to it. I thought it was all personal. Now I'm finding out here in D-Wade and the rest of the gang talk about Jimmy Butler not being aggressive.
This is ridiculous in a way to me, and I'll tell you why.
20 shot attempts in 2 playoff games from a dude that's almost getting $60 million is ridiculous.
You know what's ridiculous? You
caping up for him.
Thinking a 35-year-old fossil without any help is going to get stronger as the playoffs go on when you are playing against young, athletic teams. The reason I was skeptical of Butler was because you're going into the postseason with 37, 35, 35.
Right.
Guess what? It ain't going to work. It's not going to work. They're too old. And Steph broke down, and Butler isn't the player he was 2 years ago. And just because the Warriors traded for Butler and everybody said, look what he did 2 years ago, doesn't mean he's the same player as 2 years ago.
And yeah, that's a harsh reality now.
Exactly.
And instead, I got to be honest. I hope you're wrong.
But the reality was they traded for a 35-year-old. Like, that's the reality, and you kind of got away with it this season, and then he wore down, or he got hurt, or he couldn't carry the burden without Steph.
All right, so
which I never thought he would be able to do anyway.
All right, let's say you're right. You do understand now that there should be no second thought from Joe Lacob and company, Mike D, is somehow you could use Jimmy in a deal that would get you Giannis.
Sure.
I mean, even if the names were different, a 30-year-old,
But listen, this is what happened. We talked about Giannis when the Warriors were still playing. And you said, Steiny, I got to tell you, I think I'd rather have Butler. And I said, that's fine, whatever. Now, Butler's the same player he was. And now, of course you would want, like when you said Butler over Giannis, I was like, what are you smoking? I mean, Giannis is one of the best players in the league.
But half of what I was saying, Steiny, is Giannis is like, that's a pipe dream. You know what I mean? I knew Jimmy was going bad in Miami, so when you said it was more giving Jimmy his flowers because that was more realistic. Now I'm like, oh my gosh, if you could get Giannis.
Yes, I'm not against sniffing around for Giannis. I don't know who would be. Let's go to Binks. Binks is in San Francisco. Hey, Binks, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, Steiny, you just basically stole my whole call. But go ahead and take your victory lap. I'm taking it with you reluctantly, but there was a bunch of us who weren't necessarily believing in the trade in the first place. Okay, Goo, I really called in to come down your road.
Go ahead, man.
Like Steiny just said, Goo, 2 years ago was when Jimmy went to the finals. Just like when we talk about 3 years ago is when we won the title, the Warriors. Maybe if Jimmy fell on his 33-year-old butt and not his 35-year-old butt, maybe he could have been a little bit more productive, And without Steph, I know that it comes up sometimes. I don't think we talk about it enough, but the Warriors without Steph, they're not as good as Miami was. When Jimmy was dragging them, quote unquote, to the finals, that team is better. They had Adebayo, they had Hero, Duncan Robinson, they had Gabe Vincent. That's killing the Warriors without Steph. When it's just Jimmy and Draymond, Pods, and Moody, that team is better, man. It's not a video game. We cannot turn off injuries. We cannot turn off age. I feel like we're just dealing with we're trying to reconcile, swallow this big pill that we don't want to do. We're like kids who don't want to take that Robitussin because it doesn't really, taste good or whatever. We made the bed, man. There were some of us that were like, I don't know if we should really do that trade because, they're getting kind of old and injuries can happen and whatever. Your risk when you step up to that crap table. And one last thing, you said a couple of days ago that this is for all of you couldn't get us one game. You felt like with Durant, they could get us one game. He could get us one game. Guru, you watched the playoffs last year. Durant couldn't get one game against Minnesota last year, and he had Devin Booker on the squad.
I'm not mad at you.
And Minnesota is even better this year. So, the sports talk, so we talk in circles and all that. But at the end of the day, the last teams that are standing, just like last year, they're all younger, man. So we made our bed, man. We may just have to lay in it. But I just feel like all of this, expecting what Jimmy should have done or could have done or would have done, he's 35 years old, man. Next year they're going to be even older. I'm a Warrior. I bleed blue if you cut my arm right now. I want them to win.
I get it,
but we cannot be like Delulu. That's what the kids be saying.
Yeah. Well,
thanks, Banks. Appreciate the call.
And I'll just say this to Brinks.
What do the kids say?
Bruhu. Evan don't know.
Did he say Delulu? Like delusional?
I think Evan might be right. I'm out the game.
Those kids shorten words. Now you know what they say? Riz for charisma.
I've never what?
Your daughter likes that one, right?
Yeah, my daughter.
Yeah. I've never heard that. Riz.
Yeah, it's like Riz.
I got Riz.
Yeah, you do.
You do too. Evan too.
No, you got more.
But listen, I'm telling the caller, I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting the notion that I was wrong. It still doesn't make it hurt less. I'm now speaking out to my therapist, that it hurts. Okay, you were there earlier, and it sounds like the caller Brinks was too. But for the all massive Dub Nation that thought Curry going down, maybe we could hold it down collectively and get a game and hope the game's. I really thought the Game 6 Steph thing was going to happen, but it didn't. But the bottom line is it doesn't hurt any less. So you were there before all of us, Donnie. But the bottom line is this thing still goes through Steph Curry, and we really saw that in the playoffs. And if you can alleviate that and somehow go out on a limb, do some stuff or give up some commodities that might make you uncomfortable, but get Giannis for life without Curry, my gosh, it makes too much sense. But how realistic is it that he would choose us too?
Well, he's got a lot of mileage too. It's not like Giannis is a spring chicken. I know he's 30, but Butler's played. This was his 14th season. Giannis just completed his 12th NBA season. He's still really good, but it's not like you're getting a guy for the next 10 years. Like, well, in a perfect world, I guess the Lakers did.
Well, give me 7, Evan. Give Giannis 7. Would you guys give him 7?
Yeah, 6.
Barring injury, but we never know.
7 of being a top 3 player in the world?
Yeah,
that's what you want from him.
I think he's probably got 2 more years in his prime.
To Evan's point, there's going to be 12 or 13 or 15 teams lined up around the corner willing to take that chance, right?
I would think so, of course. Yeah.
Plus, if you're the Warriors, though, it's about next season. I don't think you can think of like.
All right,
even if you get Giannis, I don't really think you can approach it like. We got our future too.
Microwave, we need it now. It is exciting to think about, Stoney. And I don't think maybe it's because they got Butler and he was a trade deadline goo. Why do I feel like 4 years ago when we were talking about this, it was unrealistic? But now he's lived a little bit, got some hair on his chest, and the Warriors are doing what they're like. Anything and everything is on the table outside of Curry. That's including Draymond.
I can't help but think there is something with certain Warrior fans, you included. It's that you just don't give the best players around Steph any break or credit, if you know what I mean.
I guess my question would be, why would they need it?
The same damn thing happened with Durant. Now, they got titles out of Durant, but...
Oh, you're saying when he went down?
Yeah, there's just something about...
Well, they lost 2 guys, but I hear you.
You know, I get Curry didn't play, but there's something about... Well, this is Butler's fault now. It's Butler's fault.
Well, they won. Curry was getting hot, and he left the first. I mean,
so is it? Who's the reason the Warriors even got to the postseason?
Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna stop doing that because I'm gonna use you against you. It's a team game. You said as much.
I know.
When he got here, everybody falls under others. Were playing better basketball than they played in the playoffs. So it was a collective.
Is that Jimmy Butler's fault?
No, not for Pods and Moody going cold. I wouldn't put that at his doorstep, but I would say it's some of Kerr's fault. Maybe you're not in the play-in if Kuminga was getting more run. Maybe if Kuminga was getting more run against Houston, maybe you're not in. They don't come back from 3-1. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I just know I'm uncomfortable as a Warrior fan now dealing with a Curry injury and the ramifications like they always were going to be. But now that we even got Butler, I thought there was some Geico involved in that, some insurance to where, okay, we can get a game.
Are you worried about Steph?
No, I'm
moving forward.
I'm worried about the team if Steph were to get hurt again and be out. Good. I don't want the season to be night.
It's going to be, though. I mean,
not if you get Giannis.
No, we talk about this a lot, Goo, when I say if Steph gets hurt, and what's the typical answer? Well, if anybody's star gets hurt, they're done. And you're right. But to think that two 35-year-olds and a 37-year-old,
man,
we're going to be Superman.
Yeah.
I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see calls. We'll get to them all on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Memorial Day weekend, it's almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointments, stay in your car, done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
The game within the game with the Laughing Monk Studio.
Steiny and Guru with you. And it's Pile on Jimmy Butler Day.
Stop it.
It is Pile on Jimmy Butler Day.
Before we get back into it, can you tell the people what I just asked you off air?
I forget. You asked me something.
If you were on death row and you had one meal, your last meal, what would it be?
I said
lasagna.
Okay.
Ooh, I love me some lasagna. And you said
surf and turf.
And I didn't know what that was.
It's a steak and a lobster.
Wow, I've never heard it called that.
Surf, lobster, turf. That's what it is.
So you're a big steak guy, ribeye?
Porter. Any kind.
Yeah, Swagoo. Remember we had those, Shasky.
He didn't cook them right.
That's the best steak I ever. Please, that's the best steak I ever had. Hey, I ain't mad at steak, but good lasagna with the Parmesan cheese.
I hate this. I hate doing this to Shasky. But
that's our guy.
But people don't understand. He was a butcher.
All right.
He wasn't a cook. Those are two separate things. You can give him a cow.
Okay.
And he can slice and dice it up and reach in and disembowel it, probably. But
I've done that with deer.
There's no guarantee that he knows how to cook it right. He's not an expert on cooking like he is in butchery.
But see, you're doing him like you're doing Jimmy. Did you taste bad meat from him? Because when he cooked ours or helped us cook, it was incredible. And Fuego.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you act like you come off as if he burnt it or something.
They kept it in a little too long.
All right, Carl. Okay. You're the best.
All right. Let's
back to Wiggins. God, the amount of people. Yeah, he probably heard it. The amount of people that said Guru no to Wiggins, I almost need security getting to the caddy. So, okay, we'll leave that there.
Let's start out this segment in Fairfield with Christian. Wants to talk about Jimmy Butler. And the reason we're talking about Jimmy Butler is because not only are fans disappointed in him, apparently, he would probably be the piece. He would absolutely need to be the piece to probably go along if the Warriors have any action at all with Giannis.
Right.
What's up, Christian?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Goo?
Hey.
I'm with you, Steiny. I don't know why these people are coming at Jimmy. But Dwayne Wade said that because if you go back a couple of years on Instagram, he left heart emojis on Gabrielle Union's page, and Dwayne Wade was in the comments saying, "Don't leave heart emojis on my wife's thing."
Oh.
So me today, Steiny, I think all these takes come out of emotion. Like,
I agree.
Goo's passionate, so he thinks Goo's passionate. So he's seen Kuminga, so all of a sudden Kuminga's a young Dominique. So there's people out there that think Steve Kerr's doing Kuminga wrong, so they're going to attach to Guru. Well, Guru said it, so it's right. Just like when Cam Newton said Brock Purdy's a system quarterback, now the stigma is he's a system quarterback. Well, so was Troy Aikman. He got the worst numbers out of any quarterback in the Hall of Fame. No one's talking about him. So with the Jimmy Butler thing, it's the same thing. People are disappointed. It's emotion, whether like, Goo, I'm not coming at you because you're passionate, you're not sensitive.
Yeah.
You know, and lasagna's mine too. But that's what it is. And it's just a place of emotion to where they're coming and they're trying to find something to latch on to. And that's just, I guess that's fans, maybe fantasy or whatever. But if you swap out Jimmy Butler this year for Giannis in this playoffs, he's not getting a win.
Oh, there's no. Hey,
Giannis
come on, man. Come on. I
year.
love you to death. But real quick, everything you're saying is spot on. That's not. And all I'm talking about is field goal attempts. 20 field goal attempts with no Steph Curry, and you're the man. We're not asking for much. We're not asking you to make 18 of them, but 20 is not enough. And we're not the only ones saying, "Hey, Jimmy, wake up. What happened? Why didn't you attack this game this way?" So for you to even put that at Giannis's doorstep, I think that's unfair.
Well, I don't think you can sit here and say they would have.
But you can't act like they wouldn't have.
Oh, it's irrelevant.
Well, he brought him in.
And he can have an opinion that Giannis wouldn't have won a game, and you can have an opinion that Giannis would have won a game.
And I love our guy. I'm just saying, I don't care what college basketball, Steiny, a college or high school, when one star goes down and you got two, so you think, and we know we Warriors got two, It's not crazy to sit here and think, and all the people that are caping up for Jimmy was playing the right way, the more I watch these games, and I was in the hotel room and I chose to watch them again, it just, something was off.
Okay. Maybe it has to do with who Jimmy is as a person and who he is as a player. And this is something that when Butler was going through his thing in Miami, nobody cared on this side.
Right.
Oh, what's going on in Miami? Well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He'll get here and he'll be fine. Well, if you're telling me that he wasn't the player you thought he was, or he had more in the tank but just didn't give it, well, then I know why Miami got rid of him. Omar Vergara, $9.99. If the Warriors get Giannis, who's the supporting cast? Because we still need shooting and length to contend in the West and to win it all. Who are the assets if Giannis comes here?
Yeah, that's above our pay grade, but we still need shooting and length right now, as is. In a major, shout out E40, in a major way, Stoney. So, those are on the to-do list for the Warriors moving forward. How, I don't know, but I'm just telling you, man, if somehow you could parlay Giannis into Jimmy Butler into Giannis, or whoever's on this team into Giannis, my goodness, man. And that's just a dream. I get it. I get it.
And, I was talking a little bit about a segment of Warrior fans.
Yeah.
And here's what I don't sign off on.
All right.
And I get it. He's making 50. This vitriol, this disappointment,
that I like
this anger
it'll subside.
At Jimmy Butler should be directed at Draymond Green is who it should be directed at. But we can't criticize.
He never was going to save the day. He can't. He doesn't have the offensive repertoire to do that.
Well,
but he still was bad.
But maybe Jimmy doesn't either. Maybe Jimmy doesn't either.
And that's what's scary.
Well,
I tend to believe he can.
Why didn't it scare you when they traded for a 35-year-old?
Because I thought he was going to be fresh as a can of orange juice or buy a new thing of orange juice and 23-8.
Like, to me, you're mad at Jimmy Butler even though you knew
this is where
he was 35 years old.
Yeah, he was 35,
not
Stoney, until this playoff series.
I'll ask this again.
You had nothing to lose, though, Stoney.
What do you mean?
Martin Lawrence.
When you traded for Butler. I think you're not saying you wouldn't have done it.
No, but I feel like
you're saying we should have seen a sign of him slowing down, and I did not see that in Miami.
I just felt. Are you like the playoffs? Why would you possibly expect the Golden State Warriors with Green, Butler, and Steph to get stronger as the playoffs
now that's
moved
a different
on?
Story.
Well, no, it is. It's the story.
No, the story is why did one guy when the superstar went down not take his game or try to take his game to the next level?
Maybe he did. Maybe he was hurt.
Then Houston, which is Golden State in this instance, we got a problem. Because if Jimmy is only going to be effective when Curry's out there, well, that line's around the corner.
He's 35. You should have saw it coming.
Now that's different.
I said it at the time. And
yeah, mad. Like, Sonny, it's okay. We know you're not there. I can be disappointed until,
of course you can.
Training camp comes around, they make some moves. But the rat on the table on today's show, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is I thought for a minute if Jimmy Butler was who I thought he was, we wouldn't want Giannis. And that could even sound stupid. But I thought Jimmy still had that much left in the tank to where we're good here.
Did you think Draymond had more in the tank? Yes.
Well, it's twofold here.
What are we talking about?
It's twofold. It's yes and no. And now I got the info I need. But moving forward, he never could do or be asked to do what Jimmy did in Steph's absence.
Well, Well, to be fair, like Draymond, you could make a case hoodwinked a lot of people the last 3 months of the season.
Man.
I mean, you said it yourself, Steiny. He played one of the greatest defensive games against Giannis Antetokounmpo we've ever seen. Like, he completely neutralized him. And it didn't feel like we got that version of Draymond Green in the postseason outside of maybe a couple games against Houston. But in his own words, he got completely outplayed by Randall.
And I appreciate him saying that.
I mean, Draymond was a damn good defensive player, but it was like for 3 months.
Yeah. And he had that hype train going. And he did finish top 3 defensive player of the year. And again, Draymond, for all the Warrior fans, will be on tonight, TNT, for the Pacers Knicks coverage. He'll be in studio.
Here's why I don't give Butler the lion's share of grief like some other people, is because they have 3 old players, period. End of story. One of them broke down. The oldest one broke down. And I believe it had a lot to do with his age. Right. Another one got hurt and then came back and didn't quite seem to be himself. Right. And a third, Draymond Green, just sputtered out completely.
All right.
Okay.
I have no qualms with anything you said.
So tell me how that's all on Butler.
It's not, but you're kind of taking the conversation in the wrong direction. We can get past Jimmy. What you just said is why. All you can do is try. Shoot your shot, right? This is why you call Milwaukee. And this is why if I'm Joe Lacob,
right.
everything's in play outside of the chef. And why do I believe, Steiny, I'm a dreamer. Why do I believe this is not 5 years ago? Why do I feel like there's something to the I don't want to say innuendo or rumor. Why do I feel like the Warriors got a chance? And you could be like, Guru, they have no, I don't know. I just feel
next year?
To get Giannis. Yes. Why do I feel that way?
Well, because Joe Lacob has a reputation for, quote unquote, being in on any big name. He landed one in Durant.
All right.
And so people think he can do it again, and maybe again and again. That's why I think the optimism comes, and Lacob has given Warrior fans positivity about the possibility they could get a guy like that. I mean, he went after. I mean, he called LeBron. He wanted Markkanen. He wanted Paul George.
Yeah.
Rich is in Fremont.
Our man.
Hey, Rich, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
A little disappointed with the end of the season, Rich.
Yeah. Hey, Rich, real quick.
Okay,
Rich, real quick. Just hold on one sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Valkyries and Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, all you, buddy.
Yeah, you got to take care of that legal. I get that. Look, I think honestly, what it comes down to is understanding that, I don't think Jimmy should get dumped on for the way the season ends. I think the entire team should get dumped on. If you're going to blame anybody, blame everybody. Okay? It's a team effort. And, the thing is, Jimmy was spectacular this season. He came in the middle of the season. He didn't get a chance to have a full year with these guys. So to go ahead and say, well, you know what, I'm disappointed. Well, you're disappointed because, 1, you don't know the NBA. And 2, you don't know the Golden State Warriors. And 3, you've never played in the NBA. So you wouldn't understand. It's easy to just all of a sudden drop something on him and get emotional because, he's disappointed. I'm disappointed with him. I'm not disappointed with anything Jimmy did. Okay? I'm basically feeling this right now. They got to the second round. This is a team that was 10th. They were 10th. And they got to the second round. I'm glad they got that far. Would I have liked to see them go further? Yeah, I would have. But the reality of the matter is, everybody knows the West was stacked this year. You had everybody within a game or 2 games in front of each other. So if you think that you're disappointed in Jimmy, you don't know this league. You don't know Golden State. You definitely don't know basketball.
All right, Rich. Rich, hold on. I don't want to fight. Rich, just real quick. What does the Rich computer compute? Because you're giving out passes like Steiny when Jimmy Butler, as great as he is, shoots the ball 20 times in 2 games. What do you say?
I say that there should have been more support for the rest of the team. They didn't even shoot it 20 times. Okay? They didn't.
All right,
Thanks,
we
Ray.
What was Pod's numbers?
I got you.
And
this is a star league, Steiny. You taught me, hey, Guru, you don't go for the 8th and 7th and 6th man. You put it at the doorstep of the dudes. And Jimmy was the dude.
Well, remember when I got upset with you and I said,
"What day?
You know, Guru, you talk about Butler like he has won a championship,
right? Because
he didn't. He's never has.
But now what? You know what? That's interesting. You bring that up.
So why would you expect a non-champion to play?
Okay. Well, Steiny, you can do things in sports to where you're like, hey, you didn't win it, but you won it when you're carrying a team on the back. But what do you give me for this? Real quick.
Yeah.
It feels like all of a sudden he didn't carry a bunch of bums to the finals, because now all of a sudden we're comparing and contrasting what he has here.
That was conventional
to Tyler
wisdom.
Hero, who can play. Vincent got paid. Caleb Martin got paid. Bam. All of a sudden, that narrative is changing that he carried a bunch of bums, and we're finding out, mate. I'm asking you, where are you at on that? Because all of a sudden it's changing.
Well, it's not necessarily changing. It's just that so many fans just said Miami was garbage. And, I mean, okay. But the reality is, yes, what we saw is Miami had shooters. They had guys that could put the ball in the basket. And the Warriors don't.
Evan, what do you think of that, Evan? Am I too far off the mark?
Jimmy Butler was also better, and I'm not saying that team, like those teams were god awful, and to say that he dragged bums is, I think, extreme.
He said better,
but Jimmy Butler, like you go look at some of the games and numbers that he had on those teams, like look at 38, 42, 27, 32, 31, 4, like Jimmy Butler was extremely good in those postseason series.
And I thought that was coming to town, but you're telling me I should have known.
I'm not. I think you were asking too much from him without Steph.
Yeah.
I think.
And Rich had some merit. You know, he goes around it.
I wouldn't say. Yeah, he was a little too strong. I'm not saying.
Moody and Pods and everybody all went in the tank at the same time. It felt like.
If I thought that, thinking that. Expecting a little more out of Jimmy Butler doesn't mean that somebody doesn't know basketball. I understand the argument. I understand the frustration. I appreciate it. But I just think it's unwarranted and it's a little bit over the top. That's all.
But moving real quick, last thing.
Sure.
Moving forward, this is my life and my thoughts. I now know if Steph goes down in regular season in the offs, and we don't want that, I'll now never hold on like in Vogue, Steiny, like I did this year, thinking Jimmy's going to be what Evan just talked about in regard to production in the offs. Those days may be over. Hopefully we don't have to find out. But Jimmy is a product right now of Steph Curry and all that Robin. He was telling us, and I thought it was just jive. He told us.
I mean, I'm looking at the 4 teams right now. And if Edwards isn't on the T-Wolves, they ain't nothing.
Fair.
And if
SGA.
As Gilgeous-Alexander, they ain't nothing. And Halliburton, you take them off, or Brunson, those teams aren't where they're at. Now, apparently, you thought, and people thought, that Butler was the best number 2 in the league, so that if they lost their Edwards, which they did, we kind of wouldn't skip a beat. And that, to me, is unrealistic.
No, it's not about skipping a beat. And this is the frustrating part of our conversation today, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
We're not saying win the series, but how many of those teams could have won a game?
Like
and
Tatum,
that's what we're talking about.
Tatum went out, and they won the next game.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Because Brown, with his teammates, held it down.
That's right. And let's do it again. Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown, Porzingis, Derek White, the 6th man of the year, the white kid. And I'm forgetting
Pritchard.
And I'm forgetting somebody.
They got a lot of white guys done.
Al Horford.
Yeah, no, Tito.
Who's got a better supporting cast?
The Boston.
Well, then there's your answer why they maybe were able to get one game. Let's go to Austin's in San Jose.
Our man.
Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good conversation, always lively. Hey, listen, a couple things. One,
You have reached the maximum time permitted for recording your message.
Oh, boy.
If you're satisfied with the message.
Oh, boy.
Was he in jail?
I don't know.
What happened?
What was that?
Somebody trying to leave a message. He got somebody tapping in on his phone.
He's a popular guy.
The lady scared me.
I didn't know what was going on.
Welcome to Movie Phone.
Why don't you just tell me the movie you would like to see? Let's go to T in Oakland. Maybe. T's in Oakland. Hey, T, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing? First of all,
what's up,
I had to
T?
get my therapy call in with y'all again.
Hanging in, man.
Listen, Goo, you my guy, man, but I got to agree with Steiny today. Basically, when we play without Steph, it's like a pair of white pants. You can see everything.
Oh, man.
When we play with Steph, it's like a pair of black pants. You know, black pants can be dirty, but a lot of stuff is hidden because they're black. We're going to need the same thing and I disagree with being down on Jimmy. Jimmy did what he could do. And I think a lot of people forgot. He was hurt.
Yeah.
He just went out there and tried to cape up for the team, but he was hurt. And if we do not identify a lob threat, a rim protector, and some consistent shooters, the same thing is going to happen, with or without Steph. It don't matter. That's what we need to do. We need some shooters, and we need somebody in there protecting the paint.
Yeah.
If you look at last night's game, Oklahoma City was having their way driving in there, and then when they couldn't get it, they relied on the mid game.
Yeah, they did.
So if I'm Paz, if I'm Moody, I'm working on my mid game and I'm working on my shot, man, in the off season, man.
It's not a bad idea.
The same thing's gonna happen.
You're right.
And I know the Warriors are smart. The Warriors are very smart, so I know they're doing their due diligence, looking for players to pick up. I'm thinking of people like Clint Capella's available. I heard Steiny say no on Brook Lopez earlier, but hey, he's a rim protector.
Yeah.
And he has a jump shot. So,
no, those are some good names, T. No, appreciate the call, man. We got full lines.
Capella, Steiny.
Like here's,
oh my gosh! Especially if you're telling me, go ahead, go there.
This is after. Here's where I think I'm different than the disagreement comes from. So I watched the Warriors play the second half of the season, and I see them play. They beat Houston, then they lost to the Timberwolves, and people are really upset Butler didn't step up more. If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm more mad at Lacob and Dunleavy for believing that an old core could last in this day and age of the playoffs where it's just a grueling grind. And I'll be honest, that's why when we come to, well, of course I'd want Giannis.
Yeah.
Are we going to do this next year? Are the
I was
three,
just getting ready to say
Are the three most important players going to be Steph?
It looks
Drake?
like it.
Okay.
It looks like
and
it.
what do you expect the results to be?
Hey, I'm going to say this, Steiny. You got to the playoffs without these guys getting hurt, and it got you. It bit you in the ass in the second round. But if they tried again, what if somehow you skate through and you avoid the injury? Then what? Because I really believe they could have beat Minnesota with a healthy Steph Curry.
Right.
I really do.
I think if you run back the same thing, the old guys won't be able to get it done in the postseason.
Or if you had given Kuminga more of a role, maybe guys could rest a bit more.
Well, that's...
And Curry don't got to play 46 minutes.
Well, that's great in thought, but they don't want to make Kuminga one of the top three. Ross Salon, $2 super chat. Jimmy was still hurt, compromised physically. What's coming up? I see all the calls. We'll get you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
I'm Batman.
to get a lot younger, and they keep getting older. Think about the insanity of that. I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Priest.
Priest, the man.
We'll be fine.
It doesn't hit the same.
Yeah.
And then you know why I'm really mad?
Why?
Is the television show he and Buddy had just was not on the air for 4 straight games.
Perhaps.
You know how they do their thing, Lauren Hardy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you're just joining us.
Give me one more, Evan.
I'm Batman.
The Warriors season concluded a week ago. Giannis Antetokounmpo was in the Bay Area yesterday, and
damn,
he also had some unbelievably complimentary things to say about Steph Curry in a chat a week or so ago, and he's expected to ask for a trade. Many GMs are saying that, according to various reports. And so, with Joe Lacob, this thing's got a little life.
Yeah.
Now, Jimmy Butler was just acquired by the Warriors, and he would likely have to go in a move like this, which I have no problem with. I have no problem with.
Okay.
What I do have a problem with is the over, to my way of thinking, over criticism of Jimmy Butler. Let me give you this example.
All right.
How did Steph Curry play without Jimmy Butler?
It's something I'll never forget. One of his worst seasons,
right?
Visually and number wise, to where I thought the bilateral knee that night is both knees. There's no space. It was bad.
So what we saw with Steph when Jimmy Butler wasn't here was a player who absolutely had moments, but there were more and more games where he wasn't a factor or as much of a factor. So how come you can't afford Jimmy Butler the same grace because he struggled like Curry did when he didn't have his running mate, Steph Curry?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I'll just keep it real like this. This was the offs. This was win or go home. And when you talk about the regular season, I can't give you that answer, and I won't rob Jimmy for the impact he had. It was incredible. We lived it. But, Steiny, you can't lose sight of that impact growing your expectation level for Jimmy when you just isolate Jimmy, who and what he is, didn't disappoint when they went 23-8. And I thought he was pacing himself to where, and he said as much, there'll be games, I'll read it, and I'll know, and I'll be more aggressive. So I bought all of that. And when you're in the playoffs and your guy goes down, I just think, Steiny, what did Rich say? You know basketball. I think I do, Rich. Just show me that you're putting it all out there. And I just felt like him shoot 9 and 11 times back to back. There was something going on. And I'm not saying he's the sole reason they lost to Miami. The Curry injury is that. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But the bottom line is I will never be ashamed of my disappointment in his effort level these last 2 games against the Minnesota Timberwolves. All
right. And
especially
that's a big, right. Go
Game
ahead.
3, you took 26 shots, like Evan pointed out. So if you took a shot, a needle, and got you out there and you were feeling frisky, what made you say to yourself, this team doesn't need that when you almost won that game Saturday evening?
You're focused on one game.
Yeah.
I mean, the series was dominated by the Timberwolves. After the first half of game 1, the Timberwolves, I thought pretty much.
Well, they won. Go ahead.
They won 4.5 games.
Yeah, but they were down 7 points with 7 minutes left in game 3.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you win that one, maybe we see what happens with game 6.
Why don't you acknowledge the possibility that they were down 7, but they couldn't get over the hump because of age and fatigue?
No doubt. I totally give you that.
Okay.
All right.
And it feels like
I didn't bring that game in. I'm not mad at Jimmy not for closing
Here's
that.
the bottom line. You all are just realizing now that he's 35.
And there you go.
Exactly.
And it hurts.
But he was 35 when they got him. 35 when they got him.
But you admit he didn't look 35 at all. And I got to put another
Well,
right
not
on
with
the table.
Steph.
Okay, I got to put another right on the table with Jimmy. Sonny, Evan, where's he at defensively? I'm not going to go Michael Jackson and dare say bad. I'm not saying that. I thought he was the guy that said, I'll guard Giannis. I thought he was the guy that said, I got Ant. I'm asking a question. Defensively, we've been talking offense. Where is Jimmy Butler defensively?
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
That was about pods.
Like, Steiny, that's what's cryptic to me.
Here's what it sounds to me like. You had the worst scouting report on Jimmy Butler that anybody has ever had. Clearly.
Or the older version. I had the old version of him, which was the younger version of him.
No, you're right. He's the old version. Let's go to JP in Vallejo. Hey, JP, how you doing, my man? JP in Vallejo. I'm getting annoyed now.
Well, I'm getting worried about Austin and San Jose. What happened?
Oh, here he is. I'll get him back. Austin and San Jose.
I was looking for
there
you,
he
baby.
is.
Yeah.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, buddy?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had some technical difficulties, as they say.
Oh, good.
All right.
Hey, listen, thanks for getting me back on. Quick thing. I want to kind of agree and come down the middle with two of you guys. I'm agreeing more with Guru, I think, in terms of Jimmy. I think Jimmy, here's where I'm going to probably get a lot of fans upset, but I see Jimmy as a rental. I kind of see Jimmy as a person. He's kind of a mercenary, man. He's coming in. He came in a situation and bailed the Warriors out of behind enemy lines. You're in trouble. We need somebody to come in and bail you out. Jimmy did that. So this long-term thing with me doesn't. I don't feel the long-term relationship with Jimmy maybe like some fans do. I could move on from Jimmy. I could keep him. Either way would work for me. If we can get better, I would trade Jimmy, right? Because I think really the reality is if you look downstream, I know we're not there yet, guys, but holding on to Jimmy another year beyond this year, I think could be problematic for a lot of reasons. One, contract reasons, Jimmy's past, and Steiny keeps talking about the age. So what is he going to get better over the next year? Probably not. Is he going to be more tradable next year? I don't think so. So I think he did look at it from a lot of different directions, not just say keep him. And the other thing, Steiny, I hope you go after the Dubs organization as specifically as you're going after Guru about the age. I mean,
that's what I just said.
You realize these guys are pretty much Steiny. These guys have pretty much told us they're going to bring back these guys. I mean, we want Giannis, but it doesn't sound like that's the direction they're going to go in. They're selling us on the big three coming back with this. And it almost sounds like they're going to bring back a lot of the guys that we saw running around with them that everybody seems to be saying aren't good enough. So I think we need to be more worried about what they're telling us. I think Lakers going to pretend like they're going to go after Giannis because it's always fashionable to say you're in on something, even if you don't get the person, right? But do I believe they're going to go off Jimmy? No. I think they'll act like they'll consider it. But I don't think that's what they're going to do, guys. Wow, I think the real reality is that let's accept the direction. And I think I got questions, Guru, about running it back. I think that's probably the bigger question is, should we be running it back, guys? So I'll keep listening, man. That's where I'm at. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, and Austin, I finally got around to it. And this is, I'm hearing a lot of criticism of Jimmy Butler that he, wasn't able to get it done. And, okay, I can meet you halfway there.
All right.
And what I just said is I would be less critical of Butler than Dunleavy and Lacob. They believed that a team with this core could last.
But they were almost right.
No, they weren't. They weren't. They won a first-round series in 7, and then their guy got hurt.
I was just saying if he remained upright.
Well, but
then nobody's surprised if the Warriors beat Minnesota in the series. So if Austin is right, and you just pointed it out, I'm all over the place. Let's just say Giannis is not coming to the Bay. how can you look yourself in the face or each other in that Warrior brass, the power structure, and say we can afford to get rid of a 22-year-old who's got some talent?
Well, they did it once. They did it already with Jordan Poole.
How did that work out? Because had they had Jordan Poole, he might have been able to. I seen him hold it down while Curry was out. Okay, let go of the past. But Steiny, are you really going to can you afford to do that? No matter what you think of Kuminga, just the ages that you keep talking about, and I get it, in Austin's call, how can you allow a 22-year-old, I'll call him athletic stud, how could you allow him, how could you say bye-bye to him?
Well, I don't know that they have.
Okay.
But I'm with you.
Jordan Poole, I can't stop there. I hadn't thought about him, but now I'm just thinking had they had him and Curry went down, and oh my gosh.
But here's the other thing that happens, and it's happened with Butler. So the Warriors get Butler for a reasonable price. Why?
And
just why?
I thought because they wanted the headache gone.
Okay. So we had KC Johnson on, who covered him in Chicago. Man. He said, Jimmy's a lot. He's a lot. Okay? When he was going through that stuff in Miami, there were people that were saying, I'm a little worried about Butler. I mean, if he's pulling this in Miami, Butler comes with baggage, right? Butler marches to the tune of his own drum.
Man.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you just got it. You just got it right in the face.
Wow.
And just because he was good for the regular season, and I'm not saying he's a malcontent, but I think what we saw in the postseason with Butler is is the part about him that
wow.
That can't be okay. Well, guess what? His personality maybe hurt you. His whole act maybe cost you.
That's heavy, man.
I don't know.
Because something happened, though. And again, you think I'm having fun. I'm not. You don't tell him how to play.
You think, like, people, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but people thought, oh, he's a model citizen, and he's what a team player, and he loves everybody, and he's going to fit in, and nothing this, nothing. Well, you know what? We watched him now for 45, 50 games, and guess what?
Wow, man.
He's different than we thought.
No doubt. And different and not so much in a good way. And I just want to say this. You tell me what you think of this, because this is where I'm going now, the navigation system. Let's be honest here. Steph Curry missed the 2 games Jimmy Butler shot 9 and 11 field goal attempts. Do you have a problem if I said Jimmy had been out and in those 2 games, forget how many makes, Steph Curry would have attempted 50 field goal attempts in those 2 games, which would be 25 apiece. Is that preposterous to you?
Well, what games did Butler miss?
Well, no, games 4 and 5, he shot 9 and 11 times.
Right, but what games did
Curry? Well, Curry missed out all.
No, what I'm saying is,
you would have had 50 field goal attempts from Steph.
No, you wouldn't.
In 2 games.
Didn't Butler get hurt game 2 of Houston?
Well, you're right.
Okay, yeah. Steph took 15 shots that game.
All right, but I think,
and they lost by 15.
But I think with your back against the wall, further down the road, and I'll ask Evan, anybody, I don't think it's too far-fetched to put in 50 field goal attempts in 2 games from Steph Curry in his sleep.
Well, he had 38.
Okay.
38.
That's better than 20.
And
you know what I mean?
Maybe that has something to do with the, again,
I think you get my point.
We've spent 10 years talking about the greatness of Curry and the gravity of Curry, and then when we see it firsthand, we're like, how could this possibly happen? Well, it happens because Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time, and as much as we think Jimmy Butler's a good player, he ain't even close to Steph Curry's level.
And you know what? It's not my subconscious, but I'm being honest. Mm-hmm. You have unraveled something for me. And maybe subconsciously, Steiny, I think those 20 field goal attempts in 2 games, I'll never be able to prove this, but I'm going to stand on it. There's a message in that. There was Jimmy some type of, he knows that wasn't sufficient. He knows it.
Well, then he's a problem.
For you to talk about the past and me playing D Wade and like there could be something bigger at play.
Why are you just giving that room now when he was in Chicago and Minnesota and Miami and Philly?
I can't run from it, and maybe that's what's bothering me.
You know why? Is because if somebody brought up Jimmy's baggage when they were going 23-8, you got called a hater. That's the bottom line.
Damn.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing, my man?
Tiny, hey, Guru. Happy hump day, man.
Yeah, same to you, man.
Hey, so hey, guys, great conversation. This is what I don't understand, man. Jimmy took us to the playoffs. If we didn't have Jimmy, we'd probably be not even in the playoff or even the play-in. It'd be third year straight that we didn't go. We went to the first round playoff and beat the second round team in the Western Conference. Without Jimmy, he made everybody on this team better. I don't know what you guys are seeing or talking about. It's driving me crazy. Now, let's talk about Steph Kerr. Something I've seen this year. He got hurt at the end of the season. Why? Because he played too many minutes, ran too many miles. He has to have more managed control next year, like 60 games for the season. If he keeps playing the way he is, he's never going to be in the playoffs because he's always going to be hurt. He's got ankle, he's got knees, he's got now hamstring. We have to monitor that, or he's not going to be here. We got 3 players that are all-stars, man, going to make $115 to $130 million. And everybody's talking about getting rid of Jimmy. And Jimmy is a lot easier to get rid of than Draymond Green. This is the guy we need to get rid of. He can't play defense. He can't play offense. He turnovers the ball. He's not good anymore. He is too old. We need to get rid of him, or we're going to never get rid of him, and we're never going to get anything for him. So I am for Jimmy, Steph, and Giannis, and package everybody else and get them.
Thanks,
So
Tom.
that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call. We got full lines.
Yeah, I get it. And I'll just say this to Tom. You're right. But the price of admission for Jimmy's greatness, and I'm not robbing him of that, Steiny, is getting us to the playoffs with a healthy Steph Curry. You did that. But, Tom, don't give him a pass for in the most important part of the season.
All right,
he just told you,
how would
hey,
you
guys handle it. I'll pass.
Okay.
I'll facilitate when the game was calling for you to score or try to score.
Okay, what words would you use to describe the Jimmy Butler trade? Hey, how'd the Jimmy Butler trade work?
Wow.
Goo, how would
it worked? It was a success because they got to the playoffs and they were treading the other way. Now, when you talk about how did he do when Steph got hurt, I'm disappointed.
Like, and
that like I got to keep it real. It was a success.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
By the way,
this is crazy.
On the YouTube chat, Andrew Ockel.
Okay.
Get your facts straight and get back to me. I'm not taking Butler over Giannis. That's not what I'm saying. I'm thinking, I think Butler's getting a load of crap that other people should be sharing in.
Well, it sounds like you understand the load of crap. You're just not, you're baffled that why are you just now, why did you ignore the signs in Miami and all the other locales?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I didn't.
You're incredibly, like.
You said you wanted to give me a victory lap. I don't want to take it. Any fool could have seen. Any fool who's watched basketball would have looked at Curry, Butler, and Draymond and said, "Oh boy, playoffs are going to be a grind."
This is different. That's the age with all the other two. We're talking specifically Jimmy. You want to know why we all went hook, line, and sinker on 23-8?
See,
Jimmy's great. Jimmy still has it.
Well, it wasn't just Jimmy. Like that's what I'm getting at. All 3 of the old guys broke down. And
Draymond was out there
when stunk. Let's be honest. He wore down.
Well, he gave you his all.
That's great.
He gave you his all. I never thought he quit.
He wore down.
Okay.
He wore down and he was ineffectual.
But he emptied the tank.
Like, I know this is kind of crazy, but I'd be more pissed at Steph. He got hurt and wasn't even playing.
Okay.
At least Butler played.
But Sonny, how are you going to get mad at somebody who's He played 46 and 41 minutes back to back in a game 6 and 7 where had you closed out, maybe he ain't hurt, neither here nor there, but how could you be mad at him? 16 years, umpteen playoffs, this is the first time he's went down.
Right.
And I get,
but
you know
first of all,
what I mean?
he has missed playoff games before.
No, I got you, but come on. Mad. I don't know if
be
you
mad
know
at
this.
Lacob and Dunleavy. Don't be mad at Butler.
No, I can
Butler's
be mad at
35
Butler.
years
Okay.
old. He's on the
Bigger than-
downside of his career.
Game 4 and
He's
5,
not
I
capable.
can be mad at Butler.
He is not capable of going game after game after game after game and being a star.
Yeah, but blame
4 and 5. Lacob and Dunleavy.
Yeah. If we brought in all the, I'm being real. Rest in peace, Kobe, Mike. All the great scores.
Well, you're crazy for comparing him to those.
Even Ant
Shame
Edwards,
on you.
They would
Shame
go
on
crazy
you.
on how
Shame on you.
alpha male getting 50 plus and got the moniker of playoff Jimmy and Jimmy Buckets, shot the ball 9 and 11 times in a playoff series without your superstar. That, my friend, come on, Steiny, they would have kicked him out the room.
This is what
no doubt.
Yeah, right. You just compared Jimmy Butler to Kobe Bryant. Like, what are you doing? Like, they're not the same player. 888.
Yeah. 8 40-point games in the playoffs, Steiny.
In the past.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Coming up at 1:30, switching gears a little bit.
You know what? I forgot to say this. Go ahead, Evan.
Brock Purdy's introductory press conference for his new contract extension, we will have live for you at 1:30.
Yeah.
You know,
we're done.
Do you really think it's an introductory press conference?
Well, yeah, you're right.
Dude, I got to tell you, man, when this is over and I walk to the caddy, like, I'll funnel this and we'll watch the offseason play out, but I learned some things today. And I didn't read the chessboard right. So maybe I shouldn't be so blown away about what we saw. But again, I'm not comparing Jimmy to Kobe. But Steiny, when you get those names, playoff Jimmy and Jimmy Buckets, and your dude is out, I can expect more than 20 shots. That's all I'm saying.
That's the other
I'll
thing.
never run from that take.
Yeah, and here, you should be mad at Dunleavy and Lacob. That's who you should be mad at. That's what I believe. All three of your old guys didn't produce when the chips were down because they got too fatigued, they got too tired, and they got too hurt. And if you think these guys are going to be able to play 70 games next year and then magically turn it around, I don't understand that logic. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And Brock Purdy, we're going to hear from Brock Purdy at 1:30, so we'll take your calls up until then. Brock Purdy, the new $265 million man.
Introductory.
That segment brought to you by Safeway. Mm-hmm.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
And that's what life's about.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Steph. Get well soon.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
Oh, that was AI, right?
No, that was him.
Evan, did he say leave him?
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
It's pretty arrogant.
The chef is mad.
Makes him think people are interested in what he does in the summer.
Dude.
Yeah, try to make TV shows.
Yeah, as long as it's not the Olympics. How'd that work out, huh?
This is crazy.
How did he won a gold, Goo?
I tried to tell y'all.
That's true. Victory lap.
That's a victory lap for you.
I don't want it.
No, that's a victory lap.
Evan, I don't want it. I'm uncomfortable, but damn.
Might have cost him.
I really believe in Minnesota, that was their game one against the Warriors last night. Evan called it a blowout. I thought it was close because they were down 9 going into the fourth. See, I try to defend you, and then you come at me. Go ahead, finish, Mouth. You think what? Oh, my gosh.
You think every game's close.
No,
you think every game's a blowout.
My boy Reg B has a saying on our chat, the Union City chat. He's going to his soaps. That means there's a blowout. He's going to watch his soap operas.
I say documentaries. I'm going to watch Life in the Bush.
It's pretty good, but...
When did you turn the game off, Steiny?
I turned it off late third-ish.
Have you talked to the coach, honestly?
No. I'll hit him up after game.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
That's pretty good, boy.
Let's go to Ro in the O.
Ro.
Hey, Ro, how you doing, man?
Top of the afternoon, fellas. How we doing?
Man, try to figure it out.
Okay, now, Goo, my brother. First and foremost, happy belated birthday.
My man.
You enjoyed it.
My man. 18.
Yes, sir. Well, I got a lightweight bone to pick with you, Goo.
Go ahead.
Because I called this show a few weeks back a couple times about this Giannis. And you specifically told me that Jimmy Buckets was like our Giannis, and you didn't want Giannis.
Yeah, right.
So now, we all know what he did for our season. So now he didn't perform up to standards in the playoffs, and now it's like you on board now. So this, you know what this sounds like to me? Just give me Janet Jackson vibes. What have you done for me lately?
Okay, let me do this, Ro, because I know you know from the O. Relationships.
Yes, sir.
I used to be single. And when I was dating in a relationship, you come by the house, how are you and Sally? Oh, we're great. But then Sally cheats on me a week or two later. You come by the house and ask, hey, how you guys doing? It's over. And that's how I feel Jimmy did me those 2 games shooting 20 times. So that's why I changed.
So you don't give him the benefit of the doubt. He did give us a good game in game 3, and he was playing off that injury that could have kept him out 2 weeks. He came back in 1 game, so you don't give him the benefit of the doubt at all. He gave us something in game 3.
Right.
I mean, to a small degree, we might be living in the past, and that'd be our problem as Warrior fans.
Okay, Ro, I'll leave you with this. Hey, I'm not doing this, but it's real. It's out there, and it could be sour grapes. What about Dwayne Wade and Haslam going in on Jimmy not being aggressive and trying to, like they seen that movie? I'm my own man. I make my own decisions. But, Ro, I'm starting to feel like I ignored all that. This has happened before, maybe.
Okay, I will give you that.
Okay.
I am on your side with this one. Hypothetically, like I gave a hypothetical a couple weeks back, if we swapped out the cast of what we had with Giannis for Jimmy, I do say we win 1 more game at least.
Okay.
Because we lost 4 in a row. So I see where your pain is at.
Man.
I see where your pain is at. So don't get me wrong. I do feel you, but I just have to call you out on what you said a couple.
I got it.
Yeah,
he got that from you. I don't remember saying that.
What do you make of Giannis? Do you blame him for not winning a series against the Pacers?
Oh, if you look at that team, it is desolate of talent.
And have you looked at the Warriors when they don't have Steph Curry?
I'm trying to get your drift.
My point is that even a guy as great as Giannis can't do it by himself. And I don't think any player
if Curry
can.
wouldn't have got help, hold on.
That's right.
Giannis doesn't have, Dame got hurt. that was a Jimmy Butler per se, but I was going to say, him going down,
Like,
Dame didn't make the job easier. But Milwaukee, he got coaches fired. They did everything for Giannis. You wanted Dame, you wanted Holiday they ran him.
Right, but my point is that when they lost Damian Lillard, people probably said, we don't have much of a chance, even though they had Giannis. So when Steph Curry goes out, why did we think that they were going to be able to make hay against the Timberwolves?
Well, they choked off a game. Remember that?
They did not choke off a game. You and I look at things differently.
But Stoney, they were up, 9 with 12 seconds left. Come on, the Pacers came back and won. Come on, you remember that. Purdy at 1:30.
Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, Valkyries, they take on the Washington Mystics, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30, and coming up in 35 minutes, Brock Purdy is going to talk to the media. He is very rich right now.
I bet his suit color is green.
We also have a piece of news to pass down. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander officially named 2024-25 League MVP.
Good for him. What was going on? What was taking so long? And what happened to announcing it when you get the trophy before the playoff game?
They've done it this time.
No, Steiny, you
15 years. Remember
check
out Gil's podcast with Kenyon Martin. Everybody was saying, we're going to find out who wins between Denver. Like, the votes are already in, but it had gotten to that point of like.
They spread them out. All the votes are done before the end of the season, and then they kind of spread them out.
Yeah, but
remember when Dirk Nowitzki got the MVP during We Believe?
Yeah, that was bad. Right. Well, only because he lost, but he got it.
Right. So it's what they.
So
do.
He'll be presented with it next game,
I guess. Yeah. And you know what? They'll lose that game. It never works. It just never works. Like when you hang a banner opening night, you lose. Seriously.
Oh,
remember when they hung the banner, championship banner? Oh no, that wasn't. Remember Durant's first game? Didn't they lose by like 40? But they weren't coming off a title.
Well, they hung a Western Conference Finals banner.
I'm gonna say something. This is #random because I missed you guys. Ask me what game I watched again from the past.
What game from the past did you watch, Goo?
Western Conference Finals 2016 at OKC, and I'm just gonna say it right now.
Which game?
Game 6. Klay Thompson, offensively and defensively, has not been made since. That dude's legs were on Ferrari mode, and what we took for granted, watching him with the wet jumper go guard his man and Curry's man for half of his career, Steiny, Klay Thompson is getting a statue.
Next question.
That dude was badass with stamina on one foul. I almost want to tear up.
You know my feeling on that. One statue. One. Steph Curry.
Shaq and Kobe both have one.
That's great.
Okay,
but they were pretty much equal.
The Splash Brothers?
Klay Thompson is not in Curry's league as a player.
He's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's nice. So, but my point is, Shaq and Kobe, they were like 50-50. Curry was 50, Klay was 25, or Klay was 30, and Draymond's 20. Can't have. What about Draymond? Does he get a statue too? You're going to make 3 statues. 3 statues.
I didn't get Draymond. No.
Durant?
Iggy. Iguodala.
You know what? Here's what you should do, Goo. Here's what I think would be a good idea.
Get one for the 16 finals.
Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, that's vintage you. Let's do 3 statues, Draymond, Klay, and Curry. And while we're at it, let's put participation trophies on the statues. So everybody gets one. Everybody gets one.
No, I'm being real. Klay Thompson was badass. Everybody knows it, and it's a shame what happened, but man, that dude, Steiny, he was incredible.
A long time
Curry
ago.
misses that. Another catch and shoot, wop, wop. Like I'm watching old games now throughout the playoffs. I'm go to YouTube and put in old games. Evidence incredible. Klay is on the team.
Yeah, but he's not aging. Guys don't age. These guys are all playing at the same level.
I love my downtime. I really do.
I mean, no, you're right. You're right.
You just are reminded, and Draymond looks like a kid playing. He had offense. Now he's smoking layups.
I'm saying it. I don't think they should have 3 statues. I think they should have one of Curry, and then the other guys get their numbers retired.
You being serious? 37 and a quarter.
Was Scottie Pippen less valuable to the Bulls than Klay Thompson was to the Warriors?
No.
Okay, is there a statue of Pippen?
But there was some friction that went on there.
It's just Michael Jordan.
Well, if you want to right or wrong, you go put one of Pippen. There's no reason that shouldn't, but...
What about Rodman?
Exactly.
I have no problem with Dennis.
Right. You want to give everybody a statue. You're like Oprah.
What about Paxson?
He made a big shot. BJ made a big shot.
Yeah. So did Kerr. Steve.
Yeah.
Coach.
I wonder how much he talks to Mike. Kerr.
Probably not a lot. Why would he want to? Michael's a jerk.
He's going to be on NBC. I want to fight you.
Yeah, he's not a good guy.
He's going to be on NBC next year. We're going to see a different side of him. They told Mike, just be you.
I think it's hilarious how NBC is probably getting the vibe that, Mike's going to be able to get a lot of famous people to come on with him. And they're going to realize the harsh reality that no one wants to come on with Michael Jordan.
Why would you think sinister like that? You're rubbing off on him.
Michael Jordan has friends. The friends he has are friends because they suck up to him. Jeff Van Gundy said it, and he was right.
No, did he really say it?
Yes. Remember, he said he was a con man.
You don't think Curry has people sucking up to him or trying to? You gave him your jersey.
Well, Curry's a nice guy. Curry is a nice guy.
But, okay, real quick, on the Bull doc, what was it? The one we watched during the pandemic.
Last Dance?
Yeah. The ushers loved Michael. Michael took care of the
Jordan came off good in that?
No, that's a different story.
Okay.
I had to. He was a killer.
Think about it. He had final say in it. He still didn't look great in it, but he had final say. if
he never went to a game 7, partner.
I know. Because he
Larry
lost.
has.
He
Magic has.
for the first half of his career, and you just don't want to acknowledge that.
While putting... He had Dave Corzine.
That's
Granville
right.
Waiters.
And Jimmy Butler had Pajemski. And Jimmy Butler had Healed. And Jimmy Butler had Post. You of all people who love Michael Jordan should be able to acknowledge that when he didn't have good teammates, he was not going to be able to advance in the playoffs. Period. End of story. It wasn't until he got better teammates around him that he began to make hay in the playoffs.
I mean, you're talking about when he was a baby, but he still scored 63 and 49 collectively against one of the best defensive teams in the league.
They weren't. The Celtics were not one of the best defensive teams.
They were champs.
They started 3 white guys. How good could they have been defensively?
They were tall white guys.
Well, Celtics currently have 4 white guys.
Dude, they can ball.
You got any problem with SGA winning the MVP right after?
I don't, because I want to spread around.
Yeah. Minnesota.
Hold on to that thought. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Valkyries and Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Evan, I don't. I like it spread out, spread the wealth, and it's just like Jordan. He could have won MVP every year. Kobe, too, I believe that. So SGA is deserving. My brother, Reggie.
Kobe wasn't even the MVP on his own team.
Well, they gave it to Nash. We won't even talk to that. But listen, Sonny, I like that SGA got it. And Jokic can get it every year. I saw some stuff from Jokic I didn't like. But maybe he was tired.
72 triple-doubles? You didn't like that?
I'm talking about the playoffs.
Shut down by Caruso.
You didn't like 40, 20, 16?
Your thoughts on SGA getting MVP?
Well, Goo, you should know my thoughts because I have told you over the years how I determine my most valuable player.
I forgot.
Okay, I'll tell you. This is how I figure out who I would theoretically vote for. The first thing you need are the NBA standings. Okay?
All right.
When you're looking who's going to be the MVP, first thing you do, let's look at the standings. Okay. Now let's make a list of the best teams in the NBA by standings. Okay. Who was it this year? Oklahoma City. All right. Does Oklahoma City have a candidate that can be MVP And the answer is yes. You stop right there. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP. He played on the best team in the regular season, and they won more games than anybody else. He averaged 30-something a game. That's the way I do it. That's why, like, Duncan should have been MVP. I don't know how many times he got it.
You have any problems with SGA?
No, he certainly was last night. My God.
By the way,
Minnesota.
Boy.
By the way,
we hadn't even. Come on, talk to us now.
You can listen. Call in. Give me grief about Minnesota.
No, we want to know what you saw.
You're nervous.
They played.
What you saw? What did you see?
I told you. I saw the same game one last night.
I think it was a little better last night because they got to the fourth quarter, Steiny. I know Evan thought it was a blowout.
I mean, just
Julius Randle. What happened to him in the second half?
Oh my God. He's like Jimmy Butler. Let's rake him over the coals. Let's call him gutless.
Your mind, man.
Let me tell you why.
Lost by 30.
A lot of people saying T. Wolves had to play against the refs, too.
That's BS.
You're going to find the best whistle in the world.
You're going to find out the kind of admirable fan I am. The Wolves didn't deserve any calls last night. Let me tell you the difference between the Minnesota Timberwolves, one of the differences between playing the Warriors and OKC. What's the strength of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's game? Like, what's one of the things?
Mid-range.
Thank you. Yeah. Mid-range. Yeah.
But hunting fouls now. He didn't turn into Harden.
But he's a mid-range guy.
Yeah, I love it.
Which means he can make Minnesota pay if Gobert's in or if he's out.
I got you.
Now think about your two favorite players on the Warriors. Did Moses Moody make a mid-range shot all year long?
Podge worked on it and hit some.
Oh, yeah. You have it in the playoffs.
Hook shot.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Podge went wrong when he did the celebration of the, what did he call it, Evan?
The deceleration.
Is that what he called it?
That's what it's called.
That's what I'm calling it.
That's when it went
That's
bad.
a great one. I didn't realize that.
Anyway, but yeah, we get your drift. I think they got action.
Who?
But I am offended as a basketball connoisseur that you're calling the game, the playoffs, one way, but Shai seems to be getting a different whistle. As great as he is, Twitter was going crazy. Steiny, it's awful.
Okay.
You can't breathe on him.
Okay.
Oh, Shai, Phil.
Goo. Is this the first NBA playoffs you've watched?
Not.
Okay. So what often will happen in the playoffs is a game like that will occur, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will get to the line a lot, and then game two, it'll even out a little bit.
It's like, okay, refs, he can't miss a shot, Evan. Every time he misses, it's a foul. It's out of control.
I'm more concerned with the fact that we're probably never going to see Steiny wear that Wolf shirt again.
Dude, yeah, you will.
Is he going jinx? Could you have jinxed him by wearing it?
No.
We'll find out. They got a game tomorrow.
You're quaking.
I asked you in the green room, is Brock Purdy's jump from where he was drafted and what he was getting paid to what's about to transpire today at 1:30, we'll carry it here live on 95.7 The Game, is it the best story in sports? And you kind of hit me because you said no. And what was your answer?
The biggest story in sports right now is the Knicks.
That is.
As much as I hate them.
That is a dope.
And their fans.
It's a party. Evan, everybody, Tracy Morgan's there. Everybody.
They threw a garbage bag at somebody.
Yeah, I didn't like twice. It's a party in New York until they lose.
On the text line, day late and $1 short from the 510. Hey, Goo, I absolutely love the idea of bringing Wiggins back. That was about 90 minutes ago.
But still.
These things happen.
Maybe a little backed up on the Odyssey app.
We tried to.
How you feeling? Stomach good?
It is.
All right.
It's better. I forgot we're doing that meeting today, though.
What meeting?
Show meeting, remember? We're doing it today rather than tomorrow. We could do it tomorrow still now.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, that is so, boy.
Well, that's right. Evan's not here tomorrow.
Yeah. San Antonio. My man traveling.
Another wedding.
No, he's not going
to. This one ain't a wedding.
Oh.
I don't.
Go ahead, tell everybody.
Well, I don't need to.
Evan's going to San Antonio.
Yeah,
one of my teammates from college, the hitting coach for the Padres AA team.
I want to see film of you on the bump. Can you provide some of that? Have it on the mound. I want to see it.
There's numbers out there somewhere. Some are far more kind than others.
Yeah. Let me tell you what's not happening.
Tell me.
We went to Top Golf.
Oh, when?
Over the weekend. We were down.
How was it? You stink.
My cousin was so. My Facebook photos when I went and golfed with you and I looked slim and
those.
No, and it was everything.
It's your profile pic.
Thank you, Evan. He really thought that I was making strides golfing, and I hadn't picked up a club in umpteen months. It was. I go, dude, you understand this is not real. He was like, nah, your swing is off.
It's terrible.
No. Why would I have to tell that story for you to double back months later to say it's not terrible?
You don't take a full swing. You don't know how to take a full swing. You bring it half up and you're all tense and you don't take a full swing.
But when we golfed that day, you never said the swing is terrible.
Well, it's like the first time you take a jump shot. You're not going to kill someone on their form.
Well, I'm still doing that, Evan.
No, but he's not even close to what a golf swing looks like.
So why wouldn't you? I'm really getting mad that you didn't say this when you took my golf virginity in the Berkeley course. You were like pumping me up.
That's right.
Now it's the worst swing you ever seen?
One of.
Dude, wow.
Dude, I was trying to encourage you.
I feel like you lied to me.
No, I was encouraging you. I told you, what did I say? Go get a lesson. Get a lesson. Although I think you had one with a guy.
Yeah.
Well, but he
Mike Souza.
Yeah, he gave it to you for free, though, so I don't know how much.
It's like your boy in the Timberwolves, his first free throw last night. Who's that guy?
Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, no, shot it off the left side of the backboard.
That was a great line by Jefferson.
He's moving up the charts, Richard.
I kind of like him.
But let's be honest. I hope Bob's not listening, and I love Stephen A. My friend, Stephen A.
Yeah, be careful.
Malika, all the games should be on TNT.
Yeah, it's going away now. Yeah, there aren't going to be any.
They'll be on ESPN.
I might want to retire that, but they will. Simulcast.
What's Brock Purdy going to say?
Dude, did he really ask for 65?
I'd like to thank the 49ers organization.
I just want to know what you do with the money.
You put it in the bank.
No,
not everybody's like you.
But no, he could go splurge and still. Oh, my.
Purdy's probably going to bury it.
He's not.
Give me every Rolex ever made, every color, Evan, and that's still not a deal.
He's going to clean out every beautiful boy slack.
I'm Floyd Mayweather, and you still got money.
You know, this bothers me from the 925. That's because Steiny's fake guru. Oh, really? Really, pal?
I've never heard
really,
fake
pal.
guru.
So let me get this straight. Goo picks up a golf club for the first time in his life, and I'm playing with him, and I'm supposed to say, Guru, you stink. That stinks.
No, that would have helped, though, a little more.
I said, Goo, I tried to keep it positive.
But you left me thinking that I didn't stink, and hearing it now, it's worse.
Everyone stinks the first time they swing.
Well, not your swing, Evan. I saw you move your knee, your hips, and then my cousin just looks like Tiger Woods.
For 15 years. Like, I have some sense of how to use a golf club.
You're like Pods. You need to be coddled. You need to be coddled.
No, I've coached people before. I give them the real.
On golf?
Eddie House, you got to bring a young Eddie House. What happened to him? When Pro won a ring.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Nobody remembers him, though, anymore.
Please. He's doing pre and post for Boston.
Nobody remembers him.
He's got a podcast with Bibby. Yeah.
Mike Bibby?
Yeah, head coach of the Hornets.
He's been lifting weights.
It's always
how big he is? All right. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll get to Pat and Warrior and Phoenix. Hold on one sec, guys.
People saying when you bench 350, that's why I'm tight.
Stop!
Every golfer lifts weights these days. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go. It's bothering me.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to have the Brock Purdy press conference. We're going to have it live. 1:30, he's meeting the media down in Santa Clara after signing that big boy deal. And we'll take you down there at 1:30-ish. 1:30-ish.
Everything.
I'm waiting for the movie. And I know Shasky and Spadoni hit me with the movie of Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, who won a Super Bowl, and was bagging groceries and wasn't drafted.
All right.
That kind of supersedes this one.
Well, this would be one of the most boring movies of all time.
Why would it be?
Because Brock Purdy's about as boring as you can get. He just is. He's a great guy.
What's wrong with boring?
Well, it doesn't sell on the big screen. You see what I'm saying? Nobody likes a boring movie. I mean, what's Purdy bring to the table? Charisma? Riz?
No, he's got the cockiness. He believes
I don't believe I think he's very humble.
Sonny, you don't get to the beat where he's at, not cocky. No, my point,
quiet confidence.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Yeah. You don't have the ha-ha.
Because cocky, when you display it, is arrogance, right? What does Pods have? Quiet confidence? No, he displays it with the D-cell move. I love him for it. He don't care what you think.
You just said the previous segment you didn't like it.
No, I didn't like him celebrating. You're too young. And the basketball guy showed you. He's doing that in the playoffs there.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City.
Patty.
He's been waiting for a while. Thanks for hanging in there, Pat.
Yeah, happy hump day.
Yeah.
So, I was listening to the talk about Jimmy Butler, and I guess one of my observations on this is that, they didn't draft Butler to be a backup to Steph Curry. So to kind of expect him to come in there and, be the backup, if you will, his skill sets are so different. I mean, we always talk about how complementary, that's the word we always talked about with Butler. He's so complementary to the team, especially complementary to Curry. And if you're complementary, it means you're different. You're bringing something different to the stew, right? You're not the same spice.
Right. Yeah.
So when Curry went out, what are you missing? Well, you're missing outside shooting, and you're missing getting your own shot. That's what you're missing more than anything. That's not who Jimmy Butler is. That's definitely not what Jimmy Butler is. That's pretty low down on his, skill set, if you will. So I don't think that detracts at all from his lack of greatness, Butler, because you look at the best players all time in the NBA, people we would all say are great basketball players. How would Kareem done with Curry being out? Is he going to kind of fill the role, or how about Magic or Shaq or even Tim Duncan or Bill Russell? All great players, but they're not going to step up and say, okay, we'll fill the void because Curry's hurt. Now, people like LeBron would, Jordan probably could, Kobe probably could, Larry Bird probably could, because they have a similar skill set. But it doesn't mean that, to me, it doesn't mean that Butler's not as good as we thought. It's just he's not as good as, stepping up when Curry's out. Now, if Green were out, okay, now it's a different story because Butler can rebound and he can play defense and he can distribute. So now we're not really missing much, if you will. The key ingredient is not missing. But with Curry, you're taking away a really unique spice, if you will. And there's not too many, I don't think there's probably hardly anyone that could replace him, and kind of make up for that. So I think it's a little unfair to be too critical of Butler for what he does. And I guess the last thing I'll leave you with, I think, optimistically, I'm trying to look at this next season optimistically, but curious what your guys' take is. But, next year, although all these guys are going to be older, they're going to have a time to play together, in preseason and through the whole season. That's got to be worth something. And then the other thing is that they're not going to be faced with, 2.5 months of essentially playoff basketball from as soon as we got Butler. It's kind of like that situation, right? So that's going to wear you down. So there's going to be times this next season where, maybe we'll have with the good lineup, be able to rest those players in the fourth quarter and not play them like we did down the stretch. So I'm kind of looking at it optimistically, but those are my 2 points. So
thanks, Pat. Good stuff. Appreciate it. Well, he disagreed with you.
Yeah. I'm not one of those guys. He got me thinking of all these Anyway.
By the way, the 707's right. Magic sat in Kareem's seat on the plane and played center.
I miss winning time.
So guess what? Yeah, Butler's not as good as Magic.
All right,
oh, my God, there's a news flash.
Let me get, all right, you and Evan. Scottie Pippen or Jason Tatum?
Pippen.
Evan?
Well, as far as what?
He does this all the time.
No, who would you take? There's no wrong answer. And I got a few more.
I guarantee you people will say I'm wrong.
No, I mean, it's hard to go against the guy with 6 rings.
But I was hoping, because you're one of the smartest guys I know with me, that you would look past the rings and just the player.
Well, I think Tatum's probably overall more well-rounded player, but
it's close.
Scottie Pippen can't shoot like him.
Well, you know what?
I think Scottie Pippen was one of the greatest, if not the greatest, perimeter defender of all time.
Okay.
So that means if you break basketball up into offense and defense, I give him a 50 for defense. Offense, maybe he gets a 38. So that's 88. Right. Tatum,
wow, I'm not mad.
40 and 40.
All right, so this one might be controversial, but I'm going to ask it.
Hey,
no,
that's right. We got a minute.
No, I was going to say if Pippen was the best player on the team, it's different, but I'd take him over Tatum.
Here we go. Kyrie or Isaiah?
Isaiah.
I'm going with Kyrie.
Okay.
Just at the game of the gifts. And Zeke had him, too. Don't get me wrong. I think Kyrie Irving is a wizard, man.
Well, I'm just saying.
All right, we got to
go. Isaiah Thomas was the best player on 2 championship teams. Kyrie Irving was the second best player on 1 championship team.
I met the criteria.
You sure did, Zeke.
But I wasn't.
Yeah, and you think that's funny what your guy did to him.
He said it was Magic, not him.
Yeah, okay.
Yikes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Coming up on the other side, we're going to go down to Santa Clara and hear from Brock Purdy, the newest franchise quarterback. Let's call it that. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. 49ers in a shambles.
Sometimes you see something on Twitter and we weren't able to get it done. These things happen. You're working 20 different things at a time. There's negotiating tactics. We tried to.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Memorial Day weekend is almost here, so swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment, stay in your car. You're done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. All right, coming up momentarily, we're going to take you down to Santa Clara. Brock Purdy is doing a press conference in the wake of him signing a monster deal with the San Francisco 49ers. So we're going to go down and take that live when he comes to the podium. And so you won't miss anything. But he's not there yet.
I'm excited, man.
Well, for a press conference?
Let's see what he's wearing. Money green.
He's going to be wearing a polo.
He might not even have a suit on. You're right.
49ers polo. That's what I got.
You don't like this guy I'm about to bring up. We just talked about him. But nobody... I can't stand what Ann Edwards is doing. He looks like a rapper. Nothing wrong with rappers. Michael Jordan used to wear a suit that made him look like $1 million after a game, coming to and leaving. What these young dudes are doing is just, it's out of control. No shirt underneath. Just, I don't understand it. But Ant, step it up a little bit with the wardrobe. Jordan used to look crisp.
Real quick, can we make a bet? I'd like to bet that the first thing out of Brock Purdy's mouth has something to do with God.
I'm not taking that bet.
Nothing wrong with God.
Well,
oh my gosh.
I mean, he's...
Come on, man. Thank the Almighty.
He's not had a good stretch recently. You got to acknowledge that. There's so much pain and suffering in this world. I just expected a little more from him. You know, now.
Well, the Warriors season, Curry got hurt.
He used to be, he's kind of like Jimmy Butler.
I'm done.
God's best days are behind him.
Yeah.
Wearing down.
All praise to the Most High.
By the way, and I've said this before.
Oh, Ant-Man does rap.
So do you.
Evan, too.
What's that mean? All right, go do a couple more of these while we kill time.
Oh, okay.
You said you had a bunch.
I got a few. Shaq or David Robinson?
Shaq.
You and Evan.
Shaq.
Evan?
Yeah, Shaq.
Okay.
I never saw a bunch of Robinson, though.
He's good.
Magic or Stockton?
Oh, come on, Goo.
Magic.
Come on.
I'm one of Stockton's biggest fans,
I think Stockton's great.
So why would you say it like that?
Because Magic's an all-time great.
Okay, but had you put Stockton on that Laker team, how many chips are they losing, or how many chips do they not get?
Okay, take Stockton, and you'll be a laughing stock. Go ahead, take John Stockton over Magic Johnson, and you wonder why your credibility is running wild right now.
I'm just throwing stuff at the wall.
Well, that's a bad one.
What about this is a classic one I've always heard: Barkley or Malone.
That's a good one.
I'm going Barkley. I love me some Malone, but Barkley was a badass.
That's a good one.
I'm going Chuck.
That's a good one. I got to
answer so we can get some more.
One of the things that's not something to ridicule is when people actually think about an answer. The first answer isn't necessarily the right one. You should know that.
Oh, man. Barkley, go ahead. This is a tough one. It could be the toughest.
Exactly, 415. I think age is getting to God. He's getting up there.
I'm uncomfortable, so I'm out. But hurry up. I got one more that's great. Barkley or Malone?
I'll take Malone. Longevity is unbelievable.
Who you taking, Evan?
And look at how Malone's been an Iron Man. In fact, I always like to do this.
Who you taking, E?
I like Barkley better.
Because he's got the shoes.
Well, he's a better.
Yeah, and he's got less issues.
Yeah,
all right, well, wow. Look at you guys. I know how to leave stuff off. This is one that means something to me, Steiny. Sean Kemp or Amari Stoudemire?
Stoudemire.
I mean, boy, Kemp gets no love. Evan, I know that's before your time. S-Fly was
So this is why I'm taking Karl Malone. Games played. 81, 82, 82, 80, 82, 82, 81, 82, 82, 82, 82, 82, 81. 49, strike short in 50-game season. 82, 81, 80, 81. And I think he's got like 7 or 9
he was
missed
Iron
games, and more than half of them were suspensions. They weren't injury.
Okay, so Tim Duncan Malone.
Oh, Tim Duncan.
See why? That's why I feel like
Tim Duncan.
Such that energy
ask me
on
Tim
that.
Duncan or Shaq.
Tim Duncan or Shaq.
Tim Duncan. I'm taking Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan is the most unrecognized great player of all time. Like if you said
they should have one more ring and Pop didn't take your boy out.
I mean, if somebody said they take Tim Duncan over Bird, I'd be like, I could see that.
Wow.
Yeah, Duncan was the man. I know he didn't have the ha-ha, and you didn't like it.
Well, speaking of the ha-ha, because Goo brought this one up last night in the text thread, inadvertently. SGA or James Harden?
I'm taking prime James Harden, and I mean it. That dude will forever. Just go ahead, Steiny. Prime Harden was he did think SGA's a foul merchant.
Are you going to say unstoppable?
No, I'm just unbelievable.
Don't say that.
Go ahead.
Because Klay Thompson would lock him up when the chips were down.
That's why he had the Warriors with Durant down 3-2. Chris Paul blew his hand. I remember.
Harden's got a better track record. I mean, he's been around longer.
I like SGA. I just don't like the whistle he's getting.
Well,
but he does have that midi.
You said they were similar, so I just was curious what you thought.
Dan Marino or Elway?
Marino.
Elway's got 2,
I think Elway.
I'll go
because Elway, like Marino's a better pocket passer.
Okay, gotcha.
But Elway could get yards if he needed to.
Oh my God, he could.
Yeah, give Marino a 2,000-yard rusher. I think he'd be all right.
Wow. Montana or Bradshaw? Who's got 4?
Montana.
Well, I know where you work at, but F is just
Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
Hurts.
Now, why?
He won a Super Bowl, and I was listening when I was out, and you brought up I went in on Hurts. Oh, we got it.
Oh, we got Brock Purdy. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going down to Santa Clara, ladies and gentlemen. Brock Purdy is meeting with the media in the wake of his new contract. Take a listen, everybody.
You see all these guys on TV, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, and you want to be that one day. And for me, what I realized, it just doesn't happen overnight. Like, you got to go through good, bad, tough times, hard workouts, all the things to get there, and how you respond to adversity and all the things. But, man, am I grateful to be able to just stay the course. And this is just my story. I haven't tried to live out anybody else's story. It's just been where God has had me, and I've been all in on it. And I'm extremely grateful to be in this position. And just retired to up more than anything.
Got technical difficulties.
Choppy.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah. Give me some more.
We'll keep it to the hoop. Give me a second. Rick Barry, Jerry West.
Jerry West.
How big is that? Like, talk to me about the gap. Like, is that smaller than a lot of people would think?
Well, I mean, in fairness, I didn't see them both a lot, but there is nobody who has ever said Jerry West wasn't the real deal.
Wow, man.
Like, he was snake bitten. He didn't win a lot of titles. What, he win 1, maybe 2? I can't remember. And the one he won, he didn't enjoy it. Rick Barry was a bad boy, though.
Man, I love that. I believe it.
I mean, I'll put it to you this way. Rick Barry would take Rick Barry.
All right, got you, no doubt. And I think Jerry would take Jerry.
Yeah, Rick, I'm pretty sure he would take himself over Bird. Rick would take himself. Rick was great. Rick was on.
What was the best part of his game? The shooting?
He wasn't a great shooter.
Why do I look at him like that?
He was streaky. He was a great passer.
All right, wow.
A great passer. And he had this, let me tell you what he could do. He could raise up for a jump shot, and at the last minute, he would throw a pass. He had this gift.
Not Jimmy Butler like off 1 foot. You know what I'm saying? Going nowhere.
No, not even close.
All right.
Not even close.
Man, a lot of people saying Rick was great.
Rick was great. And Rick was a great, great player. Carmelo Anthony or Andre Iguodala. It's not even close. Carmelo Anthony.
What about Melo or Dominique?
Dominique.
I would agree. But Stotty, that's close to me.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, like when you talk about Butler, Will Chamberlain's widely considered the greatest player of all time by far.
I think we got it. We got the audio now.
Oh, we got it back? Yeah. All right, we're going to try it again with Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of faith in, obviously, my agent and the Niners that we were going to get something done. Didn't know when exactly, but, being here for phase one was huge for me.
When we last talked to you about 4 months ago, you were going to take a month off from throwing the football, give your arm and shoulder some time to rest. I assume you did that since you're throwing now, but how's your health? And then, if you go back 2 years, you weren't even starting your throwing program yet. Does this kind of blow you away that you've come this far in the 2 years since that time, whether you knew where your career was headed?
Yeah. To answer your first part, my body feels great. Feel really healthy and 100%. And so it's just finding ways to get better. Obviously just with the new guys and running routes and watching the film and applying that to the field with the ways that we can right now. And then, just 2 years ago, obviously coming off of surgery, I didn't have OTAs, and even camp for me was, 2 days on, 1 day off. So I was missing a day. And so just being grateful that I'm out there and actually getting better and throwing and having an off season to work on fundamentals has been huge. And obviously I said that last year, but this year, we didn't make the playoffs and we had some time away to actually decompress and think about, how the season went and actually do some real reflection. The year before, Super Bowl, and got married, and it just went so fast, and boom, we're right into the next season. But man, was I itching to come back and just excited to get back with the guys, and just the energy and all the guys' mindset now coming back, man. The locker room, the workouts, in the weight room, the film room, you name it. Like there's a new kind of like re-energized feeling around the facility. So it's an exciting time. So
how involved were you with the process, and are there any terms or specific things that you felt strongly about that needed to be in that negotiation?
Obviously my agent did the negotiating, but would just keep me updated, throughout the week, and certain big moments and conversations that were had with the Niners, and then he would just call me and update me, and we both, before the whole thing started, sat down and we were like, all right, this is our vision. This is hopefully what we can get out of it and get what you deserve and have earned, and go from there. But obviously we want to, make sure that we're working together with our organization and setting up everybody for success. It's not just for me to get all the money as much as I can, but also like, hey, let's surround yourself with a great team and players and a great locker room, and all those things matter. So we definitely talked about that. And then, like I said, he would just update me periodically, but there were some things that we wanted in there to protect me down the road and whatnot, and the contract and the language and all that stuff. But he did an amazing job with handling that and then breaking it down to me, like what it is, what it means, and what we need to get, what we can give up, all that kind of stuff. That's just negotiating. And so, like I said, he did an amazing job, and I'm very proud of him.
What is the balance that you feel that you see as different? Is it a stark contrast to last season where there was some contract drama up and down, and now you've got not only your contract done, but George and Fred? Does that kind of settle everything?
Yeah, I feel like every year there sort of has been someone that it's like, man, you'd like to get them done, and it's gone on pretty late. And whether that has affected the locker room or not, I'm not really sure. I don't want to just pinpoint something, but this year having the guys done and being able to get back to work and be around the guys in the locker room and just like build our culture and standard really from the ground up with all the new guys that we have. It's been pretty cool. And everybody's bought in right now, and we're excited, obviously, to do like more team activities and stuff as we move along the off season. But man, it's hard to explain. But the young guys, the older guys, everybody's is bringing it right now, and I think it's just so important that we're just around each other a lot, doing little different activities and continuing to build chemistry. Like that's the kind of stuff that matters, man. When you get late in the season and things get tough, and you go through some tough things as a team, like. You want to be able to know the guy next to you and what he's about, and that he's going to have your back and everything like that. So anyways, having the contract stuff done, it's been a huge blessing for the whole team and organization.
You wanted to set everyone up for flexibility. Do you mean you maybe left
something on the table in an effort to help roster construction going forward?
I think where we ended up was exactly where we needed to be. I'm extremely happy with where we ended, and I know the Niners are too. And with that being said, man, like for me, it's all about football now. And however, obviously they use the cap space and all that kind of stuff. Like that's not my job. My job is to now go and win games and lead this team. And but I'm extremely happy and grateful for where we ended with. And hopefully that answers your question.
Was the no trade clause important to you that it was in there?
I think it's important, yes, but also it's something that my agent and I discussed with what other quarterbacks have around the league and stuff in their contract. But for me, was it going to be a determining factor in signing it or not? No. Like we're very grateful that we had it in there, but at the end of the day, like I said, everything else that the contract entails, we're extremely excited about, so we're just grateful how it turned out.
What advice did you get from the guys in the building that have gone through this, specifically with George and Fred, and does it help at all to go through this at the same time they're going through it again?
A little bit, yeah. I think they did a great job, just giving me a heads up, like, hey, man, this is how negotiating is, and obviously it's a business, but this is sort of what you can expect. This is, what we experienced and went through, and don't hang your head on this or that. Like they did a great job with, giving me some real good advice going into it. Same with Bosa and all those guys. And then obviously they're going through an extension at the same time, and everybody's contract and situation is different. We're not all in the same exact boat, but just when it comes to the negotiating, you want to get a deal done. You want to have that stress off your shoulders and just focus on football. So I think we were all able to relate in that way. But yeah, man, those guys definitely looked out for me and gave me a heads up.
Every contract's different, Brock. So what did you learn about the situation, the business, the team, yourself?
Yeah, I think, I just love playing football. I love getting around the guys in the locker room, and that's what I want to make the main thing. And so something that I learned throughout the process is, hey, man, like how can I, even though we're going through this business side of things, how can I still be present in the locker room and love on these guys and build trust and character within the whole organization, even though this contract negotiation thing is going on. I didn't want to lose who I was throughout all the process. I feel like you've seen stories and things around the league at times where people can act uncharacteristically and because they might be hearing some things. But for me, what I've learned is it is a business, but that doesn't mean I have to change. I can continue to be who I am and stay true to that and have faith that it'll get done.
Mark, there's an idea that you're such a nice guy and been paid relatively little, and that you're so nice that you weren't going to, drag these things out and everything. I mean, is there any element of that? Because at the same time, this is your market, you've earned this. I guess, was there a balance between, hey, I don't want to make this difficult, but I also want to, get what I deserve?
Yeah. Man, I have so much respect for everybody in this organization from the top down. And so I think they know who I am and what I'm about. And I don't know if there was a narrative of Brock's going to take a pay cut because he's a nice guy or this or that. But for me, it's, man, I play in the NFL. There's 32 starting quarterbacks, and those guys, it's not the easiest job in the world. And for me, with what I've done and everything, I could hang my hat on the fact that, I've had success in this league and I'm capable of leading an organization all the way to the end, the Super Bowl. I've proved that. And so for me, it's, I know who I am, and I'm going to, obviously want to get what I deserve, but also surround myself, like I said, with guys around me and not just try to take every penny for myself. But that's the whole point of negotiating. You go throughout that, you try to meet in the middle ground, and where we ended, man, I'm extremely grateful and happy with. So, yeah.
This offseason started with 6 or 7 starters leaving and not a lot coming in. And meanwhile, you got your own negotiations. What were you thinking during that period? Were you communicating with 49ers always saying, we're going to get to you, this is not across the board cutting? What was kind of the messaging back and forth then?
I mean, they all call my agent, and we're definitely talking pretty early. And so for me, I knew that, they know and think that I was a priority at the time, even though there was a lot of changes and turnover happening within the organization and players. So I knew that they were thinking about me and that they were talking to my agent and stuff. But like I said, with the timing of how these contracts and things happen, they don't just happen overnight. Like there's a process to it. And I was just where I was at with my life, being with my wife and training and not trying to get consumed with, I need to get this done by next week or the week after. My mindset was it could take however long it takes, but I need to get better this offseason. And obviously I was finding out just like everybody else with my teammates leaving and going to other teams and places. And I was extremely happy for them getting paid and all that kind of stuff. But I also understand that, man, that's the nature of the sport. It's a business, and players go to different places and stuff, and you got to bring in new guys and build up a new culture and team, and that's part of it. But I didn't get consumed by it. Obviously, it does, suck when you build up this brotherhood, and Dre Greenlaw was my locker room partner, and right next to me, and then now he's gone, and it's like, man, that stinks. But it's also it's part of the game. So still trying to comprehend it a little bit. So.
And John you mentioned earlier that you had big up and down moments throughout the negotiation, being prepared for those. What were one or two moments along the way that maybe helped you believe it was getting done, or even maybe the opposite way, that it was going to take a while?
I think, it was just an open communication from the get-go. I think I always had faith that, all right, they started with a very respectable first offer, and from there the communication between them and my agent was great, and they talked a lot, and there was no drama involved. And so for me, I think all those moments added up to be for me, I just had faith that it was going to get done, and that these guys had my back, and that they want to get something done relatively quick and smooth and all that. But and then obviously last week we knew that we were at the number, and we just had to get a couple things figured out within the language of the contract, and that it was going to be a go. And I just didn't know, what day that was going to be or whatnot. And sure enough, we were golfing. My wife and I were golfing at the Olympic Club with Jake Brendel and his wife, and we got a text from my agent saying it's done, and answered John Lynch's FaceTime. And so, yes, it was the late course. Yeah. So.
All right, that was Brock Purdy talking to the assembled media after signing his big boy deal. And you have walked right into the crossover, brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. The only thing we're missing is the drip. He played at the Olympic Club.
Drop.
Oh, yeah.
And the lake course also.
With Jake Brendel, of course. And then
Jake Brendel.
Thank you. And then the FaceTime comes in from John Lynch, and I guess you take it at that point where, maybe you're looking to chip up on 13 or whatever. It's like, all right, John, I'll take it. Yeah, it's done. 265.
I think they frown on phones on the course.
I was going to say, if he took a call on the 13th hole, then he is worth $60 million. They should have given him $60 million. That's the only way you're getting a phone call on the 13th.
But for the reporter, not always, those reporters are soft, charming, to insinuate you're a nice guy, so you didn't kind of bring the house down. Well, I got 181 guaranteed. I think we're good here.
I think I know and I don't even know who was that asked.
I want to say,
I think I know what
he's married to somebody else in the business. Who am I talking about?
Josh
what's my guy's name? No, Slusser's guy.
Dan Brown.
Yeah, that's who I think that was. Yeah. Look at Goo. Help me out, Dan.
I don't know if they're still married, but and that got awkward in a hurry.
I know what he was trying to do. He's bringing up a dynamic that has been talked about. A lot of people were like, Brock will take whatever the Niners offer him because he's super nice.
Okay.
That people have said that.
I got it.
He seems like a nice guy. I bet he'll just take 42.
But he got paid, Will. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you commended him for not trying to bring the house down, which he could have.
Yeah. I thought he left his ego at the door.
No doubt. But when you get 181 guaranteed, I think that's easy to do.
He's also a very, very rich man now.
That's
a very, very, very rich man. So, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. I wish more athletes would look at it that way. I don't know how you guys, and it's different when you don't make a bajillion dollars. But when you're looking at a job, is it just like cost, period? who's going to give me the biggest bag?
Well, it was that way until I got into this business. Because this was a dream.
But isn't it, there's a little bit of like, where do I want to be?
Yeah, but money can make me be where I don't want to be.
Okay, but at their level, like let's say somebody did want to pull a trade, like when Ayuk was trying to broker a deal. Let's say somebody did want to broker a trade for Brock Purdy, and the Steelers were offering 58. But you're like, it's cold there.
Yeah, because Ayuk did that.
And I have small hands.
Yeah.
And the Niners are offering 53.
Yeah, I'm with you, Will.
53.
Yeah, I got you.
Right?
All money ain't good money is what you're saying.
You're fine. 53. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Diz, what would you do with that type of bread? 181. Seriously, I've been trying to pry it from Steiny.
Everybody put a lot of it in the bank.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people that are friends, that are real friends. Everybody would be taken care of. Not MC Hammer like. Shout out Hammer.
Right. But I mean, it would be property right away. Like you take care of whoever you need to take care of, and then you look for like a real good investment. And, so far it feels like real estate in the Bay or in California is a good investment. So you do that, you invest, and then you put some of it in a safer investment, whether it's a CD or a long-term, I don't know, safe stock play, whatever it is, you put some of that there, you buy some property, and then you live.
Yeah, but you go get you a foreign, though. Ferrari.
No. And you know what?
Will, I can see you in a Ferrari.
I'm a Toyota guy.
I drive a Honda Fit, and I've had a chance to, in my situation, as I've, come up over the course of 25 or 30 years, I will always drive a Honda. Safe, economical, and, that's what I want. And Steiny and I, this is where he and I maybe bonded first and foremost back when he had a Prius back in the day. And I had a Honda Civic Hybrid. And that's kind of when he and I became friends, where, he had his Prius and it's like, I'm getting 48 to the gallon and I'm getting like 41. And it's like, we like that. Like, I don't want to have to spend $4.49 a gallon every other day. Like, shout out the caddy.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, exactly. And, to each his own, but I like to have a small little putt-putt vehicle that makes me happy.
I got you.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Valkyries and Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Like, for example, how much money would you need to make to live in Galveston, Texas?
Less than we make.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I see.
No.
I wanted to take you to get you to go.
Like, if they said, hey, come to Galveston, we'll give you the same salary you're making in the Bay, I'd be like, hit the bricks.
Or would that be enough for you two?
No,
but my gosh.
They'd have to double my salary, is what I'm saying.
I don't think you could pay me enough.
Well, and how long do I have to be there? Like, I can live there.
5 years.
But
I was just
like, but in the course of a 52-week year, how many of those weeks do I have to actually spend there? Because I have to spend
10 and a half months there.
Yeah, it gets tough. That gets tough.
Like, are we putting our current lives in this
exactly.
You couldn't pay me enough.
And there it is.
You could no, you could not pay me enough. The only way you could pay me enough if it was so generational that I could find a way to for my family to still live here. I'm not taking
You wouldn't take a 10-year, $10 million contract and I got to go to Galveston for 10 years.
After what my kids have been through, I'm not moving them again.
Really?
Never.
Well, I love you, but 10 million.
No, it's $1 million a year for 10 years.
No. Galveston might have been the wrong choice because it's coastal. Like, you get a little bit of that Gulf life.
Sioux Falls.
I mean, I think maybe the better call would be Waco. Like,
just because of the history, I'm not going there.
And you're landlocked, and the history, and
scary. Yeah.
Galveston, at least you get a little bit of that coastal life. You get, some of that, Gulf of Mexico flow. Pick your city, and whatever that number is, you wouldn't have to work. That's for sure.
No.
And yesterday I was on Bart, and I love Bart, and shout out Bart for all the great things you do. But yesterday was an hour and 20. Because we had system-wide delays, and there was a fire in San Leandro, and the green line, the yellow line, the red line, all the lines yesterday were mucked up. And I use the M there just so I can keep my job because I don't live in Galveston. But, my commute, which is normally 45, 50, BART or drive, yesterday was $1.20. And if I'm in Galveston with no job, I've got no commute. And I can put my feet into the Gulf of Mexico and splishity splash. Not a problem.
And no state taxes.
Yeah.
Christy's calling BS on me.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of
She
chicken.
said you'd move for $1 million, let alone 10.
Man, that's a lot of chicken.
Keep it a buck, Christy. I love that.
She's
I ain't going.
It's raining right now in Galveston.
Yeah, I'm not going. I'm not going.
But it's a wet rain. It's a warm rain.
That's true.
It's a wet rain.
Yeah.
What's wrong with me?
I love it.
Freezing there. Not going there.
Yeah.
Hey, one of the things we were talking about today, and I'm looking for some help from my guy Mark Willard.
Of course.
I'll
turn off my mic.
If you're about to say what I think you're about to say, I'm here for you. I am here for you.
I was Team Guru all day.
I love that's my guy.
Say it, Steiny. Say what you're
could
about
he
to
be
say.
Uh-oh.
Do it.
Because now I'm sensing Will got a bone to pick with me.
Over criticism of Jimmy Butler has been absolutely unacceptable today.
1,000%.
But Willard,
you are misinterpreting what he's saying.
No doubt.
What would that be then?
No. Hold on, Will.
It would be the two of you being like buddy.
No,
is what it is.
Might be the first
He's
one
being
you've
a
ever
double
missed.
agent,
No, and
Willard.
I passed on it on purpose.
He's being a double agent, and you're
misinterpretation
falling for it.
sensation.
No,
is what
he's
it
being
is.
a double agent on the Butler thing.
I'm not talking to only you.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking to only you.
And
my Jimmy Butler fandom is offended today. It is offended.
I'm only offended
by
at the playoff portion
by
of it.
any of
The
you.
game's 4 and 5. Will?
No, we're not doing this to the man. We're not making it about last week. This man single-handedly took this franchise, this radio station, the year 2025, and shot it to the moon.
Did it really get to the moon, Will?
Yes.
So when did we lower our standards after we
do that?
No,
the man
got
hurt. He got
what? Okay.
hurt.
Oh, Willard, DMP?
What's that?
Did he play or he had DMP?
I'm talking about Steph Curry.
He played.
Yeah. I'm talking about Steph Curry.
But we're talking about Jimmy Butler.
No, you can't do that. You can't.
See, and that's what
you can't transform a man halfway across the country, give him absolutely zero practice time with these teammates, and then tell him to put a cape on in the middle of the playoffs for 4 games and get it done because we've watched you do it before. Here's Brandon Pajemski. He'll go 1 for 11.
But see, now you guys are being unfair.
Exactly. And you can't praise what Jimmy did with the team and then say that Jimmy's not the guy.
I'm out.
Something was up, Willard. I believe, Dibbs.
The reality is this.
Talking to Steiny all day with the
Jimmy
20
and
field goal
Steph
attempts.
together, 26-8. Jimmy and Steph. So Jimmy's Robin and Steph is Batman. No Steph, Jimmy 1-6 with no Steph.
And how about Steph with no Jimmy, which you brought up?
I got you. I give you that.
It was ordinary.
I give you that.
So let's trade him to that.
No,
Did they
it's not that.
Did they not beat the Rockets without Jimmy?
It's
we
not
could just
that.
do Steph or Giannis straight up, and then everything's fine.
Right, at least you'd have a second Batman instead of a Robin, a
I'm
self-appointed
not trying
Robin.
to. The Dwayne Wade sound backed me up to where I was like, oh my God, I am not crazy. Real quick, Will.
Dwayne is a former teammate of Jimmy's and obviously had an axe to burn.
Right.
Yes.
But was it really an ass or was it the truth? Because this is a guy, Jimmy Butler, that told us basically, you don't tell me when to shoot, goo. You don't tell me when to play and go. Hold on, Steiny, because you're being a hypocrite.
No,
you said you're the first one that felt something was off with Jimmy.
Putting
but
words
now
in his
that
mouth.
That's true.
You're putting
He
words,
said it.
Right,
Me,
you're
I
putting
said
words
it.
in
Jimmy never said
his
it.
mouth.
Well, yeah.
You're taking his persona and you're adding the script. He never said anything like that. He never said anything like that.
But Will, give me this. Meet me halfway with anything like that. He said,
"I'll make the right play."
Exactly.
And LeBron has made an entire career out of it.
And he's real quick. When the playoffs come and the game's getting more important, he insinuated, "I'll go." I know how to read it.
Did he say? And by the way, Steph Curry won't be there, and it'll be the second round. And I got this. I'll take over because that's who I am. Even though I've never played with any of these teammates in that role for one day.
Wow.
Give the
Help
man
me,
a
man.
little room.
We
it's
did.
so unfair.
4 games.
Right, 4
we
games.
couldn't get one.
4 games.
Will, we couldn't get one.
That's not the way it played. You can't put that on Jimmy Butler's feet. You can't do that. Like, this guy came in and dragged this organization out of Midville.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
Now, that's a big...
When Jimmy didn't have Steph, they won one time.
Go ahead.
They were 1-6. So don't say that he did. They did.
His
and when
arrival
Jimmy didn't play in the playoffs and Steph did, they won the game. Now we're looking at the history, and now we're looking at the facts.
Y'all said it for 3 months.
The bottom line is, if you could get another Batman, you would do it. He said that he's Robin. So if you want to keep Robin as opposed to getting a Batman, you'd rather have a Batman.
Yes.
And that's a fact.
He played a role because this is Steph's team. He did what Kevin Durant never did and accepted that he didn't need to have all of the shine.
So when Steph goes
that
out,
does not mean
you
what you're
need
saying.
to have the shine.
Stop.
And he... Oh, stop. Oh, stop.
Butler did
Read me
nothing
up.
what
Stop.
Durant did. He got NBA Finals MVP twice on the biggest stage. He took initiative.
Steph went out and Jimmy Butler went 0-4 without Steph.
Right.
So you stop.
I would say this.
Steph
Curry.
Get out of your feelings,
Steph
dude.
Curry was no more effective when he didn't have Jimmy Butler than Jimmy Butler was when he didn't have Steph. It was less than 500 team without Jimmy Butler, and Steph was as ordinary as Jimmy Butler was in the playoffs.
No, he
the
was
first 50 games.
In the 2 games he didn't have Jimmy. He lost in the regular season, and then he won Game 3 in the playoffs, and he didn't have Jimmy Butler.
Right, and
Did that happen, or am I misremembering?
What I would say is, naturally, the playoff games are going to be much, much harder than the games that were played in the regular season.
All right.
But
they call you playoff Jimmy.
Well, that's, you know what? And that's the problem.
If
he didn't have that nickname, we wouldn't be talking about this.
Himself.
We wouldn't be talking about this.
8 40-point games in the playoffs.
And was built
what year?
In a different city, in a different year, with different teammates. You can't just transfer this, man. It's not a train ticket.
Okay, so do you have PTSD now moving forward? If the Warriors, hopefully this never happens, if Steph goes down in a playoff series, I don't have the Geico belief in Jimmy Dibbs that I once had this season. Oh, we got Jimmy Buckets.
I've got no PTSD, but I think that if you can get from Jimmy to Giannis, you go from Robin to another Batman.
I want to hear Willard answer that.
I would do that. And the one game that Jimmy didn't play in the playoffs, Steph had 36.
Do you get that, Will? Real quick on the Giannis thing. If you could hit him.
You guys are, of course you would, but you're making it about the wrong thing. See, that's my whole issue with this.
No, I'm making it about the right thing.
You're making Giannis, and I'm not just talking to you, Dibbs, so why don't you take a playoff?
Sure.
When you're talking about getting Giannis as if it's, well, we've got this Jimmy thing now, and it's a problem.
Okay, all right.
We need to upgrade it to Giannis.
Okay.
No, you go to Giannis because he's freaking Giannis, and he's younger.
Right.
And by the way, I don't even think that Jimmy Butler would necessarily be a part. That's not even what Windhorst suggested. I know having 3 players over $50 million is near impossible.
And
the only way the Warriors are getting Giannis is if Giannis tells the Bucks, "I'm going to the Warriors." Other than
there's
that,
no way we're getting Giannis and keeping Jimmy, though.
Of course there is. It's not impossible. It's very, very hard. It's not impossible. We fill out the whole thing with minimum contracts.
They can have us
Everybody's
4.
gone.
Yeah, us
Everybody's
4 on the
gone.
bench.
But it's doable. It's doable.
What?
If do the Bucks want Jimmy Butler?
Played at Marquette. I'm just saying.
Yes, he did.
Pods, who's the caller, Stardy?
Yes, he did.
All right, I guess, okay, it's time.
Sorry, guys.
I got to throw to Evan Giddings.
No, real quick. The boss has something that he wants you guys to open on air because someone sent this massive freaking box to Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Okay, well, then let him open
It's
it.
a P1.
Oh, my God.
And the boss
What
is bringing
is
it. He
this?
could barely carry it himself up the stairs.
Anything to keep me long.
$60 for shipping.
You
can
noticed
go.
the timing there, huh?
To you. Wow. Let me.
It's good radio right here.
It's almost as big as you are.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
I think it's from Jimmy Butler.
I'm excited.
Guru's now opening a big package.
Let me put the
I would
mic
say
over
it's
here.
much bigger than a bread basket. Remember when you're playing that game? Is it bigger than a bread basket?
This is the package that the Bucks are going to ask for Giannis.
Johnson Christmas tree.
Oh, jeez, Goo.
Yeah, this.
I didn't work at UPS.
You are going to stay for the rest of the
This
segment.
is unreal. You know we have a meeting today, too.
Oh, we got one.
Yeah, I know. Okay, there's all the styrofoam.
Happy birthday, Goo. I hope you either are in the middle of an amazing celebration or just coming off one. This hits all the right notes, depending on when this package lands in your hands. As always, I packed you a few treats for you to snack on and toss in some mementos. So let's see what we got.
You got Mentos?
The Fresh Maker.
Yeah.
All right.
Some cookies. Abundant
Oreo cookies.
Oh, yeah.
You want a cookie?
Who's it
No,
from?
not from you.
You know what?
Sorry.
You do the honors.
All right.
He took care of me. The Lucas.
More cookies.
Man.
Oh, this is the loyal P1. I think it's the same person.
And they sent you something. The caller said you like peanut brittle. So, of course, I had to drop this in the box. Here you go, Steiny.
So this gentleman or woman just calls themselves a loyal P1, and a couple times a year, 3-4 times a year, they send a gift. He right, and it's full.
Wow.
It's full.
Dura.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, well,
He won't give us a name.
he won't.
That's the end of the bundle.
That's the end.
They might.
That was awesome. An awesome gift. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, loyal P1.
There we go.
And you're the best. He's the
Why did I think that was from Steph?
You're
for 1 second, I thought it was from Steph.
Well, it's definitely not from Jimmy. I can tell you
the
that.
P1. I got you.
Red Bull.
Oh, Red Bull. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
awesome.
the same person that on my birthday sent
no
a
doubt.
Franklin and Marshall mug and a Pittsburgh Pirates.
Awesome. And I still have it.
Whatever they call it.
Wait, there's more in there.
Oh, whoa.
There had to be. I was going to say that box is
wow,
huge.
look at Luke. Yeah.
You're fine.
Let's see what
I
we
couldn't
got.
do this.
It'll be okay.
2.
I know, but
Because we actually were talking about, I don't know, sports.
Ooh, what's that?
Roberto Clemente.
Wow. I could tear up. Yeah, I could tear up.
There's still more.
This is cool.
There's more.
It's a Roberto Clemente plaque
Look
with his
at this
photo
going in
and
the
his
lab.
stats.
Wow.
That's really cool.
What's that
is
one, Lucas?
really cool.
2,999 hits for Clemente.
This is awesome.
Okay.
Hank, Aaron, Willie, and Roberto together.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. This is what's up.
That's
wow, man.
I can't believe you thought it stopped at Oreos. That's amazing. There's 2 framed pictures.
Why did I think Steph had something to do with this?
Yeah.
He's gone. He doesn't want to be bothered.
The way the boss brought it in, I go, he knows what. Anyway, thank you to the P1. Nameless. Who doesn't want credit for their gifts?
A lot of people.
All right.
And
I'm not
remember,
one.
they talked about Boogie Cousins. He does stuff that nobody ever heard
you're
of.
right.
Shaquille O'Neal. Every time he goes to a store, he buys somebody something. So
Draymond Green quietly does a lot for the Autism Society.
That's a good call.
Yep.
All right, guys, have fun.
listening.
By the way, tomorrow, Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy for you guys.
That's correct.
Awesome.
That's correct.
Awesome. All right, don't go anywhere.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we can talk about Giannis. The man is in town. He came here, for Google, and he's at Shoreline Amphitheater. I heard the call into the roast earlier today. The guy who took the video of Giannis, he said it lasted like 4 seconds. I wonder how much they paid Giannis to be here for 4 seconds. And we keep saying he's in town. I don't even know if he still is. Is he still here?
Don't know, but I know that he's got a bigger deal with Google Pixel that's probably encompasses a live appearance. It's probably a deal that is 7 figures with commercials and a couple of appearances and all the other things, endorsements and whatnot. So this one appearance, I don't think that he needed to be here for, like a 2-hour thing. Like, we go to Friedman's Appliance and Steiny's there with Lubman and Grandy, or it's Evan, I can't remember. And, that whole thing, it's like, okay, we need you for 2 hours. For Giannis, it's like, you know what? We need you to show up, walk across the stage, wave, be 7 feet tall, smile, and you can go home.
You'd be shocked at how much companies pay for that crap.
Dude, no doubt.
You would be shocked.
Well, even if that was the thing, that right there would have been probably $100,000.
Oh, probably more.
Even more, yeah.
Probably more.
Like, show up,
He's not
smile,
flying
wave,
somewhere for
and walk.
$100,000. He makes $100,000 while you ask him.
Good point. Good point.
I mean,
well, he makes $50 million or so he probably makes about, what would that be, like $700,000 a game?
Yeah, but that's just on the court. I mean, these people make so much off the court.
No doubt.
I mean, quick aside, 20-second story. I was helping out with like Southern California Golf Association years ago, and I ended up doing some events with TaylorMade, the golf company TaylorMade.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're putting on an event. They're putting out a
not
new
Taylor
driver.
Mays, USC.
No, not TaylorMade's the bust of a safety. No, TaylorMade, the golf company. Sorry, Lucas. Anyway, TaylorMade. Long story short, it gets to a point. I know somebody who's like, I don't know, sort of loosely involved with Will Ferrell. TaylorMade says to me, call them and offer, like, if you can get Will Ferrell to come to the event, you tell them we'll pay him $100,000 and he needs to be here for 20 minutes. $100,000.
And this is 10 years ago. Roughly.
More.
Okay.
So I tell my people, will you just put that in front of Will? $100,000. He can be here for 20 minutes. Next day they come back. Yeah, it's just not available that night. These people will turn down six figures in the snap of a finger.
For 20 minutes.
So what got him to get on a plane and come to the Bay Area? I bet it was a lot. Now, I know, and it's fun. I know a lot of people are like, would he come all the way out here just for that? Actually, yeah, probably. I don't know what his presence here in the Bay Area would have to do with, brokering some sort of a deal anyway. The good news on it is this. What I said on the crossover is true. If Giannis were to come here, it's because Giannis told the Bucks, you have to send me there. The Warriors cannot compete on the open market for Giannis. They do not have the package that the Spurs and the Rockets can offer.
Right.
Like, not even close.
But you know that the open market is not an open market when you're dealing with players like this. The open market is actually a closed market, because if Giannis got an offer from, Charlotte, and Charlotte wanted to do like everything they could, and it's probably a bad example because they don't really have assets, but if Charlotte had the best possible offer, it's not an open market, because Giannis would say, no, we're not doing Charlotte. We're not doing Washington.
He can't
we're
say
not doing
no. He can't, like, the Bucks could trade him anywhere,
and
anywhere
he can
they
decide
want.
to not play basketball anymore.
Well, right, or not sign an extension.
Right.
So that, like, he's got 2 years left on his deal, which is interesting.
Yep.
You know anybody else who has 2 years left on their deal?
Well, and I looked at their deals, and did you know that the Jimmy Butler contract and the Giannis contract next year, dollar for dollar, are identical? Identical.
Right, which actually works against the Warriors.
I guess,
because
in theory.
there's no way in hell the Bucks are going to be like, sure, Jimmy for Giannis, straight up. Terrible deal, obviously. And that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well,
Giannis is going to need, the Bucks will need to say, yes, we'll work with you. And Giannis would need to say, you need to send me there. And if they do that, then there's a way to do it. And is it with Butler or is it without Butler? Do you sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga for $30 million and then throw in other players, Pods, Moody picks, other things like that? That's probably what the Bucks would want. And then you're left with 3 superstars and like 10 minimum contracts is essentially what you'd have to do. So very complex, doable, like allowed to do it, mathematically could do it, but put all that of us aside.
Yeah.
I like, because this is mythical right now, and I'm fine with that. I would, what sort of has bugged me about the conversation today is I would do any trade that brings Giannis to the Warriors. But I would do that because it's Giannis. period. What has seemingly developed, at least to my ear, listening to everybody talk about this today, is that in some way this is now being directed at Jimmy Butler. This is, we need Giannis because Jimmy Butler did not do enough. He did not do what the Warriors need him to do. And I'm bummed that that's the way the conversation has gone, because if that's how you're viewing Jimmy Butler, who came here to play with Steph Curry, and now in some way he disappoints you, or whatever word you would use, because he couldn't, in a short sample of 1 week and 4 games in the playoffs, he couldn't win a game kind of by himself without Steph Curry. I don't know, man. Like, I think that's unfair to Jimmy Butler. That's all.
Well, for me, it's looking at who Jimmy is, and Jimmy's a great player. And when Jimmy came here as the Robin, for lack of a better way to describe it, because he described himself as such, when he's Robin to Steph's Batman, you were great. When Steph goes out and you need a Batman and Jimmy Butler is a Robin, he's not able to do that. And you saw it in the playoffs, and not that he could have, shot it 34 times and you would have won all those games and advanced without Steph Curry. I'm not saying that, but you could have had somebody who stepped up, Jimmy Butler, and maybe led you to one win and been more aggressive offensively. And so I look at if it's Jimmy or Giannis, and I don't want to get into all the machinations of what a trade would be like and, what Milwaukee would want. It would obviously be more of a 3 or 4 team or 5 team. Maybe. Who knows what it would be?
It would have to
be
start.
More of a complex deal. For me, it comes down to, would you rather have Giannis or Jimmy? And, for me, I would rather have Giannis, a guy who, if Steph Curry gets hurt, and even if it meant no Jimmy and no Kuminga and no 3 first-round picks, but you get Giannis out of that, I'd rather have that. That way, if Steph gets hurt, you've got somebody who can be that guy, because Jimmy Butler, right now, he's not somebody, at least what we've seen, somebody who's willing to step forward and be that dude when the number one guy goes out.
I like that you said at least that we've seen, because that is response number one. When you keep saying Jimmy can't do that, I'm like, no, Jimmy didn't do that. He didn't do that in this 1 week, in this small sample, with these teammates, in this moment. It didn't happen. Does that mean he could never do it? I don't believe it means that, number one. But number two, it's almost like, if that's the question you're going to arrive at, you and I are going to have the same answers, just for very different reasons. Would I rather have Giannis or Jimmy? Who in the hell would say Jimmy to that? Nobody would say that. Giannis is better. He's bigger. He's younger. He's a former MVP. He's freaking Giannis. Like, of course you'd rather have Giannis. But if in some way that leads you down the road of, because Jimmy can't X or Jimmy can't Y, I don't buy that. I don't buy that Jimmy can't still be a 1 in certain spots. I look at Giannis. Giannis has not been successful as a 1 for the last 4 years. He's done bupkis. He's been disappointing. He's been knocked out of playoff rounds very, very early when he doesn't have the right teammates. So that's all I'm saying. I don't want to make Giannis's wooing about Jimmy's failures. That to me doesn't seem fair. And in general in the NBA, when you do have a Batman and you lose him, you don't have a Batman waiting in the wings. And you don't. NBA teams don't just get that. You don't have, like, if Batman goes down, here's our other Batman who's sitting here waiting in the wings. Like, usually if you lose your Batman, you're out. You're out. Jason Tatum, you're out. Steph Curry, you're out. You lost your Batman. So I don't know if I would structure a team that way, where it's like, I've got to go find Batman 2. Do you know what I mean?
I get it, but you're trying to maximize the Steph Curry window. And so 2 things would happen if you brought in Giannis instead of Jimmy. You have a 30-year-old who you could theoretically extend beyond Steph Curry, and you could have him be your new centerpiece, because we know that when Steph leaves and Jimmy and Draymond and Steve Kerr, whatever, 2 things will happen. Either you bring in somebody who's going to try to replace them as a star, or you go into a full rebuild mode. And we think that, Joe Lacob is not going to want to go into that rebuild mode. And so if you replace Jimmy Butler with Giannis, a 30-year-old, 31, at least going forward beyond Steph Curry, you would have that guy to bridge the gap between Steph Curry and the next era.
Let's talk this out, Joe. We're sponsored by Serramonte Ford. I think Giannis is the backdrop, but the question we're kind of getting to is, if in some way, what happened at the end of this year, did this sour your taste of Jimmy Butler after what he brought to town? And is he now not enough? Is that not enough to be the Warriors 2? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. What's the slate situation, Lucas? What do we end up on with that?
Today's a mess for him. He offered for tomorrow, but we're a little busy tomorrow.
So, yeah, Mark Schlerith is going to join us at 4:15. He is in love with some things that the Niners are doing. You're going to want to hear this. But let's keep talking this out right now. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Employee pricing is back, and Ceremony Ford extended the event.
back to Butler around the right wing. Butler working on Gobert. Gets a screen. Drives around DiVincenzo and dunked it coming down the right baseline.
Well, I know DiVincenzo expected Rudy Gobert to be back there, and he wasn't. Butler took advantage of it.
Kuminga down the left side, but doesn't have numbers. Throws it out to Butler. Drives on Gobert. Bangs him out of the way. Goes up left hand and scored! And got fouled! Jimmy Buckets!
Jimmy Butler went Jimmy battering ram mode. He just took that left arm and used it as a shield, knocked Gobert out of the way.
The shot clock is at 16. As Butler with a right-hand dribble between the legs once, twice, 3 times. Now goes left on Naz Reid. Ball knocked away, goes right to Draymond in the right corner. Back to Butler, who relocates on the left wing, takes the 3 and hit it! He's unbelievable sometimes.
Wow. To Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got all kinds of stuff to say about this. Jimmy Butler, man. Jimmy Butler, to me, keeps a very, very special place in my fandom heart. And last week did not change that at all. We can further discuss. I do want to tell everybody real quick this. Tonight is the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. And we were there broadcasting live last year. This is an incredible event.
Awesome.
And I don't say that for any other reason, not even about like what they'll present and who's going to be there. For me, it's more about where the proceeds go. And basically the uniqueness of what this 49ers foundation kind of does, which is it's a lot of the players taking care of the former players. And we don't need to go too deep. I think sports fans, you know what like life after football looks like for a lot of guys, especially the ones who might only played for 4 years or didn't have a guaranteed deal or whatever, but they still put their bodies through all that. There are some stories that aren't so great, right? They don't all look like Steve Young and Joe Montana when they're done. So that's kind of what this is all about. But it's also an amazing event. And for the first time ever at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series tonight, all bidding for the silent auction will be online. So you don't need to actually be there at the event to be involved in this. So if you can't make it, you can still support the event and Dwight's favorite cause. So anyone can join at dwightclarkaward.com. Now that said, there's also still about 30 or 40 tickets available, and it is an intimate venue. Every seat is fantastic. You can see everything, and it's a very cool event. Great night filled with some great stories and surprises. And we'll give you one just like silent auction highlight, for example. There's a lot of must-have 49er memorabilia and experiences, but how about for you Warrior fans? Golden State Warriors luxury suite experience plus exclusive broadcast booth visit. So if you are a Dub Nation fan or a member of Dub Nation, you get to watch the Warriors in style, 4 luxury suite tickets to a mutually agreed upon home game during the upcoming season. Private suite at Chase Center, you'll get VIP views, full catering, premium amenities as the Warriors bring the Heat on the actual court, not necessarily against the Heat. But that's not all. The experience includes a special in-game visit to the broadcast booth where you get to meet legendary humans like Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert to make the whole thing unforgettable and very, very behind the scenes. It is access, it is luxury, it is all things in one package. That's just an example of what you could bid on with the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. So again, dwightclarkaward.com, and you could do that from your couch tonight. So check it out. It's pretty cool. Awesome. Cool. They got giant stuff, meet and greet with Kruk and Kipe, got all kinds of 49ers memorabilia, road trip for Florida Clemson, the alma mater for Dwight Clark, all kinds of stuff in there. So go check that out again tonight, dwightclarkaward.com.
Yeah, super fun and, sad that we're not there this year, but we are so locked in on the Warriors that we weren't sure if it was going to happen. But for those of us who want to still be a part of it, that's a great way to go about doing it.
Want to throw this out there. This is from ESPN's Get Up on Monday, just to wet the whistle a little bit. This is from Brian Windhorst, and it's on the back end of Jay Williams saying, hey, I know everyone's talking Spurs and Rockets for having the package to go after Giannis Antetokounmpo, but what if Giannis is like, no, I want to play with that guy, that number 30 guy. I want to play with Steph. Here's what Windhorst said.
Yes, there is a package that the Warriors could use. They have some future draft picks. They have interesting young players. Like last year, Brandon Podziemski was off limits. Who knows if that's going to be the case this year. But they can't win a bidding war. First off, I just want to say, Giannis has not let it be known. He certainly wants out in Milwaukee. So I do not think we should assume that. If we do reach that point where Giannis was going to look around, he will have agency in this. He has 2 years left on his contract. The Bucks don't have to listen to him. But if he were to come to Milwaukee and say, I want to play with Steph, there could be a deal worked out. The same would apply, in my view, to the Knicks or the Lakers.
Agreed, yes.
If he says, I want to be a Knick, send me to New York, or I want to be a Laker, these are big ifs, those trades could get worked out. But if it's just an open market, none of those three teams, in my opinion, could win a bidding war with the Bucks.
Okay, so that's an interesting way to set the table on this. And for me, that's kind of how I'm going to approach the Warrior offseason. If Giannis says that, okay, let's sit down. And basically the answer from the Warriors is, what do you need to make this work? Of course we'll take Giannis. Hello. Of course. Outside of that, to me, it's very wait and see. And I don't love that this seems to, for some, not all, this is spinning into a what happened over the last week and a half shows that Jimmy Butler is not good enough to be Steph Curry's other really good player on this team.
He's good enough to be the other good player, but when you lose Steph, and if Jimmy Butler is going to be the player that he was in the playoffs, and whether or not he was under the weather or the tailbone or whatever it was, that's not good enough. So when you lose your Batman, your alpha, if you have another guy who can be that, I think you're better off than if you have Jimmy Butler, who by his own admission is more likely to do the right thing basketball-wise than he is to try to force the issue. And so you look at, Giannis, if you have Giannis and Steph, and if one of them goes out, your team is lesser, but the other guy who still is here is going to be more aggressive to try to be the number one scorer than Jimmy Butler.
I have so many questions about this. Why is Giannis's performance in the playoffs the last 3 years not preventative?
I mean, his performance or the team's performance?
Because he's wildly disappointing. Like, in other words,
right.
What you just said about Jimmy Butler, I could say all the exact same stuff about Giannis.
You can.
You got knocked out in 5.
But you couldn't say that Giannis took 8 shots in a game. Giannis tried his level best to be the guy, and he tried to be aggressive, and he tried to be the number one scorer. Whether or not he did the job or not, that's my only issue with Jimmy Butler is you lose Steph Curry, and he didn't click into playoff Jimmy mode. He didn't go out there and try to impose his will and try to go out there and score and shoot. Whether or not Giannis was good enough to advance in the last 2 years, and he wasn't, and one of those years he actually missed the whole playoff because he was hurt, but he's at least trying to go out there and be the alpha.
I mean, I think that it's unfair that we do this to players where it's like you have to shoot 1,000 times to show that you're like, I heard Guru earlier today, question his effort. Whoa.
Well, I won't do that.
I mean, my God, like it's not, we got to stop making this is such an alpha conversation when we do this. We do this to NBA players. You have to shoot. You shoot 27 times or you're a dog. Like like we're going to act like you're not trying or you're scared or any of these things. You know what's ironic? Really, really ironic. You pointed to, if we're going to small sample size this, do you remember the game that the Warriors won without Steph Curry? Who was it against?
Milwaukee. Yep.
Exactly.
Do you remember the game that they won in the playoffs without Jimmy Butler? Steph had 36.
Yeah.
So Steph went out there without Jimmy.
But Steph always does that.
Exerted his will.
They're different players in different teams with different game plans against different opponents. Like I'm not disagreeing with like, would I love to see Jimmy go score 35? Sure, go score 35. But I'm never going to say to a star like you have to do that tonight or you're less than or you're not good enough. Jimmy Butler showed Warrior fans, in my opinion, everything they could have asked for and more. And I'm just not going to take the final 4 games and rip apart everything he achieved. I can't do it. I can't in good conscience do that.
I'm not ripping apart everything he achieved, but I'm looking at what he achieved, and the majority of it was with Steph. And when you didn't have Steph, and I get it was against Minnesota, who's a really good team. And so, yeah, it was going to be hard for you to win all those games without Steph. But could you have won one game? Could you have been more assertive to try to win one game? Of the 4 games he played against Minnesota without Steph, there was one game that I thought that he was assertive. And he was the player that you would want to be a $50 million a year guy. When the star goes out, you go out there and you try your level best to pick up the slack, and he did that 1 of 4 times. That, to me, is the criticism.
Yeah, I always like when we talk about, like, you know me, whenever we go, oh, he's a $50 million player, so you have to score X, Y, Z. You got all kinds of players who have been paid in the history of this game, and it's not always just to go score 35 points a night. All kinds of players. I mean, and I realize Draymond doesn't make 50, but he makes and has made more than half of that in his career, and we don't even ask him to score 10. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's intricacies to the game that I was very impressed to see the way Jimmy handles. Like, Jimmy is a brilliant basketball player. He's not just a scorer. I thought he showed that every time he suited up. He sees the whole floor. He wants to get other people involved. If I'm Jimmy Butler and I'm looking at the Minnesota Timberwolves and no Steph Curry, one thing I know for sure, I'm not beating that team by myself. I'm not doing that. I'm not at age 35 when they've got 2 people at 7 feet. They've got a 23-year-old like soaring superstar. I can't go out there and just be like, if I score 35, we'll win. I would strategically be like, I'm going to have to have some guys hitting threes. I'm going to have some people around the arc hitting threes. And unfortunately, it was really hard for them to find that. And by the way, you have Jonathan Kuminga who comes in, starts playing well. He plays really well, as you and Steve detailed last time he was on, with the ball in his hands, breaking down defenders in a one-on-one format. And you know you're going to need that to go well. So I want to get him involved. So that's all. I feel like sometimes we're asking guys like, dude, be alpha. Be amazing. Take over the game. Except for all these other guys have to get involved too, and they're going to need to play well, and you're going to need to beat a really, really good opponent. It's a hell of a lot for a player to do and figure out on a possession-by-possession basis how he's supposed to do that. And oh, by the way, he's doing it with teammates he's essentially got zero time with because they played next to no games without Steph. He's brand new to the Bay Area 3 months ago. He played literally almost none with Jonathan Kuminga. And now that's his Robin all of a sudden in the playoffs. I think it's an unfair ask. That's all I'm saying.
I think that it's a very fair ask when you're talking about a guy who's been in the league that long and you look at what he did in game 3, and he did that very thing. And he took 26 shots, and that was the closest that they were in the 4 games without Steph. So game 2 was a little bit of let's just see what you have. And so Jimmy Butler shot 13 times. Fine. That game was always going to kind of be a loss because you stole one game already. Fine. I'll excuse that. Game 3, you come home, and he did the exact thing that I think that it's fair to ask a guy, and you can say that it's unfair for me to put the money into it or not. I believe that when you make that much money, the responsibility for you as a player in that spot is greater than it is for Pods and Quentin Post and Guy Santos and Kuminga and everybody else on that roster. You're the dude. You got brought in, you got that money, and the star is out. Now you go ahead and be the star.
But it didn't work?
It didn't work because he didn't try to do that.
No, you said he did it in game 3.
In game 3.
And they lost.
Right. But in
so
game 4
when you
and
try
game
to
5,
adjust
he
and do
didn't
something different in game 4 or 5.
Right. And
we're trying to get one win.
Sure. In game 4 and game 5, it didn't work even more. Like game 3, you were close. And so you go ahead and you try it again in game 4 and you try it again in game 5 because you're that dude. You're playoff Jimmy, not his nickname, but it's what you've been. Yeah. You've been a guy on teams that don't have a lot of talent. And this team, you can compare this team to Miami, whatever. You could say Miami's team was better or this team was better. It doesn't matter. Not really.
I think
Gabe Vincent at that time was not the Gabe Vincent that we know now.
He's a better shooter than what the Warriors.
He is now.
Yeah.
He wasn't in that year in 2022.
Well, they didn't use him in that way, but he was that kind of a player.
So we don't know what these players are going to be in 2 or 3 years when they're actually down the road.
Yeah,
so
they had more scoring. That team absolutely had more scoring.
Jimmy Butler exerted himself in a way in Miami that he didn't do here, and that's where people are critical.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that at all. You're equating that solely to shots. Like that's one tiny.
Points.
Yeah, that's one tiny portion of the box score of what a leader does. And oh, by the way, I still think the absolute mic drop point of all this is what many have been saying all day, which is that Steph Curry didn't look great with all year long without Jimmy Butler. Steph Curry wasn't able to put this team on his back and turn him into a this, that, or the other. Like we do, there are stars all over the league. Hell, Phoenix has 3 guys making this money. And they couldn't even make the play-in tournament. And are we now like, oh, Durant sucks and Booker can't be a this, that, or the other? And that's over a much, much larger sample. Let's go to Marco in Sonoma. We'd love to hear from you on all this. 888-957-9570. Marco, go ahead. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I just think we're giving Butler too much grief. He's been here half a season. He didn't play with some of the guys. And look, prior leading up to us losing at Game 5, and the young guys. It wasn't Jimmy. And, yeah, he's playoff Jimmy and all that, but, look, he's been here half a season. I'm giving him a pass. I wish we were still in it, but we were broken. Steph's the lifeblood. We didn't have him. We put up a good fight. Let's just regroup for next year. It's a bummer because I would love to see him there, and we only have, Steph, Draymond, and those guys, but it is what it is. And I think Jimmy did a good job of getting plugged in mid-season and doing what he did.
Marco, thanks. I won't, and I know I'm not saying that you're forgetting that. Again, we're talking to everybody who's talking to us too, whether it's text line, YouTube calls, what I listened to earlier today on some of the other shows. But I refuse to let the entire Jimmy Butler experience be. This is kind of the way I would say it. I don't think anybody's forgetting what Jimmy Butler brought, regular season and early round of playoffs. But I do think the Jimmy Butler experience for some is now being somewhat defined by the last 4 games. It was almost as if everything leading up to that was this trial. And then it was like, okay, now we get to see if you can, with Brandon Pajemski and Moses. By the way, don't forget where some of his role players were in the moment that he was asked to do this. Pods until the last game couldn't do a damn thing. Moses Moody couldn't even find the court with a map. And then Jonathan Kuminga gets thrown in, who he's not played with. All of these guys were playing very poorly. Buddy Hield, thank you. Kind of a sort of a series. He was good in game 1 when Steph was still there. And then after that, not really much. Like he got nothing in terms of help from anyone else.
That's all the more reason why he needed to step up and try and do more on his own.
You can't do it. You can't win basketball games by yourself.
Well, you can't win basketball games by shooting it 9 times when you don't have your best player on the team. And so that's where, for me, this whole conversation goes back to the idea of Giannis. And I'm not going to disrespect Jimmy Butler because I think if Steph is here and Jimmy and Draymond and you have a whole season of that, it can work because Jimmy Butler is clearly your 2. And when you lose your 1, if Jimmy Butler's your 2, well, he doesn't want to be the 1. He's not wired to be that 1. He did not show you this series that he wanted to be that 1.
Jimmy Butler is not wired to be a 1.
Jonathan Kuminga outscored Jimmy Butler in the games that Steph Curry missed against Minnesota.
Right, because that in some ways I believe to have probably been strategic because Jimmy realizes I can score 40, but even if I do that, like someone else is going to need to score 60. I've got to get my people involved or we don't have much chance.
Well, you lost all 4 games anyway.
You can't say that those 4 games don't define Jimmy Butler and in the next sentence say he's not wired to be a 1. Guy's been a 1 in this league for 13 years.
When and where?
Other places. All other places
years
that he's
ago.
been.
And so now, we're going to define that by a week? I'm defining what he has been without Steph Curry. They went 1-6, and in this series, when you needed somebody to step up and be that dude, he did not take on the offense on his shoulders.
He did not. That does not mean he could not. That does not mean he cannot. He did not.
That's my opinion. He did not, and my opinion is that he will not, and he would not. That's my opinion.
And that's fine to have it as an opinion, but I would like you to then give me the waiver to say you're defining Jimmy Butler in his time with the Warriors based on those 4 games.
It's the 7 games, and they went
7 games.
1-6 without Steph Curry.
Why are the other 3 even relevant?
Why are they not relevant? So they played Atlanta, and they played Miami, both on the road. Right. Steph didn't play, and in neither game did he exert himself as I want to take this game over because we don't have Steph, and I want to really be the alpha scorer, and he didn't do it.
So why have we not defined Steph Curry by what he was prior to Jimmy's arrival? When the team had a losing record.
He won 4 titles.
They had a losing record. Right. Jimmy Butler, well, no, you don't get to bring in all the other years.
Sure.
Because now we got to talk about Jimmy again.
We can.
And what he's done through all the other years. And if we get the whole career, then how on earth can you say Jimmy Butler's not wired to be a 1?
He's not anymore. I mean, he had a chance in these games to be the 1, and he wasn't. Steph Curry was the 1 all year, and whether or not he was,
and they had a losing record. Without Jimmy
Butler.
Yeah, they had a losing record.
I don't know if all those games are the games that he played, that Steph Curry played, but
the Warriors without Jimmy Butler this year had a losing record.
Right, but you're talking about Steph Curry. So is he held accountable for the games that he didn't play?
No. I'm talking about the ones that he did play.
Right.
Steph Curry in games with the Warriors this year that did not have Jimmy, did not have a playoff record, did not make the play-in tournament. Do we not? Do we get to use that and say he's now not wired to be a 1?
Well, he is wired to be the 1, and he was the 1. And whether or not they won every game,
not to win enough games,
not all the games, but I'll look at his record when he actually played. If you want to, parse it that way, because he didn't play in every game.
Played in almost all of them.
He played a lot of them.
Yeah,
sure.
He didn't miss a lot of games.
Right.
I'm talking, and again, I'm talking only pre-Jimmy. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are taking on the Washington Mystics. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're fantastic. Check them out. They're going to have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body and continue to take your phone calls on this 888-957-9570. Stink, Mark Schlerith, about an hour, 20 minutes away. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, the other umbrella thing we could bring up, and I don't mean to put him in harm's way at all, but I woke up today. I'm coming back from dropping Jude at school, which is usually the first moment that I sample 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Yeah,
I got a preschool drop off, and we do a little
what time?
Usually about 9:10.
So you're okay. You're in there last
later.
hour.
Yeah. We do a little bit of Miss Rachel in the drive-in, 10 Little Monkeys, and then she gets out, and I right to the roast.
Yeah, Jude's a classic 11-year-old. He has 2 songs. He listens to both of them we go to school and we have to listen to those songs.
And what are they?
One of them's by Alex Warren right now. They rotate.
Okay.
One of them's by Alex Warren right now, and one of them's by Morgan Wallen. He likes country music too.
All right.
Yeah. So he'll grab my phone and he'll start searching out music, and we'll pick the same 2 songs, and they'll go for like a month until I'm like, I can't stand these songs anymore. We listen to them every day. And then I drop him at school, and I switch right over to the roast because now I'm solo bolo for about a nice 8-9 minute drive.
I'm in the same boat.
And I'm like, all right, boys, what do you got for me today? And then there's Joe Spadoni with a take that I haven't, restaurant quality, that I haven't heard anybody else on planet Earth share since then. Does anybody else want to share with Joe Spadoni's take? No Giannis.
Wait.
Wouldn't do it. I was like...
That's going to be a no from him? Dog?
I was like leaning toward the radio just to be like, I love this stuff. Say it. Say it with your chest. Be Draymond.
Stand on it.
Right. Stand on it. But explain it to me.
Yeah.
Why? Why did... And I'm
Is
over
he
here...
overrated?
I couldn't really... I couldn't in those 8 minutes get to the final answer of exactly what it was. I got little bits and pieces sort of what, because I'm over here in, hold on a sec, chest out. I want to defend Jimmy Butler from what I'm hearing a lot of people say, but not to that end, not to the end of I don't want Giannis. My whole point today is I don't really like that Giannis flying to the Bay Area has made some people, in my opinion, sound like they're disappointed in Jimmy Butler. And that his time here this year is now defined by these last 4 games. I don't dig that take. It's fine if you have it. It's not my take. But I find the whole Giannis question, that's over here on the shelf. Of course I want Giannis. Any means necessary. Happy birthday, Malcolm X. Any means necessary. Yes. Not except for Steph. Except for that.
Well, right.
Yeah. Of course I would want Giannis. No matter what. But it's not because I thought Jimmy Butler didn't hit the mark in the end or isn't capable of fill in blank. I think Jimmy Butler showed himself to be tremendously capable. He did not succeed in a situation that I found to be pretty much unworkable. That's all. I don't really know. Let's say Giannis was on the team last week. Yeah, you're going to lose 4 in a row.
No.
In my opinion.
Disagree.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But if you give Giannis, okay, here's Pods. He's going to shoot 20%.
Sure. And you got Buddy, and you got Kevon,
Buddy,
you got Pat, you got all the fellas.
Buddy might dribble, so that's not good. And then,
I'm Batman.
Right, over here's Moses Moody. He's not even sure what hoop he's shooting at right now. Love you, Moses, but dog, I don't know what the hell's going on over there.
Game 5, he got hot.
Right? But if you've got that and you're going up against a Minnesota team I highly respect, I think you're getting beat. And actually, we just watched him go up against Indiana and got a gentleman's sweep. I think he's getting beat if Giannis is on the Warriors last week.
Well, and again, whether or not they win or they don't win is a wild hypothetical, but I do know this.
All are.
Giannis would go out shooting the ball 20 to 25 times a game, and Jimmy Butler did not. And this is not for me to impugn Jimmy Butler because what he did,
from a different place.
Jimmy Butler he's a great player, and he's a great number 2, and he came in and the team took off, and the whole Draymond and Jimmy and Steph trio was great, and they won more than Steph was winning before he came here. Yes, I'm not trying to disrespect Jimmy Butler, but when you look at a situation where you've got an aging one, and Steph Curry will be 38 next year, and Giannis will be 31. So if you want to talk about passing the torch from a star to another star, it's not going to be from Steph to Jimmy. It would be from Steph to Giannis, assuming that Giannis came in and stayed healthy and, you wanted to re-sign him and you could. I think Giannis's deal actually is 1 year longer than Steph's. So I look at that, and this has very little to do with Jimmy Butler. This has more to do with Giannis. If you had Giannis on this team this year, I do believe that you would have won a game against Minnesota without Steph Curry.
I could easily see them losing 4. I don't think you'd be a very good team. I don't think that would do a whole lot for you. And I guess that's part of what is interesting to me. Like, I don't view that as why the Warriors got Jimmy. It's kind of an opportunistic spot that a lot of Warrior fans have ended up in, where suddenly, out of nowhere, because Steph got hurt, we decided, I've heard a bunch of people do this. This is why we got Jimmy. We got Jimmy in case Steph gets hurt. No, you didn't. They got Jimmy to help Steph. You got Jimmy to help Steph, and there's no point during the Jimmy Butler experience where I ever had the opinion that if Steph got hurt, we're going to still keep winning games. I never. Did you think that?
You could win a game. I didn't think that you would lose all 4.
You could, but he didn't.
Right.
And one of the games was kicked by Steve Kerr. I think we all agree. He was in exploration mode in Game 2. In Game 3, Jimmy did perform the way everyone wanted him to.
Right.
But still lost.
End of Jimmy Butler performing the way you wanted him to,
I think Minnesota won those games. Minnesota's really good.
Jimmy Butler went 5 for 9 in Game 4. And that, to me, is where you look at it and you go, you don't have to be playoff Jimmy and go, 12 for 33, but 9 shots, really?
Well, they were winning that game at halftime, right?
The game
4, up by maybe 2.
Yeah,
right.
It was a tenuous 2.
Right. Anthony Edwards hits a buzzer-beating 3 at halftime, and Minnesota's down 2.
Right.
And then they came out in the third quarter and was a bulldozer. And I'm not putting that on Jimmy. That game ended in basically a 4-minute stretch. They went from down 2 to up 17, something like that.
They outscored them 39-17.
Yeah, and
so up 20 after 3.
That was not. It all happened on one end of the floor, and it was not the end where the Warriors play offense. Minnesota bulldozed them. So I get what you're saying. I just think that, in a way, we're whittling the entire Jimmy Butler experience down to a couple of games. Just doesn't feel right. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not really whittling it all down, and I like Jimmy Butler, and I love what he did with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. What I thought Jimmy Butler would be without Steph Curry was different than what Jimmy Butler actually was. And so when I look back at that series and I look at what Jimmy did without Steph, he had one game where he exerted his will, and that was the one game that you almost won. And then the other 3 games, Game 2, we'll put it aside because I think you're right. They kind of, I don't know if they intentionally kicked it,
but it
was kind of an exploration game where you were trying to see who might fit without Steph Curry. But you got to Game 4 and Game 5, and Jimmy Butler was not the player that I thought he would have been without Steph Curry. And that's what catches me a little bit off guard.
And I don't even argue that. I just now don't want to define Jimmy Butler and his whole time here based on that. If you want to be bummed about Game 4, Game 5, okay. But I'm not going to now say Jimmy can't do this, that, or the other going forward. Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
All right, so Willard, look, man, I gotta disagree with you, bro. I like the trade. Everything went perfect. The game isn't won in the first quarter; it's won in the fourth. Jimmy Butler got us to where we were at. But the moment he walked into our organization, he gave himself that backhanded compliment of being the two, being the Robin, don't want to be in the one. Okay, we got that. And what I'm getting from Dibs and what I agree with Dibs and Goo is that he got us to where we're at and we're happy about it, but it was just the effort. The effort just seemed like he was in cruise control. The guy wasn't even in a gear. He was in neutral. Like, there wasn't a point in the game where I even felt watching it where Jimmy Butler was giving more effort. You brought up how we didn't complain about Draymond Green giving us 0 points because look at the defensive effort he was putting on Julius Randle. Oof. Julius Randle was getting everything he wanted, but Draymond Green effort was there. You could see it with the eye test. Now, if Jimmy Butler gives that equivalent effort on the during the game that Draymond did. On defense, on offense, then we wouldn't really be saying a lot of this. It just was like, you could see, yeah, he was hurt, but we were wanting him to just put it in one more extra gear. If he puts it in that one more extra gear, he could have won us that one game.
Yeah, Tony, we got to run. I like you and I see it very differently. I especially thought your take was interesting until you got to the point where you comped it to Draymond Green, who he himself said Julius Randle schooled him in this series. He said it on his own podcast. Draymond Green was worse in this series than Jimmy Butler was. I think that's a fact, Jock. No question about it. I do not like using the word effort in this conversation.
Yeah, me either.
I am not questioning Jimmy Butler's effort when his tailbone is in two pieces and he's out there by himself with pods going 1 for 80. Like, no, I won't do it. You can. I won't do it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We're not done with this yet. 888-957-9570 and Mark Schlerith in an hour on Willard and Dibs.
This Game Day Traffic Report is brought to you by Crystal.
Pajemski comes left side off a Butler screen, draws a crowd. Bounce pass back out to Jimmy, above the break left side, shows the ball to Aldama, switches, gets it over to Peyton. Peyton back to Butler, 6 on the shot clock, takes a straightaway 3 and hit it. Wow. Ice water running through his veins. 25-18, Warriors lead by 7. Butler on the inbounds, gets hit, shot goes up, he goes in! He just threw it up after the contact. He got a back screen, laid it up with his back to the basket, and got the foul call. Pajemski in deep, wide open, didn't shoot it, get out to Butler. He goes on dribble drive, muscle move, up and gun, and he gets another foul call.
Wow, is that strong.
Man-like move by Butler.
Not only was it a man-like move, he finished with the left hand.
Butler with the ball on the far wing. Checks the clock with 7 to Draymond. Back to Butler with 5. Dribbles in on Bane. Goes up strong and banked it home with 10 seconds to go in the quarter. 94-91. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. Catch the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Including tomorrow. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
That's a good
every
lead
week,
in.
Including next week and the week after,
Well,
and
that'll be the first question.
early June, late July.
I'm going to start the conversation tomorrow with Steve. Is this it?
Yeah.
And
I'll follow up with Steve. Did we lose you?
Yeah. You should do that at the end.
Right.
Because this time he might be like,
Yeah. You lost me.
Yeah.
And he might hit us with a Steph Curry of do me a favor, leave me alone. Which is what Steph said right at the end of his exit interview.
Right.
Y'all can do me a favor, leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And we will for a little while.
Yeah.
Not very long, though.
No, just
not very long.
15-second story about my dream last night. I dreamt that I was at a party at the Curry house with Aisha, Steph, all the kids, and you were there, a bunch of media people were there. I was the first one there, the last one to leave.
Was Mark Grandy there? Because he gets invited to all the stuff.
Yeah, I didn't see Grandy. You were there.
I was there.
And Tim Kawakami was there, and I believe Ann Killian was there. My dream, it's one of those dreams that it felt like it went on and on and on and on and on. And I'll just say this as the final takeaway. The Currys could not have been nicer.
Well, that's
accommodating.
Yeah.
And I stayed late, and it was one of those dreams. It was and I woke up. I was
how late?
It was like a day party, so I didn't stay that late. It was like one of those barbecue deals, but I woke up and I was like, it was one of those dreams. I was like, that was cool.
I found out on our trip to Mexico over the weekend that a day party is now being called a darty.
Yeah.
No, but
our fellow kids.
Yeah.
The kids.
Yeah, the kids.
And Steiny mentioned one earlier.
They call it a darty.
An abbreviation. Steiny's daughter had one earlier. I can't remember what it was,
yeah.
but
I didn't much care for that.
Yeah.
A darty.
Yeah.
You guys want to go to a darty? Oh, God.
Okay. What do we do? Anyway, that was my dream.
So the Currys threw a darty and you were there.
Yeah.
And I was there.
Very accommodating.
And everybody had a wonderful time.
We had a great time.
So how often do you remember your dreams?
I'd say 1 in 4 or 5. Ever since I got off the lettuce.
How do you know?
Because when you wake up, it's like...
No, but when you say 1 in 4 or 5, how do you know about how many you don't remember?
Because every night I dream, and...
I know scientists say that, but do you feel that?
Well, there are times when because you wake up at 3 and at 5, whatever. You wake up throughout the course of the night, and there's times I wake up at 3 and it's like, ooh, I want to remember that dream. And then you wake up again at 6 and it's like, I can't remember that dream.
No, but I mean, how often do you even know that you have, I rarely, if ever, even know that I just wake up and I'm like, that's my 83rd night in a row with no dreams.
I would say 1 in 4 or 5 days I wake up and it's like, I remember one of the dreams.
Okay.
And normally you dream 3 or 4 times throughout the course of a sleep.
That's what they tell me.
Your REM cycle.
Yeah, I don't know that at all.
Boys, we're looking for creative content to get into over the summer. What if we did a dream journal radio where we just remember our dreams and come in and talk about them?
I'm off to take the week off.
Yeah, me and Dib will do it. I had a really scary nightmare the other night.
What happened?
All I remember is that there were baby spiders in my skin, and I had to cut my skin open to let all the spiders out.
Dude, that is scary.
Freaky.
Yeah,
not enjoyable.
But they were babies. They were just little babies.
Well, otherwise, they're just going to live inside my skin.
And I'm here for that content.
Oh, God.
The problem, and if there are a dream expert out there, I would say 1 in every 8 of my dreams involves me at a golf course, and either I can't hit the ball, or I show up without golf clubs, or just take a playoff.
Sorry, no, but it was funny if you had let it in. It was actually good.
It wasn't that funny because I always hit the ball.
No, you putt sometimes.
Well, not off the tee.
No,
although
pretty
at Gamble
close.
Sands I did. I'll do it.
Pretty close.
If the par 3 is short enough, I will putt. Just one more quick aside as we're wasting time.
Abe said he wants to play with you.
I would love to play with Abe.
He wants to play.
Yeah.
He wants to see.
Yeah.
He's like, I want to see. I'm like,
P.S. Abe,
I'm like
it's still my turn.
I'm like the guy's got a Texas wedge that's longer than anyone I've ever seen in my life.
So the course Gamble Sands up there in eastern Washington, they have a hole that plays about 94 yards, and off the tee, it's all smooth fairway, undulating downhill.
Yeah, just putt that sucker.
And they encourage you to do that.
Oh.
When they put the pin in the front, they're like, you should probably putt it.
Putt it.
I putted it.
How'd it go?
That's a 3-putt from the tee, made par.
Oh,
okay. 3-putt, but
you put it out the box?
You put it off the box.
That only counts as a 1-putt, though.
Yeah. Well, I hit it on the green, so it was a 2-putt.
Oh, you hit it on the green?
Yeah. Anyway.
Is that allowed? You're allowed to putt out of the tee box?
You putt wherever you want.
Wherever you
I
want.
didn't know.
Play the whole damn round with your putter if you want.
In some courses I play where the sand is maybe compacted and not so great, you putt out of the bunker.
Yeah, there are bunkers that you can putt out of.
No doubt.
Especially if it rained the day before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. Minimal lip there.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I'm here for the Dream Journal show.
Okay.
I don't know that I want an expert coming in to diagnose my dreams on the air.
I'm here for it. Yeah.
Weird stuff in there hidden.
Well, this would be a short conversation.
Spiders in your skin?
My conversation with the dream expert, they'd be like, you're dreaming every night. I'm like, no, I'm not. They'd be like, yes, you are. I'm like, no, I'm not. All right, that's the end of the
On
show.
to dibs.
Yeah.
Well,
back to you.
Just
like that. I got nothing. Literally, I can't even remember
That's
the last
weird.
time that I remember a dream.
It's weird because
Like, I have dreams when I'm awake.
there was a time in my life
I'd
where
like to make more money.
Yeah.
I'd like to have more. Like I've got dreams. I've got goals, but I don't remember dreams.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Just back when I was a partaker of the lettuce, the hippie lettuce, never, ever, ever would I remember my dream. And in the post-lettuce era, I remember them all the time.
So is it that you stopped and now you remember your dreams, or do you dream a lot now because of all the time you spent on the lettuce?
No, the dreams would happen in the lettuce era, but you just don't remember them. And that's a well-researched reality.
No, I've had that experience, so I know what you mean. But it sounds like you have it almost every night.
Well, now my dreams are 3 to 4 a night, and it's like last night's was just absolutely crazy lucid. Where I woke up and I was like, "Am I still at the Curry house?"
Yeah, that's something for sure.
It feels chaotic. 3 or 4 dreams a night?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's fun, and most of them are.
It's fun.
Well, occasionally,
not for Lucas. He's got baby spiders in his stomach.
Occasionally, I get a baby spider-esque kind of dream, but usually my nightmare is like I get to the course and like I forgot my clubs, and it's like how am I going to play? Or I get to a hole and it's like I don't know which way the hole goes, and like stupid golf dreams like that.
I'm really enjoying the text line right now.
Come at me, text line.
No. Looks like 216. Where the hell is that? Where's 21? Anyway,
LA, I think.
Had a dream. I was at LeBron's house for a barbecue. My kids tore up the house, and I was the last one picked for a pickup game with his kids.
Yeah.
Well, his kids are on the Lakers too, so like they're not going to pick you over him, even though he's not good enough for the NBA. He's good enough for backyard pickup, I think.
His kid?
Yeah, Bronny.
I do think that eventually he could be an NBA player.
He already is.
Well, I mean, I think he could be an actual player, and
I think he is.
I think he could be an actual player outside of the purview of his father.
Maybe.
I mean, he's done pretty well in the G League at times, and so
yeah,
who knows? I've got nothing against nepotism. You've got 3 kids, and if one of your kids came to you and said, "Dad, can you help me get a leg up in the business that we have?" you would give him that leg up.
Oh, totally.
Now, it's a little bit different than, hey, you draft my kid or else, which is, the theory.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm in a position to hold a gun to anybody's head, but maybe someday. I don't know. But yes, I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
if I felt that it was good for the kid, if I felt that the kid had earned it, but yeah, I would totally do that.
Sure.
That's the way I love it when don't create, things for the people. Everybody does that. Everybody does that. Parents are like, I hate nepotism. Next hour, they're calling the school to be like, no, not my kid. My kid, like, yes, you do that. You defend your people. That's just the way it works. I'm with you. I have nothing against that.
And it works differently depending on how good your kid is. I'm thinking about Ian Eagle and his son, Noah Eagle.
He's phenomenal.
Right. He went to Syracuse, and he was a broadcasting student. He did well. And then whether it was Nepo City or not, his kid is phenomenal.
His kid's great. Yeah.
So same thing with Joe Buck. Like, Joe Buck is phenomenal. His dad happened to be one of the great broadcasters of the 70s and 80s. And so, yeah, Joe, you get a little bit of a nudge head start, but you're phenomenal. So what are we doing here?
Now, Skip Carey and Chip Carey?
And isn't there a Scott Carey and a Steve Carey? And
Lucas doesn't. Do you even know who those guys are? Skip Carey and
Harry
Chip
Carey, too.
There's a Carey on the AIDS broadcast, I know.
Yeah. No,
That's
I don't.
one of them?
I don't think so.
It is. Grandson? Great nephew?
Oh, really?
Grandson.
Skip used to do, it was Skip, right, that did the Braves on TBS when we were kids.
Yep.
This would have been before your time, Lucas. Yeah. And that's what, like, I have a thing against him because he was the voice. In fact, they used to call him the voice of evil because he, like, Superstation WTBS and the Atlanta Braves games were all on all the time. And this was at a time, for me, my sweet spot, early 90s, when the Braves and the Giants would go head-to-head. And the year that led to the establishment of the wild card team in Major League Baseball is when the Giants in 1993 won 103 games and did not go to the playoffs.
Yep.
And it's because the Braves won 104. And Skip Carey was the voice of the Braves the whole time.
It's a 4.
I couldn't stand him. No fault of his own, just circumstance.
Yep.
Anyway.
It went from Harry Carey to Skip Carey
to Chip Carey.
And Chris Carey.
And, okay, now
and
that's
various other Careys. Yes.
Yeah. And then there was John Kerry. He was a politician, no relation.
Right. Different spelling, but probably should be related.
Yeah. Anyway. That was fun.
Yeah.
I'm
7 quick asides
I'm
there.
going to dream about that conversation later on tonight. Anyway, 888-957-9570. I wanted to point out a funny off-air conversation, and you'll think this is unfair, but I think it goes to the point I'm trying to make about Jimmy Butler. Lucas pops into our headsets there right as we're about to come back from break, and he's like, I'm going to play some highlights from the game when Jimmy Butler scored 38, and Dibbs is like, which game? And Lucas is like, well, the play-in game against Memphis. And he's like, which game? He's like, the play-in game against Memphis. He's like, Jimmy scored 38 in that game? Yeah, Jimmy scored. And that's my point. That's my point. A lot of you have already forgotten what this guy did. You've already forgotten what he did because so many of us got so emotionally involved in this thing that now we're sitting here going, this Jimmy Butler guy's not an actual NBA star because he couldn't put a bunch of role players who were so clearly not ready for this moment. He couldn't all by himself go beat the Minnesota Timberwolves for a game, even though he's played next to 0 games in this role with these players. And, oh, by the way, he's not at 100%. And now we're defining him to the point where, to a degree, and again, I'm admitting, I know you're going to say that's an unfair sort of characterization, but I do think we are forgetting what this guy did. We're forgetting what he did. We're forgetting where Warrior basketball was when he arrived.
We're not forgetting that at all.
I think we are.
I'm not. And you can, paint that broad brush for whoever you want, but I got no paint on me. And in that same game, Steph Curry had 37 in the play-in game.
Right.
So, yeah, Jimmy had 38. He played alongside Steph Curry. My point is when you don't have Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler has not shown consistently the ability to step forward and be the player that you would need somebody to be.
I don't know how you can use the word consistently when they're just
you've had 7 games.
That's not enough.
Well, it's enough for me to draw a conclusion based on what I've seen,
and the first
which is 7 games.
And the first 3, I would argue, are irrelevant because Steph Curry played all kinds of games without Jimmy Butler this year, and the team was incredibly frustrating and mid. Yes, Like, if Steph Curry's out, you're dead. You're dead. Well, I think that will be true with Giannis.
No, that's where I disagree.
Yeah, look at them. Look at the Bucks. What have they been able to do in the playoffs the last 3 years?
Well, he missed an entire playoff, not this year, but last year.
And what about,
he was out the whole time.
And what about the other 3 playoff experiences that he has played in since they were successful coming out of the bubble? What about those other 3 years where Giannis, in fact, famously, I think it was 2 seasons ago, when they stunningly got beat in the first round, and he had that famous press conference moment when he was asked if it was a failure, and he went off on the reporter, and it was actually brilliant. By the way, I'm a huge Giannis fan. I think he's a wonderful human being, and I love the way that he carries himself. But if we're going to do that, Giannis has been in the playoffs healthy the last 3 times, and his output and results have been incredibly disappointing.
Well, his haven't been. It's been his team.
Well, that's what we're talking. That's the same as Jimmy.
We're talking about individuals. And Jimmy as an individual this year, without Steph Curry, was less than stellar. And you look at Giannis this year, Giannis, not the team. Yes, the team lost in 5 to Indiana. He went 36, 34, 37, 28, and 30. That's a guy who went out there and tried to impact a game and try to impact it in a winning way, and they didn't. And he lost Dame Lillard in Game 4, and the series was probably already over at that point, and that's just the way that goes. And the year before that, he went out there and he had 26 and 38 in a series against Miami where he was hurt. That was 2 years ago, and he went out and tried and exerted his will, and they lost. That's all I'm looking at from Jimmy Butler.
But I think we're just oversimplifying this by making it all about their point total. That's not what great players always do. It's not even what Steph always does. Like, a great player is looking at a playoff game and thinking to themselves, how can I win this game? And sometimes that means I'm going to go score 40. And by the way, sometimes this develops even within the game. But sometimes that means, you know what, I'm going to have to get these people around me to knock some shots down. And so strategically, I may need them to XYZ. I might need them to take a couple shots early and see if they can find their strokes. LeBron has made a career out of this and been criticized for it sometimes. And I always try to defend that because I think that that's just wild. This idea that passing is awful if you're a dog and you need to go win a basketball game. That's not how you win a basketball game. So that's wonderful that Giannis got 30 and lost and Jimmy only got 19 and lost. Like, it's all a loss. And they're all trying to win the basketball game and equating this to effort or I don't even know if you'd use a different word for it. You know, how forthright you're going to be out there. Equating that point total to that, I think, is a mistake. I don't see it that way.
It's not about effort, and it's not about being forthright. It's about looking to be impactful on the offensive end. And when you're Jimmy Butler and you don't have Steph Curry, I would look for him to be more impactful than a guy who shoots the ball 9 times, especially when you look at what you have. And you've got Kuminga, who you haven't really played with a lot, and he's coming in and he's going to try to score. You've got Pods in a funk. You've got Moody, who's a DNP. You've got Draymond Green, who's not a scorer. You go all the way down the roster. You don't have a lot of scoring options. So Guess what, Jimmy? You're the dude. You got brought in here and you got $110 million not to be a guy who shoots 9 times without Steph Curry.
Who would disagree with you is him. I'm very confident in that.
Right. And he can disagree, but they went 0-4 without Steph Curry. So you can disagree, but I would come back and say, well, you probably need to be that guy for this team to win.
Except for that he was that guy, as you've admitted in one of the games, and they didn't win that one either.
But that was the closest they came to winning. Right. That was the best game that the team played is when he actually went out there and set about trying to be impactful.
That's fair, but I'd also argue that was partially because, if not even more than partially because of the way Minnesota played. They were terrible in that game until the end, and then they were able to scratch and claw enough together and win the basketball game. But in the other 2 games, they didn't even give the Warriors a chance. They blew them off the floor.
The Warriors were up in Game 4, as you mentioned, at the half.
And then they blew them off the floor in like a breath. They came out in the second half and flicked them off the court. I can't put that on one guy and his offensive game.
I'm not putting it all on him.
Their defense got steamrolled by the Wolves in those games.
Well, they turned the ball over a ton in that third quarter, and that's ultimately what led to the Wolves going on the run.
Jimmy's going to tell you, and has, in fact, said, stubbornly, I'm going to make the right basketball play. And I don't know if people just don't appreciate that. I love that in a player. I love seeing somebody who's trying at least. I'm not saying he's always going to make the right decision. I get what a lot of you see when he gets under the hoop, seemingly drives all the way in and then kicks it out. And you're like, wait, dude, couldn't you have gone up or maybe gotten fouled there? I'm not saying I don't see that, but I appreciate a ball player who has all kinds of facets to his game and is trying to get everybody involved, because I think even though we think of NBA games in terms of lead scorers and Michael Jordan type people, I really think you're not a great basketball team if you're not getting everybody involved. Everybody has got to contribute or you're not going to be good enough. And I think that's what Jimmy was doing, and potentially even seeing the long play of it. You know, we all act like everybody just knew Steph was going to be back for Game 6. We didn't know that. Not for sure. You know, Jimmy may well have been trying to be like similar to what we've talked about in Game 2. Like, you're trying to find some sort of secret sauce here that will work. How can we beat Minnesota without Steph Curry? Can I be a dog? Okay, that didn't work. Can Jonathan score a bunch of? Right. Okay, that didn't work. Can we get pods going? Okay, that came too late. But it did happen, and they still didn't win. They tried a bunch of different things. They didn't win any of the games. Nothing worked. Him being a dog, a cat, a giraffe,
well, the thing that was
worked.
Closest to them working was him being a dog.
Yes.
And he shot 26 times in that game. He made 12 of them. And then beyond that, he shot 20 times total in the remaining 2 games. So I don't know if it's just that he wants to make the right play. And that's great when you've got Steph Curry and you've got a full roster. But when you lose your star, sometimes it's not okay to just try to make the right play. Sometimes you got to make the wrong play in the interest of taking a game over when you are the new top dog on a team.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, by Chilton Auto Body as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will continue to take your calls on this and Mark Schlerith in a half hour, but also some San Francisco Giants breaking news that we're going to share with you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
95.7 The Game.
51,000 plus on their feet. Nobody's left to beat the traffic tonight, I guarantee you. Mark gets the sign. The wind and the pitch. Here it is. Swung. Fly ball deep left center. Grissom on the run. Yes! 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 The Atlanta Braves have given you a championship. Listen to this crowd. A mob scene on the field. Rollers get them 1, 2, 3. A couple of fans rushing on the field, and the constables restrain them. The Atlanta Braves have brought the first championship to Atlanta.
Oh, okay. So can I say, hey, Lucas, your picks stink? I don't like listening to that at all.
Well, normally there's like a... Now back to Willard and Tibbs on 95.7 The Game.
He says he already played that.
I mean, that cut was so long that I might have glazed over. I was trying to figure out...
You thought you dreamt it.
Well, I was trying to figure out the relevance of that, where...
That was Skip Carey.
I get it, because I've been here on the show the whole time, but if you're just driving around and it's May 21st and he's playing a World Series championship-winning highlight from 1995, feels a little bit out of place.
Well, we were going to explain it.
Right, I get it. But if you're in the car and you sit through 90 seconds of that, Mark Wohlers, I was like, oh, yeah.
Wasn't that the only Bobby Cox World Series when they should have won probably like 5?
Yep.
That pitching staff. Hey, kids, starters used to go more than 4 innings. It was crazy. They had all these starters with the Braves. And you know this, too. On their off days, they'd all golf together. They were all amazing golfers. Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine, John Smoltz, who then later became the closer, Steve Avery. Anyway, they were amazing every year, and they won the division every year, but they only broke through and won the World Series one time.
One time.
And their announcer, Skip Carey, on the call right there.
Lost World Series, lost World Series.
Yep.
Lost NLCS. They missed the playoffs during a strike year. Won the World Series, lost the World Series, lost NLCS, lost NLCS, lost the World Series.
Listen to that.
8 of 9 years. They went to the World Series 5 times. They won 1.
And the championship series.
The other 3.
And then a strike year.
Right.
Yeah.
8 of 9. They were in the last 4 teams, all 8. They went to the World Series 5 times. They won 1 ring.
One time.
And you just heard it. Mark Wohlers got the final out. Totally.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Right. Anyway, yeah. We actually have some Giants news to pass along. And it is that Justin Verlander is going on the injured list. And the report states, and this is from John Shea and others who covered the Giants on social media, the report states he's going to miss 2 starts. But I'm wondering if the way that they're phrasing that, he's going to miss 2 starts. In other words, the IL stint means he's forced to miss at least 2 starts. I don't know yet if this means he's only expected to miss 2 starts. You remember that he publicly spoke about mechanics and velocity being down, and that whatever he was dealing with physically flared up in his last game. He kind of battled through it, but pitched just kind of so-so. And then now he's going on the injured list. I'll just say that there are some whispers out there that I had heard about prior to today that this could be maybe something that lasts a little bit longer than 2 starts.
And what is the injury? Are they saying what it is? Like, is it a neck, a shoulder, an elbow, my neck and my back?
Well, I mean, maybe it's just being 43 years old. I don't know that they got too much into the specifics of it in his last start. They just it was like, oh, whatever he's dealing with. And then literally the reports that you see come out from all the Giants beat people right now, Justin Verlander is going on the injured list.
That's it.
End of tweet.
Okay.
So that's the other part of this that for me is eyebrow raising. This is not like, oh, Justin Verlander's got arm soreness or shoulder soreness or whatever. It's just Justin Verlander. There was mystery around this last time he pitched, and now all of a sudden there's Justin's going away for a little while, and nobody will tell us why. And so, I don't want to put something. I've heard some things. I don't want to put it out publicly because I don't know.
Right.
And I will not do that with regard to somebody's body and health. But I will tell you, I've heard some whispers that this might last a little bit longer than 10 days.
Just for some honesty, they did list pec discomfort.
Pec discomfort. Okay. Pec discomfort.
Okay. Well,
discomfort.
Yes.
This is more than discomfort.
Right.
You ain't going on the injured list for discomfort. But anyway, go ahead.
I'll just say this. I mean, he's pitched 10 times this year, and he's thrown 52 innings. So that's 5 innings per start, roughly, a little bit more. And last year he made 17 starts, and he pitched about 5 innings per start, a little bit more. The year before that, he pitched 11 times, and he went about 6 innings per start. He's 42 years old, and if you look at pitchers who are over 40, it's pretty rare, especially when you get to a power pitcher, which is what he has been. It's rare to see a guy like that last throughout the whole year. And you and I talked about this when they signed him. Like, what's the expectation for Verlander? For me, it was to maybe make 20 starts and, maybe he gets you 100 innings and, can he get you 6 or 7 wins? Well, he's 0-3 and the ERA is 4.33. And it feels to me like this is not that unexpected when you have a pitcher at this age who's come off Tommy John just a few years ago, and he's 42. Yeah. Like, what are you really expecting from him?
No, I mean, it's funny that we had this conversation off of the way we've talked about the Warriors all year. Sort of at least thinking to ourselves, well, I mean, can you really expect this to all stay healthy, especially through a playoff run? And then in the end, it didn't. It didn't. And that's a 37-year-old. And I know basketball is different than baseball, but yeah, like when you sign somebody who's 42 years old, it's literally the first thought that goes through your mind. Like, that guy got anything left? Is he really going to do this, that, or the other? Now, look, the Giants, I think, would come back and say this was a worthwhile signing because he's going to mean more to this pitching staff than the actual 10, 20, 30 starts that he would make, because he can kind of be an elder statesman. And the hope is that as this season unfolds, some of the younger guys are able to step into their role. Now, Hayden Birdsong moved into the rotation last night. They won the game 3-2. He pitched well. If you're a Giants fan, you're also aware of who got called up to the bullpen a couple of weeks ago. His name is Kyle Harrison, and he's no longer throwing 93. He's now throwing 97. And you damn well better believe the Giants are activated to have that guy get back into the starting rotation. And he may well be ready to do that. I would think that that's probably what the next announcement will be. Now that Verlander's missing these next 2 starts, does Kyle take over there? There's also Carson Wisenhunt, your favorite guy. He's got a sparkly changeup, and he's down in the minors right now, and he has pieced about 6, 7, 8 really good starts in a row, and he's probably only a step away. So the good news is that the Giants, I think their hope this year was sort of, and I know I don't want to say this 2 timelines. Here's kind of what the Giants' hope this year was to, yes, contend like they are. 50-game mark, by the way. They got their butts kind of kicked today, 29-21 through your first 50 games.
Yeah, they're doing great.
They're doing great. So you want to contend if you can stay healthy. But it was also a year where they're like, okay, we want some of these young guys to step into their role. And don't forget Landon Roop, who's been up and down, but I think a little bit more up than down. Like, they're not discouraged by what he did. But the fact that they left Birdsong and Harrison out of the rotation at the beginning of the year, their hope was that they would force their way into the rotation. And we may be pretty close to that being reality.
Could be. Although watching Kyle Harrison and last night notwithstanding where, he ended up giving up a run and he left the game before the run got charged to him. But I like what he's doing in the bullpen. And I do think that his velocity that he's bringing and the fact that he's a lefty gives them a little bit more of a weapon out of the pen. But yeah, if Verlander's going to miss 2 starts and maybe it winds up being more than just 2 starts and you need to have somebody step in to that spot, Kyle Harrison could be a good candidate, but I do like what he's bringing out of the bullpen. And what you're talking about with 2 timelines is, tongue in cheek, but it's also real where, Kyle Harrison is only 23. So do we have to thrust him into a starting spot right now, or can you continue to have him do well in the bullpen and help the team win in a spot where you might actually need him more than in the rotation?
Well, it's an interesting question. I don't think he would be being thrust into the rotation. Let's not forget, for the better part of last year, he was in the rotation. Yep. It's not like this would be brand new to him. And I think he pitched hurt a lot last year. And it messed with his mechanics, and that messed with his velocity, and that messed with his confidence, and it messed with. And it got all out of whack. And so they went slow this year because they wanted him to refine those things. And he did. He dominated down in AAA, and the velocity went through the roof, and they were watching. And then they brought him up. And this is just my read. No one has told me this, but bringing him up and putting him in the bullpen was not the long-term plan. That was a way to sort of alleviate the pressure of bringing him back up. Like, next step, go to the bullpen. Let's see if we can find a couple spots for you. Get into a big league game. How's that looking? Okay. He's now had 5 appearances, 5 1/3 innings. He's given up 2 runs, but he's also giving up 2 hits.
Yep.
That's it. He's pitching very well. And Kyle Harrison's a starter. That man's a starter. And so I don't know what they feel about his readiness for this, but I would think that that's the first place you're going to look with this news that Verlander is going on the injury.
Yeah, as opposed to going back to Jordan Hicks and getting him.
Oh, God, I would.
Yeah.
As a fan, that's what I would like to see.
Sure. I mean, Jordan Hicks, I think that his time as a starter has kind of run its course, where it's kind of the opposite of Kyle Harrison, where you take him back to the bullpen and you let his velocity go back up to where it can be 98, 99, even 100 if Jordan Hicks is only doing 1 inning or maybe 2 at the most. And, Kyle Harrison gets back up there, and you do have a second lefty now in your rotation, which gives teams a different look over the course of a 3-game series, depending on how you stack it. Because right now, if you have Robbie Ray as your only lefty, that kind of gives teams a little bit of a comfort spot, especially if Robbie Ray's not in that series.
Yeah, it can. It can for teams who struggle against lefties, although nobody struggles against the lefties.
No, I can't think of a team.
Like the Giants do.
There you go.
So too bad Harrison can't pitch against the Giants. I think he would do great. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Also home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. More on that in a minute. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Speaking of those Valkyries, tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are in Washington to take on the Mystics. You can hear the game. Actually, I lied. No, they're not in Washington. They're here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, They're here against the Washington Mystics. You can hear the game on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries' own dedicated channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will be on the call. They're great. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game will start at 6:30. Let's go to the phones. Richie in Queens here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Richie. What's up?
Hey, boys. Good talking to you.
There you are.
Yeah, look, we talked in the beginning of the year. If you told me to sign up 50 games to be 8 over 500, I would definitely jump on it. I think Harrison's an absolute no-brainer. Will be the starter. It's amazing, guys. I was on a couple of weeks ago, and to the earlier guys, the hitting's atrocious. Our first baseman and catchers, we have 2 home runs.
Well, he hit one today. Are you counting that one?
That made
it 2.
Yeah. So, and look, I've really been down on Chapman and Adames. I mean, if you look at our averages, you 182, 193. I think Wade could be DFA, guys. I really think he's really, really having issues. His bat speed is gone. I mean, you look at the 3 guys that have really, really been plus for us, and that's Flores and Ramos and Iñaz has been good too. But
Jung Hoo Lee, obviously, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Lee had a really good streak there too, and he's down to 270. I still think he can be a productive hitter. Our relief pitching is phenomenal. Rodriguez is one of the best in the league. And Duval, who I jumped on, I talked to you guys earlier. I was really down on him. His whole attitude, they really, really worked with him. You could just see covering the base, not having problems with the pitch con, and just been really dominant. And Miller's been very good. And I think they lose, obviously, something Birdsong gave them length as a relief pitcher. Hopefully, Hicks can do that. Maybe get ahead of hitters. He's killing them when he's behind. That's what's really hurt him. But hey, look, it's going to be a battle in that division alone, and they're in the wild card hunt. And hey, guys, I don't know how you feel. You mentioned Wizenhut. I would really think about, and you talk to him, you sit him down, and you tell him you're our future. Bring Eldridge up. Every team has brought up a stud. I know he's in AA, but I think the potential is there. And people say you don't want to hurt him and this and that, but why not?
Well,
you look at teams bring up stars.
Yeah, but there's an answer to that, Richie, which is not. I don't think it's off the table. I just think it's too soon. Remember, he just got back from injury like 3 weeks ago. He has not played baseball all year long. Now he's raking, but he just got back. And I don't know if he's ready to play defense or whatever. Maybe you could DH him. Richie, I think what you're saying is on the table, but probably not quite yet.
Are you guys upset with Adames at this point?
No.
I love the fact that he's got a great attitude and he's in the dugout. But you know what, man? You got to produce. He has not.
He has not, and today was not a good day for him. I'm not there yet. He does so much in terms of presence, and the bat is starting to get better. Obviously, April was just beyond brutal. It's getting a little bit better. Hey, I wonder when you say the hitting is brutal, Richie, I know you're in New York. Do you follow the Mets at all?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you feel about their hitting?
Well, I mean, right now the hitting's terrible, but you still got guys like Alonso, Lindor, and Soto, who's been pretty bad. Soto's he's getting buried, guys.
I bet.
He's getting asked for. By the way, too, hey, look, I rooted for, I'm a big into the NBA. The Knicks are just on fire here. It's funny, when the Knicks play well in New York, they are number one more so than any baseball. So
no doubt.
Fans are out of their minds with
no
the
doubt.
Knicks.
It's a basketball town. Yes. A lot of people don't know that about New York. It's just because the Yankees have always been good and the Knicks are not. It's a baseball town. I mean, a basketball town. Yeah. Richie, it's always great to hear from you. Thanks. I brought up that Mets thing because the Giants have scored more runs than the Mets this year. Like, I'm not going to argue. I get it. They don't hit great. But you brought this up yesterday. Their ballpark is not built for hitting. It's always been that way. They're always going to win a lot of 3-2 type baseball games, 4-3 type baseball games. I think they're 7th in the National League in runs scored right now. I mean, they're not great. They're not terrible, though. They're not bad.
Fine. I mean, they're okay.
They're okay.
They're okay. Offensively,
they could be better.
Right. They don't hit a lot of home runs, and they don't have a great OPS. What they've really come through on a lot is timely hitting, and also, the walk-off situation where you had the walk-off walk the other day, which doesn't show up in your OPS. It counts as a run, obviously, and it's a run batted in, but they've been very clutch and very timely in those tight ball games. But the offense, when you watch it, it does not really invoke fear into the other team. And, you and Richie just were breaking down, like, who on the team right now do you look at and you go, wow, Wilmer Flores is an all-star. Jung-Hoo Lee, I think, has been really good for the majority of the year. And Elliot Ramos has had a solid year. But beyond that, like Adames has been a little bit disappointing. A little bit. Chapman, he hits homers. So does Yaz.
Yeah,
but
he's fine.
Other than that, they don't do that much. And then, Patrick Bailey's one. And the other one he was mentioning, Lamont Wade Jr., that's a real problem at first base.
That's the offensive one. The offensive one right now is Wade. The offensive one is Wade. I'm not there at all yet on Adames, and Patrick Bailey does so much as the catcher.
Oh yeah.
That I think you got to just eat that one. Like, whatever that is what it is. It just doesn't. It's like if you look around the league, there are so few teams getting offensive production from the catcher spot anyway. But even if there were, like, I would trade the offensive production for what he does behind the plate. But first base, good God.
Yeah.
Good. Like, that has got to change. They got to do something.
And that's where you look at Eldridge and you start to think
I get it.
It's tantalizing. But he's in Double-A. And as you mentioned, he's only been playing now for about a month. And even if you look at his numbers, he strikes out a lot.
A lot.
And he gets a lot of doubles.
He did in spring training,
some
too.
home runs, but if he doesn't make contact, he's going to strike out. And I don't know if his defense is yet to the level that you want it. Lamont Wade Jr. is not a total liability, but you'd like to have, if somebody's going to hit 200 at first, you'd at least like to have him be good with the glove.
Where are you looking at his strikeout totals?
I'm looking at Baseball Reference, and he's struck out 26 times in 94 plate appearances, 84 at bats.
I've got him at 87 and 27, so I might have an updated game.
You
today.
might, yep.
But
I got 5 homers and six doubles.
Yep.
And the OPS is almost 911. Yeah, 911. Must have had a good game since I refreshed. That's good.
Yeah, 911 is tremendous. But yeah, it's a lot of strikeouts.
A lot of strikeouts.
But that's baseball now. That's also baseball now. I mean, Willie Adames got a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman's got a lot of strikeouts. So, and Double-A is not a great hitter's league.
Right. I mean,
so if you 911 OPS
being
out
a great
there.
hitter's league, it's like if you can't swing and hit the ball, to me, that's not a ballpark related phenomenon.
But
my
point is a 911 OPS in that league is really impressive.
Yeah.
Because there are not a lot of hitters parks. It's really, really impressive. So, I like the way you sort of phrased it. Tantalizing.
Yep.
But I think it's probably a little early.
Agreed.
A little early. Mark Schlerith is going to join us in like 5 minutes. And we got all kinds of stuff to get into with him because, I would say of all the national voices out there, in the wake of the Brock Purdy signing, but it goes even deeper than that. The players the 49ers let walk or traded, I know is a big kind of angst-filled thing for a lot of fans. Mark Schlerith is going to have some stuff to say that'll shock you with regard to the 49er offseason. You can take it or leave it, but we would certainly invite you to listen to it and then do what you want with it because he has been really all in on what the 49ers are doing on multiple levels. So you're going to want to hear this. And then we probably should talk to him a little bit about that Tush Push thing too. For those of you who don't know, the Tush Push went to the final vote today with the owners. The vote was 22-10 in favor of banning the Tush Push, but they needed 24 votes. They only got 22. So the Tush Push stays. I wonder what a former offensive lineman will say about that.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of opinions on it. And apparently it got hot. It got testy in there. And
No
Jed
doubt.
York was one of the key testy players.
I love it. I love it.
He got
Give us a
mad
call,
at
Jed.
He got mad at the Eagles.
Right. I mean, the play is, if you do it right, it's unstoppable. And I think that the Eagles and the Bills both, they do it the most, and they convert almost at 90%.
But the Bills were one of the ones who voted against it.
Right.
Even though they do it the most.
And I do think that the way that the thing was tweaked into, and this is what I like about the rule that they proposed, is you can't push or pull anybody anywhere. So it's not just about the tush push. It's about anywhere on the field being able to push somebody from behind. That's not football, I don't think.
It used to be illegal.
Exactly.
Right? Reggie Bush got shoved into the end zone at Notre Dame. They let it go. And then years later, they're like, just fine. It's fine. Just push everybody everywhere. Yeah. So we're going to get to all of that with Stink. Memorial Day weekend's almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointments. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. This is Willard and Dips.
BMO presents a totally natural conversation between friends.
Danny, did I tell you I switched to BMO?
nice if you have them, but when I watch Brock Purdy, his feet in the pocket, how his feet line up to his progressions, how he gets through progressions, how he eliminates a concept right off the bat in pre-snap because he realizes, hey, man, this isn't good against the defense they're running, and gets to the backside, gets to the third or fourth guy in a progression. Those are the things from the neck up, his ability to make snap decisions, make them correctly, and get the ball accurately to his guys. That's the stuff that matters to me at the quarterback position. Look, yeah, if you are a great athlete and you can run really fast and you're a big physical dude and all that stuff, that's great, but that's secondary to me compared to that neck-up process that really defines whether you can play the quarterback position or not.
Does it also matter to you that he happens to fit very well with Shanahan and the personnel and the system as well?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think ultimately, people say, well, he's a system quarterback. Yeah, like everybody plays in a system, right? And do you orchestrate that system well? Do you understand that system? Can you get through, can you operate that system at a high level? Can you go from the run game to the pass game and back forth? Can you audible? Do you understand? Like, all that stuff is important, and all the great quarterbacks to me, operate within their system, operate exceptionally well within their system, and most of them have really good weapons. And so, to me, a lot of the thing about the quarterback position is funny. The stuff that I think the general fan covets, they covet the big arm, like arm talent. Oh, man, did you see that guy, throw into a team meeting? Well, ultimately, I don't want to do throwing into a team meeting, right? I think one of the coolest things for me is I was doing a Tampa game with Tom Brady, obviously, as the quarterback. And so I'm talking to Byron Leftwich, who was the offensive coordinator, longtime quarterback in the National Football League. And I was like, all right, what sets him apart? From you played the position for a long time. What sets him apart? And he's like, it's the boring. He said, if the first read in the progression, if you're running curl flat, and the flat is open, and the flat's, is 6 yard, bring him back to 4 yard off coverage. It's just a flat route that goes from the inside part of the football, from the hash marks out to the flat, right out to the sideline. And Byron said, if the flat is the first read in the progression, or it is the first read in the progression, and it's open, Tom Brady will throw it 100 out of 100 times and make it second down and 5-. He will do it every single time. He doesn't go, no, that's boring. Let me get off it and see if I can throw the curl, or let me see if I can throw the backside. He does no, that's not what I do. And that, to me, creates efficiency, creates long drives, creates essentially a situation where you're in third down and 4-, and the whole entirety of the playbook is open to you as a play caller. And that, to me, those things are beautiful. But the general fan can't understand that. It doesn't understand that concept because it's not sexy. It's not big. It's not over the top. It's not, it's not any of those things. So they tend to get bored with that.
Mark Schlerith is joining us here at Willard and Tibbs, 95.7 The Game. Stink, I'll tell you what else I'd love to hear you expand on. I've watched a lot of your comments recently with regard to the talent the 49ers lost, the veteran talent in the offseason that they either traded or let walk, and they've replenished that with, right now, all we know as just names in the draft and whatnot. They've gotten younger and cheaper in some spots. But you sound very optimistic with regard to what they've done. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that I just saw as I did one of their games late last year, and obviously know the organization pretty well. And like this happened to me last year in Denver. I've lived in Denver. I'm in New York now, doing a show on FS1 called Breakfast Ball. But I'm in New York now. But last year I was doing my radio show from Denver, Colorado, from training camp, and they came out, like all the pundits came out with, they always do this every year, like the ranking of the rosters. And the Broncos rank like 31st or 30th in total roster makeup. And everybody talked about how they didn't have good players on their roster. And I was sitting there going, well, no, you guys have this all wrong. They've got really good players on their roster. They just don't have name value on their roster. And there's a big difference, right? Guys have not had the opportunity to make a name for themselves. My first game that I ever played in, I'm playing against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. I'm on the bus, right? The Philadelphia Eagles, Byron Evans is the middle linebacker. They've got Jerome Brown, Clyde Simmons. They've got Mike Pitts. They've got Reggie White. Like, they have got a cavalcade of all-pro players. The number one defense in football. And I'm sitting on the bus scared to death as a little 10th rounder out of Idaho. And Doug Williams walked on the bus, and make a long story short, he just told me, hey, listen, the only difference between those guys and you is they had a chance to make a name for themselves, and today's your chance to make a name for yourself, and I believe in you. And I went in that game and whipped some ass. I got a game ball, got in a fight. I mean, the whole 9 yards. Like, I'm not getting punked by anybody, right? And so, like, ultimately, going back to my Broncos statement was, you guys just don't know those names. You haven't watched any of these kids play, and they're actually pretty damn good. And I look at San Francisco. At the end of the season, Pearsall, I thought, was exceptional.
Yep.
And then I thought what they figured out with Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is a full-grown-ass man who like the one thing he has to do is keep from fighting people. Like, that dude sets a tone at the wide receiver position. And what they figured out was he's a pretty damn good X. Like, he can play that position, but we still think he's got the onions to do all the things that Debo did. Maybe not as efficient because of Debo's, just body build like a fullback. But he does all that dirty work stuff. And then, you will get Ayuk back. And if Christian McCaffrey's healthy, like all those things. And then defensively, we had some young kids in the secondary that played exceptionally well. Greenlaw didn't play at all really last year. He played that game in the rain against the Rams in a little bit. And, Hufanga got hurt again. So, I thought what's the kid's name? Mustafa,
yeah.
Oh, that dude is a heat-seeking missile. Now I know he's kind of hurt right now.
Yep.
But that dude, like watching him on tape, I was like, there's a reason he gets hurt because that guy has a blatant disregard for his own well-being. He is a freak show, and so I'm like watching a bunch of young guys and corners and everybody else going, they're really talented. And they got experience playing last year when a bunch of guys were hurt. So, man, I look at it like just because you don't know the names or they don't have the name value, like, don't count them out.
Yeah, and they get somebody back that they hadn't had in a few years, Robert Saleh. How much does that change a defense, think, when you have a coordinator who's come back, one that has experience? Does that really make an appreciable difference for a defense?
Yeah, Saleh is one of those guys that obviously DeMeco Ryans took over when Saleh left, right? And DeMeco was really good, and then he went to Houston, and he's been great there, and DeMeco's a wonderful coach. But the last couple of years with Wilkes, it didn't work out. The styles, what he was asked to do, like that's not his style of defense that he was asked to come in and play. And so, like, that was a non-fit, and that always felt like there was friction there. And then last year, what's the guy's name? Sorensen?
Yep.
Like, that didn't work out last year. And so, like, it just feels like they've been between coordinators. And one thing I've always loved about Robert, obviously he gets his guys to play exceptionally hard, but he's one of those dudes that, and I love this about football guys, like, he's a real football dude, but, like, keep it simple, stupid. Like, make it simple and just play better than the offense that you're playing against. And I think he's got a real feel for saying, this is what we do, this is who we are, and we're going to live in this world, and my guys are just going to be able to execute. And, I'll go back to playing for Mike Shanahan, obviously Kyle's father. We literally won back-to-back world championships in Denver on 6 plays. Our run game consisted of 6 plays. That was it. And, we would window dress it, and we'd do a lot of different things. Now, Kyle, has expanded, and they run a lot more stuff. But again, it's about having an identity, knowing exactly who you are, and what you want to do. And I think that connection between Robert and the defense and Saleh and Fred Warner, I think it's just going to be exceptional. And so I think he makes a huge difference. And he is truly not only one of my favorite coaches, but just one of my favorite people. So he's just a great dude. I think he's a hell of a football coach.
You're listening to Stink. Mark Schlerith is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, would you have voted for or against the banishment of the Tush push today?
You know, it's interesting because I actually love the play, but I'm on record as saying, hey man, I would ban it based upon they banned it on the special teams aspect of football. When I played, man, you used to get pile driven, right? You get a guy in the A gap and a guy pushing behind him, and they deem that play too dangerous. So on special teams, you're not allowed to do that on PAT field goal or punt protection. You can't propel and push a guy through the line of scrimmage. But it's okay on the offensive side of the ball. It's not dangerous on the offensive side of the ball, just on the defensive side of the ball, right? And so just a lack of congruency in the rule bothers the piss out of me. Like if it's okay to do on offense, then it should be okay to do on defensive special teams. And so that part, like if it was an advantage to the defensive side of the ball, then they would ban it because we want more offense. So that lack of equity just tends to really bother me.
That's a great breakdown because I'm thinking about the same thing in terms of the aesthetics of the kickoff, Stink. And Mark and I are going to have a debate later in the show about the one rule you want to see changed. And for me, I want to bring back the kickoff because the kickoff that we had last year, to me, it takes away the onside kick for one. And for another thing, it takes away some of the majesty of the true nature of the kickoff. What do you think about what we saw last year with the new rule?
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. The other thing is I think the teams, like, I understand why they did it, and I covered kickoffs as a rookie and got this living piss knocked out of myself a couple of times. So, you know, I was like I said to myself, I am not crazy enough to play on kickoff cover, and if it comes down to making this team on kickoff cover, I'm going to be cut. So, like, those dudes are insane. But if you really study it, like, there is a flag on 3/4 of those plays, and they're on the offensive side of the ball, right? The return team. So if you're a good coverage team and you've got a kicker that can put it in that area where they have to return it, the odds are is you're going to stop them inside the 30, and the odds are you're going to get a holding call. And so you're going to get really good field position if you play it correctly. But yeah, it's a little hokey, and then it's a hokey play, and then you decide to call it the dynamic kickoff rule. And I'm like, how about the boring kickoff rule?
Exactly.
Right? So anyhow, but I get I get the whole safety thing, and I understand it. And it did eliminate a lot of, or cut way back on a lot of concussions. So I suppose, it's here to stay.
Stink, I want to run something by you. I saw that the Bills were announced as this year's training camp Hard Knocks team. And I know in the NFL, especially the good teams, are like, we don't want to do this. Like, we don't need the drama. We don't need the cameras all over the place. But I'm sort of more circumstantial about it. And I wonder if the 49ers sometime soon might not be a good candidate for Hard Knocks because, A, it's a huge brand. But at the core of my opinion is I think Kyle Shanahan could use a little humanizing to the public because he takes a lot of flack. And my understanding is the players love the dude, but he's not great in a press conference. And so fans don't really get to see all sides of Kyle. What do you think about that?
Listen, I probably have more access than I should tell you about. And and he is hilarious and dynamic in those meetings. I think he's been influenced by Belichick a little bit. Like, if you ever sat down with Belichick, in a one-on-one where you're either just talking about football or you're just talking about life in general, Belichick is funny. He's dynamic. He is nothing like his press conference. And Kyle Shanahan's very much the same way. Like, he has used that Belichick kind of persona in front of the press to make himself seem as boring as possible. But, dude, he is like in the meetings, and when you watch him in meetings and you watch him interact with his team, and he's funny and he's sarcastic and he gets the dudes going. He's great, and I'm just a huge fan of the way he coaches his team and the way they play the game and the way they're prepared every week.
Of all the teams you played on, and they didn't have Hard Knocks back then, but who was a teammate that you had, or maybe a team that you were on, that we all would have loved to see in a Hard Knocks-like format?
Oh, I think the Broncos teams I played on, with Elway and with Terrell Davis and, Shannon Sharp and Alfred Williams. I mean, he played in San Francisco one year, yep. Alfred Williams, but Big Al is the world's he's just the world's loudest individual. Great dude. We had Neil Smith. Like, we had a lot of characters, a lot of great players, and just a really, really fun and solid team. I think that probably would have been really entertaining television. The most entertaining guy we had was Alex Gibbs, my offensive line coach, who was, screaming, cussing. Like, we used to have to, when we played in Greeley, Colorado, where training camp, they would try to move us, and they would change the dynamics of how the fans could watch, but they would put us in the far corners when we practiced and we did individual stuff, because he was so busy dropping F-bombs and, you this sucker and that sucker, and we'd have to get escorted away from the fans, because we're like, man, this guy is so raunchy. So it would have been pretty entertaining television, no question about it.
Shannon Sharp has a big personality. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I couldn't see that.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Stink, thanks, man. Great having you. We loved it. Appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Okay, there he goes. That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlerith, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Make sure you check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine Hard Knocks, Oakland Raiders, 1977, with Madden and Stabler and Matuzak and Otis Sistrunk and all those guys. You couldn't air it, back in those days. That's why I was curious about his teams, and the Bronco team that he mentioned with, Shannon Sharp and Otis Smith and some of the other guys. Interesting,
No doubt. It's like, I don't know why I had a different reaction today than I ever have before when it was announced who was going to be on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, it kind of feels like a time coming off 6 of 11. This might help normally I'm like, no, don't need it. This might help the 49ers right now. And the fact that they've got their franchise QB and they have the personalities in the room, and I know, as Mark said, Kyle Shanahan would gain some fans if they were given some access to the way he actually conducts himself. I just know it. And it might be good for them right now. It's not going to happen. It's going to be at least a year away, but...
Yeah, because they're not eligible until they miss the playoffs, I think, 2 straight years. Then you become eligible.
I don't know how the eligibility goes, because the Bills are doing it, and the Bills were obviously in the playoffs. So I think that you're allowed to say no based on those rules.
Yeah.
But you could probably say yes anytime you want. I think they would love to have the Niners if they would say yes. They don't have to say yes, though, yet, because they've only missed the playoffs.
Right, and just think about the personalities with George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk with, somewhat of celebrity spouses.
Yep.
You've got Robert Saleh, big personality, Kyle Shanahan, the genius. You've got the $53 million quarterback now with the aw shucks demeanor. Right. You've got Fred Warner and his new deal and his very popular, not quite celebrity wife, but somebody who has become
recognizable.
well-known.
Yep.
You got the third-round kicker who now has competition.
Lenore is all kinds of personality.
No doubt.
Just got paid.
Yep.
So,
You've got Trent Williams, who has got an unbelievable story, and he's a Hall of Famer. I do think that they have a lot of compelling stories that could be told.
So the tush push stays, and we wanted to throw this out. We'll talk about it a little bit. The tush push stays, but what rule would you like to see changed in the NFL? We can take a few calls on that. We're going to head our way back to Giannis and Jimmy Butler in the 5 o'clock hour. But 888-957-9570. What rule would you like to see changed in the NFL? We both got some things we'd like to throw out there, and we'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. Also, before we skedaddle here, some sad news to pass along, and that is that the Indianapolis Colts have announced that owner Jim Irsay has passed away. And that just came down a few minutes ago. Jim Irsay, born in 1959, passes away today, the owner of the Indianapolis Colts.
Man.
Yeah. So let's see. Quick math. This was not an old man. I don't know if he's had
65.
his birthday. Yeah, still in his 60s. So Jim Irsay, rest in peace, owner of the Indianapolis Colts. All right. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, Valkyries have the Washington Mystics in town. Second game for the Valkyries. You can hear the game on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app as well. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-games at 6:30. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
I think about that interaction all the time. That was when Jaden Daniels was just some rookie who had been drafted.
Yep.
Or it might have been, was it before the draft? Or had he already?
I think, yeah.
It was after the draft, but the season hadn't started yet.
No. He was not yet Jaden Daniels.
Now he's Jaden effing Daniels.
Pretty much, right?
I think it was day 2 of the draft because we were talking to him about Pearsall.
Okay, so these guys had just been picked the day before?
Yeah, it was that Friday, right after the Thursday.
Well, I keep my commitments now.
Little did I know on that day that man would win me a fantasy championship. Not this one.
No.
Not this one.
No.
Not 95.7 game. But a different one. 2-quarterback league. Round 1, Lamar. Round 2, Jaden. Y'all should have just stopped and gone home right then and there.
It's a good pick right there for you.
It was over.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. I'm like, man, that was before Jaden Daniels became that dude. That division, man. I mean, you've already got one of the biggest brands in the sport in the Dallas Cowboys, and now you've got the Super Bowl champs.
Yep.
And so everyone looks at Jalen Hurts totally differently, and Jaden Daniels ran through the playoffs, and the way everyone looks at him, I don't know what to think about the New York Giants. That's going to take a while, but good Lord, there's a lot going on out there in the NFC East. So we were playing around with this earlier. The tush push survives, and so that will continue to be legal. But are there any other rule changes you'd love to see in the NFL? And the first thing that popped into my man, you mentioned the kickoff thing in the conversation we just had with Sting.
I think it's just stupid. I mean, two pieces of it. The first piece is,
how do you make it not stupid, though?
You bring it back to what it was, which is you line one team up at the 30 and their own 30, and you line the other team up 5 yards away, and you let a guy kick the ball as far or wherever he wants, and then you have 10 guys or 9 guys on the line of scrimmage. You do battle, and you go out there and you try to tackle the guy who gets the football. And I know we want to protect people and all the rest of it, but the way the kickoff is now, I could ask you to explain it, and you probably could explain it. Right. And I know the rule, but 95% of the people who watch football are still like, wait, there's a zone where the ball has to land, and if it doesn't land there, then it goes there, and if it goes in the end zone, it goes there, and they can't move until he touches it, and you can't have an onside kick anymore. They're doing too much. You're doing too much. Well, and I say this to my 2.5-year-old all the time when she's like, I don't want pancakes. And then you give her a bagel, and then she takes her plate and she like flips the plate. I'm like, you're doing too much. Okay. You need breakfast. This is your breakfast. You're doing too much right now.
Flipping a plate is funny though.
It's when you have a 2.5-year-old flipping the spread.
But she's got a funny dad. So that's like, you kind of, every parent realizes this at some point. I tell you what, I'll pitch it to you more in dog terms.
Right.
So, I've got Penny, and Penny was the first dog I've ever had in my life.
And she's wonderful.
She's wonderful. I lucked out because I had no idea what the hell I was doing when we were looking for a dog. And we went out, and we went out to Richmond.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Is it Hartwood House?
No. I don't know why I always forget the name of the place.
You named it. You said it last time. I Googled it, and I was like, this place is awesome.
They're amazing.
You tell the story, and I'll find the name.
Please. Thank you. Because I want to shout them out because they were incredible. But we go out there to the rescue place, and we get Penny, and we had no clue what we were doing, and we lucked out, and we have this great dog.
The Milo Foundation.
Milo Foundation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So a friend of mine who's had a dog for years is talking me through how to kind of do the potty training thing with a puppy, because I was planning to get a fully grown, like, potty trained dog, and that ain't the way it played out. So we get a puppy, and I got to go through this, and I'm like, good Lord, I don't have time for this. I don't have the energy for this. And he looks at me and makes me feel even worse. This is what he says to me, and I never forgot it. He goes, I want you to understand now, if the dog ever pees or poops in the house, it's your fault, not theirs.
The dog, okay?
That is your fault 100% of the time. because this is just the way it works. Like, you've got to get into the cadence, and you've got to be ahead of it. You have to, and I know it's hard, but you have to be ahead of it, and you have to be taking them out constantly. And yes, for a few weeks, it is almost the same clock as having a newborn baby. Like, you're going to be waking up in the night, and it's going to be messy, and it's going to be awful. But every single time, it's your fault. And so now let's go back to your daughter, who likes to flip the plate
occasionally
and has a sense of humor, and she doesn't yike it, and she wants to yak in for Warriors games and all the things that you do with her.
I don't want to yak in. She doesn't want to lock in.
It's kind of your fault.
Yeah.
It's kind of your fault.
No, I get it.
You're teaching her, and so this is who she's going to be.
I'm trying to teach her, but and the way the cadence is of late, I make a suggestion, and it's an automatic no.
Right.
I don't want to fill in the blank unless I throw at her like, do you want chocolate ice cream? No. Then it'll be a yes, risotto. Right. There are very few things that I can offer that are yeses, and locking in for the Warriors game 4 is not one of them.
No, but you've kind of like you've taught her. It's no different than if I have a Jimmy Butler opinion on this show. You will immediately be like, I don't yike it.
I don't yike it.
I don't yike it.
No.
And it doesn't matter what I say, you're not going to yike it.
Probably not.
That's just the way it works.
And if you need a dog, milofoundation.org. And I'm looking at the website right now.
Great.
They have so many dogs that are up for adoption.
Good. No, I'm glad you're mentioning this. Not good that they have a lot, but like good that you're mentioning this.
And we did this bit before because the names of these dogs are at times hilarious. I won't get into it again. But
Penny's name was Tulip when we got her.
Right.
And so we hadn't even closed the door of the car before we're like, so what are we going to change that to?
Right.
We're not doing that.
No, there is if you're a Laker fan out there, there's a Kobe. Yep. Anyway, I'm going to get off it because I do a deep dive on these dog names.
No, and we got Penny at a time where you couldn't find a dog because it was the pandemic.
Right.
And rescue clinics, like they couldn't even, which is a good thing.
It's a great thing.
They could not, like you would look at the website and you'd be like, I'll be right there. And you would drive there, and they'd be like, gone. It's like Dwayne Kuiper and a road team home run.
Dogs,
gone.
Hiking, and golf.
Gone.
That was it for pandemic.
Totally. So it was great for the dogs.
Yeah.
Great for the dogs. Everybody I know has a 4-year-old dog right now.
Exactly right.
Every single
pandemic.
Exactly.
Pandemic.
No, that's how we ended up with a puppy. Because we went out there, and I had my little list. I'm like, where's Fido? And where's
a dog that doesn't bark, pee, or poop?
Right. I need a fully grown dog that does not ever go to the bathroom, bark, and is nice around kids.
Right.
You got one of those?
Walk itself. You know?
I got no time for this dog, but I want a dog. You have one of those dogs that doesn't need any attention? So, anyway, but it didn't matter because everything on my list, I get there, and they're like, those dogs are gone.
Nope.
Except for that one over there that they were walking at the time, and they're like, they winked at me. They're like, you don't want that dog. They're like, that dog's not.
It's going to be a no from you, dog.
Right. They're like, that dog is not good around kids.
Right.
So don't do that. Dog's mean. And so I'm like, okay, we won't do that. But then they looked at each other, and they kind of like, these people? What do you think? They profiled us. Like, you like these people? All right. And then they look back at me, and they're like, stand right where you are. Don't move. And they come out with these 4 puppies. 4 puppies. They're like, nobody knows that we just got these dogs. So you can have one of these dogs if you come back on Friday. And I was like mad for a second. So you can't bring puppies out. I have my kids with me.
Right.
It's
we'll take
over.
Them all.
Yeah, like you can't. Hey, kid, do you want a puppy? They're like, ah! So then we got a puppy. And we had to learn how to house train a puppy. And it was hard.
Yeah.
But then it's over. And now we're ready to go. So anyway.
That's kind of how I feel about Girl Scouts selling cookies outside of supermarkets. Like
a cookie? Not from you.
Well,
anyway.
Like how are you going to say no? So you walk your kid, and my daughter's too young to understand what's going on, but you have like an 8-year-old and you have a Girl Scout or a Boy Scout saying, you want to buy some cookies? And your kid's like, yeah, can we? It's like, how are you going to walk away from that? It's a trap.
It is a
It's
total
like bringing
trap.
out puppies to a guy who's got kids with him.
Yeah. So you bring one home. That's what you do.
All right.
510 says, hey, Willard, give Dibs a bowl of chocolate ice cream when you're giving your Jimmy Butler takes. and maybe he will yike it.
Yep. Yeah, more of a mint chip guy, but I'll do the chocolate. Yeah.
So's Ella. I
Mint chip.
just bought some mint chip. Yeah.
We haven't gotten Mila, the 2.5-year-old, into anything other than chocolate and vanilla yet, although she thinks that vanilla soft serve is whipped cream. So,
that's fine.
I mean, which is great.
And you can live your life by just doing chocolate. Yeah. I have, and I'm still here.
You chocolate ice cream?
That's chocolate anything.
Yeah.
I don't even understand desserts that don't have chocolate in them. People will be like, we made apple pie. And I'll be like, why?
Cheesecake?
Why? Is it chocolate cheesecake? Then we're fine.
So like,
again, I'll eat
angel food cake.
It's like with chocolate frosting.
Okay.
Like I'll do it. It's sugar. I'll eat it. But I'm like, I don't really understand why you didn't pick something chocolate.
I get that.
You could make one of those sugar cookies and it's good. I'll eat it. It'd be better if it were a chocolate chip cookie though.
Strawberry shortcake.
Don't get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't understand. I don't even like lemon meringue pie. Like, what are you doing?
Sure.
Why would you do that? You could have made a Boston cream pie with chocolate.
I get it.
Anyway.
Anyhow, it's about 7 diversions, but I liked it all.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Is it Friday?
No.
Because he's losing it.
No.
Your guy's losing it, Lucas.
No, the text just came in all caps. It's like chocolate bacon. I'm like, see, you get it. You get me. Why would you do something else? It's not that it's bad, but why wouldn't you do that? Put chocolate on bacon and then eat it, and then everything's fine.
Okay.
That's all.
I've never done the chocolate-covered bacon.
No, that's kind of a... Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of Jimmy Butler takes, this is kind of where we started today, and we got a whole hour that's wide open for you to weigh in on this, because whether he's still here or not, Giannis Antetokounmpo was in town, did some sort of a Google thing yesterday at Shoreline Amphitheater. He was there for Google. He was there for 5 seconds. What he was doing there, I still don't even really understand. It doesn't matter. He was here. It got people talking about it, because I would sort of term it this way. Giannis hasn't asked for a trade yet, but the report is already out that Giannis is exploring options. I do think that NBA owners around the league are expecting that at some point soon, you're going to get word that Giannis Antetokounmpo is respectfully requesting a trade. So that's going to be out there. Now, what are the teams you start to hear about? The Warriors are certainly one of them, but they're different. And Brian Windhorst was on Get Up on ESPN on Monday, and he kind of explained that. So listen to this, because there are teams that are candidates, and then there are other teams that are different kind of candidates. And I think that's what the Warriors are. They're a different kind of a candidate for Giannis Antetokounmpo. So let's start there. Here's Brian Windhorst.
Yes, there is a package that the Warriors could use. They have some future draft picks. They have interesting young players. Like last year, Brandon Pajemski was off limits. Who knows if that's going to be the case this year. But they can't win a bidding war. First off, I just want to say, Giannis has not let it be known he certainly wants out in Milwaukee. So I do not think we should assume that. If we do reach that point where Giannis was want to look around, he will have agency in this. He has 2 years left on his contract. The Bucks don't have to listen to him. But if he were to come to Milwaukee and say, I want to play with Steph, there could be a deal worked out. The same would apply, in my view, to the Knicks or the Lakers.
Agreed, yes.
If he says, I want to be a Knick, send me to New York, or I want to be a Laker, these are big ifs, those trades could get worked out. But if it's just an open market, none of those three teams, in my opinion, could win a bidding war with the Bucks.
Okay, I agree with him. If you start thinking about...
the last statement for me is the biggest piece of all this.
Which is what?
If it is an open market. I don't believe that this would be an open market.
I have no idea. You wouldn't think. Like, in other words, what you're saying is you very much doubt that Giannis is going to be like, I'd like to request a trade, and you can send me wherever the hell you want.
Yeah, anywhere.
Now, here's the other side of what he's saying, though. I could easily argue that the teams most equipped to get him also would be amazing teams if he were on them. Like, the Spurs are equipped to get him, and they could do it without giving up Wembanyama or De'Aaron Fox. Like, they could center that around Stephon Castle and a bunch of picks, and they've got a ton of picks. They've got the number 2 pick in the draft. You could center it around that. The Houston Rockets could center it around Jalen Green and a bunch of picks. and you get Giannis, and they'd still be awesome. So you could argue that those teams would still really be good. Now, here's what I do think San Antonio and Houston have working against them. I have also seen plenty of reports that in this moment, the places that are interesting to Giannis are all major markets. Not Houston.
Houston is a major market. I know what you're saying.
Not Houston.
New York, LA, Golden State, Miami.
Maybe Chicago. Right.
Those are your Dallas.
Sure. So
Houston's a big market, but in terms of what you're talking about, it's
not a glitzy, fun, coastal, whatever, right? So the Warriors would fit into that mix, the Lakers, the Knicks. That's step one. Step one is the Warriors would need to kind of get lucky. Like, you would need Giannis to say, I want to go there. Now, he's always been so overwhelmingly complimentary of Steph. And yes, with him being here in the Bay Area yesterday, it got everybody going. It's like 6 seconds at a Google conference. Like, you went straight to Atherton after that. I know where you had dinner. That's why Dibbs was dreaming about it last night.
Yeah. He was not in my dream.
No, but he wasn't there.
Probably should have been.
Yeah, would have been a lot cooler if he was.
Yeah.
But anyway, like, did Giannis connect with Steph? Maybe. No way for us to know. But what really got me going in this conversation is the way a lot of Warrior fans started talking about it. Like, I keep it, for me, I sort of feel about it in a very general sense, where it's like, well, Giannis is one of the best players in the NBA. He also happens to be 6'11" and incredibly athletic. He's all the things that the Warriors need. So, like, do you want Giannis on your team? Yes. These are my favorite. What would you give up? All of it. What would you give up?
Outside of Steph, of course.
Yes, the answer is yes. I would do any of those things to have Giannis. But what ensued from a lot of Warrior fans was in some way a narrative on Jimmy Butler. Like, yes, you need Giannis because we saw either what happened last week without Steph and Jimmy isn't good enough to do it anymore, or he's too old, or whatever. Or in some way, it was like do you trade Jimmy Butler in this whole thing? Because in some way, people feel now that even as amazing as his time here has been, that he feels disappointing because of the way the season ended. And that surprised me. I don't feel that way, like, even a tiny little bit.
For me, it's not about Jimmy Butler and an indictment of what he did or didn't do. It's about an upgrade. If you can go from Jimmy Butler to Giannis Antetokounmpo as your player alongside Steph Curry, I believe you get better. And you can put aside what else you'd have to give up. Maybe Kuminga would be a part of it. I don't know what would be a part of any deal to get Giannis. And I know that it is somewhat of a long shot, although I'm looking at MGM, BetMGM. They put up odds about 9 days ago on next team odds, and the Warriors are the number 2 choice behind the Rockets. Oh. It's the Rockets, then the Warriors and the Thunder, then the Spurs are the 4th choice.
The Thunder?
That's according to BetMGM and the betting market. I don't know if that would mean that, Shea would be on the move, or I don't know what the deal would be.
I don't see that at all.
I'm just looking at odds.
Okay.
Well, I don't see many of these things being that likely. The Spurs one is interesting.
But is he going to, again, he would have to want to go there solely because he feels like that would pay immediate championship dividends. And Wembanyama, I think, is wonderful, but that's going to be a process.
Well, and Castle only makes $9 million. So if you really want to make that deal work, and if Castle's the centerpiece because he's a great young player, you got Devin Vassell making 27.
Well, there you go.
He goes, and then Harrison Barnes is making 19 and expiring, and so you're starting to put it all together. Yeah. But for me, putting aside where he would go, if I'm Giannis and I'm looking at going somewhere, I would look at playing with Steph Curry as a great destination. And so if you were to make it work as a Warrior team, for me, it would have to involve Jimmy Butler and multiple 3 first-round picks, probably a couple of pick swaps as well, and maybe a younger player.
There was the insinuation by Brian Windhorst because it's all over the internet. And I searched like crazy, and I realized he didn't actually say this. But even if you listen again to what we just played, he starts talking about, yes, the Warriors could put together a package, and he starts talking about interesting young players and draft picks, and the Warriors do. They've got draft picks, and they've got interesting young players. If you did want to sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga, that gets you more than half the way to Giannis's contract right now. Like, if they want to pay him $30 million and put him in that deal, Pods, put him in that deal, Moody, put him in that deal, and guess what? You're getting pretty close because Moody's already 13, and if Jonathan's going to be 30, and then you put in Pods and maybe TJD, and then you rock 2 or 3 picks, that would probably be the deal. And then you go, wait a minute, like, oh, it does not include Jimmy Butler. Now, the other thing that every single capologist will always say right now, and I am not a capologist, and if you asked me to describe the apron, I would start talking about what my dad used to wear when he cooked.
Nice.
I have no clue what the hell. Like, I get it when you say the apron, but the rules and what's preventative, nobody cares. Nobody gets it. So I'll just say this. Everyone I talk to in NBA circles says the same thing. To carry 3 players making well north of $40 million a year is not impossible, but it's damn close.
Well, look at Phoenix this year.
Right.
You mentioned it. And
So-
you and I talked last offseason, and you said there's no way they keep all 3. And I said, well, I mean, they could. And if it works, it's genius. If it doesn't, it's a disaster.
I was like, it's stupid. And then they did it, and it was stupid.
It was only stupid because they didn't play well.
They didn't play.
Right. Because they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That made it kind of stupid.
And you know what? Like, sometimes when you do this, when you over trade machine the conversation, you do put a team together that you think, ooh, this is hot stuff. And then it doesn't work. Like, I could sit here. Remember, you mentioned earlier this week, debate class.
Yep.
Remember, and they give you your argument. Like, you don't have any choice. And if someone said to me, okay, Mark, argue that Giannis, Jimmy, and Steph all together would be a bad thing. Oh, I could do it.
Yeah.
I could do it easily.
Well, and you would use the Phoenix example, and I'm looking at it now. Durant made 51.1. Beal made 50.2. Booker made 49.2. And they did not even, they made the play-in, right? And then they got bounced.
No. They were
the 11th seed?
They did not make anything.
That got awkward.
Yeah. They did not make anything.
Well, if you look at the rest of the guys on the team, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys making 2.07, which I believe is the vet min. Mason Plumlee at 35, Bol, Tyus Jones. So it was the big 3, and, well, Grayson Allen, pretty good young player, and then a bunch of guys making nothing.
Well, but I mean, imagine the Warriors for just a second. Like, how y'all feeling right now about the Warriors supporting cast? How's everybody doing right now?
I think it's mixed. I mean,
do you?
It's mixed with a hint of kind of disappointment.
Right. I feel like people think that that's just not enough.
Well, it's not enough.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you want to look at going into next year, you've got question marks because GP2 and Kavan are free agents, and Kuminga's either going to get a lot of money to stay or a good amount of money to leave.
Right.
So you're left with Pods, TJD, and Gee.
And Moody. Right. Moody making 13 starting next year or whatever it is. And he was terrible at the end.
Yep.
And Pods got mixed reviews and mixed results in the playoffs. But again, now what I'm saying is if you were to do that mythical deal for Giannis, now all those good young players are gone too. There's no Kuminga. There's no Pods. There's no Moody. There's no TJD. You're probably not re-signing Looney or GP2 unless you can do it for minimum salaries. You're filling out your whole roster with nothing but minimum salaries. All right, great. Now one of them gets hurt.
Yeah. Well, that won't happen.
You suck out loud.
Yeah.
You'd be awful. So I could argue it. I wouldn't, but I could, is kind of what I'm getting at. But anyway, I don't even really know. I don't even know what a deal would look like. And it doesn't matter until Giannis does tell the Bucks, you've got to get me to Golden State. And I think that even probably sounds better to us than it sounds to Giannis. Like, if he's thinking, I'm turning 30, what's my future? I get that joining Steph and Jimmy might sound great for like next year. How's it sound after that? I mean, it sounds like you'd be a great centerpiece at a wonderful organization, but you'd be starting from scratch as far as what would fill in around Giannis in another year or two.
And if you didn't trade Jimmy Butler somehow, and you just brought Giannis in and you took care of all the other contracts, and Moody's gone and Buddy's gone and Kuminga in a sign and trade is gone, and maybe Pods too, the big four that you would have would cost you $192 million just on their own.
Right. Like
for next year.
We've left out that Draymond Green makes a lot of money.
Only $26 million next year.
That's a lot.
Right. Steph's at 59.6. Jimmy's at 54.1. Giannis is exactly the same number. So
as Jimmy.
Same exact number.
Yeah.
And so you add in Draymond's 26. Now you're looking at $192 million for four guys. You're assuredly going to be over the cap, and you're going to be over the second apron as well, which starts to hinder you in the future to do other things that you want to do.
Right. So anyway, like that is so large, and I think it is so out there, and it is so until Giannis says otherwise, not really relevant yet. But for me, what came out of yesterday and today is that I think some of you Warrior fans are feeling disappointed in Jimmy Butler.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
A little disappointed.
That's interesting to me.
And I
don't feel that.
I'll say this for me, and I won't speak for Guru, although he and I, it sounded earlier today like we were in lockstep.
You're pretty similar,
yeah. I just think that when you have a guy coming in and he's making that much money, and I know every player is different in terms of what you expect from them, but when you lose your best player, your best scorer, I would look to the guy who should be your next best scorer, and I would look for that player to be a little bit more assertive and impactful in trying to go out there and pick up the slack, and I didn't see that in games 4 and 5, and that for me was the disappointing part of it.
I'd like to add something new to this conversation as well that I find difficult. So a guy plays through an injury, and the second he does so, it feels like that has to be removed from the conversation simply because he tried. And let me do my best to use what we were talking about earlier with the Giants breaking news as kind of a comp. Like Kyle Harrison is now throwing 97 or 98 on the gun. And I'm going to expect that Kyle Harrison, remember at the beginning of last year, we're like, okay, 22 years old, young star, young buck, young fella, here we go. And it was kind of, started out okay, and it was a little disappointing. We've come to learn now that Kyle Harrison was pitching hurt, and it messed his mechanics up, and it knocked him like 5 miles an hour off the velocity, and his ERA was 4.5, and the whole thing was super frustrating and disappointing for him and for the Giants. Now he comes back this year. We'll see what he does. We'll see if he even gets this spot with Verlander going on the IL. But now he's throwing 98 on the gun. And what if his track to stardom rebirths itself? Are we not supposed to look at last year and be like, dude was playing hurt? And we have every indication that Jimmy Butler was playing through tremendous pain and discomfort. They have said as much. And so to ask him, just because he makes $50-something million, and now Steph Curry's out, to expect him to come out and perform at his absolute highest level in a very, very tough spot and score all of these points and win a game and get it to Steph, I think that's really rough, man. I think it's really rough to then let that short sample kind of either, as you put it, disappoint you a little bit or define who Jimmy Butler is right now as a player.
It doesn't define him, but for me, when you have a player go out there and play and the player never says, well, yeah, I mean, I was so hampered due to injury that I couldn't do X, Y, or Z, I'm going to hold you to the standard of you're out there playing, and you look at game 3 when he was still hampered from the injury and he shot it 26 times and he had 33 points. So for some reason, he wasn't so hurt in that game that he couldn't go out there and shoot the ball 26 times and go out there and score 33 points. So I'm going to take the injury part of it and put it aside because he was out there playing and he was playing basketball, and he never once said afterward, I couldn't look to score because I had this injury.
Others did.
Well, he didn't.
Steve Kerr did, and you've had every injury in the book. So
and I have them right now.
And you know damn well there are good days and bad days.
Yes.
They don't all feel the same.
Today's actually been a pretty good day.
All right, good. I'm glad for you.
And if I was out there and, on this show, I'm out here trying to do what I do despite all of my myriad injuries.
Right, but I mean there are successes and failures with that. So I'm not going to take the performance in game 3 and then expect that that's just what you're going to get every single time. I'm not using it as a catch-all. I have no idea what he was feeling. I have no idea how it affected him. My larger point is not even about those 4 games. It's about all the others. It's about that now it feels to me like Jimmy Butler is the one who's taking it on the chin for what happened at the end of the Warriors season, even though we damn well learned definitively that the Warriors weren't good enough to do anything or even make the playoffs until Jimmy Butler got here. But we don't do this to Steph, and Steph is the one whose body actually broke down on him. Jimmy Butler's injury was of the bone variety. It was of the trauma sort of variety. Steph was just running down the floor, and his body gave out on him. And so now somehow this has woven its way to Jimmy Butler's lap. And I think that stinks. I saw a comment on YouTube earlier today that was like a little dismissive of what Jimmy achieved. They're like, don't act like he took him to the promised land. He took him to the 7 seed. Right, from the 11 or 12 seed. In other words, if you do, and we did, spotlight just Jimmy Butler's time here, they were the 2 seed. They were the 2 seed during that window.
Right. And not only because of Jimmy Butler,
no, of course
because
not.
of the entire collective.
Right, but they were elevated to that right at his arrival. I mean, there's really no way to dismiss what happened when he arrived. It was night and day, immediately.
Right, and it's because of not only Jimmy Butler, but what everybody else did when he was here, including Steph Curry. And if you look at Steph Curry's record when he played without Jimmy Butler, he was a few games below 500 on the season in games in which he played. Yet and still, when Jimmy played without Steph, the team was 1-6. So for me, it's not as simple as, well, it was all Jimmy. I'm not saying that you're intimating that it was all Jimmy. When Jimmy came, the team got a whole lot better. And then when Steph was unable to play anymore, Jimmy Butler was unable to, in my opinion, elevate his game to where the loss of Steph Curry was mitigated.
But same with Steph.
Well, when Steph was out and Jimmy was on the Warriors, they went 1-2 in the regular season, and then they went 0-4 in the playoffs without Steph.
Right, but Steph playing without Jimmy didn't go well either. Like, don't give me the one game that they played in the playoffs. Like, we talked about this throughout the year. He missed that after his arrival. He missed that game. Was it in Detroit? No, it was somewhere. They were on the road. It was
Jimmy.
The first game.
Philly. They went to Philly.
There
and they
you
lost.
go. And Philly had none of their players, and they got their butts kicked. I didn't hear anybody come out, oh, Steph, how come you can't be that dog, dude? Like, again.
He had 29 in that game.
Right.
Steph did.
But so what?
Well,
it's an empty 29.
Sure, because, your teammates don't pick you up.
But Jimmy had 30. What did he have in game
33?
33. So what are we talking about? What is it?
We're talking about game 4 and 5 when he didn't take the initiative to try to pick up the slack.
What?
That's what we're talking about.
So you are talking about effort then?
No, not effort.
What's the word?
Initiative. I'm talking about initiative. I'm not going to ever look at a player's effort unless you're like Juan Soto and you hit a ball off the monster and it takes you 6.8 seconds to get to first. Okay, that is effort. I don't think that Jimmy Butler lacked effort. He played 43 minutes in, I think it was game 4. In game 5, he played 42 minutes. He was out there playing. I just didn't see the initiative, the force to try to get to the foul line, to try to get to the hoop and score the basketball.
I just think, first of all, to me, this is a very, very small sample size Steve conversation.
Big games, though. So
yes, they were. They were
right.
very, very big games.
And for me, the
There's
whole
no doubt.
conversation is against the backdrop of Giannis. Like, I don't come into today thinking, you know what, we got to get rid of Jimmy or else. It's the idea of if you had Giannis instead of Jimmy, could things have been different in that series? And I believe they would have been.
And that's fine for you to believe that. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, this is also the core of this conversation is something you and I talked about a lot when it was happening. Like, I accept, and I know some of you think this is defeatist and soft and whatever. I accept that if Steph's out, you're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
How are you not?
Well, like, if you could have gotten to Game 6 and Steph comes back, you would have had a real chance in the series.
First of all, that entire concept probably gives Steph a little bit too much credit. It really does.
Well, it's what Steph was saying about his own body.
Right, but no, I don't mean about him being available. I mean the idea that if Steph returns, bang, they just win Game 6 and 7, no problem.
No,
Keep on.
but they have a live chance at home.
A better chance.
And even if Steph is out there running around at 70%, the fact that he's out there running around is a huge deal for the Golden State Warriors offense.
Of course, which is actually the core of my entire point. Like, I don't believe they can win without Steph in any way, shape, or form. Grab any other player in the NBA and stick him on the team. And if their teammates are a cold Pods, a lost Moody, a just out of the shrink wrap Kuminga.
Who was cooking.
He was fine. Yeah, he was great. Okay, and I haven't played with him. I haven't barely played with him ever. Okay, that's Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. They barely played together at all. Who else am I missing? Who are my other teammates? Draymond. I got Draymond Green, so he's good on defense. There's no star in the NBA that's going to come make that be a good basketball team.
You just needed to win one game.
Well, again,
to get to Game 6, and then who knows from there?
Right. Who knows from there? Because I attended a home game that Steph Curry played in against a very young basketball team just about 3 weeks ago, where they had the power to eliminate that team in their own building, and they got their butts whipped by the Houston Rockets in Game 6. Now, they came back, performed beautifully, and they won in Game 7. Steph Curry's presence doesn't automatically mean you win the game or any game.
Of course not.
So I think it's very difficult to put all of this at the feet of Jimmy Butler if you really look at the menu of what kind of took place there. That was going to be a challenge for any NBA star, any of them.
Right, and maybe he's not an NBA star anymore. And that's where I am. I'm looking back now at some of his comments, and I'm looking at, what Jimmy Butler was over the course of the 30 regular season and the 10 or so playoff games that, he's considering himself Robin. And after Game 1, he said, yeah, it's really hard if you don't have Steph. And these are all good, honest, and fair things to say. Maybe you look at Jimmy Butler in a different way. He's not a star anymore. And when he was with Miami,
that's crazy.
And he carried the heat, right? Because they had Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson and Bam and all these Gabe Vincent guys who were pups, they were babies, and Jimmy put them on his back.
Yep.
And that was 2 years ago. And now 2 years later, you've got another group of pups, and you lose Steph Curry, and he's not able to do the same thing with, granted, probably a lesser cast of characters.
But it was a pop quiz. Like, the Miami comp has got to stop.
That's why I'm saying he's not a star. Right, and it's okay to say that.
Of course he's a star. Look what he did here.
As a secondary piece to Steph Curry.
He was so much more than that in terms of importance. He walked here, snapped his fingers, and the Warriors immediately became good. And they weren't good up until then.
Right. That doesn't mean that he's a star. It means he's a good, complimentary player. I don't want to get caught up in the label of it, but he's not the same player he was 2 years ago.
The comp to Miami is consistently unfair because you're talking about a team that he was on all year, with teammates all year, with a process that was centered around him all year. When he comes here, they become good immediately. Then they get to the playoffs and they go, oh, by the way, everything you guys have been doing, change it. We're taking Steph off the court. Here's Jonathan Kuminga. His name's Jonathan. Introduce yourself to him. He's now your second best player on this, at least on offense. Go win a playoff game. Yikes. He had no continuity with those guys whatsoever. And a lot of them suddenly were playing poorly, Pods and Moody. Those guys in Miami, that was a basketball team. That was a constructed team that played that way all year long. So I think that the rub that you and I are having right now is, I would say, what you're asking Jimmy to do, he didn't do it. You're saying he can't do it. I think those are
both.
I think he absolutely can, if given a different set of ingredients.
Well, we probably will see next year if this roster stays intact at the top, and parts will move in the middle and at the bottom for sure. And if you get Jimmy and Draymond and Steph, which Draymond said this on his podcast earlier in the week, that, if we get a training camp and we get a full year and we don't have to start playing virtual playoff games in February, things could be different. So if Jimmy gets a full season with maybe Kuminga still here, maybe not, but Draymond and Steph and whoever else is a part of this, then yeah, at that point, you'll get a better look at what Jimmy can be in this system and in this structure. I just look at the Jimmy Butler that I thought we were going to see without Steph Curry. Steph gets hurt, you win game one, and Jimmy says, you know what, it's hard playing without 30. Yeah, really hard. Okay, Jimmy, you're making 50+ million, and I know that that bothers you when I cite that. If you're making that much money and you're a star in this league, then go out there and be a star. Okay. Take a game over.
So 54
and if you don't
million,
take a game over,
so 54
he's only making 46 this year.
Okay, so 46
million. So if
million.
you don't go out there and take a game over, then maybe you're not a star.
Okay. And I would respond to that by 46 million. To me, just because you make it does not mean that I can grab you, give you new teammates, essentially, who you have not been playing with at all, in the middle of the playoffs, and you're hampered by an injury.
I'm not going to give him that.
Fine, you don't have to. This is my take.
Yep.
And those players around you are suddenly largely not playing well. Worse than they had been playing. Moody suddenly lost the ability to play ball. Pods is doing 1 for 11. You're going to do we're going to take one of these games and make it exploratory. And then we're immediately going to give basically this whole new look thing a try on the fly, something you haven't done yet against an elite team. Go. And you get 3 shots at it, and if you go 0 for 3, you're no longer a star?
They get 4 shots at it.
Again,
game 2, he played.
Game 2, exploratory by Steve Kerr, messed with lineups all over the place and admitted it publicly.
Yep.
So, again, you're taking my take. That's fine. But that's how I view it, and I don't find that to be that's not a full deck. He's not playing with you. I want my let him have a full deck and then see if he can still be a really great player in this league, because I firmly believe he can.
He can be a really great player, but if you're going to be in that spot, then if you're making star money and he's making star money, then you go out there and you at least try to be a star. And going 5 for 9 in a playoff game when you're surrounded by everything you described and everything you laid out was very accurate. Moses Moody was suddenly unplayable. He hadn't played with Kuminga at all. Draymond Green was underwhelming offensively, and Pods was in an absolute deep funk. All those things are in place, and you're making star money. Go be a star, or at least go try to be a star.
Go be a star. Go ahead.
You know what? Just go 5 for 9 and you just go meekly into this good night.
Stars do not, again, this alpha dog thing that we need, just take all the shots. That's not basketball.
That's what he did in game 3. He took all the shots.
No, he didn't.
And that was the closest thing they came to winning.
He didn't take all the shots.
He took 26 shots.
Right.
He took more shots than he took in game 4 and 5 combined.
Yes, he did.
That's what I wanted to see in game 4 and in game 5, and we didn't see that.
You're also parsing minutes because Minnesota played very differently in game 4 and 5 than they did in game 3. They blew them off the map. They were down immediately in the second half of game 4. And you need to start firing threes, which is not Jimmy Butler's forte. So maybe a couple of times he drives in and thinks to himself, you know what? We're down by 17. Maybe not free throws right now. Maybe I'm going to swing this out to Buddy Buckets. buttered, and see if he can knock down a three. Maybe he makes that decision a couple of times. I'm just trying to offer him that grace because I believe he's earned it. I believe his time with the Warriors, he earned it because he was incredible. And he's a brilliant basketball player, mentally, not just physically, and was hurting. And Rudy Gobert was waiting for him under the hoop. All of those circumstances that are going to stop me from making definitive statements about Jimmy Butler based off of that experience.
I'm making definitive statements based on that experience. That doesn't mean that going into next year, if he's back, and I assume he will be, that he can't be better. I just thought
sounds like
he was no. But I'm telling you,
he's not a star.
Oh, he's not a star.
Of course he is.
Right.
He's Jimmy Butler.
He went 5 for 9 in the game.
Okay, so that's it. So you're doing what my dad does.
If you're a star and you're in a spot where your team needs you, then you go out there and you exert your will and you try like heck to do everything you can to carry your team. And in the third quarter they got down and that was it. He shot the ball I think 3 times in the third quarter. And it was a wrap.
Okay.
And so that to me was not a star performance.
That's fine.
It was not a star. It was not a star effort.
That's fine.
So if you're a star, you don't go 5 for 9 in a game where your team gets blown out.
So stars can't have. There's no bad nights. I watched a game this year where Steph Curry didn't score.
Yeah, how many shots did he take?
I don't even know.
11 is the answer.
Okay.
And in about 2.5 quarters.
I mean,
he tried like heck to at least go out there and exert himself.
Not the only bad
offensively.
game. Again, if you want to do not a star performance, great. I'm not going to go not a star. And then you tell me you're not defining him by that performance. You are.
Well, I just think that
if you're labeling him not a star.
Well, yeah, that's just a label. It doesn't mean he can't have a good game.
That's defining him.
Well, you know what's defining him is the fact that he's making 50-something million next year. That's defining.
And worth every penny based on what he did this year with the Warriors. Larry in Lafayette. Let's take some calls. People want to weigh in. Hey, Larry, thanks for calling. What's up?
Well, just listening to this, I totally agree that 5 for 9 is really not acceptable in terms of the amount of effort. But when you look at what happened, you're talking about the people that didn't play well. If Kuminga played with Moody and hadn't played all year, that's not either of their fault. But all along the line, Jimmy caught the scheme this time that Steph always catches, and it's different for Jimmy, so they had him corralled down low. Then from there, Pods probably became the guy that where Pods are healed, took the second spot, the kind of scheme they would do for Jimmy normally. So the whole team is going against better defenders than they normally go. And that is not easy to overcome, especially for a relatively, I wouldn't say we were consistent the whole year long without Jimmy. So, but it does bother me, that 5 for 9. But I don't want to badmouth the guy. I feel like we let some people chase KD out of here a year or two early, including Draymond. And I really think now we need to kind of enjoy having Jimmy around because in the regular season, he can get us there to the playoffs. The problem is there's 3 seasons in the NBA. There's the regular season. There's the playoffs when the players actually bend their knees while playing defense. And then you get the finals, which really shows who's best.
Yep. Larry,
so I think we got to go that direction.
Yeah, Larry, that's a good call. And I like if you're bothered by the 5 for 9 performance, that's totally fine. I just personally don't like taking that to a level where we now decide that's who Jimmy is. Like, how about this text, 510, I see you. Jokic went 5 for 9 in Game 7 against the Thunder. Not a star?
He's the MVP. Yeah.
He's actually not.
Well, he's been the MVP, right?
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
So, and in that game, the defense, Alex Caruso was just too much for him.
Right, but see, now you're singling out that, you're saying that's that game. Like, why can't you offer that for Jimmy?
Because in that game, first of all, Denver lost by 30 or so. I think that Jokic played about maybe 2.5 quarters. I believe they pulled the plug pretty early on that.
In Game 7 and pulled the plug in the third quarter?
They pulled in the fourth quarter for sure. I'll check the minutes and see how many he played, but Denver had more around Jokic than Jimmy had around him in Game 4 against Minnesota.
That's funny. I mean, I could use that point to go in either direction. I know your point. You're thinking, oh, Jokic had ball around him, so he had other people who could shoot.
Right.
But my point would be, yeah, why can't you give Jimmy some grace? He had no one around him. No one around him.
Which is why I would look for a player to be more aggressive to try to score.
Which is why the Timberwolves put all 5 of their people dedicated to that as well.
All 5 of them.
I mean, hello.
They didn't put all 5 guys on him.
Okay, a little exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Of course Minnesota's like, dude, let anybody but Jimmy shoot. Why do you think Pod's got so many open looks? They're focused on him.
Right.
And you want him to shoot anyway over people who are 4 inches taller than him and waiting for him. Like, you want him to force it. That's not the way he operates. It's a bad basketball play.
It's because he's not that guy anymore. He's going to be 36. He'll be 36 next year, and he's not a guy who anymore can just get the ball and score on anybody. Maybe he was that guy in Miami.
He was that guy a month ago. I mean,
with Steph, alongside Steph.
Yes.
Which changes everything.
Yes.
When you don't have Steph, he's not able to do that because he's 36 almost, and he's not that guy.
Every star in this league, including those named Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, needed a star next to him. All of them. You can't ball this way. You can't be by yourself. In fact, this guy is the guy in the history of the league who people point to when they want an example of somebody who sort of looked like they did it by themselves. But in large part, that does not exist. It happens in movies and on NBA 2K and in our minds. You don't go play ball by yourself and win playoff games. You can't do that. You have to have good teammates.
Right.
So that you can have spacing and loosen things up and execute what you're trying to do. You can't just go score on Rudy Gobert by yourself because you want to. That's all.
On the point about Jokic, in the 9 field goal attempts, he took 11 free throws. And when you get fouled while shooting the ball, it doesn't count as an attempt. So I don't know how many of those additional attempts he took that resulted in fouls, but he wound up with 20 points regardless.
Yeah, that's fair.
With 11 free throws.
Your point and our texter's point, both fair on that one. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Hey, don't forget, kids and campers, both Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy are on the show tomorrow. How about that? Okay, Brock Purdy, we are going to chat with at 3 o'clock, and Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. But if I were you, I'd be safe and just listen to the whole damn show.
Always.
Okay? Brock Purdy at 3, Steve Kerr at 5. How you like them apples? But more you want to weigh in, and we'll talk to you next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. All approaches to Chase Center for Valkyries this evening jam-packed. 280 northbound 101 westbound Bay Bridge. The good news is Bart seems to have...
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In just under or just over 23 hours. 23 hours and change.
Okay.
Steve Kerr Live. Steve Kerr Live, which means in 21 hours and change, Brock Purdy.
Man, big day tomorrow.
Tomorrow's a big day. But get your sleep.
Yep, no doubt.
Get some rest.
Yeah.
Tell Mila to go to bed.
I'm bad at math, Mark. Would you mind telling me what time those are?
Exactly. Look at you.
I just said it.
It's like 7 minutes ago.
Everybody, I know everybody stays on this show. Haven't you seen the numbers? Anyway,
numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers.
And numbers are numbers.
3 o'clock, Brock Purdy. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. Tomorrow on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, getting the 2.5-year-old to bed's not the issue. It's just when she wakes up. Lately, she's been on a 6:45 thing. We'd prefer 7:30.
It's funny. 6:45 to me is sleeping in.
Yeah.
So,
because you're probably awake at 5 and
5:40. I wake up every day.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what the hell's going on.
You're up.
We weirded everybody out on that Cabo.
I love this story.
Weekend.
Yeah, you're in Cabo and you two are up at 5:30.
6:15. We're at the pool.
Yep.
We're just out in the back, and the weather's already incredible. And we're sitting there looking at everybody. Not looking at everybody. There was nobody else up. But we're looking around because, again, we did the chef thing. And so the chef, they would come in and make the coffee like nobody knew.
And it was 7 couples in one house.
7 couples.
14 people.
Right. And so nobody knew how to make the coffee maker thing do its thing. We had to wait for them to come.
Oh, wow.
And so we're sitting there. It's like we've been up for 3 hours. It's like, we need some coffee around here. And then other couples wouldn't show up to lunch. Like, dude, we've done more. We're like the army out here. We've done more by noon than you're doing we've done everything. We're going on a walk. We're having coffee. We had
You've
breakfast.
swam. You've showered.
Everything.
All of it.
We're weird like that.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
No, I'm with you because I would go on vacation with my then teenage sons. And we had a beach house in San Diego. And my sister, who would always go with us, and my ex-wife and the kids, they'd be in bed till 10:30, 11, and I'd be home and ready for a nap by then. Like, we have a house on the beach. Can you get up and, like, enjoy what we're doing here?
Get up.
But they'd be on their phones,
All right.
and on their computer.
Tell Supper, I would like to request that she gets up with the baby tomorrow. I know she's not a baby.
No.
But you get up with your daughter tomorrow because you need your beauty rest.
Appreciate it.
Tomorrow's a big day.
I'm on the mornings. She's on the evenings, so Mila's up, I'm up. That's the way that goes.
All right.
But
650, would I like us to start the conversation with Brock Purdy by asking him what time he wakes up?
Yeah.
So we can do that. I don't know if I'll remember to do that. But anyway, we've got some more people that want to weigh in on this massive Jimmy Butler tangle that we have found ourselves in today. Let's go to Mike in Pacifica. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I'm the guy who called about 2 weeks ago right now into your show after the Game 7 win against the Rockets.
Oh, that was you?
Hey, it's great that we won. Yeah.
Oh.
I was on it, right?
I was trying to remember who called us that one time after Game 7. But anyway, go ahead, Mike.
So I think everybody else has picked up on it, right? Like, they were doing this 5, 6, and 7, and they kept going all the way to the end, getting to the basket and passing up shots, right? Over and over and over. All the announcers talking about it. So I feel like, here we are dumping on Jimmy. He was one of the worst defenders, right? But I feel like maybe that's not where the blame should go. Even at the time I said, what are they doing in practice? Are they practicing this over and over and over? And I increasingly think that is the problem because I have 2 pieces of evidence for you. Number one, it wasn't just Jimmy. It was a lot of guys. Jimmy might have been one of the worst ones, but a lot of guys are passing up shots at the basket. So it seems like this is coming from the game plan, the coaching. And number two, and this one I haven't heard people talking about, when Jimmy showed up at the Warriors in March or whatever, he was taking it to the rack. Right, and he's getting fouled, and everybody was like, wow, this is so awesome. This is what the Warriors needed, more balance in their game. They didn't have anybody doing that. And then it stopped in the playoffs. And I'm wondering if it's just because Jimmy's been, he was playing the way Jimmy plays when he showed up, right? But he spent enough time around the coaching staff, blending in with the scheme, blending in with the team. Maybe he forgot he got away from himself. Maybe, right? Is he just doing what he's told? out there. So anyway, that's what I want to throw out there.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, I mean, fair thing to throw out there. I think the idea of Jimmy Butler doing what he's told is a funny concept because he's literally made a career and a legacy, some would say, about doing the opposite. So do I think that the coaching staff told everybody, grab the ball, drive to the hoop, and as soon as you get there, huck it back out to the three-point line? No, I do not think the coaching staff did that. I think that there are some other potential things that are causing what a lot of us notice, though. And one of them is I think that the two teams they went against both have tremendous height and shot blocking ability. And the Warriors are, some of these players we're talking about, they're like, these are smaller players. So when a Steph or a Pods or a Moody or a Jimmy gets to the rock and Şengün or Gobert are waiting there, that like it's not the most inviting thing to try to go up and do that. And then as far as Jimmy is concerned, I also do wonder the specific injury that he dealt with. I wonder if it sort of hampered his giddy up a little bit in terms of his ability to rise up and really go with force at the rim.
Possible.
I don't know, but those would be more my guesses as opposed to they were told not to shoot.
Agreed with that part of it. I don't think that they were, quote, told not to shoot, but I think that when you go up against a defense like that, and Rudy Gobert is a good shot blocker, and Jaden McDaniels is 6'9", 6'10", with incredible length, it's going to be difficult. I just didn't see the Warriors in general try to adapt and get Jimmy Butler into different spots where maybe he can be more effective offensively.
Valkyries game tonight. Don't forget that, okay? Washington Mystics. It'll be right here on 95.7 The Game. The game's a little bit over an hour away. Pre-game festivities are all starting at 6:30. You can hear it here on 95.7 The Game. You can hear it on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Let's go to Spencer in the city. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for calling.
Hey,